Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter awakened his true power after betrayal. Here is short summary. Broken and betrayed, Harry Potter believed he was truly alone, until an unexpected force proved him wrong. Harry Potter awakens a hidden power that reshapes his destiny, and the wizarding world. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. The very next evening found Harry reversing the journey he had made into London the night before. This time, however, there was no need for him to sneak onto a train to return home. He had managed to convert some of his galleons into Muggle money and had purchased his very first ticket. He arrived back at the Dursley residence shortly after 11 p.m., knowing that the family would be far enough into their sleep that they would not be so easily roused. It had been a strange day in all. When the sun had come up, he had gotten himself the first real breakfast he remembered ever eating, and he devoured until his stomach protested painfully against the sudden influx of food. When he had recovered sufficiently, he had made only the necessary purchases himself and Tom had agreed upon. He'd had to fight the urge to attempt to buy a wand and only listened when Tom had insisted such an effort would be fruitless and draw unwanted attention to him. He'd simply have to wait another few years before that became a possibility. Tom set his mind at ease with this, insisting that there was much he could learn about magic without having a wand. Harry had his doubts, but listened, nonetheless. The man had yet to steer him wrong. After managing to lock the cupboard from the inside, he collapsed on his tiny bed with a sigh. He was exhausted from the efforts of the day and wanted little more than to rest. Carefully, he began the task of unpacking the items he had purchased. A small box that food would be delivered to 3 times a day courtesy of the bar in Nocturne Alley, a bag of wizarding pranks including a fake wand, and an array of quills and parchment, something Tom had insisted he would need to learn to use. Harry hadn't questioned the items, only the risk of the next part of their plan. "Are you ready for tomorrow?" Tom asked. Harry shook his head. "Isn't there another way? I wish there was. Were I convinced any other way would work, it would be my first choice," Tom sighed. "People such as these, Harry, understand only fear. They fear you already because they know what you are and what you could do to them. Prove to them that they should be fearful, and they will leave you alone. But what if it makes them worse? It won't. I have dealt with people like these, so trust me. If you give them a harsh lesson, they will learn from it. They may need a reminder from time to time, but the message will sink in." "Okay," Harry relented. "Good boy. Sometimes, Harry, people need to be taught a lesson. You will do well to remember that. The wizarding world is full of unpleasant people, some worse than others. The one thing they all have in common is that they more often than not only look out for their best interests. They will manipulate you any way they can to get what they want. What about you? Being a part of you makes me different. I will look out for your best interests because they will be the same as mine. My priority is ensuring that you are safe, healthy and strong so that I can remain the same." Harry could see the logic in the explanation, though it did not sit entirely right with him. "Do not ponder it much, Harry. You need to rest before your big moment tomorrow." Harry nodded before pulling his thin duvet over him and closing his eyes, hoping beyond hope that tomorrow would go according to plan. He was rudely awoken the next morning by the ham-like fist of his uncle banging against his door as he shouted through the gap of the vents. "Get up, boy. You've had enough time lazing around without pulling your weight." With a final rattling of the door, the man was gone, and Harry gave a sigh of frustration as he kicked the cover off himself and prepared to make breakfast for his family. "Remember, Harry, they fear you. Use it to your advantage." Harry nodded as he tentatively removed the bag that contained the items he would need. He was still unsure of the plan, but he was in too far to back down now. He wanted this nightmare to end, and the only way for it to be over would be for him to take this final step. "I'm with you, Harry. Always." Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Harry exited his cupboard and entered the kitchen to be greeted by the sight of his obese cousin and uncle and almost skeletal aunt. Truly, they were a pathetic excuse for human beings, and a part of him was relishing getting his own back. He did not know where such a thought had come from, but he didn't care. He had always been meek and defenseless, and he didn't want to be that anymore. He simply wanted to be left alone. "I know what I am," he announced more confidently than he felt. "Finally realized you're a worthless, lazy toe rag. Vernon snorted. I will not have your lip, boy. Get on with it, he finished, jerking his large head in the direction of the stove. Harry took a deep breath before shaking his head. Make your own breakfast, you fat oaf, he returned. The table fell silent in shock from the outburst. Petunia's eyes bulged almost comically, and Dudley smirked, expecting to see Harry punished. Vernon, however, had purpled in record time, his jowls wobbling as he trembled with rage. What did you say to me, boy? He seethed. I told you to make your own bloody breakfast. The man released a guttural roar as he shot to his feet, his intention clear for all to see. I'll wring your useless neck, he vowed, his hands reaching to carry out his promise. Immediately, Harry felt a wave of fear unlike anything he'd ever experienced before washing over him, and he instinctively drew the prank wand from within his sleeve and pointed it at the man. The man froze instantly, and his aunt yelped. Where did you get that? She demanded. That doesn't matter. All that matters is that I know what I am. Did you really think you could keep it from me? He shouted, surprising himself at the sheer amount of anger pumping through him. One of the glasses on the table exploded as he released all the pent-up rage within him. Calm yourself, Harry. You must remain in control, Tom soothed. He took a deep breath before turning his attention back to the flabbergasted trio. I am a wizard, just as my mother and father were. I don't know what I ever did to deserve the way you have treated me, but it ends now. You will leave me alone or I will hurt you, just the way you did to me. Vernon had seemingly recovered from his shock and decided he had heard enough. You dare threaten me, boy. I will make your damned life hell. Again, he tried to lunge for Harry, only to collapse to the floor with a blood-curdling scream. The man twitched uncontrollably, panting as he pulled himself along the floor away from his nephew. Harry could only look on, wide-eyed at what had happened. In his moment of anger at the man trying to attack him, he wanted to hurt Vernon, for him to feel just a small amount of the pain he had administered to him over the years. Stop it, Harry, please, Petunia pleaded. I warned him, Harry reminded her. I warned him I would make it hurt. Just go back to your cupboard, she instructed, her words lacking any anger. Just like that, you'll leave me alone. Yes, Petunia screeched hysterically, just leave him be. And Dudley will leave me alone too. Yes, just get away from my family with that freakishness. We've had enough of it. Harry shot his pale cousin a final look of warning before he returned to his cupboard, trembling and feeling quite sick at what had transpired. That was unexpected, Tom said thoughtfully. I didn't mean to. I didn't know that it would hurt him. Do not worry, Harry. It may not have been the most pleasant way, but you have done what was needed. I have a feeling that you will prove to be quite the wizard. Under my guidance, you could be great. Harry did not feel particularly good about what had happened, but he did feel free, and that's what was important. So, what do we do next? He could almost feel a satisfied smirk coming from Tom as he spoke his next words. Now, the hard work truly begins. Now you officially begin your education in magic, Harry. 3.5 years later. Today was finally the day that his Hogwarts letter would arrive, not to mention that it was his 11th birthday. Such a thing had never proven to be worth keeping track of. Everyone else had always forgotten it, and so had Harry, until today. The past few years he had spent under the tutelage of Tom had been as challenging as it had rewarding, and the most confused he had ever felt. He truly had questioned what magic could be learnt without the use of a wand, and it turned out that there was much more than he could have anticipated. Magical theory was something Tom had insisted he know the ins and outs of, along with other knowledge about the world he would be entering, and surprisingly, the study of some Muggle subjects. Tom had assured him that they would be useful in the future, but Harry couldn't fathom how. He, however, had taken his word for it. It wasn't always just theories he would learn, but also to be able to feel and recognize his own magic. For months, he had sat in his cupboard in silence, trying and failing to feel any inkling of it. Such a feeling escaped him, leaving him frustrated. After many moons, he had almost given up hope when he had felt the first pulse of it. From there, Tom had taught him how to control it, how to use emotion to change the way it felt and control the amount of magic he would release. Again, it was not something that he could see ever being beneficial, but this was the practice Tom had insisted on the most, along with learning to keep his temper in check. It was one of the things that had emerged within him from the day he had confronted the Dursleys. He had never been an angry child, but he found his temper getting away from him at times. Tom had taught him ways to maintain control. He certainly did not want a repeat of the incident with Vernon. Thankfully, the man and the rest of the family had heeded his words. They, for the most part, left him well alone, and he did the same. Not once did they inquire about how he was feeding or caring for himself, and that told them all he ever needed to know about his family. They did not care for him or about him. As far as Harry was concerned, he was alone in the world, and that suited him just fine. Every person he had ever met had proven to be a disappointment, the only exception being Tom, who had practically raised him since he was 7. If anything, he had proven he didn't need anyone, and truthfully, he didn't want anyone else interfering with his life. For the first time as far back as he could remember, he was happy, and there was little else he needed than what he already had. He was polite enough to those he would come across. Respectful so long as they gave him the same courtesy, but he was aloof. People only learnt what he wanted them to know about him. Knowledge is power, he muttered as ducked out of his cupboard to avoid bashing his head on the door frame. Ignoring the sound of scraping cutlery coming from the kitchen, he exited the house through the front door and waited for his letter. He didn't know when it would come, but he had little else to do. This whole day had been set aside for his anticipated trip to Diagon Alley. He hadn't ventured there again since the first time. He'd never had need to, and risking drawing attention to himself was not worth it. Some would say that he was paranoid, but he was merely cautious. He didn't know what would befall a wayward orphan if they were to be caught by some type of authority. Tom had hazarded a guess that it would result in him being brought home and questions asked of his family. He certainly didn't want anyone snooping into his affairs. It wasn't like they would care, would they? People are selfish. The words of his mentor breezed across his conscience, and he nodded his agreement. People were selfish. None had ever taken the time to care for him, so why would they bother now? He was pulled from his thoughts by the odd sight of an owl flying above him, slightly blotting out the morning sun. Without warning, a thick envelope was dropped towards him, and the owl flew away over the horizon, leaving the boy in a state of awe. "You didn't expect it to arrive with the postman, did you?" Tom asked amusedly. Harry simply shook his head and began his walk towards the station. "It would be a good idea to get an owl of your own," Tom advised. "Even if you do not write to anyone, they are useful for ordering things when you cannot get to a shop." Harry added that to his list of things to do. There were many errands he needed to run, but only one he was truly looking forward to. Today was the day that he would be able to purchase his wand. One thing at a time, Tom chuckled. Finding a seat on the train, he removed the envelope that he had pocketed and read the contents. He found it to be, as Tom had explained, little more than a welcoming letter and a list of items he would require for his first year of study. He stuffed it back into his pocket and waited for his train to arrive in Charing Cross. Having been here already, it didn't take him long to make his way through the streets into the Lakey Cauldron and into the alley, courtesy of a family having opened the entrance. "Get all of the mundane items first, Harry. Ollivanders will be very busy at this time of day." With a sigh of frustration, he complied. There was no use waiting around the wand shop when he could be purchasing his other necessities instead. He had thought that shopping for his school supplies would have been much more interesting than it turned out to be. He had to endure being prodded around and poked with needles whilst being fitted for his robes. The smell of the apothecary had made him feel rather queasy, and the bookshop had been too full to even comprehend perusing. He'd had to settle for getting his required list of books that had been helpfully pre-packaged in anticipation of the demand. Thankfully, none of the shop attendants had been too busy to shrink his items down to a manageable load. Even so, by the time he had exited the final shop, he was beyond irritated with the crowds of people. "Only 2 stops to go," Tom reminded him. "Why don't you get your wand before an owl?" Harry smiled for the first time that day as he headed towards the wandmaker's shop. He entered, and as the door closed behind him, the sounds of the street were shut out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He liked the quiet, had spent his life isolated from others, so lots of noise was an alien thing to him. "Ah, I did wonder when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter," a rather calming voice greeted him. Harry looked up to find himself facing a man quite far into his advanced years. His hair was still thick, but entirely gray, and his gray eyes were quite unsettling to say the least. "How do you know who I am?" Harry questioned. The man chuckled. "I doubt there is a single person that would not recognize you, if they saw you," the man replied, his eyes flicking towards Harry's scar. He didn't know when he had gotten it, but he assumed it had been when his parents had been killed in the car crash. Why would they know me? The man's eyes widened at the question. Surely, those that care for you would have told you of your history. Harry snorted derisively. Yeah, like they told me I'm a wizard, he muttered. The man hummed in displeasure at his rebuttal. A great feat you achieved that night. Times were dark, Mr. Potter, and you survived what was thought to be certain death, and in doing so, saved countless lives by putting an end to he who must not be named. Harry frowned at the man. I have no idea what you are talking about, he huffed. Then you have been failed, my boy. Harry shook his head. Are you going to tell me what happened or not? It is not my place to do so. Any details I have are merely things that have been passed on. I do not wish to give you false information. Then who can tell me? Harry bit back irritably. I would suggest you speak to Professor Dumbledore on the matter. It was he that found you. Dumbledore, the Hogwarts headmaster. The very same, Ollivander confirmed. All right, I will, Harry replied. He didn't know how the man was involved in his life, but he would find out. If it was anything like Ollivander assumed, then there would be a lot of questions for the man to answer. Shall we? The wandmaker interrupted his thoughts, gesturing to the several hundred boxes that lined the walls of the shop. Harry nodded distractedly. For an inordinate amount of time, wand after wand was placed in his hand, each with varying effects. At times the man would simply watch him for a few moments before taking it back and deeming it a failure. With others, he would snatch it from his grip before it had completely closed around it. The experience was proving to be as frustrating as the rest of his day had been. Try this one, Ollivander instructed, a look of wonder in his eyes. Harry shrugged as he accepted the wand, a feeling of warmth spreading throughout him causing him to release a deep breath. Very curious, Ollivander commented, very curious indeed. What's curious? Harry sighed. The wand you hold is a match, but only a partial one. There is something missing from it. Why is that curious? It is a rare thing indeed, Mr. Potter, but worry not. I'm sure I will have exactly what you are looking for. The man seemed to bounce into the back room of his shop and returned a few moments later with another armful of boxes. My apologies, but this is the kind of thing us wandmakers live for. Harry would not have guessed that the man could be positively giddy about anything. His current demeanor, however, was proving him wrong. The man suddenly paused, and his eyes flicked up towards Harry's scar once more. I wonder, he mused aloud as he returned several boxes and pulled down others. Here, the wand he offered this time was so very unlike the first he had matched with. That one had been a dark brown, and this, a bone white. The madness of the man was quickly proven to be a form of genius's again. Harry felt warmth permeating throughout every fiber of his being, leaving him breathless. It raises only more questions, the wandmaker muttered before shaking his head. The first is 11 3/4 inches made of holly and with the core of a phoenix feather, a wand that will serve you well. You should feel privileged, Mr. Potter. There are not many that a phoenix will accept. What about this one? Harry asked, eliciting a frown from Ollivander. Also 11 3/4 inches. This one is made from you and contains the core of a dragon heartstring, the core being one quite typical for a potter. So, I have two wands. The wandmaker shook his head. Such a thing would be highly illegal. There is, however, a way around that. If you hand them to me, I will return in a few moments. Harry did so and waited for what turned out to be almost 20 minutes before the man returned, wiping away a considerable amount of sweat that had formed on his brow. In his hand he now held just one box that he presented to the boy. Harry removed the lid and was faced with a single wand. It appeared as though the man had taken the two and simply twisted them together to form one, but that was not possible. Had he done so, it would undoubtedly be thicker than the one before him. How? Harry questioned. Wand lore is an exceedingly difficult branch of magic, surrounded by mystery to those that do not possess the talent. Did you just twist them together? Ollivander chuckled at the question. If only it were so simple, Mr. Potter. I have combined the two wands. Both cores and the woods have been fused successfully, though it proved to be much more difficult than I thought it would be. So, it is now one wand. Ollivander nodded. And quite the unique wand, I must say. I am expecting great things from you, Mr. Potter, he added whilst slowly nodding his head seemingly in satisfaction. Again, his eyes wandered to Harry's scar, but he said nothing. How much do I owe you? Harry asked, the discomfort he felt around the man quickly becoming unbearable. All of my wands cost 7 galleons, nothing more. A wand holster will be required, Tom interrupted. And a holster. Ollivander nodded as he retrieved one made of green leather from under the counter. That brings your total to 10 galleons. Harry paid and thanked the man before retreating hastily from the shop. His other experiences of the alley had been nothing but frustrating. That, however, had raised far too many questions for him to even begin considering. You will have the truth one day, Harry, Tom promised. I would however be very cautious of Dumbledore. Ultimately, the man was responsible for you being placed with your relatives. Does that sound like someone that has your best interest at heart? Harry couldn't help but agree with Tom. If Dumbledore had placed him there, why had he left him to fend for himself? Surely, he must have known something about the family he'd abandoned and orphaned with and would at the very least have checked on him. Do not allow it to plague you. You have waited many years to have your wand. Wouldn't you rather find somewhere you can test it out? Harry found himself smiling at the thought and he pushed away any thoughts he had on the headmaster and anything Ollivander had mentioned. As Tom had said, he would get the answers he sought eventually. He managed to find a secluded spot behind Elop's Owl Emporium, and he took a seat on a low wall by the bins. I think you should try some transfiguration first. Your father had a reputation for being exceedingly gifted in the art. Let's see if you have been blessed with the same. My father. Did you know him? Not personally, Tom sighed. But his ability in transfiguration was well known by all. Any that did know your father would tell you the same. Harry nodded sullenly. What about my mother? She excelled in charms and potions, though she was by all accounts very well rounded in most branches of magic. I'm sorry, Harry, but that is all I know of them. The boy smiled gratefully. Thank you, Tom, he whispered as he drew his new edition of the Standard Book of Spells, grade 1 from within one of his bags. I want you to try and turn a twig into a needle, Tom instructed. Harry found the needed spell in the contents section of the book. Turning to the correct page, he read the instructions and mouthed the incantation several times. He then practiced the wand movements with the twig he intended on using for the spell. I think I'm ready. In your own time, Harry, Tom allowed. He took hold of the box that contained his newly bought wand and removed the lid. He couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship as he took it into his hand for the first time. He had felt overwhelmed by his magic when he'd held them separately. This, however, was something else entirely. It felt as though his whole body had burst into flame, the heat emanating from him being so intense. Wow, he whispered when his magic had settled after several moments. That is how it should feel, Tom chuckled. Now, the spell. He couldn't help but feel disappointed when nothing happened after his first, second and third attempt. Tom, though, was not deterred. Try it the way I have been teaching you, Harry. Think about what you want to happen and will your magic to carry out your intentions. You can do it, he encouraged. With nothing to lose, Harry closed his eyes, doing his best to ignore the frustration. Without uttering a word, he felt for his magic and willed it to carry out his wishes. A warmth escaped him and passed through the wand in his hand. Congratulations, Harry, Tom praised. You have achieved something that I did not until my 4th year of school. Harry opened his eyes to the sight of a perfectly formed needle on the wall where the small twig had been. How? He asked, dumbfounded by the results. I took a risk and it paid off, Tom replied. When I learnt that instinctual magic was more effective, I had to forget all that I had been taught to use it. It took a very long time and I wondered if it was possible to learn it this way in the first place. Why wouldn't they teach it this way? Because it is a very difficult skill to master. For the past 3 years we have worked on it. At Hogwarts, they do not have that amount of time to invest in the practice, most people never acquire the skill at all. But what does it even mean? Tom huffed uncertainly. It means that you will be considerably further ahead of your peers, but also that questions will be asked. We will be able to pass it off as a natural ability if we approach it correctly. You will, however, struggle with the way wand subjects will be taught. With how I have trained you, I believe incantations and wand movements will only hinder your progress. Oh, Harry exclaimed. Do not worry, Harry. The skill you have developed will prove to be far superior, that I can promise you. Well, what do we do now? You go and pick yourself a nice owl and we wait. It is only a month away after all that you begin your years at Hogwarts. Knowing that it was now so close brought a smile to his lips. In just a few weeks, he would be able to leave the Dursleys behind, leave his cupboard behind and begin his life far away from them at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The hustle and bustle of King's Cross Station had proven to be rather irksome to navigate. Nonetheless, he'd managed it without being hindered too much. It had been an odd experience, one that had found him bumping into an array of people, magical folk clearly, failing to blend in with the muggles around them. It had taken much effort to not laugh in the face of a man wearing a sundress, his eyes widening in realization as he had knocked into the young man and spotted the scar sat prominently on his upper brow. Taking the initiative, Harry had hurried away, not wanting to be accosted nor seen with a man dressed so peculiarly. Unfortunately, this wasn't the first time such an engagement had happened. Ollivander had not been lying when he said that he would be recognized. Several times over the summer, whilst spending time in the alley, such a thing had happened. Random strangers would offer him a bow, and others, more brazen, would shake his hand and offer their gratitude for something he had no memory of. It irritated him greatly. He didn't like being the center of attention. A life of isolation had always left him on the fringes of people's thoughts, and he found he didn't much care for it now. He much preferred to be left alone. Being left alone meant that he was safe. These interactions had served only to pique his curiosity further as to what Ollivander had alluded to, and during the past month, he had learnt just why he was famous, though such reasons left a bitter taste in his mouth. According to what he had learnt through a book and some very old newspapers he had managed to obtain, his fame stemmed from the fact that he had survived the killing curse courtesy of a Dark Lord. What kind of name was Voldemort anyway? According to the book, his mother and father, James and Lily Potter, had been killed during the attack by the same man, and as such, he had been tucked safely away with his relatives with no knowledge about them or who they were. Tom had been a great comfort to him over the past weeks, had encouraged him not to focus on what was past and to look forward. The man that had killed his parents was gone and was not worth dwelling on. Tom had been furious on his behalf, and strangely apologetic when Harry had broached the subject with him, reiterating that even though he was all but alone, Tom would always be there, would help him where his parents no longer could. The thought brought a smile to his face as he found an empty compartment on the Hogwarts Express, closed the door behind him and pulled down the blind to ensure his privacy. "Do you not think it wise to meet some peers of your own age?" Tom asked for the dozenth time. "No," Harry muttered. "They are children, Tom. They are naive. I don't have time for games." He heard the voice sigh in his head. It had been a point of contention between the two. Tom wanted Harry to make friends, but Harry had no interest in doing so. As far as he was concerned, he was alone, and he was better off alone. He had no intention of being impolite, he just did not want to form close bonds with anyone. He had other things he wanted to focus on. The goblin in the bank had unwittingly inspired the boy to want to restore his family wealth. He didn't know how he was going to go about it, but a good start would be completing his schooling to the best of his ability. Doing so would give him options, and he needed all the options he could get. "I will respect your decision, Harry." The boy nodded as he removed one of the books on transfiguration he had obtained from Knockturn Alley. He found he had indeed inherited his father's talent for the branch of magic, that along with his mother's love and gift of charms. He had yet to brew a potion but had taken an interest in his books on the subject. He was looking forward to seeing if he had been equally blessed as his mother in the practice. Defense against the dark arts was another subject he was in anticipation of, the revelation that a Dark Lord had already come for him igniting a passion for the subject. He had readily digested the required reading of the subject and two others he had purchased, one of which had left him confused. Tom assured him that he would understand it more when he was older and had emotionally matured. He had even promised to help him with that subject, citing that he was quite the expert in it himself. Astronomy had little that appealed to him, and neither did history of magic. The only useful thing he had gotten from that subject was a name for his owl, Hedwig. He found that the name suited the bird and she'd readily agreed. She was a smart owl and he found he enjoyed her company over the summer. In all, he was looking forward to starting his time at the school, ready to apply himself to his studies. Tom had urged him to do so also, had encouraged him to take full advantage of being at such a highly regarded educational establishment. To him, there was no better way to begin accumulating his options, and with Tom guiding him, he would ensure that there were many to choose from. He was pulled from his thoughts by a knocking on the door before it was pulled open without invitation. He frowned at the rat-faced B***owned boy that entered, seemingly escorted by two much bigger ones. "I heard that Harry Potter is on the train, is that you?" he demanded. "Careful, Harry," Tom advised. "His appearance leaves me with no doubt of his family. Humble him but do so respectfully. The name Potter carries more weight now than ever. My apologies, I thought that it was customary to wait until being bid to enter." "What is the point of knocking if you don't abide by simple etiquette?" he asked. The boy stared at him dumbly. "Never mind," Harry sighed. "Why don't you go out and we will try again?" Without waiting for a reply, Harry ushered the trio out of the room and closed the door before taking a seat and waiting patiently. After a moment, the boy seemed to shake himself from his stupor before knocking once more and waiting. "Come in," Harry called politely after a brief pause. The door opened and the boy entered again, this time a little more cautiously. "I'm looking for Harry Potter," he stated, still somewhat shocked at how the previous encounter had developed. "Well, you've found him, my good man," Harry announced cheerily as he stood and offered the boy his hand. "This is the part where you introduce yourself," he added in a whisper, startling the boy. "Malfoy, D. Draco Malfoy," the boy stuttered before composing himself. "These two are Crabbe and Goyle." "Just Crabbe and Goyle," Harry pressed. "Vincent and Gregory," one of the boys grunted. "It's nice to meet you all," Harry offered with a bow. "What can I do for you gentlemen today?" I just wanted to introduce myself," Draco replied weakly. "You've done so and I am pleased you did," Harry returned. "I do, however, have reading to do. I don't mean to be rude and cut our conversation short." No, of course, I understand," Draco responded. "We have 7 years at school, I'm sure we will meet again. I look forward to getting to know you all better." Draco merely nodded as he left the compartment, a bemused look adorning his features. With them gone, Harry slammed the door shut with a scowl firmly in place as he heard Tom chuckling in his mind. "That was very well done, Harry," he complimented. "The Malfoys are a very influential family. You would do well to not provoke their ire." "Smarmy git," Harry muttered. "All of them are. Be careful around them, be polite and courteous and you will be left alone. If Draco is anything like his other family members, the novelty of you will wear off quickly." "Did you know them?" "I have come across them." "And Crabbe and Goyle?" "Inconsequential." Harry nodded as he took his seat for the third time to continue his studies, the beautiful English countryside passing him by outside the window as he did so. He managed a couple of hours of respite from interruptions before the door was flung open again, this time by a bushy-haired girl with prominent front teeth. "I'm looking for a toad, a boy named Neville has lost one," she stated, her eyes darting around the interior of the small room. "No toad here," Harry sighed. The girl deigned him with a look before her eyes widened. "You're Harry Potter." The high-pitched tone of her voice prickled him, and he was about to offer a rebuke when Tom's voice spoke, stilling his tongue. Calmly, "Harry, we do not want to make enemies with the wrong people." "Correct," he clarified, "and you are." "I'm Hermione Granger," the girl introduced herself. "A Muggle-born," Tom explained. "Well, Miss Granger, as you can see there is no toad here. I would advise the boy to keep a closer eye on his pet. There are many owls at Hogwarts that would enjoy it as a meal." The girl flushed as she nodded. "I'm sorry for disturbing you," she offered quietly, noting his irritation. She was readying herself to leave when Harry took pity on her. It must be difficult for her, being away from her parents in a strange, new world. "Why don't you take a seat, Hermione?" he offered. "I doubt a toad will be able to get very far on a train." She nodded gratefully as she sat, though her posture was stiff. "I apologize if I was short with you. I've been disturbed one too many times today and I took it out on the wrong person." "It's okay," she replied with a tight smile. "No, it isn't," Harry sighed. "Is this your first time away from your parents?" The girl nodded sadly. "For you too?" she asked, her eyes widening as she realized her mistake. "I'm so sorry." Harry waved her off easily. "It's fine. I don't really remember them," he explained with a frown. "I grew up with my Muggle relatives, so we are in a similar position I suppose." "Will you miss them?" Harry snorted. "Only if they lose a lot of weight and I try to curse them blindfolded," he responded. Excuse me. Nothing, Harry dismissed with a shake of his head. You'll be able to write to them though. There are school owls you can use, but if you prefer, I have one of my own you can borrow. She's a snowy named Hedwig. Feel free to use her if you need to. Thank you, Hermione replied gratefully as she stood. It was nice meeting you, Harry. You too, the boy responded as he stood and offered her a slight bow. She closed the door behind her with a gentle click and Harry settled into his chair once more, praying that there would be no more intrusions. Why did you take pity on her, Harry? Because she's alone, Tom. She's scared, alone, and she doesn't want to be. I remember that feeling. No one ever came for me, Tom. I didn't want her to be like me. I was under the impression that you liked being alone. It's all I've ever known. Silence fell for a few moments before he received a response. You have me, Harry, Tom reminded him. Harry nodded. I have you. Thankfully, the rest of the journey passed pleasantly enough, and without further incident. When the train arrived in Hogsmeade, Harry exited to the sound of a booming voice calling across the platform. "First years this way." Harry complied and found himself stood in front of the largest man he had ever seen. He made Uncle Vernon look like a toddler in comparison. The man had a beard so thick that his eyes were barely visible beneath it. "You a first year?" the giant asked, getting a nod in response from the boy. "In one of the boas there," he instructed, nodding in the direction of the lake behind him. "Wait, hold up. Thas never little, Ari. I've not seen ya since you was a nipper, no. Bigger than my, and I must have been a big baby," Harry commented, earning a chuckle from the man. "Ya won't remember me I s'pose. The name's Hagrid. I knew ya ma, and dad." "Well, it's nice to meet you again, Hagrid," Harry returned, accepting the offered paw he called an appendage. "Sorry, Ari," Hagrid offered as a crying girl approached, "work to do. Feel free to visit when ya get a chance." Harry nodded and made his way over to the boats. Joining two others in the rear of one, he waited to be transported to the school, the chill of the September evening making him shiver. Carefully, he drew his wand and cast a warming charm on himself, one that Tom insisted would be useful during the colder months he would spend in Scotland. "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there," a girl with red hair and freckles greeted. "I'm Susan Bones. A very important family, Harry. Her aunt works within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, or did once, perhaps that has changed." Harry offered the girl an easy smile. "Harry Potter," he introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Harry," the girl replied happily. "This is Hannah Abbott," she added, gesturing to a B***-owned girl styled in pigtails next to her. "Are you really Harry Potter?" the other girl asked shyly. "Well, if I'm not, I've been lied to my entire life," he returned with a grin. The girl giggled, a sound that made him flinch slightly. He didn't much like giggling. It reminded him of when Dudley was younger and would do it, though he would also snort like the pig he was. The trio fell into a comfortable silence as the boat glided across the surface of the water and the castle slowly came into view as they rounded the corner. "There's Hogwarts," Hagrid announced. "Beautiful, ain't she?" Harry couldn't help but agree with the sentiment. The castle was indeed a sight to behold. It was much bigger than he had expected, appearing more so with each of the lights visible through the windows indicating a room in the building. It drew closer until the boat he was in hit the bank with a gentle thump. After climbing out and helping his fellow passengers do the same, he followed along with the rest of the first-year students, led by the giant man clutching a lantern to light their path. As he reached the front door, he crashed his meaty fist against it 3 times and waited. After only a slight pause, it opened to reveal an aging witch, her formerly red hair tied in a tight bun and a pair of thinly framed glasses perched atop her nose. "I've got the furs, years, Professor," Hagrid explained. "Thank you, Hagrid," the woman replied tightly. Immediately, Harry got the impression she was not someone to cross. She gestured for the nervous group to follow her and they soon found themselves within the large entrance hall. Once they had settled, her gaze swept over them before she gave a slight nod. "My name is Professor McGonagall. I am the deputy head of the school and the instructor of Transfiguration, also, the head of Gryffindor House," she introduced herself. "Shortly, you will be called into the hall where you will be sorted into your respective houses. These houses are, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. You will reside with the rest of your house during your years here. Good work and behavior will earn house points whereas poor behavior and performance will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points will be awarded the house cup. Any questions? A very nervous redhead raised a trembling hand. How will we be sorted? He asked. My older brother told me I'd have to wrestle a troll, BPD. The woman pursed her lips in displeasure as the students sniggered. I can assure you, Mr. Weasley, that the removal of your clothes will not be required. The boy nodded as the woman turned and opened the large doors behind her, revealing an even larger room full of students sat across 4 tables, each one seemingly for one house. Harry followed the rest of his peers into the room, his eyes being drawn immediately to the ceiling that depicted the night sky. It is enchanted, Tom explained. An incredible feat of magic yet to be replicated anywhere else. Harry nodded his appreciation as the group came to a halt in front of another table, this one full of adults that could only be the rest of the professors. Harry caught Hagrid giving him a friendly wave and he returned the gesture with an appreciative nod. When I call your name, you will step forward and place the sorting hat upon your head. When your house is announced, you will join them at their table, McGonagall explained. Hannah Abbott. The B***own stumbled as she climbed the steps before taking a seat on the stool. Professor McGonagall rested the hat on her crown and the hall fell silent. Hufflepuff, the hat announced after only a few seconds. The table of students clad in black and yellow cheered and clapped for the girl as she took a seat amongst them. Susan Bones, McGonagall called next. She too was sorted into the House of the Badger and Harry waited eagerly for his own turn, pausing as a concerning thought crossed his mind. Worry not, Harry. The hat can only read the traits you possess. It will not be able to sense my presence. Remember, I am you and you are me, Tom soothed. Harry nodded and was pulled from his thoughts in time to see Hermione join the Gryffindor table. The sorting continued very much the same until the second of a set of twin girls with the name Potter was sorted into Gryffindor, her sister having gone to Ravenclaw before her. Harry Potter, McGonagall called. A cacophony of whispering followed him as he approached the stool, the sound of it grating on his nerves considerably. Thankfully, it ceased when he felt the hat fall gently onto his head. Ah, Mr. Potter. A very keen mind if I do say so myself. I see that you are ambitious, an admirable trait, but no. Your ambition has found no purpose yet. You lack loyalty, Mr. Potter, certainly not Helga's house for you. Well, you can be a cunning one when needed, excellent. You have all required to be one of Salazar's. You could certainly be great there. Well, knowledge is power. It certainly is. Yes, you have a thirst for it and have acquired much already. A strong mind, courage in spades and one who wishes to be able to make his years here fruitful. Greatness awaits you, Mr. Potter, but are you ready for it? We will see. Ravenclaw, the hat announced. The House of Blue and Bronze erupted in cheers as he removed the hat and sat amongst the other first years that had been sorted here previously. Well done, Tom congratulated. You will do well in Ravenclaw. Harry nodded his appreciation and clapped politely throughout the rest of the ceremony. When the last name had been called and the redhead that had asked about wrestling a troll had been sorted into Gryffindor, a man in purple robes with a long white beard stood to address the room. That is Dumbledore, Tom muttered. Be very careful around him, Harry. He is not as benevolent as he appears. What about the one with the black hair and big nose? Harry whispered as the table filled with a plethora of dishes. He helped himself to a pile of chicken and potatoes having not eaten since breakfast. His name is Severus Snape, Tom informed him as he tucked into his meal. An excellent potioneer, he added thoughtfully. He doesn't seem to like me much, Harry muttered. Best be cautious of him also. Do not make eye contact with either if you can help it. The mind arts. Indeed, both master legilimens. Severus is exceedingly gifted in occlumency also. Harry nodded his understanding. Tom had warned him of those with the ability to delve into his mind at a whim, and it was not something he wanted to experience. Since he had been 8, Tom had been instructing him in occlumency to prevent such attacks, but he was far from being able to repel a master practitioner. It would take another several years at least before he would even be close. Do not worry, Harry. I can help keep your mind safe. The boy breathed a sigh of relief as he helped himself to some treacle tart and put his concerns to the back of his mind. Soon enough, the plates along with the food vanished from the tables and Dumbledore stood again, holding up a hand for silence. Now that we have eaten our fill, it is time for some beginning of term announcements, he revealed. Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that there should be no casting of spells between lessons and that the list of banned items has been updated. This can be found attached to his office door," he finished, his eyes gazing towards a particularly amused set of red-headed twins seated at the Gryffindor table. "Also, the Forbidden Forest is just that. Students are prohibited from entering unless they are accompanied by Hagrid or during care of magical creatures lesson with Professor Kettleburn. And finally, the third-floor corridor is off-limits to anyone that does not wish to die a most painful death." A smattering of whispering ensued at the final declaration, many uncertain as to whether the man was trying to be humorous or was indeed serious in his instruction. "Now, I do believe that it is time for you all to go to bed. Pip pip," he concluded. Harry stood with the rest of his house and followed the prefect that had come to collect them from the hall and up 3 flights of moving stairs. They were led through a series of corridors, and eventually, they came to a rather strange door without a handle. "Welcome to the entrance to the Ravenclaw Common Room," the prefect, a rather bland, mousy-haired girl announced. "To enter, one must simply answer a riddle. It changes each time and will only present one to a member of our house." She waited for a moment until a rather alluring voice spoke. "I am not alive, but I grow. I don't have lungs, but I need air. I have no mouth, but I must be fed. What am I?" Harry frowned at the riddle. It was not a particularly difficult one to decipher. "Any guesses?" the prefect asked. "It's fire," Harry sighed when no other offered one. The door popped open with a click as the prefect nodded appreciatively at his deductive skills. "Very good, Potter. Come along, I will show you around." Again, Harry followed at the rear of the pack into a large circular room where the older students were milling around, some reading and others catching up with their fellow students after some time away. This is the common room where you will likely always find an older student. If you get lost or require assistance, we are all usually happy to help, but do not try to disturb the 5th and 7th years if possible. They are preparing for exams at the end of the year. Any questions so far? When none raised their hands, the girl continued. "Upstairs, we have the girls' rooms and the boys on the other side. We are traditionally the smallest in number with a large tower. We can therefore offer single accommodation. For those of you that wish to share a room, discuss it with Professor Flitwick and he will make the arrangements." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The thing he had been dreading was sharing a room with others. He'd never even had a bedroom of his own, let alone had to share the small space he did occupy. "Your timetables will be given to you during breakfast, which starts from 6 am and finishes at 8. Now, if there aren't any questions, I will show you to your rooms." Again, no questions were asked, and Harry found himself led up a set of stairs whilst each student was shown to their room. The girls were first and then it was his turn along with the 3 other boys that had been sorted into the house. "Boot, Goldstein, Macmillan and Potter," the girl called, pointing to a different door with each name called. "Should you need anything, the head boy can be found at the end of the corridor," she explained before taking her leave. Harry merely shook his head. He was tired and wanted nothing more than to climb into his bed. He pushed open his own door and closed it behind him, locking it with a tap of his wand before taking in the room that would be his own for the next 7 years. It was more spacious than he had been expecting, complete with only a large 4-poster bed, desk and some empty bookshelves that he would undoubtedly fill during his time here. Thankfully, his trunk had been placed at the bottom of the red and he retrieved some pajamas from it so that he could change. It had been quite a surreal day for the boy, but one he had endured with as much respect and politeness as he could muster. It had been trying for him, but he believed he had comported himself well. "Good night, Tom," he whispered as he climbed into his sheets, reveling in the comfort of the plush mattress. "Good night, Harry," Tom returned warmly, "a brand new journey awaits you. From the morning, we will be pushing you further than we have yet." Harry could only nod his acknowledgement before sleep took him, the events of the day having all but left him exhausted. Being an early riser saw him in the great hall amongst the first bunch to enter, mostly consisting of Slytherins and others within his own house. Not having met any of them, he took a seat close to the staff table and helped himself to some scrambled eggs and toast, propping open his Transfiguration book when his plate had been filled. So lost in it he became, he did not notice the room fill up around him, not until a cough pulled him from his reading. "I just wanted to welcome you to Ravenclaw, Mr. Potter," a very diminutive man greeted him. "I'm your head of house, Professor Flitwick." If you have any issues or need any assistance, my office is open until 10 p.m. Thank you, Professor. I will bear that in mind, Harry replied with a nod. My pleasure, the little man squeaked. This is your timetable, do ask for help if you become lost. The castle can be rather daunting for new students. Harry accepted the piece of parchment offered and gave the man a smile. I will, he assured him. The man returned the gesture before taking his leave to carry out his duties, and Harry turned his attention once more back to his book. Where were you? A voice broke into his thoughts. We waited for you to get up. Harry frowned as he was met with the sight of his fellow first-year Ravenclaw boys looking at him expectantly from the other side of the table. I wake up early, he shrugged. Oh, the boy exclaimed. I'm Michael Corner by the way, and this is Terry Boot and Anthony Goldstein, he introduced the others. Harry gave each of them a respectful nod. The Boots and Goldsteins are prominent members of the Wizengamot. These boys could be allies for you in the years to come. It's nice to meet you all, he replied. How are you finding all of this? Michael's face lit up with excitement. It's amazing, he declared. I've visited on several occasions. My father insisted I know my way around the castle before coming here, Anthony interjected. Smugly. Harry immediately took a disliking to the boy. He was pompous and rubbed him the wrong way with his self-importance. It's all right, Terry shrugged. Well, since you already know your way around, Anthony, perhaps you can lead us all to the dungeons. We have potions first, Harry informed him. I can do that, the responded nervously. Unsurprisingly, the boy did seem to know his way around, something that only made the grin he wore even more smug. They arrived at the classroom with time to spare, and Harry removed his book from his bag along with his potions kit. After only being inside the room for a few minutes, the door opened with a loud bang and a darkly dressed man entered, the very same one that had been scrutinizing him from afar the night before. If you even attempt to use that wand, it will cost you more points than you will ever gain, he warned one of the Hufflepuff boys who appeared as though he was preparing to cast a spell. Well, put it away, the man barked. The boy almost jumped out of skin as he hurried to pocket his wand. The professor ignored this and swept his gaze across the room. There will be no foolish wand waving in this room. You are here to learn the art of brewing, a practice that takes patience, skill and resilience. If you have all three, there may be hope for you. If you lack even one, you are doomed to failure, he warned. I can teach you to bottle fame, brew glory and even put a stop to death. Harry found he disliked the man, but he could certainly respect the command he held over his class. Not a sound could be heard as he glided around the room, introducing his chosen topic more dramatically than he likely had intended. Potter, he called suddenly. What would I get if I added asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry frowned. He had no idea what the answer was. That is a question for fifth years, Tom seethed. We will show him, Harry. The answer is the draught of the living death. It is a sleeping potion. Well, the professor prompted irritably. A sleeping potion, Professor. I believe it is called the draught of the living death. The man's eyes widened briefly before he scowled. Indeed, he conceded, his voice laced with suspicion. And where would you look if I were to instruct you to fetch a bezoar? This, Harry did know. Tom had drilled him extensively on poisons and antidotes when he was 9. He had been fearful that the Dursleys might try and use it on him. It is found in the stomach of a goat. It can counter most basic poisons and some less common. The man nodded thoughtfully. Very good, he praised reluctantly. And finally, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They are both the same, better known as aconite, a poison that cannot be countered using a bezoar. A ghost of a smirk appeared briefly on the man's face before he composed himself. Well, why are you all not writing this down? Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He may not like you, Harry, but he respects good work. I'm pleased you are remembering my teachings. 2 out of 3 difficult questions is not bad at all, Tom praised. I still needed your help, he muttered. Shut up, Potter, Snape barked, having heard his voice. Harry shook his head and got to work on the potion they would be brewing. It was a rather simple recipe and he managed to complete it with little issue. By the end of the lesson, he had a rather well-made boil cure. Snape held it up to the light as he shook the phial, looking for any imperfections in his brew. It is a passable attempt, he commented before turning sharply away and dismissing the class with another unnecessarily loud command. Thank Merlin, Harry sighed. He truly wishes to dislike you. Do not give him further. "'Cause, Harry." Harry huffed. He didn't know what he had done to cause such dislike in the man, but he truly didn't care. If Snape wanted to be a git, he would just have to keep producing good results so that he had no reason to. Putting the unpleasant professor to the back of his mind, he headed towards the Transfiguration classroom on the 4th floor, another lesson he would be sharing with the Hufflepuffs. "Bloody hell, Harry," Michael puffed out when the three boys caught up with him. "How did you know all that?" "Reading," Harry answered with a shrug. Michael frowned but was prevented from pressing him further when Anthony piped up. "I thought Justin was going to wet himself when Snape told him off," he snorted. "What a baby. I can't imagine you being braver," Terry commented. "I'd bet you actually would." "I would not," Anthony denied. "You would," Terry countered. Harry simply shook his head, leaving them behind as he entered the classroom and took a seat near the back. The three boys decided that they would sit with him, much to his chagrin. He ignored them as best he could whilst he waited for Professor McGonagall. Much to his surprise, a cat that had been perched on the edge of the desk sprung to the floor, changing into the woman midair. Her feat of magic earned her a round of applause and she smiled tightly at them. Transfiguration is amongst the most difficult branches of magic to learn, let alone master, she began her introduction. "Here, you will learn inanimate to animate transfiguration." She demonstrated this by turning her desk into a large pig and then back again. "Conjuration," she continued, flicking her wand and creating a chair seemingly from nothing, and many other forms of the practice. "Be warned, it is as difficult as it is dangerous. Any caught acting foolishly will leave, never to return." A few of the students fidgeted nervously in their chairs. The woman was not as loud as Snape, but she didn't need to be. Her presence was commanding enough. "You will turn to page 3 in your books and attempt to transfigure a matchstick into a needle," she instructed, a wave of her wand providing each student with what they required. "That's easy," Anthony declared before waving his wand and muttering the incantation. The match remained as it had been and both Michael and Terry laughed. "Yes, easy," Terry mocked. "Well, why don't you do it if you're so good?" Anthony bit back. Terry shrugged and followed the other boys' example, his results proving to be no better. "See," Anthony returned. Michael too struggled to get any change, and as a result, neither of the boys had managed it by the time the professor came to check on them. "It's too hard, Professor," Anthony whined. "It takes practice, Mr. Goldstein," the woman insisted. "If you spent less time mocking one another and helping, you may very well see improvements in your work." Anthony's ears flushed red as he nodded. "Potter, have you managed it?" Harry shook his head. "Just as we discussed, Harry. Showed just enough that you are above them," Tom reminded him. "Go ahead," the woman encouraged. Harry drew his wand and mumbled the incantation whilst waving his wand over the matchstick. "Very good, Potter," the woman praised. "Excellent for a first try." "It didn't work," Harry sighed, pointing to his now metal matchstick. "You managed the most difficult part," Professor McGonagall countered. Harry shook his head as he took Michael's and placed it in front of him. "It doesn't feel right when I say the word. It feels like something is blocking me." It was the truth, mostly. Harry had tried to work different spells using wand movements and incantations, but the way Tom had taught him prevented it from happening. "What do you mean, Potter?" "It feels easier when I do it like this," he explained. Without uttering a word, he simply pointed his wand at the matchstick, focused on his intention, and it changed into a perfect needle as his magic escaped through his wand in a controlled wave. Professor McGonagall's eyebrows almost disappeared into her hairline at the demonstration. She composed herself by clearing her throat with a cough. "Is it this way only for transfiguration?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "Is something wrong, Professor?" "No," she assured him, "there is nothing wrong at all, Mr. Potter. You simply have what is known as an instinctual grasp on magic. It means you have enough control over it and your intent to get the results you desire without the need of incantations and wand motions. It is rather astounding that you achieved such a thing at your age. We don't begin working on it here until 6th year." "Oh," Harry mumbled. "It is not something to be despondent about," she chided. "I expect that it will serve to benefit you considerably. Have you tried any other spells?" Harry nodded. "I can do charms, some defense spells and other transfigurations." The professor hummed appreciatively. "I simply believed that you had inherited your father's talent for this subject." He was a nuisance, but the best I ever taught, she finished with a sigh. I wouldn't know, Professor. Of course, she replied apologetically. Do feel free to seek me out if you wish to learn of him. He was an excellent student and I had him in my office often enough that I have a few stories to share, let me tell you. Thank you, Professor, Harry returned sincerely. For now, however, I would like to see what it is you can do. I will check in with the rest of the class and return shortly. Harry nodded as she left. I think she likes you, Anthony chuckled when the woman was out of earshot. He's good at transfiguration, Terry defended him. My dad said that not many people are. Good for you, Harry. Thanks, Terry, Harry replied gratefully. Excellent, Harry, Tom praised. True to her word, McGonagall did return and somewhat put him through his paces by having him demonstrate much of the first-year curriculum and even a few second-year spells. She had praised him for the standard of his work, but said nothing more on the matter, and by the end of the day, he was spent and could do little more than crawl into his bed after dinner. It will get easier, Tom assured him. The more you use your magic, the more stamina you will have. It is something we will work on. Remember, the hard work will pay off. The end of the first week of teaching had arrived and Albus Dumbledore had gathered all members of staff in his office for a meeting. It was something he did every year to get an idea of how well the students were doing and if there were any causes of concern that need to be raised. His position kept him busy, sometimes busier than he would have liked. This meant that he didn't often get to spend time with the students and relied heavily on his staff to bring anything needed to his attention. Thank you for joining me, he greeted them all over his half-moon spectacles. He had cleared a space in the room for a table large enough to seat them all. He sat at the head so that he could see each one of them with ease and he would not miss any input from those less talkative. Do we have any pressing concerns amongst our returning students? In anticipation of an answer, he dipped his quill into a nearby inkpot, ready to take any necessary notes. The Weasley twins are already causing havoc, Albus, Minerva sighed. 3 times I have had to have them in my office. Something must be done about them. Dumbledore nodded as his quill scratched against the parchment. The twins were bright enough, when they found something they wished to learn. I will have a word with them, he promised. Anything else? He received a series of headshakes in response. Excellent. How are our first years faring? Any concerns? Longbottom, Minerva huffed. The boy is barely scraping an acceptable level of work. I don't know what Augusta has done to the boy, but he is terrified of everything, even his own wand. Dumbledore sighed as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Frank was very much the same when he arrived. Augusta places too much pressure on her charges. I will request that she comes in for a meeting. Would you like to be there, Minerva? The woman nodded and Dumbledore took down another note. Any other concerns? Not a concern, as such, Phileas broke in, but I do feel it prudent that we discuss Mr. Potter. He is not mixing well with other students. There has been no unpleasantness, he added when Dumbledore appeared to be concerned, but when he is not in lessons, he isolates himself away from the others. He does not seek out companionship and is barely tolerant of others that force their company on him. That is concerning, the headmaster mused aloud. Has anyone else noticed this? I think it is something we all have, Albus, Minerva answered. I do not know what to do. Clearly, he wants to be left alone. I don't think him isolating himself is a good thing, Dumbledore sighed. Something we only have ourselves to blame for, Albus. It was us that placed him there with those awful people. Because it is where he is safest, Minerva, the man reminded her. It has done him no good. Merlin and Albus, both James and Lily were outgoing, social people. I see nothing of either of them in him. The boy is a damned shell. I too was against the idea of the boy being placed there, Severus broke in, surprising the older man. I would hazard that his life has been rather unpleasant. That is a rather rash assumption to make, Severus, Phileas squeaked. Snape shrugged uncaringly. I will monitor the situation and pay a visit to them if necessary, Dumbledore assured them. How is he other than the apparent issues? He is brilliant, Albus, Minerva answered before anyone else could. He is already casting his spells non-verbally and with intent. I wouldn't believe it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Truly. The headmaster questioned, a concerned frown marring his features. I would agree with Minerva's assessment. The boy is a natural at charms, theory as well as practical, Phileas interjected. Is there any reason to believe that this is not a natural ability? None whatsoever, the charms master replied. No, Minerva concurred. He managed a partial transfiguration using an incantation. I genuinely believe that he is naturally inclined towards intent-based magic. Do you think that it is possible that Petunia told him of his heritage? Dumbledore questioned Severus. The man curled his lip in distaste. The woman is spiteful, jealous and petty. She would do all she can to ensure he didn't find out. Perhaps something happened and he worked it out for himself. Dumbledore frowned. Such a thing reminded him of a different boy he had visited many years ago. Tom Riddle had been able to utilize his magic before he knew he was a wizard. Perhaps Harry had done the same. He would need to keep a close eye on him for any further worrying signs. What do you think of him, Severus? He is quiet, Albus. He has so far demonstrated the brilliance of his mother without the expected arrogance of his father. High praise indeed coming from yourself, Dumbledore replied with a smile. It is early days, yet, the man grumbled. I would ask that you all keep an eye on him for the time being. I will have a discussion with Harry if needed. What do we do about him in classes, Albus? His is excelling at a rapid rate and I am reluctant to slow him down. I do not want him to disengage from the subject, Minerva inquired. I am of a similar position, Phileas added. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, his mind wandering to the many things regarding the boy. Nurture him, he decided, and keep me informed of his progress. The two professors readily agreed to the request. Dumbledore soon brought the meeting to a close and sat behind his desk once he had cleared away the conjured tables and chairs, his mind occupied by thoughts of Harry Potter. He had not expected the boy to have a good life with his relatives, but his personality was rather troubling. At worst, he would have expected a meek boy, perhaps lacking confidence and in need of a few friends to brighten him up. He had not expected a rather brilliant introvert. He sighed as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. He would watch him as best he could and perhaps pay a visit to the Dursleys if required. Harry had given him no reason to do so thus far. Yes, he wasn't what any of his staff had expected, but he hadn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he had proven to be respectful and dedicated to his studies. The older man couldn't help but wonder if he would be so concerned if it were any other student. It was unlikely he would. Many a student of a similar disposition had passed through these halls during his many years here and only one had taken a path that should not have been tread. So long as Harry showed no signs of following in Tom's footsteps, he had no reason to worry. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he put the cork in his phial, completing the last lesson of term. Tomorrow morning, the majority of the students would be leaving the castle to return to their families for Christmas, something that he was looking forward to. Not returning to the Dursleys, of course, but he would have less people to deal with only a daily basis for a couple of weeks. His first few months of school had flown by in a blur of lessons, studying under Tom and discovering a love of flying. Ever since his first lesson, he had taken to borrowing a school broom from time to practice. It had come as naturally to him as anything ever had, and he found it to be an excellent way of relieving stress and to have a few moments to himself when his workload was piling up. Both McGonagall and Flitwick had taken it upon themselves to push him, though their efforts paled in comparison to how much a taskmaster Tom had become. During the evenings and even on weekends, the man would set him goals to complete, whether it would be completing a mixture of charms and transfigurations in an allotted time, or even providing new spells for him to learn. It took its toll on the boy, but he was certainly feeling the benefit. One day, you may come across a wizard more powerful than yourself. If you can be faster than him, and accurate, then you can be victorious, Tom had explained. Harry took each lesson to heart, always trying to better himself under the guidance of the man and the professors he had at his disposal, and only 3 months in, he was already showing signs of improvement. Little else had happened around the school other than on Halloween. Harry frowned at the memory and shook his head. It was during dinner that Professor Quirrell had entered the Great Hall and announced that a troll had entered the castle and was currently in the dungeons. The cowardly man had then proceeded to faint on the spot, bringing him down considerably in Harry's estimation. The stuttering man was a rather poor teacher and Harry struggled to glean anything from his lessons. With the incessant speech impediment, just being around the man combined with the overpowering stench of garlic within his room had begun to induce headaches, and the incident with the troll had proven to be the final straw. Harry had decided he was learning nothing, and he was tired of the pounding in his head. Once this term was over, he would no longer attend the classes. His time would be spent better working with Tom, who could teach him much more. Surprisingly, Tom had agreed. He did not like the idea of Harry wasting his time there. A defense professor that cannot handle a simple troll. The man is an embarrassment, he had declared. Fortunately, the troll had been subdued by the professors before it could bring lasting harm to anyone. Hermione Granger had spent a few days in the hospital wing after receiving minor wounds from it, but the professors had arrived in time to prevent further issue. Harry had made sure to visit the girl whom he shared so few classes with and gifted her with some chocolate and a card wishing her a speedy recovery. She had been pleased to see him, and the two whiled away a few hours discussing their experiences of school thus far. She explained that she had become friends with Neville Longbottom, a shy boy in her house, and that being away from her parents was not as daunting as she'd expected. Harry was pleased for her, pleased that she would not be forced to endure her school years as lonely as she might have had she not made a friend. She again had thanked him for allowing her to use Hedwig, and he had left her to sleep of the remainder of the trauma she had suffered. "It seems that you have made a friend," Tom had commented. "No, not a friend, just an acquaintance," Harry countered. When bid to do so, he exited the dungeons and returned to his room, where he studied and worked under the tutelage for a few hours. Come morning, he would likely have the entire tower to himself, and he could enjoy some time in his own company and without fear of being intruded upon by those who sought his company. The past few days leading up to Christmas Day had been bliss. Not a single Ravenclaw had remained within the castle, and very few students in other houses had elected to stay either. It had given him much time to relax, go for an occasional fly, and work on his magic. There was little more he could ask for from life than the peace he'd had. Pulling himself from the warmth of his sheets, he was surprised by the small pile of gifts at the foot of the bed. He'd purchased a few gifts for the boys in his house and one for Hermione himself, but he had not expected to receive anything. He hadn't before and had no reason to believe this year would be any different. He picked up one of them and tentatively unwrapped it, revealing a book on advanced transfiguration and a note from Terry Boot. He found himself smiling unwittingly as he shook his head. He had purchased a book on potions for the boy. He too had managed to prove to Snape that he was not an inept, lost cause when it came to the art, and he had began dedicating himself to it. Often, he would consult Harry on the homework they had been given to complete, and the two would share notes. Anthony had gifted him with a variety of sweets, and Michael, a model broom that began flying above his head upon being opened. The sentiment brought another smile to his lips as he opened the next gift, this one courtesy of Hermione. She had given him a copy of Hogwarts, a history, and a bag of all treats that he hoped were for Hedwig. He knew that she had a penchant for spending a considerable amount of money on books, so it had made sense to send her a voucher for Flourish and Blots. Coming to the last gift, he couldn't fathom who it could be from. It was neatly wrapped in purple paper with a scribbled note attached. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well," he muttered as he tore open the package. A large, silvery piece of cloth slipped through his fingers and pooled on the floor in front of him. He retrieved it with a frown, wondering what on earth it could. "I believe that it is an invisibility cloak, quite the valuable commodity," Tom commented. "Though, it makes no sense. If it did indeed once belong to your father, that would make it around 12 years old at the very least. Did they not last that long?" "No, usually 5 years at best. If this truly belonged to your father, Harry, then it is an exceptional artifact and one you should hold on to." Harry nodded. He did not know who had sent the cloak, but if it was his father's, it was the best gift he would likely ever receive. "We will have uses for it in the future," Tom spoke. "For now, best put it away. If it was gifted to you from someone within these walls, they will be expecting you to use it the first chance you get. Give it a few weeks and then I will be able to give you a gift of my own also." Harry couldn't agree more. Until he knew where the cloak came from, or until a reasonable enough time had passed, he wouldn't risk using it. He didn't know if any type of spell or curse had been put on it, and he wasn't far enough into his studies to look for such things. Curses and spells were intricate things and not something that should be messed around with lightly. Tom had been very firm when informing him of that. Opening the presents had sapped any appetite he may have had, so he decided to skip breakfast. Instead, He headed to the Ollery with the bag of treats he had received and spent some time with Hedwig whilst contemplating how much his life had changed over the past few months. He had no complaints about being at Hogwarts really. He had his own room, was fed 3 times a day and had access to an exhaustive number of books in the library. The one thing that did play on his mind more often was the fate of his parents. It was hard to not think about them when most of the professors spoke so highly of them often. Flitwick and McGonagall would often mention each of them, pointing out how proud they would be of him. Harry, however, didn't know how to take it. When he had been at Privet Drive, the Potters had been a taboo subject. The one time he'd had the audacity to ask his aunt about her sister, he had been hit with a frying pan and he hadn't asked again. It is okay to think of them, Harry. There's no point dwelling on the past, Tom, he countered. They're gone. What do I have to gain from knowing about them? Memories from other people are not good enough and it would only make me miss what I never had. He shook his head. No, best let them rest. I'm here and they're not. It's just me, Tom. It will always be just me. Us, Harry, the voice corrected. Harry said nothing as he fed his owl a few treats whilst she perched herself on his shoulder. He couldn't be certain how long he remained in the tower, but it wasn't until his stomach growled loudly that he headed back inside and towards the Great Hall to see what was on offer for lunch. When he arrived, it was to find that 3 of the house tables had been set aside, leaving only one in the middle. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore greeted him, "do please join us." Harry took a seat opposite a group of redheads who had evidently decided to stay at school for the holidays with a couple of other students dotted around. Around him were a few members of staff he recognized, including Professors McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick. Another member of staff he didn't know was there also, a woman with glasses so thick that they made her eyes bulge comically. He ignored the way she stared at him as he helped himself to some potatoes, vegetables and chicken before placing the plate down and sliding his wand from its holster and into his hand. Casually, he set about eating same carrots, leaving a hand free under the table. Living with Dursleys had given him a keen eye for trouble, and the red-headed twins opposite were clearly cooking something up. He couldn't certain just what it was, but it was brewing. In his periphery, he saw one of them unsubtly load a sprout onto a spoon before it was aimed in his direction and the cutlery used like a catapult to launch it in his direction. Reacting quickly, he gave his wand a wave, stilling the projectile only an inch or so from his face. George, the elder of the 4, chastised. "Oi, I'm George," the seemingly innocent twin corrected. Harry merely tilted his head slightly at the dripping green before shaking it in amusement. "I appreciate the offer, but I don't like sprouts," he declared before giving his wand a flick and propelling it back towards the offending boy. So shocked at the turn of events, the redhead did not even move, and the sprout hit him in the middle of the forehead with a wet, dull thud, leaving a smear of gravy behind as the vegetable landed back on his plate. "Bloody hell," the youngest of the 4 swore. Harry shrugged as he replaced the wand in his holster and continued to enjoy his meal, the odd silence broken by an irate Professor McGonagall. "That will be a week of detention, Weasley," she seethed. "If any other food finds itself with the ability to fly, I will make it a month." The boy was aghast, his mouth gaping at the rather severe punishment. "I think Weasley was trying to introduce himself," Harry broke in. "I believe that he does not have the social skills to do so without throwing food like a common ape. I think a simple lesson in manners would be much more effective." "A lesson in manners?" McGonagall asked with a slight frown. "Of course, allow me to demonstrate." Harry wiped his mouth with a napkin before standing and approaching the confused redhead. Upon doing so, he offered the boy his hand along with a polite smile. "Hello, Weasley, I'm Harry Potter, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance," he introduced himself. The boy looked between his 3 siblings in disbelief before Harry sighed and leaned forward. "This is the part where you stand up, shake my hand and tell me your name." Weasley stood almost mechanically and returned the gesture, grasping the younger's hand in his own. "I'm George Weasley. It's nice to meet you, Harry." Harry nodded his approval as the other twin stood. "I'm Fred," he announced, offering a hand that Harry accepted. "This is our older brother Percy and little Ronnikins." "Just Ron," the youngest of the 4 growled, his ears reddening in embarrassment. "How many of you are there?" Harry questioned. 7, Fred answered proudly. "Bill and Charlie have already graduated, and Ginny will be starting next year. I bet your mother has her hands full with you." Probably just you two, he added, nodding towards each twin in turn. You flatter us, Fred replied with an elaborate bow, a large grin plastered across his face. Harry sighed, wishing he hadn't engaged them as he had. Well, my dinner is getting cold and I would like to finish it. It was nice meeting you all, he said with a more composed bow of his own. Oh, and Weasley. What? Fred asked. Your posture is terrible. Your poor mother would have a fit if she saw you slouch like that. Allow me to help. With a flick of his wand, the underwear of the boy tightened uncomfortably, causing him to yelp as the fabric was pulled taut in a northern direction. Straightening him. I don't think any punishment is necessary, Professor, Harry argued as he retook his seat. As you can see, just a small lesson was all he needed. A ghost of a smile pulled at the corners of the woman's mouth as she nodded her agreement. I believe you were right. I will, however, have to take 5 points from Ravenclaw for using magic during dinner and then give you 10 for assisting a professor. And another 10 for excellent application of magic, Dumbledore added with a chuckle of amusement. Harry offered the man a nod before finishing his meal and returning to the empty tower. He had around another week of having it to himself and he wanted to take full advantage of it. That meant lots of practice under the mentorship of Tom and likely a considerable amount of reading. It was the kind of thing he lived for, his goals ever present in the back of his mind. He was pleased with the start he'd made and wished to go on with the same dedication. He would continue with the same dedication. Alas, the serenity of the castle did indeed come to an end with the returning students and life returned to normal at Hogwarts. Again, Harry found himself in a comfortable routine of attending his classes, minus defense, working with Tom during the evenings and managing a fly on one of the school brooms. It was in mid-February that Tom felt as safe to use the cloak for the first time and had drilled Harry on some basic detection charms. Having practiced and cast them successfully, the cloak was deemed safe to use and absent of anything that could be detrimental. Tom had assured him that anything that could be deemed sinister would have alerted the wards. The charms he had learnt would only be able to identify things such as tracking charms and other spells of a similar nature. It was only because of this that Harry found himself beneath the cloak for the first time and making his way towards the 7th floor, a part of the castle he seldom visited. What I am about to show you must be kept a secret, Harry. It will be a space reserved only for you. If word of it were to get out, then it would be lost to us. Harry nodded his understanding. I want you to pass this expanse of wall 3 times, back and forth, whilst thinking about a room where you can practice magic. Harry found the request odd, but complied, nonetheless. He passed the stretch of wall until a door materialized within the stonework, stilling him in shock. Go inside, quickly, Tom urged. Harry entered to find himself in what could only be described as a large chamber. A set of what appeared to be mannequins lined the wall the furthest away and there was a desk with bookshelves lining one of the walls. What is this place? He asked in awe. A very special room, Harry. I happened upon it during my 5th year as a student. I experimented with it for a while and discovered that it could become almost anything I needed. As far as I am aware, it is one of the best kept secrets within the castle, and as it is not in use, I can safely say it remains that way. It's amazing. It is, Tom agreed, and I am passing it on to you. This is where we will be completing our training from now on. I had intended on showing it to you much later, but the cloak has made it possible sooner. Thank you, Harry whispered as he walked towards the bookshelves to get a closer look. Do not thank me, yet, Tom chuckled. This simply means that I will be working you harder now that we have the facilities to do so. Harry nodded. The additional hard work would be worth it so long as this room was available to him. The end of the school year was drawing near and Harry was not relishing the thought of returning to his relatives. For the first time in his life, he had been free, he had a bed of his own and was able to practice his magic. Daily visits to the alley would not be the same and he could admit that he would simply miss being here. You could always find a hotel to stay in, Tom suggested. No, Harry declined. I will not squander money for a little comfort. I will stay with the Dursleys and keep them in line when necessary. Harry had his reasons for wanting to return to the Muggles, none he had spoken out loud. It was a personal thing to him, even if it did sound foolish in his own mind. He'd had a trying evening in his room. Tom was working him harder than ever on his speed and accuracy drills and the effort left him rather exhausted. It was, however, proving to be a boon. His spell work was beginning to show signs of considerable improvement, and Tom had promised there was much, much more to come. He found himself descending the stairs that led to the 5th floor when he found himself accosted by the defense professor, seemingly lying in wait for him. He sighed knowing that the man had finally caught up with him. Harry had been avoiding this conversation since the new year and had done so successfully until now. Word, P. Potter, he requested as he gestured for the boy to follow him. Already, his head was pounding from the thought of the impending conversation with the man, and the overwhelming stench of garlic only made matters worse. He didn't know it was possible that a person could have such an unpleasant effect, but this one did. His head throbbed dully as he took a seat within the room at the behest of the strangely dressed professor. Wished to ask just why you have not attended MIL lessons. Harry shrugged. No offense, Professor, the garlic gives me unbearable headaches. I have been using the time to study the subject. The man nodded as he frowned unhappily. Careful, Harry, Tom warned. There has always been something very odd about him. During your absence from his classes, it has gotten stronger. This man is very dangerous. Calmly, you need to get away from him. Harry swallowed deeply as he stood. Again, you have my apologies, Professor. Perhaps you'll allow me a couple of days to revise and then you can test me. Quirrell's eyes narrowed before a benign smile formed as he nodded happily. Very well, P. Potter. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he made his way to the door, only to be caught short by the sound of a wheezing voice. Stop him, it demanded. Before he could even turn around, he felt something impact against his back and he taken by the darkness, the sound of Tom shouting furiously inside his mind. He couldn't be certain how long he was out for, but he woke in an unfamiliar room, shivering from the cold on the floor. Thank Merlin, Tom whispered. Do not move, Harry. Whatever is happening here cannot be good. Stay still and let it pass. The boy flinched as Quirrell shouted in frustration and he slammed his eyes shut tightly. It was an awful feeling, the same one he had felt growing up during the early years of being at the Dursleys. He was scared, vulnerable and with no one seemingly to help him. It was a feeling he detested, and he vowed that if he were to survive whatever was happening to him, he would not allow himself to feel such a way again. I am trying, Master. The mirror will not yield the stone, Quirrell growled. Then use the boy, he is awake, the unseen person chided. Please, just stay calm, Harry, Tom pleaded. Do as you are asked. I will think of something. Harry felt himself be hoisted from the ground and the room spun uncomfortably. When his vision cleared, he saw that Quirrell remained in front of an odd mirror which he must have been speaking of as he levitated Harry towards him, his head pounding more the closer he got. Look in the mirror, Potter. What do you see? Harry did as he was bid, surprised by the reflection that stared back at him. It was undoubtedly him, but older by what couldn't be more than half a dozen years. Around him floated a shadowy figure, absent of a discernible face. His expression was one of resolve, though he looked happier and healthier than he had felt, with a determined gleam in his eye, his mirror self, exuding strength and confidence. The figure nodded towards him expectantly. What do you see? Quirrell pressed. I see myself, happy and healthy. Strong enough to handle whatever life throws at me. The disembodied voice laughed mockingly, causing Harry to cringe at the sound. He speaks the truth, it spoke after a moment. I wish to meet the boy. No, Master, you are not strong enough. Without the stone this will all be for nothing. Silence, the voice shouted. Do as I command. Quirrell's lip trembled as he unwound the turban on his head before turning his back towards Harry. The sight that met him was horrifying. Instead of a head of hair or a simple shaved patch of skin, he was met with the visage of another protruding from the back of the professor's head. Harry Potter, the voice greeted him in a labored whisper. For 10 years I have waited for this moment, waited to look upon the boy thought to be my downfall. Harry, you need to run, Tom frantically instructed. Please, just run away. Now is not the time to confront him. Voldemort, Harry whispered in recognition, the very same man thought to have perished the night he had murdered his parents. It is I, Harry, the face confirmed. Not quite as dead as the world believes. Not quite alive either, Harry bit back. Very true, Voldemort conceded, but it is only a matter of time before I have a body of my own. You, however, will not live to see such a thing. Kill him, he instructed. Run, Harry, Tom screamed in his mind. The boy bolted as quickly as his legs would allow, only for him to fall victim to a hex as he scrambled up the stairs and towards the only door in the room. He tried again, this time stopped as he reached it by a wall of flame erupting in front of him, blocking his path. He turned, panicked, and with no way to escape. "What do I do?" he whispered. "You must fight back, Harry. With whatever you have, you must fight back," Tom sobbed. Flicking his wand in his hand, he was at a loss on what move to make. Firing spells at a target was one thing, but a real fight was something else entirely. "Anything, Harry. Just do something." Harry nodded and flicked his wand towards the approaching man, his heart sinking soon after as his effort was batted aside carelessly. "You cannot stand against the might of my master," Quirrell shrieked as he closed in. "Again, Harry." The boy wanted nothing more than for the man to get away from him, for it to hurt for what he was trying to do to him. With another desperate flick of his wand, a bolt of pink careened from the tip. Quirrell was but a few feet away when he cast, leaving him with no time to defend himself as the spell cleaved through his elbow, severing the arm to the ground with his wand still clutched in the hand. The professor screamed in a mixture of agony and fury as he launched himself at Harry, the boy shocked into stillness by what he had done. He felt his throat tighten under the squeeze of the man who continued to scream. Desperately, he clawed at the hand choking him and his nose was assaulted with the smell of burning flesh. Quirrell released his grip as he stepped back, the hand Harry had grabbed crumbling into ashes. All he could do was stare dumbly at the appendage as it burnt away. "Get him, Harry. End him before he tries to end you again," Tom hissed furiously. Without thinking, Harry launched himself at the man, grabbing his face and eliciting another blood-curdling scream, the disembodied voice joining his own as for flesh was scorched away. "Get him," Voldemort screamed. Once more, Quirrell tried to launch himself at Harry but was stopped in his tracks as a spell impacted against him and propelled him across the length of the room and into the wall on the other side. Quirrell hit the ground with a sickening crunch and remained there unmoving. Harry turned to see Albus Dumbledore entering the room with his wand in hand, his eyes alight with a fury none would expect from such a seemingly gentle man. The boy shuddered as he felt the magic rolling off him, it was almost suffocating being around such power. Evidently, his reputation as an excellent sorcerer was well earned and Harry couldn't help but lament at how weak he was in comparison. "One day, Harry," Tom whispered tiredly. Harry's attention was pulled to the form of Quirrell once more as a scream of fury sounded and a ghostly figure rose from within the man and charged towards the headmaster. The attack, however, was prevented by the appearance of a translucent golden wall, and as the specter ricocheted off it, it launched through the ceiling, vanishing with a final shriek. With the ordeal over, Harry's knees buckled, and he fell to them trembling, the contents of his stomach escaping him as he vomited from the rush of battle. He felt a hand rub his back gently as he gasped for air, his emotions whirring, and his body exhausted from the efforts. "You have my apologies, Harry," Dumbledore spoke. "You should never have been put in such a position. Had I not been away from the castle, I can assure you that you would not have been." Harry could only nod in response as he attempted to calm his breathing. "I feel that it would be prudent to get you some medical attention, just to ensure that you have not suffered any lasting effects from the events of this night." Harry again felt himself lifted from the ground, this time much more gently under the warmer magic of the headmaster. He didn't remember closing his eyes, but when they opened next, he found himself enveloped in warmth, the sheets wrapped around him and unfamiliar, different to the blue he was used to. "How long was I out?" he asked as he spotted Dumbledore sat by the bed, his eyes full of concern. "Only a few hours, Harry," the man replied. "How are you feeling?" "Just tired," Harry answered truthfully. Dumbledore nodded. "Fortunately, you have not suffered anything further than a bout of exhaustion." Understandable given the circumstances. Harry released a deep breath of relief. "He's not gone, is he?" Dumbledore shook his head. "No, I do not believe so." Harry felt his heart sunk. He didn't know why Voldemort wanted him dead, but that didn't matter. It was the fact that someone so powerful was coming for him that bothered him so. "He's going to come for me again. I will do all I can to prevent that, Harry," the old man assured him, "but he will try and may one day succeed. Voldemort is a very gifted wizard and will resort to any means to get what he wants." Harry accepted the words with a slight huff. "Think on it no further," the headmaster encouraged. "You are safe, Harry. For now." "Yes, for now," Dumbledore agreed with a smile. Perhaps you could satisfy my curiosity on an unrelated matter. Harry shrugged in response, happy to no longer discuss the Dark Lord vying for his blood. When did you become aware that you are a wizard? When I was 7, I suppose, he answered truthfully. I managed to apparate away from my cousin and his friends when they tried to beat me up. I knew there was something different about me. That is an extraordinary piece of magic for one so young, Harry, Dumbledore praised. An attempt such as that could have proven most unpleasant. Harry offered another shrug and Dumbledore sighed. It does explain why your magic works the way it does, I suppose, he continued thoughtfully. You had a need and your magic reacted. I suppose it has made it more inclined towards your intent. I must caution you, however, intent can be interpreted differently depending on your emotion and how vague you are with it. I didn't mean to cut his arm off, Harry replied honestly. No, but your magic interpreted it that way, Dumbledore countered. Worry not, Harry. There are things that we can do to prevent such thing happening. Like what? I will send a book to you during the summer. It will be a set of spells that I wish for you to learn the theory of, ones that will be useful in situations you need to defend yourself with. I can assure you, they are exceedingly useful and will negate the need to remove limbs. They are some personal favorites of my own. Given the reports I am receiving of your most excellent progress, it will be a challenge for you. That sounded rather useful to Harry. Expanding his spell repertoire was something that he and Tom would be working on. Anything else Dumbledore could add to that would be a boon. Thank you, Professor. The man nodded as he stood. I believe that what happened this evening should be kept between ourselves, Harry. Not because I think people shouldn't know, but because I do not want the wrong people to. If they were to hear of this, it could prove to be disastrous to my efforts of putting an end to Voldemort. I agree, Harry replied. Please, do enjoy your summer, Harry. I expect both Professors McGonagall and Flitwick will be looking to push you harder next year. Harry nodded as he sunk back into the mattress, his thoughts firmly on what had happened with Quirrell and Voldemort in that room. I'm sorry, Harry, the voice of Tom spoke sullenly. I have failed you. No, Harry disagreed. I would have died in there if you hadn't have helped me. It wasn't enough. Then we must be better for the next time. We will be, Tom vowed. With him coming for you, things will need to change. I need you to trust me, Harry. I would never do anything to harm you, but there are things we need to begin preparing for. I trust you, Tom. Good. I thought that there were things that would need to wait, but time is against us. He is coming for you, Harry. Are you willing to do what it takes to put an end to him? Harry remembered the feeling of helplessness, the vulnerability and the fear. He never wanted to feel it again, to feel so weak. The fact that this man had murdered his parents only served to steel his resolve. I am. Then rest. We have a new goal to focus on, Harry. Dark times may lay ahead of you, but you will emerge the victor, that I can promise you. It was midway through the summer break that Harry found himself unpacking his trunk in a hotel room, all thanks to a deranged house elf arriving at the Dursleys the night before. He had never seen one of the creatures, and if they were all like this one, he had no wish to see another. Dobby, as it had introduced itself, had intruded upon him unannounced with some rather ominous and nonsensical claims. Having said his piece, he vanished, leaving Harry as equally confused as he was concerned. The elf took a great risk by coming to you, unless he was instructed to do so by his master, Tom mused aloud. I would heed his words, Harry, especially with what happened before summer. Harry agreed and decided that the Dursleys was clearly not as safe as Dumbledore believed. If an elf could breach the protections, all it would take would be one to be instructed to kill him to render them useless. As such, he had vacated the home and decided to spend the rest of the summer in Knockturn Alley. He had his cloak to hide when needed and had even used a false name. In his position, there was little else he could do lest he were to lock himself in his vault at Gringotts for the remainder of the summer. I suppose it saves us having to get trains every day. Everything we could ever need is right here, Tom added supportively, clearly pleased that Harry had left the home of his relatives. So, what now? We continue with our preparations, Tom answered. Tonight, you will use that cloak of yours to sneak into a bar named the Hairless Hag. There you will witness your first ever magical duel. Harry nodded excitedly. Tom was adamant that he began working on being able to defend himself. Watching duels would be an excellent way to get a feel for it. He could only look on in awe, enraptured by the spectacle of the battling wizards in front of him. It had not been easy finding his way in here. He'd had to navigate past 2 teams of security wizards and down a narrow set of stairs without bumping into anyone to reach the basement, but it had been worth it. Thus far, he had witnessed several duels between men, women, and even a fight between vampires. His eyes widened as a wizard closed the gap between himself and his opponent and rammed his head into his nose before hitting him with a rather unpleasant spell that cut deeply into the flesh of the arm. Had the other not rolled his shoulder in time to block it, it would have likely cleaved a chunk from his face. "That's cheating," Harry whispered furiously. "That is fighting," Tom countered. "Dueling regulations mean nothing here, nor in a fight for your life. Remember that, Harry. You must do whatever it takes to survive." Harry nodded his understanding as he continued to watch the tuppety unfold before his young eyes. Voldemort wasn't going to play by rules when he came, so Harry couldn't either. Since his first encounter with the man, he had put his focus of replenishing his family wealth to one side, replacing it with ensuring the Dark Lord was dead first as a priority. He was a long way off such a feat, but he would get there. "I need to be as good as them, Tom," he muttered. "No, you need to be better, Harry, much better," the voice replied, "and you will be my boy." "Is this really necessary?" Harry asked as he continued etching the same symbol into a piece of parchment repeatedly. At the beginning of summer, Tom had begun tutoring him in ancient runes, a subject he would not be able to study for another year at Hogwarts. He had explained that learning it was of paramount importance if he wished to defeat Voldemort one day. Harry did not understand how learning something so trivial could be vital, but he didn't ask any further, and Tom refused to explain why considerable emphasis was being placed on it. "I truly wish it wasn't, but this will give us a significant advantage over other wizards. But not Voldemort. It will go far in evening out your disadvantages." It appeared that the vagueness would continue when it came to the reason behind learning runes, though he truly was enjoying it. It was certainly a fascinating subject and could prove to be useful for many careers when he finished his schooling, his thoughts of his future options, as always, playing on his mind. "That will do for today. You can pick it up again tomorrow," Tom instructed, eliciting a sigh of relief from the boy. "Go and fetch the book you bought from Borgin yesterday." Harry did as he was bid and returned to the worn table with the book in hand. It was old, the leather having been worn and cracked in places from use, and the pages yellowed considerably. He had thumbed through it at his leisure the night before, both horrified and curious as to what he had read. It was not a book he would have chosen for himself, but one that Tom had insisted he source. Delving into the studies had not been his idea, but he had been quickly convinced by his mentor that it was needed. Already at the age of 11, and even before at 1, someone had tried to take his life, and he needed to be able to prevent that. He had been lucky, thus far, and luck was not something he was willing to put his life on. Flashback. "We must discuss how we move forward, Harry," Tom sighed uneasily. "What can I do?" "You need to be able to defend yourself against the darkest of practices. Voldemort is an expert in dark and obscure magic, spells that most have never even heard of, let alone witnessed. Isn't that what defense against the dark arts is for?" Tom snorted. "You will not learn to defend yourself sufficiently from what is coming, not at Hogwarts. So, what can I do? You're not exactly filling me with confidence here." There was a pause before Tom spoke again, his words having been chosen carefully. "To fight what is coming, you too must become an expert on it. You must become as knowledgeable and as dangerous as him if you wish to stand a chance." Harry frowned in thought. "Do you mean fight fire with fire?" "In a way, yes. I am not encouraging you to use such magic, but you must understand it, must know what it is capable of. It is your choice whether you choose to use what you learn. But it must be done." "But, it's dark," Harry pointed out unnecessarily. "That is what you are taught," Tom conceded. "When you grow older you come to realize that magic isn't inherently light or dark as the Ministry would have you believe. Magic is all about intent and how you use it." Harry nodded thoughtfully at the words, confused but trying to understand. "Are you likely to cast any of these types of spells on a person that was no threat to you?" "No," Harry denied firmly. "What if I told you that you could harm someone with a water summoning charm even more than with a cutting curse to the neck?" "How?" "Well, I could use a simple body bind to prevent them from moving and aim a water charm at their face," Tom explained. "What do you think that would do?" "They'd drown," Harry replied. Indeed. I could also control how long they are subject to that treatment. Something like that could be made to last for days. Harry nodded again, this time more confidently. Being hit with a cutting curse will not necessarily kill you, but it will hurt, and a hit to the neck would be rather quick. How would you rather be killed, Harry? With the cutting curse to the neck, he replied. Do you see my point? I do, Harry sighed. I truly wished to wait before beginning these teachings, Harry, but time is against us. I want to give you the best chance at survival, so we will have to perhaps do some things you don't like. I know, Harry replied. What you're saying makes sense. I need to know what I will face. He will kill me if I am not ready. He will, Tom agreed. Learn what I can teach you and it will give you your best chance. I will, Harry vowed. End flashback. It had been a rather sobering conversation for the boy. He didn't want to hurt people, other than Voldemort or anyone else that came after him. As always, he wanted nothing more than to be left alone. If people couldn't respect that, he would have to make them. It had taken a while to get over cutting off Quirrell's arm, the man's screams having haunted his dreams for days after, but again, Tom had made him see sense and explained his magic had acted in his best interests. Although Dumbledore had seen it differently, the man had sent him an even older book than the one he was currently reading. It was more a handwritten notebook of non-fatal spells that Harry was finding very useful, even if he hadn't managed to cast any of them yet. The man had warned him they were rather advanced for his age, and he had proven to be right so far. He shook his head of those thoughts. He was still learning and practicing useful spells and would continue to do so. Other than that, it seemed that he was doomed to learn about dark magic also and runes. He couldn't forget about the runes. Harry chided himself as he pushed his way through the crowds in Diagon Alley. He had completed his shopping for the upcoming school year but had seemingly done better with his runic studies than he had anticipated. He had been instructed by Tom to get the next few books in the series before he had to leave for the castle tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him until he had arrived here, he had chosen the busiest day possible to do so. His irritation only grew as he reached Flourish and Blots and spotted the queue snaking its way up half the length of the street, mostly made up of middle-aged witches. What the hell is going on? He asked himself aloud. Bloody Lockhart, that's what, a bespectacled man next to him grumbled. 2 hours have been waiting for my wife. The name made Harry cringe internally. Upon receiving his reading list for the year, most of it was comprised of books written by the man. Harry had read a few pages of one and immediately refused to purchase them. They had proven to be nothing more than exaggerated tales designed to stroke Lockhart's ego. If even half of what had been written was true, he would eat Hedwig. He had no idea what their new professor was thinking by including them, but he hoped that it would be only to ridicule the man. Unfortunately for him, that was not the case at all. Having no interest in meeting the idiot, he'd been allowed to enter the store ahead of those waiting, much to his relief, and purchase the books he required. It was when he was leaving that he caught sight of him, garnering the attention of the room by standing and clearing his throat. I was going to keep this secret a little longer, but now appears to be as good a time as any, he began with an irritating grin plastered across his face. From tomorrow, I will be taking a hiatus away from battling werewolves, vampires and the ilk and dedicating myself to teaching our next generation. That's right, folks. I have been highly requested by Albus Dumbledore to pass on my expertise as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. A resounding cheer sounded at the announcement and Harry's groan was lost amongst the cacophony. Worse yet, the man spotted him within the crowd, his eyes lighting up in recognition. Not wanting to be a party to the man's public plea for attention, he ducked through a gap in the crowd and headed towards the front door, only to be hindered by a brawl that had broken out between a red-headed man and AB***owned. Get him, Dad, a familiar voice encouraged. Harry turned to see the Weasley twins along with their other siblings cheering the man on, whilst a woman that could only be his wife did her best to separate the two, along with a member of staff bemoaning the damage they had done to his displays. Eventually, the altercation came to an end and the B***owned stood, a trickle of blood running over his lips and down his chin. From where he stood, he could not hear the words spoken between them, but the B***owned returned a book that to the youngest redhead before taking his leave a moment later with another familiar B***owned in tow. A Malfoy, Harry muttered. Lucius Malfoy, Tom informed him. The Weasleys and Malfoys have been at odds for years. Harry shrugged as he managed to squeeze his way out of the shop. Whatever was going on between the two families was none of his concern. He had his own problems to deal with. Voldemort was one thing, but he had to contend yet again with an incompetent teacher in one of his most important subjects. It will be another year of self-study, Harry. Fear not, you will learn much more this way than from a buffoon. Harry wholeheartedly agreed. He was making excellent progress under Tom's tutelage and would benefit much more from that than a man like Gilderoy Lockhart. Perhaps his placement would prove to be a blessing in disguise. Now, he only had to find a way to avoid him for a year. He rubbed his head as he glared at the wall that was supposed to allow him entry to platform 9 3/4. Something was blocking him from doing so, and as a result, he had run headlong into the brickwork, attracting a considerable amount of attention from other passers-by. It seems your little elf friend is rather insistent on you not returning. Tom chuckled. He can do that. Elves, along with other creatures, have abilities that we as wizards do not. Never underestimate them, Harry. Great, the boy mumbled irritably. What do I do now? Leave the station. There is a bus you can summon that will take you to Hogsmeade. It gives you the opportunity to have a look around before you can go next year. Harry exited King's Cross and headed towards the nearest main road a short walk away. Simply hold out your wand in front of you. It will find you. Harry did so and was almost sent sprawling when an enormous bang sounded and a purple, triple-decker bus appeared in front of him, its door clattering open as it came to a halt. Welcome to the night bus, a bored voice greeted him. I am your conductor Stan, where may we take you today? Hogsmeade, please, Harry answered entering the vehicle. That'll be 5 sickles. He handed over the money and took a seat just in time to be flung back into it as another bang sounded, his stomach turning uncomfortably. It was nothing like riding a broom nor the carts at the bank. There was nothing fun nor exhilarating about this at all. Shut up, he muttered as Tom laughed at his expense. Fortunately, he only had to endure the experience of the bus vanishing once more before it skidded to a stop. Hogsmeade, please mind your step when leaving the vehicle, the conductor advised. Should have bloody advised caution when getting on the bus, Harry huffed when it had vanished for what he hoped was the last time in his life. Merlin, I feel sick. I will teach you to apparate during your 4th year, Tom promised. Your magic will have stabled enough by then. Harry nodded gratefully. So long as he didn't have to take the bus in the interim, he could live with that. Well, I've got 7 hours to kill. What is there to do here? Overall, the village was rather anticlimactic. He'd enjoyed honeydukes and even zonkos, some of the items having reminded him of how he brought the Dursleys to heal all those years ago. Other than that, there was little that would entice him there. He had a meal in the 3 broomsticks and had to endure the other patrons gawping at him like a sideshow of some kind. The other pub available did not even bear thinking about. The Hog's Head had been filthy, the barman obnoxiously rude and the patrons as unpleasant looking as those he had seen in The Hairless Hag. He personally much preferred Nocturne Alley. There were much more places of interest there. I suppose there is a certain charm about it, he conceded, taking in the architecture of the place. It took some time to grow on me also. Tom revealed. You'll find the mountains quite beautiful and secluded. I'll remember that for when I come back. He arrived at the station shortly before the train and followed the students not entering their school for their 1st year towards a line of carriages that were seemingly being pulled by nothing. Over here, Harry, a voice called to him a short distance away as a tall redhead waved at him. This can't be good, he muttered as he headed in the direction of the older boy. We can't have you with the other riff-raff, one of the twins declared, hoisting him into one with a group of other students dressed in robes of black with red trimmings. A disgrace it would be, just like you being an eagle. No idea what the hat was thinking there, the other added as he was wedged between the two. I don't know, Harry replied. Being away from you two as much as possible can't be a bad thing. From what I saw in the alley, mischief runs in your family. Ah, good times, one sighed. Watching Malfoy getting thumped was the highlight of the summer. You were there. And you didn't even come and say hello to your 2 favorite Weasleys. What a disgrace, the other added, the duo beginning to induce a headache worthy of Quirrell. You talk too much, Harry grumbled. I should have known better than to get in here. Shish, you wouldn't want to offend our beautiful teammates and Oliver, would you? I have no idea who your beautiful teammates are, Harry shrugged. No offense, he added to the 3 females in the carriage. Then allow me to introduce them, the twin to his left requested. This young lady is Katie Bell, an excellent chaser and quite the attractive lady, is she not? The girl frowned at his antics but gave Harry a friendly wave which he returned. Next is the amazing Alicia Spinnet, a demon on a broom and with a wand in her hand. You do not want to be hit by a stinging hex from this one. The girl shook her head at the redhead before giving Harry a nod. And finally, we have the wonder that is Angelina Johnson. Angelina enjoys throwing quaffles through hoops and telling us off in her spare time. She seemingly ignored the commentary given about her and waved at the younger boy. Oh, and that is Oliver Wood. He is obsessed with Quidditch. The thickly built boy could only shrug in response, finding nothing disagreeable about what had been said about him. This, the other twin broke in, is Harry Potter. Harry is the only boy to pull off a prank against us in almost 4 years. A prank that saved you a week of detention, he reminded the boy. And that is why you do not have us as an enemy. Any time away from Filch is a good time. Besides, McGonagall loves you. If we pranked you, she would hit the bloody roof, the twin grumbled. You could always prank Lockhart, Harry suggested. No. If we did that, our mother would throw us off the roof. She's obsessed with the man, the boy returned with a firm shake of his head. You could always do it, the other interjected. Harry snorted. I might well do, he mused aloud. Anyway, it was nice meeting you all, he said before jumping out of the carriage as it came to a stop. He didn't dislike the Weasleys at all, they were just rather overwhelming to be around. They seemed nice enough, but he could imagine that facade would crack if they were to target you. Harry didn't have time for things like that. Not with Voldemort coming for him, and he certainly didn't have time to entertain idiots like Lockhart. He could only imagine what lessons with him would be like. You should attend one of the classes at the very least, Tom advised. Against his better judgment, Harry took the suggestion on board and found himself in a lesson with the man the very next morning, despairing at the quiz that had been placed in front of him. As expected, the new professor was only here to stroke his own ego, each question on the parchment pertaining to him and nothing of the subject they should be studying. With a shake of his head, he put his quill down when requested, the nib still as dry and unused as when he had taken it from his bag. Excellent, Lockhart praised, his teeth gleaming as he gave the class his best award-winning smile. Now, who can tell me what my favorite color is? Miss Lee. Lilac, Professor, the girl answered with a blush. I see you have been paying attention to my latest book, Magical Me, the man observed. Take a point for Ravenclaw. Idiot me, more like, Harry muttered. Sorry, did you say something, Harry? Nothing at all, Professor. I was just offering you a compliment for giving us such useful knowledge. The man continued to grin stupidly as Harry planned just how he would spend his time during these lessons. Undoubtedly, he would be on the 7th floor learning something worthwhile. The man was a fraud at best and Harry had no time for him. He did however wonder how long he could get away with not attending his lessons before it was noticed. Much to his surprise, he managed to avoid going to defense until the afternoon of Halloween when he was accosted by Professor Flitwick shortly after leaving the hidden room. He was making his way back to the Ravenclaw Tower when the diminutive man caught up with him as he was passing his office. A word if I may, Mr. Potter, he requested, beckoning the boy into the office. Harry immediately knew what the impromptu meeting would be about. For the past weeks he had dogged the defense professor rather effectively with excuses and the occasional tripping jinx to make his escape. His efforts now seemed to be for naught as his head of house stared at him from across the other side of the desk. It has been brought to my attention, Harry, that you have not been attending your defense against the dark arts lessons. Could you please explain to me why that is? Because Lockhart is useless, Harry answered honestly. My time is better spent actually learning the subject than watching him posture around a room talking about how great he is. Did you know that he set a group of pixies loose in a lesson and one stole his wand? He ran away and left Hermione Granger to clean up his mess. This coming from a man who supposedly fought off 3 vampires with his bare hands. The professor chuckled as he shook his head. I myself find his tales rather fanciful. Outright lies, more like, Harry countered. The man wouldn't know his ass from the right end of his wand. Language, Harry, the man chided before letting out a sigh. How is your time spent when you are supposed to be in with Professor Lockhart? I do lots of things, Harry shrugged. I've worked my way through the entirety of the second and third year syllabus for defense. I suspected as much, Flitwick sighed. You are progressing at an exceptional rate in your wand subjects. You continue to astound me in charms. You demonstrate perhaps even more brilliance than your mother in the subject. You would have taught her, right, Professor? The little man nodded sadly. She was an exceptional student, Harry. I feel that I would be doing not only you, but her a disservice if I didn't push you the way I do. Not only was she an exceptional student, but she became a dear friend once she graduated. A silence fell amongst the pair as the professor lamented the loss of the woman. Anyway, so long as you are applying yourself, I don't see any reason to force you to attend the lessons. However, I will be expecting excellent grades from you come the end of the year. I will simply tell Professor Lockhart that you are working on a project for me and that I am tutoring you for some of your second-year material. Thank you, Professor, Harry said gratefully. Do come to me, Harry, if you have any issues, if you need more challenging work or I can assist you in any way, my door is open. Harry nodded as he stood. I will, Professor. Thank you again. You're welcome, Flitwick offered as Harry left the room to shower. He had only just begun a physical exercise regime and he was tired. Tom had explained that taking care of his body physically would help with his magic and work on the min arts. He also hinted he would need to be in good physical condition for something else further up the line, but he did not specify any further. As such, he had been dedicating more time to improving his body. From what he had seen, magical folk were rather lazy for the most part and being fit would certainly benefit him when the eventual fighting would begin. He shook his head as he pulled some fresh clothes from his trunk and headed towards the bathroom. The cascade of hot water running down his back was a welcome feeling, washing away the sweat and soothing the aches and pains he had accumulated from the hard work he was putting in. Reluctantly, he turned it off after several minutes and dried himself before getting dressed. When he arrived in the common room, he found that it was empty, his housemates having left to go to the planned feast for the evening. Having no appetite, he decided he would go and see Hedwig. He had only learnt that his parents had been murdered on this date the previous year, and discussing his mother with Flitwick had put him in a rather somber and reflective mood. His life hadn't been great, far from it in truth. He'd endured outright abuse courtesy of the Dursleys and had spent his years isolated. He had Tom, of course, but when it came down to it, Harry was alone in the world, other than his feathered companion. He had mixed feelings about this. Once upon a time, he had craved friendship, had sought out such when he had started Muggle school. His efforts, however, had been in vain. Dudley had seen to that. Very early on in life, he had accepted loneliness. The thought that it could change when he started Hogwarts had crossed his mind, but he found that he had nothing in common with anyone here. Most looked to him as a very strange enigma, either worshipping him or avoiding him. There was none he would consider friend nor none he wished to drag into the mess that was his life. A Dark Lord thought dead was still quite alive and out for his blood, and it was Harry that would have to deal with that in the end. After giving the owl a final treat, he helped her back onto her perch before heading inside and out of the October chill. Winter was fast approaching the castle now. As he entered the warmth of the corridor, he was caught short by the sound of a voice coming seemingly from nowhere. Instantly, his wand was in his hand as a trickle of fear made its way down his spine. His first thought was that Voldemort had returned, the way the voice reverberated around the walls very reminiscent of how his had sounded in the room with the mirror. Rip, tear, kill. Who's there? He called, ready to cast a spell in a heartbeat. Harry, what did you hear? Tom asked frantically. A voice, Harry whispered as he proceeded down the corridor slowly, his eyes darting back and forth. He had only made it to the next corridor when he heard screaming coming from ahead. His sedate pace was abandoned as he sprinted forward and came upon a large gathering of students, most of whom were Gryffindors staring at a rather morbid scene. It took Harry a moment to recognize the caretaker's cat that hung limply from one of the sconces in the wall, a message seemingly written in blood just above it. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware, an older student read aloud. Harry, we must get away from here, Tom pleaded. Harry's response was cut off by the arrival of Filch, wailing as he caught sight of his beloved pet. WHO did this. WHO killed Mrs. Norris. He screamed, his eyes scanning the crowd accusingly. Argus, Dumbledore called loudly, himself and most of the staff having come upon the scene but a moment later. I do not believe she is dead, merely petrified. Prefects, escort the rest of the students back to their houses. The professors and I will get to the bottom of this, said reassuringly. Harry left the scene and headed back to the tower, his mind abuzz with what had just happened. He didn't know what the Chamber of Secrets was, nor who this heir the message referred to could possibly be. What do you know about it, Tom? He asked when they were safely in his room. You were very adamant I leave, so I know you know something. He heard Tom sigh in his head. The Chamber of Secrets is a Hogwarts legend. It is said that when Salazar Slytherin fell out with the 3 other founders, he created a chamber somewhere in the school. It is said the chamber houses the monster of Slytherin and that his heir would set the monster loose to rid the school of those unworthy to study magic, Tom explained. Those unworthy? Those from non-magical families. Harry nodded his understanding. He didn't socialize much, but he had heard enough to gather that those within Slytherin House were rather intolerant towards Muggleborns and half-bloods. He hadn't been on the receiving end of it, but it was rather prominent. What else aren't you telling me, Tom? Harry pressed. You reacted very badly to what happened. He was met with silence for some time until Tom spoke again. Nothing I am certain of, Harry. I need to ponder it and decide our next course of action. With any luck, Dumbledore will get to the bottom of this before anything else occurs. Harry nodded skeptically, not quite believing that Tom didn't know more than he was letting on. He would, however, take his advice. Hopefully, he was right, and Dumbledore would be able to handle the situation before it escalated. His hope had been diminished only 2 short weeks later when a student had been petrified. The first-year Gryffindor boy had been found on the 3rd-floor corridor with a camera in hand, unmoving and as unresponsive as Filch's cat. Tom had remained rather silent on the matter, though Harry could tell it had disturbed him greatly. He insisted that he was still thinking about it and advised further caution. Harry no longer left the tower without his cloak and ensured that he was covered by it when he left for and returned from the room on the 7th floor. Other than that, it was business as usual for the boy. As promised, Tom had been pushing him harder during with his spell work, insisting that he became faster and more accurate with his casting. He had come on in leaps and bounds, and as a result, had been instructed to attend the new dueling club that had been announced just several days back. Harry didn't really have much interest in going, not after witnessing the level of dueling in Nocturne Alley, but Tom had convinced him it would be a good place to begin testing himself against others instead of just training dummies. Harry couldn't find a reasonable argument to avoid it, and so, he found himself amongst a crowd of eager students in the Great Hall. Each of the house tables had been pushed aside and a lengthy platform erected in their place. Again, he couldn't help but think this would be pointless. It wasn't as though Slytherin's monster was giving students the chance to draw their wand as it was and seemingly didn't need one to render people unconscious. He let out an audible growl as Lockhart stepped onto the platform, already preparing himself for a disappointing experience. The man likely had as much a clue about dueling as Harry did about knitting. Thank you, the man directed to those that had applauded him, milking it for all he could before they fell expectantly silent. In these trying times that we face, Professor Dumbledore has seen fit to request that I run this little club to prepare you for the dangers out there. A few whispers broke out amongst the students, some of whom were thinking similarly to Harry. This man could teach them no such skill. Professor Snape, Lockhart continued, gesturing to the dour man, has kindly agreed to be my assistant, so, to begin, we will have a friendly duel so that you can witness the majesty of 2 accomplished wizards locked in combat. Fear not, you will still have your potions master when I am through with him, he finished with a wink towards a group of 3rd-year girls. The announcement that the idiot would voluntarily face off with Snape had changed Harry's mind in an instant about being here. He wouldn't miss this altercation for the world. The 2 men readied themselves, Snape as severe as always and Lockhart appearing as though he was going to dance the tango alone. On the count of 3, the latter called aloud. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus, Snape began, his wand movements overexaggerated and slow. Harry snickered as the spell collided with Lockhart, sending him sprawling across the stage. The man truly was pathetic. Anyone with even an ounce of experience could have blocked that effort. It took him a few moments to pull himself to his feet and compose himself before smiling once more. An excellent idea to demonstrate that particular spell, Professor Snape, though, I could have stopped it if I wanted. You did make it rather obvious. Snape scowled at the man. Then perhaps we should allow the students to practice it. Of course. Why don't you all pair up and give it a go? The incantation is Expelliarmus, and the wand motion a jab, like so. He dropped his wand as he attempted to demonstrate the correct motion, most of the students missing this as they had wandered off to find a partner. Still think it's worth it? Harry grumbled, ignoring the mocking laughter of Tom as he too tried to find someone to work with. Before he could find someone, he was intercepted by Professor Snape. Potter, you will work with Flint, he instructed, indicating to an older boy who looked as though he was distantly related to a troll. Harry shrugged as he squared off against the boy who gave a grin that did nothing to improve his already unflattering looks. Disarm only, Lockhart called before giving a countdown. Flint could neither count nor care to wait any longer as he fired a disarming charm at Harry when Lockhart reached 2. He managed to sidestep the spell in the nick of time and returned his own, striking the center of the boy's chest and sending him spinning across the ground, his wand ripped from his hand. Flint growled as he stood and retrieved it, glaring at Harry in fury. Instead of sending the expected rebuttal, he sent a swarm of bees in Harry's direction. I said disarm only, Lockhart reminded them. As the bees neared, Harry incinerated them with a small burst of fire as he returned the hateful stare. His blood was pumping, and with a flick of his wand, Flint was relieved of his belt. As it was pulled away, he spun from the force, tripping over his trousers as they fell to his ankles. Not satisfied that was enough, Harry gave another flick and the shirt and jumper of the boy was pulled over his head and he attempted to wrestle himself out of them with little success. The rest of the students looked on, some in awe and others amused as Harry transfigured the belt into a large boot and sent it towards Flint's backside, eliciting a yelp of surprise from the larger boy as he scrambled to his feet. That is enough, Potter, Snape growled. Harry nodded as he lowered his wand in compliance. Flint, however, was not done as he pointed his own at Harry once more. Serpensortia, he screamed. That is a very poisonous snake, Harry, Tom warned as a large cobra exploded from the end of the wand, spitting and hissing furiously. No, Harry unwittingly hissed as it reared back to attack. Much to his surprise, the snake froze as did the rest of those within the hall, some looking at him fearfully, and in the case of Professor Snape, in shock. The man shook himself as he stepped forward and vanished the snake with a wave of his wand. Everybody, back to your common rooms. Potter, with me, he commanded, none daring to challenge his authority as the room emptied in silence. Follow me. With a frown of confusion, Harry did so and the two made their way up 3 flights of stairs before coming to a halt next to a statue of a gargoyle. Wait here, Snape insisted as the statue sprang to life and allowed him access to a hidden room beyond. He returned several moments later and beckoned for Harry to join him. Harry soon found himself following the potions professor into a wide, circular office in which a concerned-looking Dumbledore was sat behind a desk, stroking the feathers of a rather brightly colored bird. Please, take a seat, Harry, the older man offered not unkindly. Could I interest you in a drop? Harry accepted the sweet with a shrug. It wasn't often he had them, especially not living with the Dursleys. Could you please explain what happened in the Great Hall? Dumbledore requested. Flint attacked me, so I defended myself, Harry replied easily enough. It wasn't as though he lied. I understand that. Professor Snape was rather impressed with how well you handled yourself against a much older and quite capable student. I apologize, I was referring to the incident with the snake. He conjured the snake, Professor, Harry clarified irritably. The headmaster wants to know how you can speak to them, Potter, Snape interjected. Speak to them? Harry asked. The damned snake. How long have you known you can speak to them? I've never spoken to a bloody snake in my life, Harry answered irritably. Most of the school just heard you, Potter, Snape sighed. The snake was going to attack you, you spoke to it and it stopped. I only said the word no, Harry explained, his confusion growing. That is not what I heard, nor anyone else in the room for that matter. I'm confused. I have no idea what you are talking about. Dumbledore held up a hand to silence the potions master and cleared his throat. I do not believe that you are trying to hide anything, Harry, but Professor Snape is certain that you conversed with the snake. What if I did? What the hell is wrong with that? It stopped it from attacking me, he pointed out. Dumbledore sighed as he nodded his understanding. The ability to speak with snakes is an exceedingly rare one, Harry, and it does not have the most pleasant of histories. Tell me, have you heard of anyone being able to do it? Only Salazar Slytherin, Harry answered, his eyes widening in realization. Everyone will think I'm the one attacking people, won't they? Very likely, Dumbledore confirmed. Perhaps it would be considerably less of an issue if we weren't so recently plagued by another with the very same ability. Voldemort, Tom clarified sadly. He was very well known for being a parselmouth. It isn't me, Professor, Harry defended. I would never. Calm yourself, Harry. I do not believe that you are responsible for this. Clearly, you did not know you had this ability until tonight. Snape did not appear to be convinced, but he certainly looked concerned. Well, how do I have this ability? Am I related to Slytherin? No, Dumbledore replied firmly. The Potters are distant relatives to the Gryffindor line, but certainly not Slytherin. So, Voldemort is related to him. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, the last living relative of one of the founding four. That means that it can only be him behind this. My thoughts exactly, though I don't know how. Voldemort is a very resilient and resourceful wizard, Harry. Never forget that. Harry nodded. What happens now? All of them will think that I am the heir of Slytherin, he reminded the man. I will have a word with my house, explain that it is an ability that has manifested itself and only a side effect of the curse you received as a child. The purebloods will know you are not related to Slytherin, Snape offered. Please do, Severus, and instruct Minerva, Pomona and Phileas to do the same. Snape nodded as he took his leave. All will be well, Harry, Dumbledore comforted. Harry could only nod as he exited the office, not at all convinced by the words of the man. He was right to be concerned. The very next night, another student was attacked, and the finger of suspicion was firmly pointed at him by most students. As such, he found himself on the receiving end of accusing stares, whispering and pointing, or outright avoidance. In the space of 2 days, he had become a social pariah. Not that things were truly any different for him. The only thing that had changed was that none would seek out his company and he was left to navigate the school without being hindered. He was used to these stares, had endured them for most of his life along with physical violence. The students at Hogwarts had nothing on the Dursleys. He didn't want anyone to think things of him that weren't true, but it proved to be a firm reminder as to why he kept himself away from others. People were selfish and fickle. Staying away from them meant that he did not have to experience disappointment when they eventually proved it. It will all blow over, Harry, Tom tried as he headed towards the Ravenclaw Tower under his cloak. Harry merely shrugged in response. It mattered not either way to him. He was just rounding the corner on the 4th floor when he felt a pair of arms wrap around him and pull him into a seldom used classroom. He drew his wand to defend himself and turned to find himself face to face with the Weasley twins. Nice cloak, one of them complimented. How did you see me? Harry asked, removing the cloak and putting his wand back in the holster. A secret, one we would like to share with you, the other replied with a wink. Harry frowned at the two, not in the mood for their antics. Don't worry. We don't believe the crap about you being the heir of Slytherin. Not the one who got rid of you know who in the first place, the other added. Thanks, Harry answered sarcastically. But if you don't mind, I've got other people to avoid. Wait a sec, one of the pair insisted, putting an arm around his shoulders. We too, believe it or not, have had to lie low for a while at times. We've got something that will help. A map, the other revealed. A map? Harry questioned skeptically. Not just any old map, a very special one. George, please demonstrate to our little friend in need. Gladly, Fred, the other complied as he held up a weathered piece of parchment. To activate it, simply tap it with your wand and say I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, George explained as he did so. Harry's eyes widened as the parchment began to fill with a series of moving images and lettering. As you can see, it isn't only a map of the school, but it also shows where everyone is. Look, Snape is skulking around the dungeons, George pointed out the dot of the man moving slowly through the lower corridors of the school. This is amazing, Harry complimented. Did you make it? Oh, no. We are brilliant but not like this. This came courtesy of Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs. And they are. He received a shrug in reply. No idea, but we whipped this from Filch's desk during our second year. And you're giving it to me. The twins nodded. We discussed it and we agree that we owe you. You got me out of a week's detention last year and then you trounced Flint. It's either you get the map or we both key you. Either way, your need is greater than ours. We know all the secret passages now and it's less fun with no chance of getting caught, Fred finished with a shrug. Harry nodded appreciatively. A map like this would be exceedingly useful. Well, I'm grateful for it, he replied sincerely. Just be sure to wipe it when you're done. Mischief managed, he said clearly, tapping the parchment and removing any trace of the map. With only a little hesitance, he handed it to the younger boy before they headed towards the door. Use it well, George suggested with a nod as he left the room. Bloody lunatics, Harry sighed as he pocketed the parchment. There was nothing that anyone could offer that would make him part with it. The map did indeed become one of the items he would not be without daily, and he found himself consulting it regularly. He would do so when he was leaving the tower in his hidden room on the 7th floor and thus far, had managed to avoid anyone he had no wish to speak to. Thankfully, no further attacks had happened since the one just before Christmas and the school had seemingly moved on from him as being the most talked about person. The two students were still in a state of petrification, but Dumbledore had assured the rest of them that their condition would be remedied come the end of the school year when the mandrakes were ready to be harvested. Harry couldn't understand why the man wished to wait when it was likely the restorative solution could be purchased elsewhere. According to Tom, however, it was a very difficult brew and extortionately expensive. Luckily, the school had a potion master to hand who could create the required mix. Putting the thoughts of the victims to the back of his mind, Harry had been busy continuing with his own preparations. He'd been given a form to select which other areas of magic he would like to begin studying next year. With his work already begun on the subject, he naturally selected ancient runes as one of his electives and arithmancy as the other. Both would prove to be useful when it came to career options, many that appealed to him requiring one or both practices at L level. He had considered adding care of magical creatures to his list but had ultimately decided against it. He had no desire to be a magizoologist nor a zookeeper, so could see no use in the subject. With the weather having broken now they had entered April, Harry decided that he would attend his first Quidditch match since arriving at the school. He was curious as to see why almost every person in the school was obsessed with the sport just as many muggles were with football, and Terry had asked him too. He had been the only one in his year that had managed to seek him out and tell him he didn't believe he was Slytherin's heir. As a pureblood, he quickly realized that Harry was not closely related to the man, so it couldn't be him. He had questioned how Harry had become a Parselmouth and he'd been given the same response the rest of the school had. It was likely a side effect from the curse he'd been hit with as a baby. It was difficult to refute it when it was the truth as far as Harry knew. There was no other explanation as to why he could converse with serpents. So, you have the 3 chasers, the 2 beaters, a keeper and a seeker, he repeated after Terry had explained and pointed out each position above the pitch. Terry nodded. It's easier to pick up if you just watch it. There are so many rules to the game that I doubt anyone knows all of them, the boy replied. Do you play? Harry asked. As a beater, Terry proudly. I'm hoping I get the chance to play for the house team at some point. Harry nodded, surprised by the level of enthusiasm shown by his housemate. Oi, what's going on? Terry asked with a frown as Madame Hooch walked onto the pitch with Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. This match has been cancelled. All students are to return to their common rooms immediately, the deputy had announced. Another attack? An older boy from behind asked, staring at Harry. He's been with me for the past 2 hours, Terry defended. Get some bloody sense about you. The older boy muttered and shrugged as the crowd began heading into the castle. I'm going to see what I can find out, Harry whispered, nodding in the direction of the retreating staff members. I'll come back to the common room soon. Terry nodded worriedly as he watched Harry vanish within the moving bodies. Who is it that has been attacked? Gilderoy Lockhart questioned. The staff entered the castle. Hermione Granger, Professor McGonagall confirmed. She has been taken to the hospital wing. As quickly as his legs could carry him without giving himself away, Harry raced towards where the girl was. They hadn't spoken much recently, but this attack had hit him more personally than the others. Carefully, he pushed open the door and sunk into a chair next to the bed where the girl seemingly rested peacefully. I'm sorry, Harry, Tom mumbled. Harry said nothing as he took the girl's hand in his own to give it a comforting squeeze, only for his hand to encounter something other than the expected flesh. With a frown, he managed to tug the piece of parchment from her grip and flattened it out to read. Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious or more deadly than the basilisk, known also as the king of serpents. This snake, which may reach gigantic size, and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg, hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are most wondrous, for aside from its deadly and venomous fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare, and all who are fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. Spiders flee before the basilisk, for it is their mortal enemy, and the basilisk flees only from the crowing of the rooster, which is fatal to it. Underneath the writing and added in fresh ink was the word pipes. She must have been investigating it, Harry muttered, memories of the 11-year-old girl looking for a lost toad on a train surfacing. Stupid, brilliant girl. He released a deep sigh, contemplating what he should do with the information he had. It was not a favorable position to be in. At the very least, he would have to give Dumbledore this piece of parchment. He needed to know what exactly was roaming the school. He exited the hospital wing to come upon the man himself and McGonagall rushing past and hurrying up the next flight of stairs. He followed them until they reached the 6th floor and stopped just short of them as they paused in front of what Harry knew to be a wall. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever, McGonagall read. Who? Ginevra Weasley, Dumbledore sighed. She is somehow responsible for the attacks on the students. Herself and Harry Potter are the only two unaccounted for. We must inform Arthur and Molly as we mount a search. Harry removed the map from his pocket and scanned it frantically for any sign of the girl. After a moment of searching, he watched as her dot vanished whilst inside a bathroom on the 2nd floor. Wait, Professor, he called as he removed his cloak and ran to catch up with the pair. Ah, Harry, I am pleased you have surfaced. However, there is currently the most pressing issue. It's a basilisk, Harry interrupted. That's the creature attacking the students. The Weasley girl entered the bathroom on the 2nd floor and vanished from there. I'm guessing the chamber entrance is in there somewhere. Dumbledore's eyes widened at the influx of information. How do you know all this, Potter? McGonagall questioned. Hermione figured out it was a basilisk, he explained as he handed the woman the piece of parchment he had retrieved from the girl. I saw the girl enter the bathroom only a few moments ago. It was not the entire truth, but he was not going to reveal the map to the man. You may have just saved a young girl's life, Harry, he praised as he drew his wand and flicked it 3 times as he headed towards the 2nd floor. Minerva, you are in charge until I return. I have sent for Severus, Phileas and Gilderoy to assist me. Don't be such a fool, Albus. Call in the ministry. You cannot hope to take on a basilisk. I fear there is no time. She will likely have perished before they arrive. Do as I ask, please, Minerva. Let's go, Professor, Harry urged. Excuse me, McGonagall demanded. You are not going anywhere, young man. Well, if it is where the entrance to the chamber is, don't you think having a Parselmouth is required? Dumbledore sighed before McGonagall could reply. As much as I dislike it, he is right, the headmaster conceded. You will stay under the cloak and do as you are instructed, Harry. It is paramount that you listen to any instruction I give you. Harry nodded his agreement before pulling the cloak back over his head. What are you doing, Harry? You cannot go and fight a basilisk. I don't have a choice, Tom, Harry whispered. Don't do this, Harry. Please, listen to me. This can only end badly for you. Unless you have anything to tell me that will help, you need to be quiet now, Harry bit back. The voice fell silent and Harry continued to follow Dumbledore until they reached the bathroom door. They were joined a moment later by Snape, Flitwick and Gilderoy Lockhart wearing his usual irritating grin. What's the news? He asked as though such a severe incident hadn't occurred at all. Ginevra Weasley has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets. I have received good information that the entrance may very well be in this bathroom. Snape took the revelation with little more than a nod as he drew his wand with Flitwick following suit. Lockhart's eyes widened before he managed to compose himself with a nod. Very well, give me a moment to prepare and I shall join you, he offered as he turned to leave. There's no time, Gilderoy, Dumbledore sighed. It was also brought to my attention that there may be a basilisk within. Snape paled at the implication and swallowed deeply. Where did this information come from? He asked. Me, Harry answered, revealing his head, causing Lockhart to yelp in surprise. Harry has kindly volunteered to come with us. As a Parselmouth, we may need him, Dumbledore explained. Snape was about to protest when he was cut off by the older man. There is no time to argue, Severus. We have so few options available to us. Snape reluctantly nodded. Stay close to me, Potter, he said firmly. If things go wrong, you must leave. Do you understand? Yes, Professor, Harry agreed. Then let us begin, Dumbledore instructed soberly as he pushed open the door with his own wand drawn. The five of them entered the bathroom, stepping onto a flooded floor. Who's there? A high-pitched voice demanded to know. It is Professor Dumbledore, Myrtle, the headmaster replied. Have you seen anyone come in here recently? Only the same red-headed girl, the ghost sniffed. She's always in here. Where did she go? I don't know. She just stares at me until I leave. Dumbledore frowned and nodded. Excuse my rudeness, but you died in this very room if I am correct, he stated. I did, Myrtle confirmed. I was crying in the cubicle because Olive Hornby had been making fun of my glasses when I heard it. What did you hear? A boy's voice. I opened the door to tell him to get out and that's when I saw them. The big, dirty yellow eyes, right by that sink, she explained, pointing at the fixture in question. Then, I died, she finished with a shrug. Harry made his way over to the sink and began searching for any sign that it was more than it appeared to be. It was when he was investigating the taps that he spotted a very small snake engraved into the back of one. It's here, he announced. Immediately, the professors surrounded him as he pointed out the barely discernible serpent. Very well done, Harry, Dumbledore praised. Do you think you can open it? I can give it a go, he shrugged uncertainly. Open. Dumbledore shook his head as his attempt fell flat. English, he confirmed. Try now, he advised as he summoned a small corn snake. Open, he hissed as he looked at the snake, stepping away from the sink as a series of bangs and clanging pipes was heard. The sink slowly began to sink into the floor, revealing a large opening. Well, he didn't make the password difficult, Harry commented. I suspect just a demonstration of the language would be sufficient, Dumbledore mused aloud as he lit his wand and illuminated the gaping hole. You first, Lockhart, Harry encouraged. You are the most experienced out of us all when dealing with dangerous creatures. Was it not 3 vampires you defeated without a wand? I imagine a basilisk will be a doddle for you. The man gaped at the boy as Snape curled his lip in amusement. I will go, Dumbledore volunteered, coming to the defense professor's aid. He sunk to the floor and positioned himself so that he could slide into the abyss. Wait until I give you the go-ahead and then follow, he instructed before pushing himself into the darkness. It was around a minute later that he called up that he was okay and that it was safe to proceed. The exit is none too pleasant. I have cast a cushioning charm. Flitwick took the plunge next, followed by Snape. You next, Harry insisted, poking Lockhart in the chest with his wand. Harry, I must. He got no further with his protestation as Harry pushed him sharply into the hole and followed immediately after, taking glee in the man's screams that were cut off with a gentle thump as he reached the bottom. Are you quite all right, Gilderoy? Dumbledore asked as he pulled the trembling Lockhart to his feet. The man could only nod, his usually kempt hair now in disarray. Shall we proceed? Dumbledore questioned as he began to lead them through a rather large opening. Oh, dear, he exclaimed, his wand light bringing in a rather surprising sight. Within, the tunnel was the largest snakeskin Harry had ever seen. It was thicker than he was and stretched at least 60 feet. Lockhart whimpered at the sight, trembling at what was to come. Harry, I am begging you, please don't go in there. Harry ignored the voice. Tom had not been very forthcoming about the chamber and his curiosity was getting the better of him. He had at least had the intuition to get help rather than attempting to go it alone. Only a fool would do something like that knowing what awaited them here. I do believe I will require your assistance once more, Harry, Dumbledore spoke, having come to an ornate metal door blocking their path. The man already had a conjured snake waiting for him for when he arrived, the ones forming the lock quite real but wouldn't be as effective as an actual serpent. Open, he hissed once more. The snakes began to move as the door unlocked, all 5 now with their wands in hand and ready to defend themselves. Cloak, Harry, Dumbledore advised. Allow us to handle whatever is inside. Help Miss Weasley if you can. Harry nodded as the group entered. It was a lengthy cavern with statues of snakes lining the wall on either side that led to a larger, circular room at the end with what appeared to be a river of sorts bordering the entirety. It was an unexpected sight they came upon. Instead of a young red-headed girl, they found another student, this one an older boy wearing the robes of Slytherin House. As they approached, he turned to face them, an oddly calm smile tugging at his lips as he tilted his head in curiosity. The smile widened as he laughed gleefully. It must have been much longer than I thought. You've grown old, Dumbledore. Harry paused in his steps at the familiarity of the voice. It was the very same one he'd been hearing for the last 5 years. He found himself hoping beyond hope that he was mistaken. And somehow, you find yourself as youthful as when you were but a boy here, Tom, the headmaster replied, shattering what little hope Harry had that he was mistaken. His stomach sunk as the realization set in. The voice, the name. It couldn't be a coincidence. This was very much the Tom he had come to know, the Tom that had been protecting him since he was 7 years old. He didn't know what to think as a myriad of emotions washed over him, fear, betrayal, confusion. Just who was this boy and what was he doing in Harry's head? Harry, you must allow me the chance to explain, Tom pleaded. Please, it is not as you believe. The boy swallowed the lump in his throat as he shook his head. He didn't want to hear the voice, he wanted Tom to leave him alone. He felt sick as the almost opaque apparition of the boy continued his vitriol with the headmaster who was trying to put an end to whatever he was doing. The resemblance between himself and the Slytherin was quite uncanny. From the dark hair, pale complexion, down to the green eyes they possessed. Even their facial shape held similarities that Harry could not ignore. Enough, the boy shouted, his anger getting the better of him. You always were a man of words, Dumbledore. Now, allow me to show you what true power is. See for yourself the power of Salazar Slytherin. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four, he hissed, though the words were lost on the professors. The grinding of stone could be heard as the mouth of a face carved into the wall behind the boy began to open and Dumbledore sprung into action. Leveling his wand, he cast a spell that fought against it, slowing it considerably. Seeing what the man was doing, both Snape and Flitwick assisted him, successfully preventing the gap from opening any further than it already had. You cannot win, Dumbledore. You find yourself facing the might of Slytherin himself. You do not compare, the boy finished with a cackle. As he finished speaking, an impact was heard as something smashed against the stone from the other side, followed by a screech of fury. Another crashing blow against the stone and small chunks of it started crumbling away. All the while, the Slytherin boy looked on with a maniacal gleam in his eye. What do I do? Harry questioned himself, having no idea how he could assist the professors in their predicament. Lockhart was stood frozen to one side, his demeanor resembling the petrified form of Hermione Granger. Harry needed no proof that the man was a liar before this, but seeing him this way solidified his belief further. Off to one side of the room, he spotted the form of the girl they had come here to retrieve. She was sprawled across the ground, unmoving. Don't just stand there, you idiot, he hissed from beneath his cloak as he reached the cowardly man. Help me get the girl out of here. Lockhart remained in his frozen state and Harry gave him a kick of annoyance as he ran to see if he could wake the unconscious Gryffindor. Reaching her, she was clutching a small, leather-bound book in one hand and her wand in the other. He removed the latter and pocketed it before he shook her roughly by the shoulder. She remained limp and her lips were beginning to turn blue. Harry was no healer, but even he knew that wasn't a good sign. Come on, he urged as he shook her roughly again, his efforts releasing the book from her grip. With a frown, he reached to pick it up. Don't touch it, Tom warned. It is a very dangerous object. Unless you can help me with any of this, piss off, Harry seethed. How the bloody hell can I stop it? He heard Tom sigh before the voice spoke once more. I don't know if you will be able to take control of the basilisk. There is a chance, but I wouldn't risk it unless it becomes a necessity. The book is dark magic, as dark as it comes, and has proven to be my greatest feat and my biggest failure. You will either need basilisk venom or to be able to cast fiendfire to destroy it. Severus may be able to help you there. He turned to get the assistance of the potions master, only to be confronted with the image of Gilderoy Lockhart stood in front of him, his wand pointing in his direction. This will be my greatest story yet, the man declared. I return up there with the body of the girl. I fought so bravely to save her, but she perished before I could defeat the basilisk. It will be of no consequence, and I could take the skin, he seemingly spoke to himself. Dumbledore, Snape and Flitwick get a heroic death and I become more famous than ever. It's perfect. Except for you, he added with a frown towards the boy. Well, there is always a way to handle that. Sorry, Potter, obliv. He was cut off by Harry driving his foot into his groin, just as he had seen one man do to another during his evening at the Hairless Hag. He followed up with a stunning spell and Lockhart fell limp to the ground. Shaking his head, he levitated the discarded book and ran towards the trio of professors holding the basilisk at bay. What are you doing? The boy garbed in Slytherin robes asked, taking note of his appearance. Professor, can you cast Fiendfire? Harry asked, distracting the potion's master from his efforts. The man glared at him angrily, his eyes questioning him of how he obtained knowledge of such magic before he nodded. You have to destroy it, Harry urged. Quickly. After another questioning look, the man ceased his efforts to hold the serpent at bay. Move away, Potter, he instructed. Harry did so, his eyes widening as a large, unknown creature of fire erupted from the end of the professor's wand. No. The physical manifestation of Tom screamed as the book was engulfed by the flame, he too vanishing only a moment later with a hateful glare towards Harry. Harry could only look on as Snape seemingly wrestled with his own spell, the effort of which left him sweating profusely and panting from exhaustion as it finally fizzled out. Severus, Dumbledore called loudly as another loud impact and screech sounded. We cannot keep it at bay much longer. Both himself and Flitwick were starting to tire from their own work as the serpent relentlessly tried to break free. Snape again joined them, though it was little more than a gesture of goodwill. It was plain to see that the spell he used to destroy the book had taken its toll on the man. You will have to try to take control of her, Harry. Without him here, you may have more luck. Her name is Serana. I will talk you through it. Harry nodded uncertainly as he conjured a snake of his own and walked towards the still crumbling opening of the mouth, several pieces of additional stone that had been conjured little more than a pile of rubble around it. Harry, get back, Dumbledore shouted. Harry ignored the man as he prepared himself to attempt what was likely the stupidest thing he had ever done. Serana, he hissed, still the pounding continued. Serana, he tried again, this time his hissing loud enough to echo off the walls of the chamber. The crashing against the stone halted. Repeat after me, Harry. Rest, Serana, the people here mean us no harm. Rest, Serana, the people here mean us no harm, he copied verbatim. There was a pause before a lower hissing sounded, one that caused every hair on the back of his neck to stand on end. Who are you, speaker? She asked slowly. You are not my master. It is I, Serana. It is Tom. Remember when I would bring you a side of beef and we would sleep in front of your statue? I would conjure the blue flames you loved, and you would always ask that I pet your nose. Ignoring the strangeness of the situation, Harry again copied what Tom had said word for word. Tom, the snake hissed excitedly. Why didn't you come back? You promised you would. It was strange to hear such a sadness coming from a monstrous creature. A small part of him felt sorry for her. She too was lonely, just like him. I'm sorry. I never intended to leave you for so long, my sweet girl. Bad things happened to me, Serana, and I couldn't come back. Harry spoke the words of his conscience once more, ignoring the stab of emotion Tom spoke with. Will you come and see me more? She asked hopefully. I will try, Tom offered uncertainly. For now, you must rest, my beauty. I will try my best to return to you. Harry relayed the messages he had been instructed. Will you pet my nose for me, just like you used to? Please, Harry, Tom pleaded. It will help her settle. Of course, Harry agreed, ignoring the voice. He stepped forward to carry out the request, watching in fascination as the maw of the snake became visible at the entrance as she pressed it forward. What are you doing, Potter? Snape demanded to know. Harry shot the man a look and shook, gesturing for the three professors to remain where they were and do nothing. As he approached the hole, he could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him as the size of the basilisk was made known to him. Without doubt, she could swallow him with little effort on her part. You're bleeding, he sighed as he placed his hand on her nose and began rubbing it, eliciting what could only be described as a purr of contentment from the behemoth. It will heal, Tom, she assured him, but one of my teeth is causing me great discomfort. Could you remove it for me? Open your mouth, Harry requested. Warily. He had no desire to be punctured by one of the fangs within. She did so, revealing 2 rows of dagger-length teeth, each sharp enough to end the life of any man should she wish, even without the deadly toxin flowing through them. "Harry," Dumbledore warned unnecessarily. Harry shook his head at the man before turning his attention back to the job at hand. "Is it this one?" he asked as he gently gripped the only fang out of alignment. The snake hissed in discomfort and Harry soothed her with another stroke of her nose. "Yes," she confirmed with a slight yelp. "In my experience, it is better to pull a tooth out quickly. It will hurt but it will be over with," he explained. "Okay," Serana replied uncertainly. "I will count to 3. 1, 2. The snake hissed in agony as he yanked hard on the fang and removed it from her mouth. She began to thrash around once more as Harry pocketed the tooth. "It's okay," he soothed as he petted her nose. "It's gone now. It hurts, Tom," she whimpered as she began to calm. "I know, but it will get better," he comforted, "but you must rest. You won't feel better until you do. Will you please come back?" Harry nodded uncertainly. "I will try, for you," he replied sincerely. In truth, he was terrified, but the snake had proven to be no monster. She was a lonely creature that simply craved company. For the size she had grown to, she had to be several hundred years old. Harry had been lonely for 12 and it had eaten away at him for half of those years. Serana sighed almost happily as she turned away from the opening and headed back towards what Harry could only assume was her den. When the scraping of her scales against the stone ceased, he turned to be met by the anticipatory stares of the 3 standing professors. "She will rest," he sighed. "She's not a threat anymore." Dumbledore nodded as he deflated, the tension he felt leaving his body. "You have done well, Harry. Were it not for you, it is likely we would have perished." Both Snape and Flitwick nodded mutely. "We must get Miss Weasley and Gilderoy medical attention," the headmaster declared as he tended to the girl. "Severus, will you take hold of Gilderoy?" The sallow man nodded as he looked at the man with distaste and dragged him towards the headmaster. "Gather round," Dumbledore instructed as he offered an arm each to Snape and Flitwick. "This will be uncomfortable, but our quickest way out of here." Taking the hint, Harry looped arms with Flitwick as Snape seized Lockhart by the foot and the Weasley girl was hoisted over Dumbledore's shoulder. Harry felt as though he was compressed on all sides as he was forced through a tube that he was much too small for. After an almighty crack, he managed to open his eyes to find himself in the hospital wing. Fighting the urge to vomit, he ignored the rush of people that surrounded them, the room spinning uncomfortably. All he could make out was a blur of several mops of red hair and the green robes of the deputy headmistress. "Ginny," a loud feminine voice screamed, not helping his current condition. "I believe she will be okay, Molly. She has suffered a most horrific ordeal but will recover physically. When she wakes, Poppy will be able to determine a course of treatment for her. I suspect she will need help from an expert at St. Mungo's for the emotional trauma she has sustained." The woman nodded as a red-headed man placed an arm around her comfortingly. "Spend some time with your family," the headmaster advised. "We will meet to discuss what has happened later this evening." "Thank you, Albus," the man offered gratefully. "It is young Mr. Potter that deserves your gratitude. He truly demonstrated the excellence beyond his years he possesses." The man and woman turned to him, shocked by the appearance of the young boy to whom Dumbledore referred to. "Then, I thank you, Mr. Potter," Mr. Weasley said with a bow. "I owe you a debt that I cannot hope to repay." Having such praise bestowed on him did little but make him feel awkward. In truth, he felt that he had done very little. As much as he loathed to admit it, it was Tom that had ensured they were able to get out of the chamber. He pushed his thoughts about him aside, not wanting to think about the latest problem that had surfaced in his life. He simply gave the man a nod of acknowledgement in response, unable to find any words through his plethora of conflicting emotions. "Come, Harry, I believe we have much to discuss," Dumbledore instructed. "Minerva, could you please see to Gilderoy? Inform him that I wish to see him in my office in the morning." The woman nodded and Harry found himself following Snape, Dumbledore and Flitwick towards which unsurprisingly turned out to be the headmaster's office. "Please, take a seat," the man offered to Harry and the 2 other professors once they had entered. "Are any of you injured?" Harry shook his head along with the others. "Before we begin, I believe that Mr. Potter should be the recipient of a Special Services to the School award. Any objections?" "I agree," Snape replied. As do I, Flitwick added. Excellent, Dumbledore exclaimed. I do, however, have some questions for you, Harry, that I would like you to answer. Firstly, what happened to Gilderoy? As distracted as I was, I did not see what occurred. He tried to cast a spell on me. He said something about this being his greatest story. Before he could finish, I kicked and stunned him. Understandable in the circumstances, Dumbledore mused aloud. What about the book you asked Severus to destroy? I don't know, but it seemed important, he answered. I didn't think a normal spell would work, so I asked Professor Snape. And just how did you learn of that spell? The potions master interjected. I read about it, Harry sighed. I wanted to know more about the killing curse and how I survived it, and the spell was in there. I haven't tried to use it, he defended. We wouldn't be having this conversation if you had, Dumbledore replied before Snape could. It is a very dangerous piece of magic and, as you saw, notoriously difficult to master. One must be sufficiently powerful enough magically and mentally to do such a thing. It does, however, beg the question of how you obtained the book you found it in. Borgin and Burke's, Harry replied. I tried to find what I was looking for in other bookshops, but I couldn't find anything. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. I am sorry that you felt the need to do so, Harry. That shop is not one to peruse lightly. There are some very dangerous things in there, even a book can prove to be more than what it appears. Harry nodded his understanding. I have only one other question for you, Dumbledore continued with a light frown marring his features. When did you become as proficient as you are in occlumency? Snape's attention snapped towards the man angrily. He was silenced as Dumbledore held up a hand, his focus remaining on the boy. Flitwick merely looked surprised by the revelation. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze with his own and felt a slight prodding in his mind. It was rebuffed rather violently without any effort from himself, causing the headmaster to flinch in discomfort. I promised I would keep your mind safe, Tom whispered. What's occlumency? Harry questioned. Dumbledore continued to stare at him for a moment before sighing. Another possible side effect, he questioned himself. Perhaps, it was passed on just as your ability with Parseltongue. Severus. The man shook his head. It is not something I have ever heard of, he answered with a frown. Until now, I have never heard of any magical ability to be transferable. If it is possible with Parseltongue, there's no reason that a rudimentary ability in occlumency isn't. Dumbledore hummed in thought. Do you ever meditate at all, lose yourself in your thoughts? Harry shook his head. Could it not be attributable to Harry's instinctual grasp on magic? Flitwick piped up. His magic simply defending his mind from being attacked. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. I suppose it could, he conceded. It is something I will have to ponder further. Any other thoughts, Severus? Potter is proving to be quite the enigma, it seems. I would recommend he begins studying the correct practices to avoid damaging his mind inadvertently. I agree. It will also be useful in honing your natural grasp on practical magic. It will give you clarity and better control. I will acquire the correct texts for you, Harry, and have them passed on to you. However, I must be very clear. Occlumency is a very controlled and monitored branch of magic by the Ministry. I will have to inform them of your studying of the subject under myself and Severus's supervision. Harry nodded his understanding. Before I allow you to leave, do you have any questions? Who is that boy down there? Who is Tom? Flitwick too seemed interested in that question, and Dumbledore sighed almost guiltily before he spoke. Tom was a very troubled boy that attended Hogwarts some 50 years ago. I taught him personally during his time here. He was an extraordinary student, much like yourself, Harry. To his own detriment, he grew to become something much worse than I could have imagined. Had I paid more attention, I could have prevented many deaths, even those of your parents. Voldemort. Harry croaked, eliciting a severe nod from the headmaster. Harry already knew, deep down. When he heard the voice of the boy in the chamber, it didn't take much to put the pieces together. His mentor, the one person that had been there for him, was the very same man that had murdered his parents and tried to do the same to him. He stood slowly from his chair, wanting nothing more than to be alone. Are you okay, Harry? Dumbledore asked. I will be, he replied unconvincingly. I just want to lie down. Dumbledore nodded and Harry took his leave, a mixture of sadness and rage pumping through his veins. He didn't understand. He didn't get how Tom, the same Tom that had helped him throughout his life, was the cause for all the pain and suffering in the first place. Please, Harry, allow me to explain. Harry said nothing as he pulled his cloak over himself and began the ascent to the 7th floor. He needed answers, and he needed them now to the many questions he had, with no idea where to even begin. Calming himself enough to create a room, he entered and slammed the door behind him. He paced back and forth, his breathing labored. What are you? He growled eventually. I am something that was created unintentionally the night Voldemort killed your parents. I was intended to become something like the diary, another artifact to add to his dream of immortality. You are Voldemort, Harry raged. You killed my parents and you tried to kill me. What the F*** are you doing in my head? That is complicated, Tom sighed. Then try. The killing curse has a rather profound effect on the human soul. When used and a life is taken, the soul is fractured. It is no secret that Voldemort used the curse liberally and damaged his soul beyond repair. He used this to his advantage and created artifacts that could house a piece of his soul, rendering him almost immortal. Almost. If one was to locate these artifacts and destroy them, he would be as mortal as any man. When his curse was rebounded, instead of killing him, a piece of his fractured soul attached itself to you. Harry huffed in confusion. He understood about the soul containers and the killing curse, but there was one thing truly bothering him. Are you or are you not Voldemort? Yes and no, Tom answered uncertainly. Becoming Voldemort was never my intention. I had become him before I realized it was too late. Voldemort is the worst of me, manifested. When I began the process of creating the Horcruxes, I didn't understand the consequences. The more I created, the more I was corrupted by the siphoning of my soul. Voldemort is the result of abusing the darkest of magics. The creation of a Horcrux is a ritual and rituals require a sacrifice, in this case, a life and part of your soul. I did not factor in the importance of the soul on identity, on personality, nor stability. Because of my foolishness, I lost much of who I was, and the bits left behind became dominant. The absence of my better qualities is Voldemort. So, you didn't want to become him. No. I do not deny that I have always been ambitious, had desire to change the world around me and crave power, but there was more to me before I took that step too far. I was bright, gifted and wanted to make the world a better place for me and those like me. I grew up much like yourself, surrounded by those that despised me because I was different. I didn't want any magical child to grow like that. He released a sigh before continuing. This is why I urge caution with your intent. I intended to become powerful, to be the best I could, to be influential and be a leader. Because of my abuse of the magic I didn't fully understand, I became just that and only that. I did not account for the repercussions. Harry nodded, understanding much of what had been said. Why did you try to kill me? Why my parents? There is a prophecy that pertains to Voldemort and a child born to be his equal. I do not know the entirety of it. All I know is that Voldemort was fearful of one that could challenge him, and he marked you as his equal. Unwittingly, Harry's hand grazed of the scar he had received that fateful night. I'm not strong enough to beat him, he sighed defeatedly. Yes, Harry, you are. At the age of 7, you successfully apparated. That was when your magic truly awoke. That day, I felt what you could one day be, and I decided that I would help you put an end to the monster I became. Your magic gave me the strength to communicate with you and that is what sustains me to this day. Harry shook his head disbelievingly. He was not one to fall for honeyed words. Am I one of those containers? No, you are something different. I could not hope to take over your body the same way the diary did to the Weasley girl. I exist as only a small piece of soul, yours is whole. Remember, it is your magic that sustains me. Without you, I would be nothing. If you die, then I die with you. Why are you not like him? If you are a part of his soul from when he came for me, then how are you not just like him? I don't know, Tom admitted. It could be that I am sharing a body with a complete soul or that I was the final vestige of humanity left in him. It might well be that because your magic is feeding me that I have adopted some of your traits. This is something that I doubt has ever happened before. What do you think it is? I think I saw a lot of myself in you and I did not want you to follow the same path. I saw you struggle day to day and was unable to help you. When I got the chance to give you something worth holding on to, I took it. Voldemort has no humanity, and no right to live after what he has done. It should be you that puts an end to him, Harry, prophecy or not, there is no other that deserves it the way you do. How can I trust you? You could be lying to me. Have I not proven to you that I am trying to help? For the past 5 years I have been teaching you, I introduced you to the wizarding world and have been doing all I can to ensure that it is you that survives, Harry. I wish I could take back the things I did and stop myself becoming him, but I can't. When have I ever steered you wrong? You haven't, Harry conceded. I could have manipulated you, taken advantage of you, but that is not what I am here for. Please, Harry, I want you to live. Harry released a deep breath. What happens when he's gone and you're the only piece of his soul left? I will still be as I am. I will still be you and you me. Do you think I can win? Even without me, Harry, I would believe in you. There is so much to you that you don't even know yet. You are so like me but so much more. I can't get rid of you, can I? You said yourself that only fiendfire or basilisk venom can destroy what you are. They would both kill me. And it would all be for nothing, Tom sighed. You would destroy us both and he would live. And what if someone finds out about you? They will try to kill me. I suspect that Dumbledore will figure it out, but without the diary, it will take longer. I'm sorry, Harry, but when he does, he will be no ally of yours. He will do what he sees as best for everyone else, and that would be to get rid of me. Even at my expense, Harry muttered. Oh, he won't kill you. He will try to make you see that it is the right thing to do to rid the world of the Dark Lord. Then I am alone in this. No, Harry, never alone. You have me and that is all you will need for this fight. You have to remember, I know all of Voldemort's secrets. I still don't understand, Harry sighed. No, but I will help you along the way with whatever you need. You will get through this, Harry. So, where do we begin? The boy asked. We continue as we are. The Horcruxes are protected and beyond your ability. Even with my guidance, you will die. For now, we bide our time. When it is right, we will strike him down and put an end to him. That is what we will focus on. He is an extraordinarily dangerous wizard and you will need to be the same. I can show you how. You simply have to trust me. It was a bitter pill for Harry to swallow. He wanted to hate Tom, to truly hate him, but he couldn't. He had been the one thing he had in his life that had shown him the way, that had been there for him and was willing to help. He couldn't count on Dumbledore or anyone else. This was his fight and he would do whatever was necessary to be prepared for it. Exhausted from all that had occurred this day, he merely nodded. Harry had assumed that carving runes into stone would have proven to be much more difficult than etching them into parchment. For hours, he had practiced drawing them correctly only to find that the stone was just as yielding as the former. Using his wand, he cut into the stone with little difficulty, the runes forming under his guidance with practiced ease. Very good, Tom praised as he finished with the laborious work and checked it for the third time. Now, ensure that all your ingredients are suitably prepared. Harry carried out his work in silence, placing his ingredients around his completed circle equally, nodding when he was satisfied they were set correctly. 13 ingredients and 13 runes, he muttered. And the ritual to be carried out on your 13th birthday, Tom added. The number has great meaning and power in many wizarding cultures. I know, Harry replied. They had been over the process and significance of it countless times. He knew the steps, he understood the sacrifice and the benefits and was keen to get it underway. He needed only to wait until midnight arrived so that it could finally be done, the month of preparation having kept him busy along with his habit of frequenting the Hairless Hag on a nightly basis to watch the duels. With 13 minutes remaining until the moment of truth arrived, he popped the cork on the bottle of phial that had held his blood for the past 13 days and began copying the runes he had carved into the stones onto his skin using his finger. 1 minute for each rune, Tom had explained. It was an odd thing to be doing, but Tom had explained the arithmancy behind it. 13 rituals for your 13th year for 13 purposes. The benefits will be exceptional, I can assure you. How can you be certain? Harry asked. You didn't do any until you were 15. Because I am exceptionally gifted in arithmancy and ritualistic magic. I learned all I could about them for almost 6 decades. Harry conceded the point with a nod. The relationship between the two continued to be strained, though the shared history between them was seldom discussed. The arguments would be pointless with no respite from one another. It was almost as though they picked up where they had left off, though Tom was much more open and answered any questions Harry had if he could. There was still much to be said, but knowing Harry was stuck with him, he did not press too much. He would learn all he needed to in due time, and even Tom had readily agreed there was conversation to be had in the future. He finished adding the final rune to his right wrist and took his seat amongst the tile on the ground. Giving a final glance around, the clock struck the hour and he activated the array with a small burst of magic from his wand, his body tensing from the influx of returning power he felt as his carvings lit up a bright purple. After several moments of discomfort, his body fell limp as the runes around him stopped glowing. He opened his eyes with a groan, his stomach turning at the smell of the singed ingredients he had used. Sitting up, the room spun uncontrollably as he fought the urge to vomit, and he took deep, labored breaths to settle it. "How are you feeling, Harry?" "Not great," he mumbled as he approached his bedside table and downed a goblet of water. "It will pass in a moment." The teen hoped so. The nausea had been expected, but it didn't make the feeling any more welcome. He surveyed the scene around him. What remained of the fruits of his labor was little more than 13 piles of broken tiles and ruined ingredients he'd used, none of any true value other than the basilisk fang that had been included to strengthen his connection to the parcel magic he possessed. It was something he was reluctant to accept, but could not deny the advantage it could give him against any opponent. Tom had insisted it become one of his focuses of progression. Voldemort had explored the branch in depth, and Harry would need to be able to counter such magic at the very least. Being told of the capabilities, he'd agreed it was important beyond this purpose. It could become a useful staple for himself, and he had the benefit of another practitioner to guide him. He would be a fool to not use it. "You should test it," Tom urged. Harry nodded as he retrieved his wand, the familiarity of it removing the final vestiges of the sickness plaguing him. With a flick, what remained of his ritual vanished, leaving only behind the worn wooden floor in which he had awoken on. His eyes widened as he nodded appreciatively. The entire purpose of the ritual was to strengthen the connection to his magic, to make it more reactive to his actions. He initially had been rather skeptical of the need to do so, but now that it had been done, no trace of it remained. Before, there had always been a slight delay between his intent and the magic completing the task, almost like turning on a tap and the water having to travel a length of hose to come out the other end. Now, the hose had been removed from the equation and his magic was immediately available to him. "Not bad," he commented as he transfigured his chair into a stool and back again. "It will only get better the more we add to it." "Is it really necessary?" "Yes, Harry. The advantages they give you will save your life, will ensure you have a fighting chance." "And what if it goes wrong and I turn out like him?" "You won't. We will only be completing rituals that will allow you to perform at your full physical, mental and magical potential. It is when you delve into the realms beyond what you should be capable of that the risks become higher and the results more harmful. We may be wizards, Harry, but there are limits none should step beyond. I know this better than any." "And what if it still isn't enough to win?" Harry whispered. "It will be. I believe in the potential you have, Harry. I can feel it within you. Regardless of the rituals we will complete, you would always have become an exceptional wizard. We unfortunately do not have the time to allow you to develop naturally. Think of it as speeding up to where you would one day be." Harry nodded. Time certainly was not on his side. Already, Voldemort had presented himself in both years of Harry's schooling. Thus far, he had been fortunate, but luck was finite. Eventually, it would run out and it would be skill he needed to deal with the man. He couldn't help but wonder just how Voldemort would interfere with his third year. "What is the big deal with someone escaping prison anyway?" Harry asked as he locked his compartment on the Hogwarts Express. He had heard whisperings during the summer when he had ventured to Diagon and Nocturne Alley respectively. He had paid little heed to the feat, his mind focused on his own work. It wasn't until he arrived at the platform to find it crawling with witches and wizards in red aura robes that he started to understand the gravity of the situation. Azkaban is one of the most unpleasant places in existence, and it was believed escape was impossible. Whomever has achieved it is the first to do so. It is understandable that people are concerned, Harry. The prison houses the most dangerous criminals. If one has done it, people will worry that more can replicate it. What makes it so bad? The Dementors. Creatures that exude a darkness so cold that all positivity is drained from a person. If exposed to them too long, the mind can be irreparably damaged as you are repeatedly exposed to your most daunting memories. They also feast on the souls of witches and wizards when they can. They are not creatures to be taken lightly and are amongst the most dangerous in the known world. Bloody hell, Harry muttered with a shiver. He had no desire to come across such a thing. Surely there's a way to defend yourself against them. Occlumency helps, but even the strongest mind will eventually break. The Patronus charm is the obvious choice, but that is an extremely advanced piece of magic that very few ever manage to achieve. What is it? It is a manifestation of a person's positive energy. It takes exceptional skill to be able to create, as it relies on being able to focus on something positive enough to counter the negativity of a Dementor and the magical power to create. When faced with one of the creatures, it makes an already difficult task near impossible. Would be a useful spell, Harry mused aloud. One that you would struggle with, unfortunately, Harry. Tom sighed. You lack the positive memories to fuel the spell sufficiently. Your life has not been one of joy. Harry snorted at the observation. Is there any other way to deal with them? There is, but the spell is one unknown to others. It is something Voldemort created when he failed to master the Patronus charm, a spell that too became no longer necessary when his soul had been damaged to the extent it is. Dementors have no interest in him. What remains of his soul would be a poor feed. What's the spell? One that creates the opposite effect of a Patronus. Instead of overwhelming them with a positive force, it wards them off with something that replicates the feeling they exude. A Dementor has no interest in feasting upon something like themselves. And that works. Indeed, it creates quite the unpleasant atmosphere, but it will repel them the same way. It is a case of two extremes on opposite sides having the same effect. It does not happen often in magic, but here it is viable. Maybe I should learn that one. Why the sudden interest? I've just learned that there are creatures out there that can eat my soul, Harry pointed out. I'm not keen on that idea. Tom chuckled. The chances of you ever encountering one are very slim, Harry. Out of my own curiosity, who is it that managed to escape? Some bloke named Sirius Black, Harry shrugged. Black? Tom questioned, surprised. One of Voldemort's then? Harry questioned, his interest in the man rising considerably. Tom laughed. Sirius Black was one of the staunchest to oppose Voldemort. He was the one member of the illustrious clan that fought for the other side. What did he do to end up in Azkaban? From what I heard, he killed 12 Muggles and some other wizard, Harry explained, his interest waning. That doesn't sound right, Tom muttered. Black was nothing like the rest of his family. Killing Muggles is completely out of character for him. On many occasions, he defended them from Voldemort and his followers, putting his life on the line in the process. Well, that's what he is guilty of, Harry returned evenly. Tom hummed thoughtfully. There had to be more to the story. Anyway, the train is slowing down. I should probably get my robes on. He frowned as they came to a halt. One look out of the window confirmed that they were not in Hogsmeade but surrounded still by the English countryside. Great, we've broken down, he grumbled, throwing himself back into his seat. He sat impatiently for a few moments before the lights began to flicker and cut out completely, eliciting another groan from the boy now shrouded in darkness and screams from the other passengers. Oh, it just gets better. You need to focus on your occlumency, Harry, Tom instructed urgently. Lock the door with the strongest spell you have and don't give them any reason to attack. What's going on? Harry questioned as he cast a plethora of locking charms and tried to steady his thoughts. The temperature was dropping rapidly, which made the task that more difficult. He frowned as the windows began to frost over and shivered as he felt a presence in his mind. Dementors, Harry. I will do all I can to keep them out of here. Do not draw your wand on them. His shivering intensified as he caught sight of a black cloak drifting past his window. Not Harry, a woman's voice pleaded in his head. Move aside, girl. A feminine scream rent the confines of his mind and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek as he fought back the memories of a dream long past. A flash of green light illuminated his vision and he choked on his tears. I'm here, Harry. Tom spoke comfortingly. Remember when you first learnt you were a wizard and we went to the alley? Remember the look on your family's faces when they realized you knew the truth. Focus on it, Harry. He did so, and though the memories did not warm him, it was enough to cling to until the train sputtered into life once more and the lights came on. Harry released a staggered breath as he collapsed in his seat. Chocolate will help with the aftereffects. Harry nodded as he retrieved a chocolate frog from his trunk that had been there since Christmas. He devoured it and immediately felt warmth spread throughout him. Slim chance, right? He huffed. Whoever sanctioned that, is a fool, Tom grumbled. Dementors have no place around children. Harry nodded his agreement. It was a foolish thing to do. Unfortunately, it proved to be unlikely that this would be the one and only time he would have to experience the Azkaban guards. He learned during the welcoming feast that they would be stationed around the school and surrounding village until Sirius Black was recaptured, much to the apparent annoyance of the headmaster. For Harry, it did nothing but steel his resolve to be able to keep them away from him. His mind was full of unpleasant memories and he didn't need those creatures bringing them to the forefront of his mind when he had worked so hard to keep them at bay. "We will work on the spell, Harry," Tom promised. He nodded as the students were dismissed and stood to head towards the tower. "Blimey, Harry, did you swallow a bottle of Skelegro over the summer?" Terry questioned. Harry chuckled in response. Terry was one of the few people he could tolerate. He didn't try to impose himself often and was quite a bright lad in his own way. "Not that I know of," he shrugged. He used to be around the same height as the other boy but now stood 3 inches taller. He couldn't be certain if the growth was natural or one of the effects of the ritual he'd completed, but he was now taller than most in his year, other than the gangly Ron Weasley and another Gryffindor boy he was often seen with. When they arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower, he made his excuses so that he could go to his hidden room on the 7th floor under the guise of going to bed. He had missed the castle, especially his sanctuary, the inn he stayed at in Nocturne Alley being unsavory at best. It did, however, provide him with ample privacy. "So, what are we working on tonight?" Harry questioned. "I believe it would be prudent for us to begin on the spell to fend off the Dementors. As much as the Ministry believe they can control them, being around an atmosphere like Hogwarts could prove too much for them to resist." Harry couldn't disagree, and he certainly had no desire to fall victim to one of that decided it no longer wanted to cooperate with the wishes of the Ministry. "How does it work?" It was an odd experience having a defense professor who knew what he was doing. Compared to Quirrell and Lockhart, Lupin was exceptional. The man knew the topic he was teaching, was happy to answer any questions students asked and, often, had them completing practical work. For the first time since arriving at the school, Harry felt that the lessons were worthwhile. "Today, we will be studying boggarts," the man announced cheerily. "Can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Harry had not raised but humored the man, nonetheless. "It is a shape-shifting creature that has the ability to turn into what any person it encounters fear the most. Other than causing distress, it is mostly harmless, so it is categorized as a lesser dangerous creature. It's only truly effective on individuals, mostly those that cannot recognize what it is." "Excellent, take 5 points for Ravenclaw," Lupin responded with a smile. "Through considerable fortune, I have managed to source a boggart that had hidden itself in the staff room of the castle. We will be spending the remainder of the lesson practicing banishing one. Mr. Boot, can you tell me how this is done? You have to imagine the thing you fear as something amusing. You can turn the boggart into this using the incantation Ridiculous." "Very good, Mr. Boot. Take 5 points for yourself," Lupin praised. "That is the correct defense against the creature, but the best way to deal with it is laughter," he added. "Now, follow me." The class of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws rose from their seats and did so, taking the stairs down to an area on the 2nd floor where no teaching rooms were. Lupin knocked and pushed open one of the few doors here and beckoned for them to enter. "Ah, Professor Snape," he greeted the potions master, "we were just about to deal with the boggart in here. You're more than welcome to join us." The man's lip curled in distaste. "No, I think not. I have yet to see any but one of your students prove they are capable of even the simplest of tasks, Lupin. I would exercise caution allowing some of these to even draw a wand, let alone use it," he advised before exiting in a billowing of his cloak. Lupin frowned at the retreating Snape before smiling brightly once more. "Who would like to go first?" Harry spent the remainder of the lesson watching his classmates be called up one by one to take their turn in banishing the boggart. Admittedly, it was a rather amusing spectacle. He found himself less amused, however, when it was his turn to tackle the creature and Lupin stepped in front of him and sent it back into the wardrobe. "That was excellent, very well done. As you can see, laughter is the best way to deal with a boggart. Each of you take a point for your house." Dismissed. He thought about confronting the man about his interference but decided against it and followed the rest of his class from the room. "I believe that he did not want to run the risk of Voldemort in a classroom, Harry." It would have caused considerable upset. Though, I do find his appointment rather strange. Were the parents of the students to learn that their children are being taught by a werewolf, there would be mass outcry. A werewolf? Harry whispered as he paused mid-step. Yes, he was one of the few that stood against Voldemort and I believe a close friend of your parents, just as Sirius Black was. All of them were members of the Order of the Phoenix. Wait, you mean Black as in the prisoner? He was a friend of my parents. Yes, along with Lupin. I didn't know any personally well, but that was the intelligence received on them. Why hasn't he said anything? Harry mused aloud. Perhaps he does not know what to say. Maybe he feels guilty for not being there for you or what happened to your parents. Maybe, Harry answered with a frown. I suppose he is here to help keep an eye out for Black. If they were friends, he'll have more of a chance of finding him than anyone else. My thoughts exactly, Harry. I really think I should go there someday, Tom. Just to say my goodbyes. Halloween had come once more to the castle and Harry found himself in the Ollery as he had the previous year with his beloved companion. Hedwig had been perhaps the best investment he had made. It wasn't often he used her for the purpose she was bred for, only to order ingredients for his rituals in reality, but she was a great source of comfort and was always happy to see him. Besides, Hermione still made use of her regularly, so it wasn't like she was bereft of letters to deliver. When you're ready, Harry, Tom agreed. Perhaps there will still be something to salvage from the home. He hoped so. He'd never even seen a picture of his parents, let alone held anything they possessed other than gold from his vault. He would give it all for something of them. It was a strange feeling to the boy, but the older he grew, the more he wanted to learn of them. They had brought him into the world and had been taken from it soon after, leaving behind his wealth and questions that he wanted answered. Lupin would be able to tell you about them, and McGonagall and Flitwick also, Tom added hopefully. Maybe, Harry sighed. I don't want glorified tales of them. I want to know them for who they were, what made them so respected, and even their flaws. I want to know it all, Tom. He wiped away an errant tear as he checked the map, frowning at the amount of activity within the castle. It was past midnight and all the students were gathering in the Great Hall. Something must have happened, he muttered as he draped his cloak over himself, ensuring he was suitably covered. He worked his way through the corridors until he reached the Great Hall to find a confused cohort of students and professors in a panic. For the love of Merlin, he has to be here, Professor McGonagall whispered furiously to Flitwick. Black couldn't have taken him. He certainly would not have gone quietly. He was not seen at the feast nor all evening by any of his housemates, the charms professor explained. Albus will find him. Frowning, Harry hid behind a suit of armor and removed his cloak before approaching the pair. Find who? He asked. Where on earth have you been, Potter? The deputy headmistress demanded, her voice laced with a mixture of anger and relief. In the Ollery, Harry replied. It's the anniversary of their death. I wanted some time alone. McGonagall offered him a sad smile of understanding as she nodded. Well, you're here now. We have had a rather unfortunate incident. You will be sleeping in here tonight whilst a search of the castle and grounds is carried out. Harry frowned once more. Why would you be worried that Sirius Black was coming for me? The woman's eyes widened guiltily as she looked towards her colleague for support. I stand by my position. Harry has a right to know the truth, Flitwick responded. What truth? McGonagall sighed and nodded reluctantly. I agree. You should know of the danger you're in. Follow me, Potter. Harry did so with Flitwick in tow, also with his wand drawn, his eyes scanning every nook and cranny. The trio passed on their way to the Transfiguration Professor's office. Take a seat, Harry, she instructed when they arrived. Would you like some tea, maybe a ginger newt? No, thank you, Harry replied, his confusion growing. The woman released a deep breath as she sat opposite him. What do you know of Sirius Black, Harry? She asked unusually gently. Just that he escaped from Azkaban a few months ago, he shrugged. Well, the reason Black went to prison was because he murdered 12 muggles and a fellow wizard, but there is more. During the war, your parents went into hiding when you were born to protect you. The prophecy, Harry. They were placed under the best protection available, the Fidelius Charm. Have you heard of it? Harry shook his head. The Fidelius Charm is a very complex piece of magic. It is cast to protect something from even the most determined of wizards. Under the charm, it simply cannot be found, however, it does have drawbacks. For it to work, a secret keeper is needed to protect the place under it, Flitwick explained. Sirius Black was your parents' secret keeper. He is the reason that you know who was able to attack them and you that Halloween night. He told the Dark Lord of the location. McGonagall informed him. I thought that he had managed to get to you tonight. Harry felt nothing but rage pounding through his veins and he shot to his feet. That is incorrect, Harry. Sirius Black did not give Voldemort their location. Harry paused and attempted to compose himself, his breathing heavy as the fury was mixed with confusion. So, you think he wants to kill me? That is the only logical reason he would attempt such a risky move, though it does not explain why he targeted Gryffindor Tower. It is common knowledge that you did not follow in your parents' footsteps and ended up in Ravenclaw. I expect the man is deranged, Flitwick interjected. 12 years in Azkaban is more than enough for even the strongest of wizards to crack. McGonagall nodded her agreement. I need you to promise me that you will not go looking for him, McGonagall demanded. Please, Harry. Harry nodded slowly. I won't look for him, but if I come across anyone that had anything to do with what happened to my parents, I will kill them, he vowed. Thank you, McGonagall responded, ignoring his final comment. Come, we will escort you back to the Great Hall. The search of the grounds will take hours yet. Harry followed the two professors, his understanding of the situation no clearer than before the conversation had taken place. Black did not betray your parents, Harry, Tom reiterated. It was a spy of Voldemort's, another named Peter Pettigrew. Who is the wizard Black murdered, Professor? Harry asked. You mentioned the Muggles and a wizard. Oh, he was friend of your parents and even Black, another one of the so-called marauders, McGonagall huffed irritably. Peter Pettigrew was his name. He managed to corner Black and was killed. Harry paused immediately. Something did not add up about the situation. Why would Pettigrew corner Black when it was he who was guilty? The only logical explanation was that it was the other way around, but how did Black end up in Azkaban? I do not know, Tom sighed. Ascertaining the truth should have been simple enough. Veritaserum would have done that. Something was off. If it was so simple to verify the truth, why hadn't it been done? Potter. McGonagall pressed, noticing he was no longer following. Sorry, Professor, you said the marauders. He questioned, the other part of her sentence piquing his curiosity. A band of pranksters, the woman grumbled. Your father, Black, Pettigrew and even Professor Lupin. Those four are responsible for much of the grays I have. Believe me, I am relieved you did not follow in their footsteps, Potter. I have enough trouble with the Weasley twins. And there it was, the something he wanted, anything that belonged to one of his parents. His heart warmed at the thought as he patted his pocket, checking that the map was still there. Find yourself a sleeping bag, Potter, and get some rest. We will be in here standing guard, the woman whispered as they entered the darkened hall. By this point most of the students had fallen asleep and Harry found a space for himself where he dragged one of the unused sleeping bags too. Once he was inside, he pulled it over his head and withdrew the battered piece of parchment from his pocket and lit his wand with a flick. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good, he whispered. The map came to life, introducing the four creators, leaving Harry just which one of the four was the moniker of his father. Pettigrew was Wormtail, Tom explained. I suppose Lupin would be Moony, given his condition. It truly is a wonderful piece of magic and very advanced for any student to manage. Harry sighed as he pondered the final names. His father was either Padfoot or Prongs, neither name at all familiar to him. He frowned as a lone dot on the map moved through a hidden tunnel on the grounds of the school. There goes Sirius Black, he mouthed. Likely an innocent man, Harry. A man that has been punished for a crime he did not commit. Harry sighed as he cleared the map and placed it back in his pocket. He didn't know the truth of what happened, but all the evidence he had pointed to Black being innocent. Something important, however, was missing and it would need to be gotten to the bottom of. The intrusion of Sirius Black on the castle had been the talking point for weeks before the school settled back into normality, well, as normal as it could be with the knowledge that the Dementors were only a short distance outside of the gates. Lessons resumed as did the student trips to Hogsmeade, something Harry did not partake in. For one thing, he had been told by his head of year that he would be unable to attend as he hadn't had his permission slip signed, and mostly, he had no need to visit the village. With the map, it would be possible, but he had no desire to. He much preferred the warmth of the castle, particularly as a thick blanket of snow had appeared when November had given way to December and the colder months of the school year began. Besides, he had yet another ritual to prepare for, this one to be completed on the winter solstice, an exceptionally good date for ritualistic magic according to Tom. This would mark his 6th foray into the practice, the other 5 having been completed successfully. He found the more he did them, the easier they became, though he still had the unfortunate bout of sickness when he was done. The results, however, had proven to be worth the effort thus far. His relationship with his magic was stronger, as per the results of the first ritual. He had managed to increase his magical stamina with the second, his endurance with his third, his healing time with the fourth, and his sensitivity to foreign magic with the fifth. That was the one he'd questioned the most, but Tom had insisted upon it. It will help you to recognize different types of magic, what enchantments are in place, and if something is cursed. It will be one of the most useful skills to possess if you work on it. And that was the crux of the ritualistic approach. Just because one had completed a ritual, it didn't mean they automatically reaped all the benefits. The skills and capabilities had to be worked on and developed constantly. The rituals were not a gift of magic but an opportunity to betterment. It was strange, but Harry liked that he had to work on these skills himself. To him, it would have felt ill-gotten had he simply been suddenly blessed with capabilities, cheap even. The rituals were just the beginning, but certainly an exceptional boon to his magical practice as a whole. He certainly wouldn't be where he was without them, and when the 13th was complete, he would again be much further along his journey than he currently found himself. The next was the one he was looking forward to most. It was designed to give him a better relationship with natural magic. Once that relationship was formed and strengthened, he would be able to work on more esoteric magic, old magic that had fallen out of favor with the implementation of incantations and wand movements. Even elemental magic would be much more open to him. And by Tom's own admission, such types of magic was incredibly useful and amongst the most dangerous to come up against. There were of course basic elemental practices studied at Hogwarts, but the Aguamenti nor Incendio charm could compare to the true practice of elemental spells. He was excited to be able to add some to his ever-growing arsenal. Until then, however, he had a Quidditch match to attend. Terry had reminded him that he had not witnessed one the previous year as it had been cancelled at the last minute. With little better to do and welcoming the rest from his practice, he decided he would join the boy for the Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor match. It will be fun, Terry assured him as trundled through the snow into the stadium in the distance. Merlin, it is cold. Harry noticed it too. The grounds were always cold at this time of year, but this was the worst it had been so far. Don't forget, the Dementors aren't too far away either, he pointed out. Terry shuddered. Don't remind me. I don't think I've ever been so scared in my life when they came on the train. Goldstein just about crapped himself. Harry couldn't bring himself to laugh at the plight of the arrogant boy. The Dementors were indeed amongst the foulest creatures in existence, and he had no doubt that many had succumbed to that urge throughout history. Let's just hope they're gone soon, Harry sighed, knowing that it was unlikely. The creatures would remain here for the foreseeable future. The duo entered the stadium and found seats about midway up in the Ravenclaw stand amongst the rest of their housemates. Harry was surprised by how full the stands were and had thought more would opt to stay in the warmth. Apparently, the love of the sport won out and most of the school was in attendance. After the need of a few warming charms, the two teams were finally announced, and the game got underway. It was an education for the teen as he watched how each of the positions were played. The chasers and beaters were the busiest, constantly flying to score points or prevent scoring for the latter by aiming bludgers towards the opposing chasers. The Weasley twins, for all their pranking, were an effective duo with their bats, and Harry found he quite enjoyed the sport. Though the keepers were not the busiest when it came to flying, they seemed to be the eyes and ears of the team, shouting instructions and offering tips here and there. The seekers were the ones to watch when they did pull off a maneuver, either diving after the snitch they had seen or attempting to force the other to make a mistake by luring them away from an advantageous position. It was almost as if they were in a game of their own for the most part, rarely, if at all, involving themselves in the action. They kept their distance from the other players, their eyes searching for the elusive glint of gold that would often decide the winner. It was an interesting experience, but he wouldn't say he had become a fan of the sport. He cast another warming charm as another stab of coldness broke through the last and frowned when it had no effect. Dementors, Tom warned. Harry scanned the sky for any sign of them and spotted a few drawing ever closer to the stadium, the excitement acting as an all-you-can-eat buffet would to a starving man. Shit, he cursed as he drew his wand, the screams from the other revelers who too had spotted them ringing out loudly. Focus, Harry, Tom encouraged. Remember all that you have endured and let it out. Use it. He had been working on this since he'd arrived at the castle, tapping into all the negativity his life had consisted of, his treatment at the hands of the Dursleys, the loathing he had been exposed to throughout his years and the murder of his parents. The unwelcome yet familiar sound of his mother pleading for his life in his mind was what spurred him into action as the Azkaban guards entered the grounds. It was not often that Albus Dumbledore was able to enjoy the simple pleasure of watching a Quidditch match. His responsibilities as headmaster did not usually allow for such luxuries. Today, however, he had cleared his schedule so that he could attend a match, and to also ensure the safety of his students. Ever since the minister had insisted on the presence of the Dementors, he had done all he could to convince the man to change his mind, but to no avail. Fudge was adamant that they would remain and had now even begun to ignore his yells and calls. It was most disconcerting. As the match got underway, he allowed himself to be immersed in the action, though he remained alert to his surroundings. If the Dementors were going to prove him correct, it would take place during an event such as this where euphoria and excitement was rife. On this occasion, he felt no satisfaction in being right, merely disappointed and angry. He drew his wand to disperse the creatures so that he could insist on another meeting with Cornelius, only to find his intervention was not needed. He shivered as a wave of coldness much like that of the Dementors washed over him and balls of black magic the size of quaffles began peppering the creatures and driving them away from the stadium with a series of ear-splitting screeches. He looked to find the source of such magic and found himself staring at the visage of a very grim Harry Potter, his emerald eyes glaring at the retreating cloaked figures. What on earth was that, Albus? Professor Snape questioned. I must admit, Severus, that I am unsure, Dumbledore replied. Would you mind fetching Harry and bringing him to my office whilst I attempt to contact Cornelius? Snape nodded mutely as he left to carry out his task. Dumbledore too took his leave and left Minerva to continue with bringing an end to the match and escort the students back to the castle. He had never seen such a spell used to drive away the Dementors and he was keen to learn just what Harry had done to achieve such a feat. Shortly after the stadium had been cleared, Harry found himself seated in front of the headmaster and Professor Snape, Lupin and Flitwick, having been escorted here by the potions master as he ignored the whispers that followed him. Would you kindly explain what you did in the stadium, Harry? And just how you managed to drive the Dementors away? Dumbledore requested. It's a spell I've been working on, well, sort of a spell. Since they searched the train, I've been working on the Patronus charm. I can form a strong shield but nothing corporeal. You need to have happy memories for that, Professor. Without the Patronus, I found an alternative. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Just how did you discover it? Harry shrugged. Dementors feed off negative energy and are aroused by positive. I figured that if you attack them with something equally negative it would have the same effect when they are heightened into a frenzy. Muggles call it fighting fire with fire. Dumbledore nodded sagely. I must say, it was a rather splendid display of magic, though the motivation behind such leaves me concerned. No offense, Professor, but hearing my mother pleading for her life while a madman laughs outweighs any concern you may have. I will do whatever is necessary to keep them away from me, Harry returned heatedly. Both Snape and Lupin paled at the revelation and Dumbledore adopted a sympathetic demeanor. You have my apologies, Harry. I was not aware that you remembered the event. I dreamt of it every night for years, and when they get close, I relive it all over again. I'm sure I can be forgiven for having such hatred towards them. Dumbledore merely nodded in response. So, the spell you used is fueled by the negative feelings you have. Lupin broke in interestedly. As I said, the Patronus doesn't work. You need a happy memory to fuel it sufficiently. The man frowned at the headmaster before turning his attention back to the teen. Could you possibly demonstrate what you have achieved with the charm? Producing even a shield is an extraordinary piece of magic for someone your age. Harry shrugged as he flicked his wand into his hand. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. A bright shield formed at the end of his wand, radiating warmth throughout the room. Where did you learn the spell? Lupin inquired. In a book that Professor Flitwick gave me. Flitwick nodded. Forgive me, Professor Lupin, but Harry is exceptionally gifted in charms. He has been progressing at an exceptional pace. I believe the same can be said for his transfiguration work also, Flitwick explained. Indeed, Dumbledore answered. May I ask, Harry, where in the curriculum are you currently working in both subjects? I'm most of the way through 6th year in charms and closer to 7th in transfiguration, he answered. Not that such a thing counted for much. The curriculum was predominantly studying theory and completing a few examples of spells that supported them. It did little to address the wider aspects of either charms or transfiguration. Both had proven to be little more than a basic understanding of types of magic that fell within the branch. That is excellent progress, Harry, Dumbledore praised. You still continue to astound me with your dedication to your studies. I have motivation, Professor, Harry returned evenly. Dumbledore offered him a bow. How is he faring in potions, Severus? He is a competent brewer, Snape responded sagely. I expect that he will be one of the very few able to progress beyond his AL examinations. The headmaster hummed satisfactorily. Just one final point of enquiry, Harry. Are you continuing with your work on occlumency? Harry nodded. He had received a book from Dumbledore during the summer with a note explaining he had been registered as a practitioner. Every night before bed, he confirmed. Then keep up the work. The benefits of the art will prove to a great asset to yourself in the future. And do keep working on the Patronus charm, he encouraged. Harry nodded as he took his leave. He had a feeling the man wanted to chastise him for his use of magic in the stadium but could find no grounds to, not without pressing further as to why he didn't have a sufficiently happy memory to fuel the Patronus charm. It seemed that he much preferred the bliss of ignorance or felt that the protections around the Dursleys more than made up for what he had to endure. What he did learn, however, was that the man clearly did not check in him often. Had he done, he would have learned that Harry had not been in the home for considerably more than a year. He read the letter he had received once more before folding it up and placing it in his pocket with a frown. Ever since Halloween, he had been pondering what mistake had been made pertaining to Sirius Black and his evident, or what he came to believe, lack of evident betrayal of his parents. It had begun to irk him that he could not piece together just what had happened upon his capture. Tom continued to insist that Pettigrew had been the one to inform Voldemort of the Potter's whereabouts and not Black as the wizarding population believed. Something had to have gone amiss or someone had purposely ensured Black was blamed, but what or who? You must tread very carefully, Harry, Tom had warned when he decided he would seek out the truth, if only to have the Dementors removed from the nearby village. It had taken much time to formulate a plan that would give him the truth he sought, and to do so, he needed assistance. Firstly, he needed evidence of just what process had been followed to imprison Black, and as such, he had penned a letter to the head of the DMLE playing the role perfectly of a poor orphan teen who wanted to ensure justice was served to the man responsible for the death of his parents. He had formally requested a transcript of the trial and interviews surrounding the case, and the reply he had just received was as damning as it was frustrating. With a shake of his head in disbelief, he pulled the letter from his pocket once more. Dear Mr. Potter, I would first like to assure you that we are doing all we can to apprehend Sirius Black. As to your request, I am unable to provide you with official documentation as it is held in the strictest of confidence for the privacy and protection of all involved. However, as you have a personal affiliation with the case, I can inform you, without going into specific details, that I was unable to locate any such transcripts pertaining to his trial. This is a rather unusual occurrence that I will be investigating, of that you can be assured. Please accept my apology for this oversight. I will have this corrected as soon as possible and will inform you of my progress. I would like to point out that records of trials are not permitted to be removed under any circumstances unless permission is granted by the Minister of Magic himself. From my investigations so far, no person with authority to make such a request has done so. It is also my duty to inform you that should I be unsuccessful in my efforts to locate the document in question, Sirius Black will have to stand one's trial again upon his capture to ensure due process has been carried out. Again, you have my apologies for this. On a personal note, if you do wish to raise a complaint of how your request has been handled or you are dissatisfied with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement Service, I would suggest that you write directly to the Minister of Magic himself. I am certain that he would be very accommodating to yourself and any needs you have. Regards. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. What does that even mean? He grumbled. Amelia Bones is no fool, Harry. If she has been unable to locate a transcript, then there is a strong chance a trial never took place. From what we know, it is the only explanation that makes any sense. Her position, however, is a difficult one. There is very little she can do without repercussions for herself. I believe she is inviting you to take whatever action you feel is needed, without implicating her. What would you suggest? Caution, Harry. We must think carefully before we act. It is unlikely that Black will be captured. He has managed so far. We must ensure that we have all the facts before we move forward. Harry nodded as he left the Ollery and began making his way back towards the Ravenclaw common room. He was so lost in his thoughts that he unintentionally bumped into someone as they exited the library and sent dozens of sheets of parchment they were carrying all over the corridor. Sorry, he muttered as he gathered them up with a wave of his wand and handed them to the girl. Hermione. The girl looked to be exhausted, her hair in disarray and the bags under her eyes prominent. What happened to you? Oh, hi Harry, I was just finishing my homework, she answered tiredly. I didn't realize homework had that effect on you, Harry deadpanned. What class needs that much of it anyway? Well, we get lots for runes and arithmancy. Muggle studies and care of magical creatures isn't so bad, but I still have the normal load too. Merlin, you're doing 4 extra classes? He questioned. The girl shrugged. I dropped divination, she defended. Bloody hell, I think you need to drop another 2, you're half dead. Hermione sighed as she shook her head. I'm fine, she insisted. I'm trying to help Hagrid also. That's taking up a lot of my time. 4th year will be easier. Helping Hagrid with his trial, well Buckbeak's, she corrected with a frown. Who's Buckbeak? A hippogriff who attacked Malfoy, Hermione explained. Well, he was an idiot and insulted him and got injured because of it. His father is insisting that Buckbeak is executed. Harry released a deep breath. If Lucius Malfoy is insisting on it, there's nothing you can do, Hermione. I have to try, she hissed angrily. No one else will stand up for him. Harry shook his head at the girl. Then I wish you good luck, Hermione. People like Malfoy tend to get exactly what he wants. I know, she huffed. If only Hagrid wasn't so fascinated with dangerous creatures. First a dragon and now this. A dragon. He hatched one in 1st year. Luckily, we managed to convince him to hand it over to Ron's brother before it got too big. He works at a reserve in Romania. Bloody hell, that could have been bad. The man lives in a wooden house. I said the same thing, she huffed. Anyway, I have to go. This homework won't finish itself. Take care, Hermione, Harry offered as the girl left. She offered him a wan smile in response before she vanished, and Harry could turn his attention once more to his own problems. He was certain how to proceed, but he would need to make a decision. As far as he knew, it had been left up to him if he wanted to pursue the matter. Truthfully, he just did not know the best way to proceed. He released a deep breath as he pushed open the door to the common room and was met by the laughter of many of his housemates. This noise was one of the reasons he avoided spending time here. It was as distracting as it was irritating. Does Looney want her stuff back? A 6th year named Roger Davis seemingly mocked a small B** owned as he held a book out of reach of the girl. I think she is actually going to cry, Cho Chang snorted, gaining a laugh from several members of the house. Oh, there she goes. Harry felt his ire being provoked as he watched mostly older students mocking and bullying the girl. Harry hated bullies more than anything else. He had spent much of his life being a victim, and seeing another being made to feel the same way sickened him. Those that were not involved in what was transpiring were pointedly looking away, feigning ignorance to it. Harry, Tom warned as he approached his housemates, a forced grin adorning his features. What's so funny, Davis? He asked. Roger didn't even deign him with a look as he continued to dangle the book above the girl. Just having some fun with Looney, the boy replied, his grin firmly in place. Ah, well I like to have fun too, Harry replied as he drew his wand. Have at it, Roger shrugged indifferently. Harry met the teary gaze of the younger girl and swallowed deeply. She was scared, just as he had once been. He offered her a smile before turning his attention back to the older boy and firing a spell. Roger screamed in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his hand. What are you doing, Potter? Chong demanded. The rest of the house were watching the development, many shocked by what Harry had just done. "I'm just having some fun," Harry replied with a smirk as he hit the boy with another spell, this time hitting his foot. "Potter, stop it," one of the seventh-year prefects demanded. "Oh, so now you decide to do your job," Harry bit back. "What, so it is acceptable to pick on a second year, but when someone has a crack at one of your friends, it's not okay?" "You broke his hand," Chong interjected. "No," Harry denied. "I'm having fun. Isn't this what fun is? Enjoying yourself at someone else's expense." "Well," he demanded furiously. "Get up, Davis, unless there is anyone else who wants to join in the fun. You were all happy enough when it was against a little girl, so why not me?" "It's only a joke, Potter," Chong defended. "Does Luna look like she is joking?" Harry bit back. "What I did to Davis was a joke in my eyes. Should I do it again?" Chong shook her head as the common room door opened, admitting a confused Professor Flitwick. "Who is casting offensive magic?" he squeaked irritably. "I was just having some fun, Professor," Harry responded when his housemates turned to him. "Apparently, causing people pain and misery is what we do for fun here, isn't that right, Davis?" "Excuse me," Flitwick pressed as he took in the sight of one of his sixth years curled in a ball on the floor. "Well, I returned to the common room to find quite a few members having fun at the expense of a second-year girl. I decided I didn't want to miss out and had some fun of my own. I think we should make it a regular thing, Professor. Whenever people want to have fun with Luna, I get to have fun with them." "Are you insinuating that there is bullying taking place?" "Not at all, Professor. I saw it with my own eyes," Harry responded. The usual cheery demeanor of the man vanished as his eyes swept around the room, taking in the guilty looks of those in his house. "You two, escort Mr. Davis to the hospital wing," he barked at a couple of seventh years. "Miss Lovegood, I would like you to join me in my office, and Mr. Potter. That will be a week of detentions for attacking a fellow student." Harry nodded his understanding. "Let's just hope I do not have reason to again," he sighed threateningly. "Potter, I will get to the bottom of this," Flitwick assured him firmly as he escorted Luna from the room. When he was gone, Harry turned his attention to the room, his fury still threatening to boil over. "I will say this once and once only. If anyone even thinks about bullying that girl once more, what I did to Davis will seem like a joke, you bunch of cowards." He took his leave through the common room door, leaving behind a rather subdued house. Potter had always been quiet, never once involving himself with the house in any way. They certainly had never seen him angry, and what he had done to Roger Davis had certainly got their attention. Word of what happened within the tower spread quickly, and Harry once again found himself as the talking point of the school, much to his chagrin. Unwittingly, he had created a divide within the house of those that supported what he'd done and those that still followed Roger, though Harry was unaware that a political climate had existed. According to Terry, Roger had been unofficially in control of the house on a student level, and Harry attacking him had taken a lot of that power away, and Harry had unintentionally carved a reputation for himself of being one not to cross. Tom had explained that having such a reputation was both a good and bad thing. It meant there were less that would try to assert their authority over him, but those that did would do so with more vigor. True to his thoughts, Davis had not taken what Harry had done to him well and had attempted to seek retribution on the younger boy. It had not ended well for the sixth year, who once more had to spend time under the care of Madame Pomfrey when he had very publicly attempted to attack Harry. As a result, Davis and two of his friends had spent a couple of days in the hospital wing, and Harry earned another week's worth of detention. Not that he cared. Davis had gotten less than what he deserved, and Harry's reputation only increased with his public putting down of the sixth year. There had been no further attempt by Roger, and Harry could once more turn his attention to the thing currently plaguing him. The issue of Sirius Black. He had yet to decide on what he would do to get to the truth of what happened. He had attempted to send the man a letter, but wherever he was, he could not be found by an owl. Hedwig had been most displeased that she could not carry out her task. As such, Harry faced quite the conundrum. The only option he could see as viable was to anonymously tip of the media about the missing transcript, though he was loath to do so. That would mean putting himself further into the limelight, something he had done all he could to avoid since entering the wizarding world. Thankfully, there was only a few weeks left of the school year, then he would be free for the summer, free from Davis and his lackeys and free to continue with his own plans. He had only 2 more rituals to complete in the series and then he would be done for the time being. The next he would do was not able to be carried out until the next winter solstice. Since December, he had been working on exploring his newfound relationship with natural magic, but progress was slow. He found that it was complex, much more than anything else he had studied other than perhaps arithmancy. Natural magic relied on specific training and was not covered in general magic use like most of the results of his rituals were. It was something he had to make time for to focus on and could not rely on his standard drills as he could for the others. Pushing the thoughts of his rituals aside, he exited the common room, ignoring the respectful nods of his housemates as he passed. The 5th and 7th years were sitting their owls and newts respectively this week, so it was more than likely that the Quidditch pitch would be free. It had been some time since he had been flying and he needed a reprieve from his workload. He audibly groaned as he reached the entrance hall and was accosted by the Transfiguration professor. "Come with me, Potter," she demanded. With a deep sigh, he followed the woman. He couldn't fathom what she could possibly want with him. Since his last altercation with Davis, he had kept himself out of trouble, as far as he knew. She beckoned for him to join her in her office and offered him a seat whilst she took the one opposite. "I apologize if I have interrupted something important, but I would like you to do something for me," she explained as she slid a rather thick booklet of parchment towards him. "This is the Transfiguration Owl exam for the year. I would like you to complete it. You have 2 hours, she informed him as she placed a quill and a pot of ink on the desk. Professor. There is no talking aloud during an exam, Potter," the woman chastised. Harry frowned in confusion as he opened the book and read the first question. How many principal exceptions are there to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration? He dipped the quill in the ink and began writing, ignoring the expectant look of the Transfiguration mistress as she watched him carry out his work. He finished the final sentence with a flourish before McGonagall snatched the paper away from him and rose from her seat. "Please, wait here, Potter. I will return shortly." She left, leaving a very confused Harry in her wake. The exam wasn't as difficult as he had expected it to be. It mostly consisted of questions based on theory, but with the clear assumption that the candidate sitting it would be able to understand and elaborate on the topic of discussion. Harry had done this as best he could and had almost run out of time as a result. He released a deep breath from the unexpected exertion and waited as he had been instructed. The door opened again around 10 minutes later and McGonagall entered with a woman who was even older than her, much to Harry's surprise. The deputy headmistress took her seat as the woman stared at him speculatively for a moment before nodding seemingly to herself. "Okay, Potter, my name is Madam Marchbanks. If you would please stand, then we may begin." Harry did so and the woman waved her wand, transfiguring the chair he had vacated into a small table. "I would like you to transfigure this rat into a goblet. Bonus points are available for additional detail," she explained. She put the squirming rodent on the table. Harry froze it with a flick of his wand. He visualized what result he wanted to achieve, and the rat shifted, landing on the desk with a clunk when he was finished. "Very good, Potter," the woman praised as she inspected his bronze goblet with the Hogwarts crest engraved into it. Non-verbally too, and good use of a freezing charm to still it. Harry offered a respectful bow as she pocketed the goblet. "Now, I would like you to reverse the transfiguration I did on the chair and tell me how I could improve the quality of the work." Harry frowned, but did not carry out the transfiguration first. Instead, he placed his hand on the makeshift table and felt for the magic within. "You weakened the structural integrity of it by not enlarging the screws to accommodate for the increase in surface area. So, if I were to sit on it, it would not be able to support my weight," he explained as he turned it back into the chair it naturally was. The woman raised an eyebrow at him and nodded approvingly. "Demonstrate your explanation, please, Mr. Potter." Harry shrugged as he did so, ensuring that the construct maintained its integrity when the shape of the wood was remolded. "Good. Finally, I would like you to demonstrate a piece of transfiguration of your own choice. It can be anything you like so long as it is done competently." Harry pondered what he would like to demonstrate before nodding thoughtfully and focusing. After a few moments, his work was complete, and he snatched it out of the air to inspect. Satisfied, he handed it to the woman who scrutinized it much deeper than himself, humming as she did so. "This is exceptionally advanced work, Potter," she commented. Explain how you achieved this. I created the train first, focusing on the working parts to ensure it would be able to move around the tracks. I then conjured and warped the glass around, leaving a gap to cast the magic to create the falling snow and the charm to siphon it away so that it would not just fill up and eventually explode from the pressure. I then sealed the ball and cast the unbreakable charm on it, he explained. And what charm did you use to create the snow? Marchbanks asked with a frown. It is an elemental spell, madam. It's not a charm. The woman shook her head as she chuckled to herself as McGonagall stared at him in disbelief. It is not often I am asked to examine a student younger than those of the age to sit these exams, Mr. Potter, but I made an exception for Professor McGonagall. She was quite insistent that you were ready. I find myself in agreement with her. I am astonished at the level you have demonstrated in both charms and transfiguration and utterly flabbergasted by your use of elemental magic. Did you know about this, Minerva? The woman shook her head. Not only is your work excellent, you completed it with finesse worthy of praise. Despite what your other examinations in the future hold, I believe you would be remiss if you did not dedicate serious focus to transfiguration and charms. The former has so few masters of the subject, and I believe you would have a prosperous career. Take it from a woman who has been examining students for over 70 years, Potter. You have a real gift. Thank you, madam, Harry responded, unsure of how to react to the praise bestowed upon him. Professor Flitwick is waiting for you, Potter, McGonagall broke in. I imagine Madam Marchbanks will be there also to test you on charms. Unnecessary, the woman dismissed. Potter has demonstrated more than enough for me to work with. Go and sit the theory exam. You will hear from us during the summer. Harry could only nod dumbly as he left the room, wondering what on earth was happening. It was that very evening that Harry drifted lazily across the length of the Quidditch pitch on one of the school brooms, pondering the strange events of the day. You earned those opportunities, Harry, Tom assured him. I have had very little input on your charms and transfiguration work. That was all you. You have proven to be a natural at both and are reaping the benefits of your efforts. Harry smiled despite himself. He had worked exceedingly hard in the subjects, both coming rather easily to him but needing to be honed and nurtured. I know, he agreed with a sigh. I just don't know what to think. It means that your professors believe in you. That is why they have pushed you so hard this year. Harry nodded. Flitwick and McGonagall had been rather tough on him, pushing him much further than he'd expected. He smiled again as he dived towards the ground and allowed the tips of his toes to skim along the grass. Even though his day had been interrupted, he had still managed to make time for a fly. He pulled his broom to a stop as he heard a scream coming from the grounds. What was that? He took to the sky once more as the screaming increased but grew distant. He hopped towards it just in time to see a red-headed figure be pulled into the roots of the whomping willow and a lone girl shouting helplessly before a branch of the violent tree felled her with a flail of one of its branches. Hermione, Harry called as he disembarked from his broom and shook the girl. Her eyes fluttered open before she dissolved into a panic. Ron, she called. Hermione, what's happening? It took Ron. The dog. It took Ron in there, she hurriedly explained as she pointed dramatically. Go and get Dumbledore, Harry instructed, or any teacher you come across first. I'll try and get him. He held up a hand to prevent the protest he felt coming. Go, he said firmly. The girl shot to her feet and sprinted towards the castle as fast as her legs could carry her. What are you doing? Tom asked as Harry approached the tree with his map in hand. Sirius Black is Padfoot, he sighed. Large dog. I have no idea what he wants with Weasley, but we have to stop him doing something that will land him in Azkaban for a legitimate reason. Be careful, Tom cautioned. We do not know his mental state. He could be much more dangerous you expect. Harry nodded as he threw himself to the ground and rolled towards the tree roots, the branch that followed grazing his cheek before he could slip into the opening. He ignored the trickle of blood running down his cheek as he lit his wand and found himself in a cramped tunnel. Silence yourself, Harry. Harry did so with a wave of his wand and made his way across the uneven ground, ducking from time to time to avoid scraping his head on the low ceiling. Eventually, the tunnel turned sharply in an upwards direction and Harry was faced with a trap door. Carefully, he pushed it open and looked upon a room that had been trashed. Broken pieces of furniture littered the floor and there were deep scratch marks in the wall. Seeing nor hearing anyone within the room, He pushed it open and climbed in, his wand ready to defend himself should he need to. It was when he was halfway across the room, he heard a pained whimper, and he increased his pace to reach the source. Where is Wormtail? A hoarse voice demanded. Who is Wormtail? I don't know what you mean, the voice of Ron Weasley replied desperately. Do not lie to me. Another whimper sounded and Harry cracked the door open soundlessly. Inside, he could see the pale Weasley propped up against the wall with a man stood in front with his back to Harry. Slipping on his cloak, Harry pushed the door and stepped in, the opening causing the man to turn his attention to it. The first thing Harry noticed was that he looked very unwell. He was deathly thin and paler than any person should be. The next was the murderous glint in his eye. This man was ready to kill to get what he wanted. He laughed as he turned back to Weasley. The most haunted building in Hogsmeade, he shrugged. Now, I will only ask you one more time. Where is the rat? The only rat I know is my pet, Scabbers, the boy answered weakly. And how long have you had this rat? I've had him for 3 years, he was my brother's before that, Ron explained frantically. Rather strange for a common rat to live so long, don't you think? Harry's eyes widened at the implication. Pettigrew had hidden himself as a pet with the Weasleys. But how did Black know that? Carefully, he made his way across the room as he slipped his wand out of a gap in the cloak and hit the redhead with a stunner before revealing himself. Black stood and pointed his wand at him, his arm falling limply to his side as he took in his appearance. James? He questioned hopefully. Harry, the teen replied. To his shock, the man burst into tears as he dropped his wand and fell to his knees. It wasn't me, Harry, I promise it wasn't me. You have to believe it. Peter, the rat. I know, Harry interjected harshly. How? That doesn't matter. We must be quick. Dumbledore is on his way and I need you to do something for me. Anything, I'll do anything, Harry. Did you have a trial? Sirius shook his head. They threw me in Azkaban and left me to rot, he grumbled. Okay, I can work with that. I need you to go. Find somewhere to lie low and write an open letter to the Daily Prophet explaining what happened. They'll never believe me, Harry. They will if you have my help. I've already laid the groundwork with the DMLE, but you have to trust me. You being here is a bad idea. If Dumbledore catches you, he will have to call the Aurors. But, Pettigrew, will be caught eventually. We cannot completely clear your name if he is dead. Sirius huffed as he nodded his understanding. Why are you helping me? I don't think my dad would want one of his best friends being blamed for something he didn't do, Harry answered sincerely. Sirius smiled, his eyes alight with warmth at the mention of the man. You look like him, Harry, so very much. But you look like her also. We will have all the time in the world to make comparisons later. You need to leave now, Harry urged. It is a little late for that, a voice sounded at the door. Harry turned to find an uncharacteristically angry Professor Lupin stood with his wand pointed at his former friend. Dumbledore is on his way with the Aurors, Sirius. Moony, you don't get to call me that, the man hissed. You lost that right the night James and Lily were murdered because of you. Moony, it wasn't me. I wasn't their secret keeper. Wormtail, even you wouldn't be that stupid, Lupin denied. He's telling the truth, Harry broke in irritably. Sirius didn't even have a trial. Why would I help the person who helped murder my parents escape? The man faltered slightly, his wand dropping an inch or so. But, it wasn't me, Sirius declared once more. I could never do that to Lily and James. I would have died before giving them up. Lupin swallowed deeply as he nodded. I wanted to believe that, Sirius. All these years I wanted to believe there was a mistake, that you hadn't followed the rest of your family. I didn't, not ever. You were my family. You, James, Lily and Harry. The man's lower lip trembled as he nodded and choked on the emotion he felt. Bloody hell, Lupin, he needs to get out of here. I'll get you some time to escape, the professor vowed as he left the room. What about him? Sirius asked, jerking a thumb towards the unconscious Weasley. I'll handle it, just go, Harry urged. The man nodded and bounded through the door, changing into a large, black dog mid-leap. When he was gone, Harry revived the redhead with a flick of his wand. Come on Weasley, we need to get out of here. Where is he? Where is Black? He escaped, Harry sighed as he pulled the boy to his feet. Don't worry, he really is gone. Weasley nodded uncertainly. What are you doing here? I found Hermione trying to get in. She explained what happened and I sent her to get Dumbledore. I came in here to help you. You're a mad one, mate, Ron chuckled. Taking on 6 years and now a murdering nutter. Harry snorted. How is your sister after last year? I've not seen her much. She's getting better, Ron answered with a smile. It's taking time, but she's getting there. She's still seeing her healer, but Mum reckons it's for the best. Thanks to you, she's all right. Harry dismissed the praise with a wave as he climbed out of the hole and back into the Hogwarts grounds. Thankfully, the tree did not take a swing at him this time as he stayed put to help the redhead out also. Blimey, that was terrifying, Ron huffed. Do you think they'll catch him? Any response Harry may have had was cut off by a howl sounding a short distance away. What was that? Ron questioned as he drew his wand. Harry felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up as the howl sounded again, this time, much closer. Run, he shouted. Ron didn't need telling twice as he took off sprinting, his longer legs putting distance between himself and the trailing Harry. You can't outrun it, Harry, Tom panicked. You will have to fight. Keep your distance and slowly make your way back to the castle. Harry nodded as he stopped running and turned to face the oncoming werewolf. He took aim and fired an arrow at the creature, eliciting a yelp of fury as it grazed the shoulder but continued pursuing him without breaking its stride. You need something bigger. It is too fast. Harry sent a stream of fire towards it, slowing its progress as it halted to avoid being burnt. Good, now move back, slowly. Harry managed a few steps before the werewolf was on him once more, forcing him to roll underneath as it pounced in his direction. As he steadied himself, he fired another arrow, this time embedding the projectile into the chest of the beast. It roared angrily as it pawed at the shaft, snapping it and leaving the head protruding from the flesh. Still, despite being injured, it was intent on attacking. You need to use something stronger. Reluctantly, Harry transfigured the blades of grass beneath the feet of Lupin into thick, metal spikes, causing another howl to be bellowed as they shot through his feet. He then bent the tips to hold him in place as he conjured a thick coil of chains before using them to secure the limbs and maw of the creature. For a moment, it fought against them savagely before conceding the loss with a pathetic whine. Harry fell to his knees breathing heavily and trembling as the adrenaline wore off. Never in his life had he been so fearful that he might be killed, not with the basilisk the previous year and not even when Quirrell had seized him by the throat. It was terrifying and exhilarating at the same time, his talent in transfiguration and charms being the thing that had undoubtedly saved his life. You did well, Harry, Tom praised. Harry could only nod as he spotted several figures approaching from the castle, only the tips of their lit wands visible until they were only a few feet from the contained werewolf. Merlin, Potter, are you responsible for this? McGonagall asked, he hand clutching at her chest. Wrong place, wrong time, Professor, Harry chuckled as he pulled himself to his feet. It's not his fault, he defended the man. He came here to help apprehend Sirius Black. And where is Black now? A dark-skinned man in red aura robes questioned. Escaped in the chaos, Harry sighed. My apologies, I couldn't fight the werewolf and keep him here. I'm only bloody 13, he added, seeing the unamused look of the Auror and the few colleagues he had brought. Maybe if you were here, then you could have dealt with both. Give the lad credit, Kingsley, a heavily scarred man intervened. I don't know any kid that could deal with a werewolf as effectively as that. Black will show himself eventually. The other man nodded as he turned his attention to the werewolf. Would you like us to take him, Albus? The headmaster shook his head. I will see to Remus, shortly. Minerva, could you and Severus take him to a secure room in the dungeons whilst he sleeps off his transformation? McGonagall nodded as her and Snape set to work moving the creature, the Aurors also helping with levitating him inside. Perhaps you can explain to me what has happened this evening. Miss Granger has given her version of events and Mr. Weasley will do the same once he has been checked over. Harry nodded as he followed the man towards the castle. Professor, do you think I will ever have a normal year here? He huffed. I would like to hope so, Harry. Alas, next year will be far from it. I do not wish to ruin the surprise, but we are in for quite the treat. Harry could only shake his head in response, not wanting to know just what was waiting for him upon his return to the castle. Before then, he had other things he needed to handle first. He had to ensure Sirius was declared a free man, he had his 2 rituals to complete, and he had 2 months in which he could continue working on his magic and be left in peace, or so he could hope. To the magical community of Wizarding Britain. I write this in the hope that one may hear my plea, hear of the injustice served against myself by those supposedly my peers and those that are supposed to uphold the laws of our land. For 12 years I was left to rot in a cell for a crime I carry no guilt for nor ever sentenced for. That's right, I was never put on trial for what I am accused of committing. I was unjustly thrown in a cell and forgotten about. I am not guilty of the crimes I am accused of committing. I am not guilty of any crime other than putting my trust in the wrong person. I urge you all, go to the Ministry of Magic. Request to see a trial transcript or evidence of my sentencing, because you will find that such a thing does not exist. I am not asking to be let off, but just the chance to prove that I am innocent, in a court of law, as should have been my right some 12 years ago. Faithfully and forever yours, Sirius Orion Black. Very well done, Harry praised before he stood and clapped for the man who bowed dramatically. Pathetic and desperate. You pulled them off so well. Sirius frowned whilst Remus laughed at his friend. You wrote it, the former grumbled. It was strange for Harry being with the two. Since they had met in the Shrieking Shack, Sirius had taken up residence in his former family home and had reached out to the werewolf when he had left his position at the school. The man had been guilt-ridden for what had happened and apologized profusely to the teen. Harry had taken it in his stride. He had come to accept that his life at Hogwarts was a hazard, each year having been filled with something or someone that could kill him. When school had finished for the summer, he had returned to his usual haunt in Nocturne Alley, only to receive a letter from what he discovered was his godfather, inviting him to spend the summer. He had not been keen on the idea initially, had far too much to do before his return to the school to consider it, but Tom had other ideas. The magic of House Black would be a boon. It is knowledge that Voldemort does not have. Not only that, you deserve this, Harry, as does Black. Both of you have suffered for things you should never have. You need people, Harry, and Sirius Black was one of the closest people to your parents. I don't need people, Harry denied with a sigh. Perhaps not, but Black does. He has spent over a decade in Azkaban, Harry, for a crime he did not commit. Do you not think he deserves a chance? Harry could find no argument, and in truth, he was not regretting his decision. Despite being exposed to the Dementors for so long, the man was in surprisingly good spirits, respected his need for privacy and was trying to piece his life back together. Were it not for Remus and Harry, he doubted the man would show so much care towards himself. Anyway, I'm going to the alley tonight, he announced as he stood from the table. I'll be late so don't wait up. Why would you go to Diagon Alley at night? Remus asked. Nocturne, Harry corrected. I sneak into the hag to watch the fights. Excuse me. The werewolf pressed with a frown as Sirius snorted. I've been doing it for 2 years, Harry shrugged. Are you hearing this? Remus questioned Sirius. Harry has asked me to respect what he does, the man replied. I'm not going to stop him, Remus, bloody hell, he doesn't need that from me. You're his godfather, Remus pointed out. Who has been locked up for 12 years, Harry broke in. I've been taking care of myself since I was 7. If you knew everything I did, you'd probably have a heart attack. Watching some duels is the least of your worries, he finished as he swept from the room. Are you surprised he turned out like this? Sirius sighed. Look what he's been through with the Muggles. That's enough to have ruined him for life. Remus nodded. Hearing what Harry had endured at the hands of the Dursleys had provoked a rather furious response from himself and his fellow marauder. Harry had to intervene to stop them from paying the family a visit. It's hard, Padfoot, Remus muttered. He might look like them, but that's as far as it goes. It's sad to see their son like that. He's been alone, he's had to fend for himself, Sirius responded unhappily. He's not done so bad as far as I'm concerned, Moony. Remus could only nod. A lesser person would not have had the resilience Harry had demonstrated, and he had shared very little of his life experiences. The werewolf dreaded to think what else had been left unsaid. Amelia Bones frowned at the latest article published regarding the Sirius Black debacle. She was no fool. She did not ascend to her position without being able to read through the lines, without being able to piece different things together to create an accurate picture. Potter was in contact with Black, of that she had no doubt. Had she not received the letter from the boy earlier in the year, it may have been something she missed. But there was too much to merely be a coincidence, and she was the only one in the know. She shook her head. as her eyes drifted to the letter Black had drafted to the prophet. The day it had been published had been the start of a very long and painful headache. Fudge had all but demanded she contact the newspaper to demand they retract the letter and correct them on the misinformation they had printed. The man had erupted when he had been informed that there was no record of a trial or a sentencing. Even Azkaban had only his arrest record. The minister had been fuming, had shut himself away and seemingly pretended the letter had never been printed. He would not be able to ignore the one from Harry Potter. It brought a smirk to her lips as she began counting down the minutes until he became aware of it. Her office would be his first port of call. He would rant and rave, make his demands and eventually realize he had no choice. A trial for Black would have to be arranged, and if he was to be proven innocent, the man would have severe reparations to make. She silently applauded the Black and Potter duo for their cunning. Now, she could sit back and watch it all unfold. Anything that caused Cornelius to turn that shade of puce she had come to enjoy was a welcome commodity. "Don't you think you lad it on a little thick?" Sirius questioned as he skimmed over Harry's reply in the Daily Prophet. Harry shook his head as he helped himself to some eggs, courtesy of the miserable elf that served the Black family, not forgetting to check it had not been tampered with in any way. Creature was a loathsome elf who spent much of his time scowling at the trio or cursing under his breath. "No. They need to believe that I am serious, don't even do it," he warned as the man opened his mouth to offer a name-based quip. Sirius pouted as Remus snorted at the man. "Well, they'll certainly believe it," the werewolf commented. "Dumbledore will oppose you on principle." Harry shrugged uncaringly. He didn't dislike the headmaster, but they shared differing views on many things, the justice system being just one of them. "It wasn't his parents who were murdered," he retorted as his eyes scanned over the front cover of the morning edition. Potter responds to Black, calls for harsh judgment. By Barnabas Cuff. In a bold move, Harry Potter of all people has contacted us at the Daily Prophet to offer his input on the Sirius Black plea for a trial. For those of you that do not know, Black is accused of betraying the Potter family, leading to the death of James and Lily Potter on Halloween 1981. Black allegedly went on to murder 12 Muggles and a fellow wizard by the name of Peter Pettigrew. The young Potter, 14, was unapologetically ruthless with his response to the man thought to be responsible for the death of his parents and equally so with the Ministry of Magic. His full response is as follows. "To Wizarding Britain. To find myself writing to you is not something I ever thought I would be doing but felt it necessary. If anyone has the right to offer their thoughts on the situation involving Black, there is none with more than me. With that being said, I offer this message personally to Sirius Black. Surrender yourself for a trial. If you are innocent as you claim to be, then prove it. Consent to being administered veritaserum, consent to being questioned by your peers. Until then, you will get no sympathy from me. And to the Ministry of Magic. If Black is lying, then where is his trial transcript? Where is his record of sentencing? For the peace of mind of us, the wizarding public, these should be published for all to see. Or is it that they truly don't exist as Black claims? I am calling upon you to do your job, to prove there was no incompetence or neglect of duty when handling the matter. To you, it may be little more than a clerical error, but to me, this is the truth as to what happened to my parents. Were they murdered because of the actions of one they considered a friend? I implore the ministry to do the right thing. If mistakes were made, come out in the open and admit it. I offer this as my final word. Whomever it is responsible, whether it be Black or another party, I call for the guilty party to be treated with no mercy. I call for them to face the harshest punishment available. I demand suitable justice for my parents. Do the right thing, Cornelius Fudge. Either come forward with the needed information or rectify the ineptitude of the former administration. I await your response. Harry James Potter. Now, the question remains just what will Minister Fudge do now that he has personally been dragged into the picture? We will keep you up to date with how this story develops. Are you sure you don't want to go to the World Cup? Sirius questioned, pulling him from his thoughts. Harry shook his head. No, I don't enjoy Quidditch enough to justify that much money for tickets, he answered. I told you I would pay for it, Sirius huffed. I have more money in Gringotts than I will ever be able to spend. Just let me do something for you. You already brought me a firebolt, Harry pointed out. That gift had been a surprise. He had been pondering buying his own broom for some time, but Sirius beat him to it and had given him the best on the market. The difference between it and the old school broom he had been using was incredible. He had spent much of his birthday zooming around the Kent countryside under a notice me not charm getting used to it. How can he not want to go the World Cup? Sirius asked, turning his attention to Remus. Remus gave him a pointed look. What part of it do you think appeals to him? Big crowds. Sirius frowned but nodded his understanding. The amount of time Harry spent on his own couldn't be healthy, but anything he had tried to prevent it had fallen flat. Harry was an introvert who avoided people at all costs, even himself and Remus when they were not sharing a meal. It was concerning, especially as he had no idea what he got up to. I know, it was just a thought. Sorry, Harry. Harry nodded gratefully. He certainly was no social butterfly and that was unlikely to ever change. Are you expecting another owl? Remus asked as a rather majestic screech landed on the window ledge. Sirius shook his head as he opened the window to allow it entry. He had reluctantly dropped the mail ward on Grimmauld Place so that Remus could receive his correspondence and the newspaper he seemed to enjoy in the morning. It's for you, Harry. From the ministry, Sirius announced. That was a quick response. Remus frowned. Harry took the letter and opened it before pulling out the slips of parchment inside and reading. Dear Mr. Harry James Potter, please find enclosed your ordinary wizarding level results for the academic year 1993-1994. Classification is as follows. O, outstanding. E, exceeds expectations. A, acceptable. P, poor. D, dreadful. T, troll. Should you wish to appeal your results, then please do write to the Department of Magical Education within 30 days of receiving them. Your results are as follows. Charms, O. Transfiguration, O. Congratulations, you have achieved 2 ordinary wizarding levels graded at outstanding. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Griselda Marchbanks, Senior Examiner, Department of Magical Education, Ministry of Magic, London. Bloody hell, Harry chuckled, I didn't think they were actually assessing me for real. Assessing you? Sirius probed. Owls for charms and transfiguration, Harry replied, a slight frown marring his features. You've done your owls already? Sirius asked. Did something change when I was locked up? No, Remus answered. Harry is very gifted in both. I didn't know you were being entered for them. Neither did I, Harry shrugged. McGonagall dragged me into her office and made do the written part and then Marchbanks did the practical for both and then sent me to Flitwick. I didn't even get the chance to study for it. Not that you needed it, Remus pointed out as he nodded towards the parchment. An outstanding in both. Harry nodded. Well done, Sirius praised. I am really proud of you, Harry. As am I, Tom added. You earned those grades. The teen was grateful for the kind words but had no idea how to react to them. No one had ever been proud of him for anything, other than Tom, but that was different. Hearing it from Sirius and Remus confused him and made him feel rather awkward. It only means I have 2 less to study for, he said dismissively. Harry, getting even 1 owl at any level before 5th year is a big achievement, Remus returned. I suppose. Anyway, I have to go and do my shopping for the school year, he added, more as an excuse to end the conversation. There's only a couple of weeks left before I go back, and I don't want to get caught up in the crowds because I left it. Remus nodded and held up a hand to prevent Sirius from commenting. Have fun, Harry. The boy nodded and hurriedly left the room. Did I say something wrong? Sirius asked when he heard the front door shut. Remus shook his head. I doubt anyone has ever congratulated him on anything. He doesn't know how to deal with things like that. If James and Lily could see him, they would raise hell. Remus nodded his agreement. They'd be proud of him though, he countered. He really is brilliant, Sirius, better than we ever were. He is, Sirius agreed, his thoughts wandering to the godson he didn't know and the 2 people that brought him into the world. Harry managed to once again secure a compartment to himself on the train and locked himself inside, as had become his usual practice, not that it ever prevented anyone from disturbing him. The last 2 weeks of the holidays had positively flown by and it had been mostly spent dealing with the fallout of the letter he had penned to the prophet. He had expected some backlash for his offering, but he had not expected to be personally summoned to the office of the minister himself for a discussion on the matter. Flashback. He arrived at the ministry at the requested time and was led through the atrium by a team of 3 Aurors that had been waiting to greet him. A short ride later in a golden lift, he found himself outside the office of the man that had requested this meeting, having his wand seized and being searched by the entourage. When they were satisfied he had nothing that could pose a threat to the leader of the country, one knocked on the door and entered. Harry waited impatiently, ignoring the stares of the 3 remaining Aurors until the office door opened and he was beckoned to enter. He did so and was greeted by the sight of a paunchy man wearing a green pin-striped suit fiddling with a black bowler hat. He, however, was not alone. Stood to one side was a tall B***owned, his hands resting atop an ornate cane, his eyes narrowed in his direction in a mixture of curiosity and distaste. "Please, take a seat, Potter," the minister requested as he took the one on the other side of the desk. "Drink." Harry shook his head in the negative. He hadn't come to exchange pleasantries with the man, and the presence of Lucius Malfoy had set him on edge. Fudge sighed dramatically as he shook his head. "Oh, Harry. What are we to do about this situation?" "Well, providing the proof of Black's guilt would be a start," Harry returned evenly. "If that doesn't exist, then the man should be brought to trial. Is not one of the laws of this country. Every man has the right to a fair trial, despite what accusations are made against him. He is to be judged by the Wizengamot, who will act as the jury, and they will ultimately decide whether he is innocent or guilty." In most cases, you would be correct," Fudge conceded. "This, however, is a special case. Black is a proven danger to society. We do not want dangerous people wandering our streets, do we?" "I suppose not," Harry agreed. "That is why I am in support of a trial. The only danger the man has posed is all alleged. I have seen no proof from yourself or any other that he is guilty." "Mr. Potter," Lucius intervened before Fudge could speak once more, "I would like to begin by saying that my son speaks highly of you. He has found you to be respectful and a rather intelligent young man," he offered with a bow. "With that being said, there is much more to consider here than just Black. I too had accusations made against me, and still, although I was proven innocent, that stain upon my reputation remains to this very day, and that was for something I did not do under my own free will. I worry that your own reputation will suffer for your association with the man. If he were to be proven guilty, I dare say, your own reputation would be in tatters. My son will one day be the head of this family, and he could be quite the ally to you. However, as a Malfoy, we cannot afford to associate ourselves with those that have chosen the wrong side in the past. Our own reputation is one I have worked tirelessly to remedy. I do not wish the same fate upon you. I appreciate your kind words, Mr. Malfoy. Draco has carved quite the reputation for himself at Hogwarts already," he offered with a slight bow. "I understand the position I am in, and you're right, my reputation could suffer. I will take what you have said under advisement. Words of wisdom are always greatly appreciated by a man of your station. If not granted a trial, then what would you suggest happens to Black?" "I would stand firmly by your own suggestion. Whomever is responsible for the death of your parents should face the full force of our legal system. The man has escaped Azkaban once before, so I would recommend he be the recipient of the Dementor's key. Your parents deserve justice, and that is all I ask for," Harry replied. "I find myself convinced that you are correct in this instance, however, public opinion is what matters here. Already there are many calling for a trial to be granted. How do you appease them?" "We will grant the trial," Fudge broke in with a grin, "but it will be one that favors the beneficial outcome for ourselves. You simply have to leave it with us, and we can handle the rest." Harry nodded as he stood and offered his hand. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Minister." Fudge shook his hand, as did Lucius Malfoy before Harry took his leave. Tom and Sirius had both warned him that something like this would transpire and that Harry had to be careful. Now he knew what he was dealing with. He could act accordingly, well, he could ensure that those in a position to do so could act accordingly. End flashback. He had already written to Dumbledore informing the man of the meeting he'd had and had been assured that he would take the necessary steps to prevent any undue political maneuvering taking place. Having the chief warlock on side was certainly an advantage, though, he still felt nervous for Sirius. Once could never be sure of anything when dealing with the likes of Malfoy. Especially when the Death Eaters were seemingly active once more. The aftermath of the World Cup had left him even more pleased he had not attended. He doubted his temper would have held when confronted by those responsible for so much misery, his included. Both Sirius and Remus had shown great concern at the re-emergence of Voldemort's supporters, a concern that only increased when Harry informed them of the encounters he had with the man since starting Hogwarts. They hadn't said as much, but they had begun preparing for the eventuality of his return. Harry just hoped he had more time before that happened. "You will be ready, Harry, I can promise you that." The Great Hall was awash with chatter about the impending Triwizard Tournament. Students discussed what the tournament would include, the other visiting schools and who they thought would be a good representative for Hogwarts. Harry couldn't care less about such things. He wanted little more than to focus on his studies and continue opening his options for when he finished his schooling. As far as he was concerned, so long as he had a year where he was left alone, everyone else could get on with whatever they wanted. "The tournament is an exciting thing, Harry," Tom broke in. "It will be quite the spectacle to witness. I do however recommend caution. It presents others with opportunities to harm you. The tournament is the perfect time to strike. There will be many unknown people here. You must be vigilant." Harry nodded his agreement to the latter. He would likely attend the events to see why such a fuss was caused about it, but he had no other vested interest, particularly if Roger Davis was selected as the school champion. Something about the older boy continued to annoy him, and that was likely to never change. He stood to take his leave of the hall when the students had been dismissed. As he reached the door, he was stopped by Professor Flitwick, who gave him a warm smile. "I wished to congratulate you, Harry. Both myself and Professor McGonagall were exceptionally pleased by your results." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied. "I would say that this year will be your toughest yet. We are quite keen to see how far we can push you." With the ominous words ringing in his ears, Harry left the man relishing the challenge coming his way. Truly, he had not been pushed to his limits in the two subjects, and he hoped he would finally get the opportunity to see what he was capable of. There was something very disconcerting about being taught defense by Mad-Eye Moody. The man undoubtedly knew his stuff but was, by all accounts, a paranoid lunatic. Thus far, he had demonstrated the three unforgivables had continually screamed the words, "constant vigilance," and seemed to loathe everyone and everything about the castle. He is a veteran Auror and an excellent fighter. It is unsurprising he is as paranoid as he is with all he has seen and endured. Tom had defended the man. Despite his seemingly volatile nature, he was an effective instructor, and Harry couldn't help but agree his appointment was a good one overall, even if he did terrify everyone that entered his classroom. "All right, listen up," the man growled as he paced back and forth at the front of the classroom, every other step sounding a dull clunk, reminding all of his missing limb. "Today, I am going to be testing your mental strength, your resilience to outside forces trying to influence and control your actions. If your mind is weak, it doesn't matter how tough you think you are. Bones, get yourself up here." The redhead nervously approached as the man gave her a feral grin. "Defend yourself," he demanded as he raised his wand, Imperio. Harry looked on as the girl started doing cartwheels around the room against her own volition before she came to a stop and flushed in embarrassment. "Pathetic," Moody declared. "Your aunt should have taught you better. You, Macmillan, you're up." Susan was almost in tears as she took her seat once more and Ernie stood to take her place. He didn't fare any better than the girl, nor did any other member of the class for that matter. Moody made several of them sing, dance, and even had Michael Corner declaring his undying love for Anthony Goldstein. "Potter," Moody called, "let us see if you can do better. You will be fine, Harry. Your mind is strong, there is nothing to fear." Before Harry could ready himself, he heard Moody's voice and strange sense of calm washed over him, almost as though his mind had been submerged into a warm bath. He felt unnaturally at ease as the peace of mind lulled him into a dreamlike state. "Dance for me, Potter. I want to see your best moves, dance now." "No," Harry refused as his mind cleared of the invasion and he came to his senses. He found Moody staring at him with a brief look of wonder before he shook himself from it. "Merlin, you fought it off," he declared before he smiled, the gesture doing nothing but making him look more sinister. "Did you see? Potter fought it and he won. People will have a hard time controlling you, lad." Some of the class members mumbled as Terry gave him a thumbs up. "Homework. I want a foot on what you just experienced and how you can improve your performance, and I want it a week from today." Dismissed, Moody finished as he entered his office and slammed the door shut with a bang. Excellently done, Harry, Tom praised as he left the room. Harry nodded mutely. The school year was in its infancy, yet in past experiences had taught him that something was brewing as it had in the 3 years prior. Still, he had a week until the other schools arrived, and when they did, he hoped the rest of the castle would be too swept up in the festivities of the tournament to concern themselves with him, though, it would be the ones who cared not for the tournament he needed to watch out for. Before then, however, he was waiting for either Sirius to write to him or an announcement to be made in the Daily Prophet. Having notified the headmaster of the conversation he'd had with Fudge and Malfoy, the idea of a full trial had been scrapped pending the results of an interview with representatives of the DMLE. Amelia Bones had insisted upon due process, and a trial could not be held until Sirius had been formally interviewed and given a statement, something that would certainly work in his godfather's favor. Once the interview had taken place, it was up to Bones to decide how she wished to proceed. If enough evidence of guilt is provided, the trial would go ahead. In the case of lack of evidence, she could choose to release Sirius without charge. According to Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge had been most displeased by the development, though he only had himself to blame. Madame Bones had been in favor of the trial until the minister had dug his heels in. It was then that she went against his wishes and found an even less favored approach, one that did not involve the Wizengamot nor the minister. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was hers, and she would run it how she saw fit. Unless Fudge found a way to negate her power through legislation, it would remain that way. Either way, Harry had not had to endure any repercussions. Fudge had only himself to blame for his own incompetence. "Quicker this time, Harry," Tom commanded. Harry nodded, panting as sweat ran from his hair and down his cheeks. He wiped it away, his eyes narrowing in concentration as he waited for the dummies to become active. He dodged a sickly orange curse as he batted another side before going on the offensive. With a wave of his wand, a powerful gust of wind sent the 3 opponents sprawling, giving him the time and space he needed. Chanting in a tongue not commonly spoken for centuries, he finished with a gentle blow into his cupped hand, and any icy serpent formed in the air, growing as it bore down on its targets. A wall of flame halted the snake, surprising the teen. Never had he been able to use the same trick twice within the room, and this was no exception. Steam filled the room as the 2 elements battled for dominance, none seemingly getting the upper hand. Releasing a deep breath, he reverted to what he did best in a trio of blades and sent them at his enemies whilst they were distracted with keeping their defense against the ice going. All 3 missed their target, and he growled before resorting to some of newest spells in his arsenal. With little more than a thought, a trio purple jets of light slipped through the fiery wall and landed where intended. The wall collapsed and the icy serpent claimed its victims. "Good, Harry, very good. You demonstrated ruthlessness and adaptability," Tom hissed gleefully. Harry released a deep breath as he approached the targets, all frozen solid with their mandibles missing, the spell found in the Black Library living up to the family reputation. It was not often he would use them, but he could not deny the effectiveness, and this was one of the more pleasant ones. "But there is more from you to come," Tom continued. "You're progressing at an astounding rate, but it isn't enough. Not to destroy your enemies when needed." Harry nodded his agreement. Completing the set of rituals in the summer had been a relief as much as a benefit. The first 12 had been designed to expand his capabilities and the 13th to link them all together. He had learnt early on that the rituals in themselves wouldn't give him great power or turn him into the next Merlin. They would give him the capability to reach his full potential, but he still had to work hard to achieve it, mentally, physically and magically. He did all 3 in abundance on daily, and his hard work was truly showing. At the age of 14, he was showing incredible potential, and he was improving with each passing day. "I know, but I will get there." "Yes, Harry, you will. Your final ritual will be on the winter solstice. You will truly understand the benefits of all the hard work and sacrifice you have made these past few years. I can promise you that. For now, you must shower and prepare yourself for the arrival of the other schools." Harry nodded as he summoned a towel and wiped the perspiration from his face. He had forgotten the other schools would be arriving today. It mattered not, but his presence would be missed. Flitwick had insisted he be there to greet them and assured him that he would be watching. He was expected to represent the house, whatever that meant. Instead of pondering the words of his head of house, he stepped into the shower the room provided to clean up. It wouldn't do to greet strangers with the array of smells wafting from him. It was a rather bittersweet feeling as she watched the Beauxbatons palace begin to drift into the distance from her window within the carriage. For the past 6 years, the school had been her home away from home, the place she had come to love, and loathe at times, in equal measure. Her first year had been one of joy. She had made friends and had been enthralled by the practice of magic, had dedicated herself to her studies in a bid to become the best she could be. She was a Delacour and it was expected that she comported herself as such, committed herself to fulfill her potential and represent her family with grace and poise. She had done this, her maman and papa smiling proudly when their eldest daughter arrived home and told them of the year she'd had, the warm smile she wore pulling at her lips for days after the man stuck her grades on the door of his office at work. Second year had proven to be even better than the first. She had continued to shine, had started to cultivate a reputation of being excellent, particularly in her charms work, a reputation that grew with each passing year, despite what else had changed. It was when she arrived for her third term at the school that these changes started to show. It was rather strange for a 13-year-old girl to lose friends for no apparent reason. She had perhaps thought they didn't like that she did better than them in classes, though that proved to be false. She tried to hold back a little, but nothing changed, if anything it got worse. It was not until a despondent girl returned home for Christmas that her mother sat her down and explained what was happening to her. She of course knew of her heritage, had been taught to be proud of what she was. Such a thing, however, proved much harder to do when faced with losing those you thought cared for you. For some time, she hated what she was, wished nothing more for that part of her to go away so that she could have those friends back. Deep down, she knew it couldn't be. Magic was a wondrous thing, but it could not change who you were. Underneath any glamour, you were still very much what magic made you. It took time, but when returned for her 4th year, she had lost some of that naivety. She no longer wanted the friends she had lost. She could see that they had been no friend to her at all if such a trivial thing as her heritage could get in the way. So, she continued to shine, refused to allow the opinion of others affect who she was. She ignored the gawking males and looks of jealousy from the insecure females as she carried on with her head held high. The majority believed she had become conceited, thought of herself more highly than any other or that she was better than them. Perhaps that was true. Fleur Delacour would never have treated any of them any differently the way they had her, looked down her nose at them as she had been, and she would never have judged them the way they did. Admittedly, she could be rather short with some, those that did not get the message that she was not interested or those girls she had heard whispering about her when they thought she couldn't hear, but they deserved it. Why should she have to be polite to those that did not grant her the same courtesy? She sighed as she pulled her gaze from the window. It was her that had thrived through it all. She had dedicated herself to her studies, no longer caring about others' opinions of her. She was a warm person, kind to those she held dear, but life had taught her these were now and would always be few. Her heritage would always be a factor, an issue for many who believed the nonsense spouted about her kind. She was a Vila and a proud one at that, and she didn't have the time to invest to change people's thoughts about what she was, nor did she care to. If she was judged by what blood ran through her veins, then those doing so were not worth the wasted breath in trying to correct them. A gentle tapping on her door interrupted her musings. Opening it, she came face to face with the 2 girls she interacted with on any level, Fi and Marie, cousins from her father's side of the family. She liked them well enough. They had never passed comment about what she was, having grown up with her and being aware from a young age about her Vila heritage. Madame Maxime says we will arrive in a few minutes, Fi informed her. Fleur nodded as she went to fetch her shawl. She had been warned that Scotland was a cold country at this time of year, so had prepared accordingly. Have you decided if you are going to enter your name? I'm going to, she replied with a nod. Just being a champion will give me opportunities. Fi snorted. I think you will win, she offered sincerely. Fleur gave her a warm smile. Fi didn't say things she didn't mean. Her bluntness was one of the things she appreciated about the girl. I think so too, Marie assured her. You've got more of a chance than anyone else here. Thank you, but I have to be selected first. It could be either of you. And it very well could be. Although Fleur was excellent with charms, Marie and Fi both had their own areas of strength. The former was very proficient in runes and enchanting and the latter in transfiguration. We are now arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please ensure that your uniform is worn as expected. The announcement spurred the three into checking that their dresses were correct before the carriage touched down with a gentle bump. As the door opened, they were met with their first gust of chilly wind and what appeared to be every student of the school dressed in black with various colored markings on their robes. As Fleur exited, her eyes drifted up towards the castle. It didn't hold the show the same grandeur as the palace, but it was pleasing in its own way, if a little dreary for her liking. The 27 students that had been chosen for the trip followed the headmistress and 3 other instructors as they made their way towards a rather eccentrically dressed, older man with a long white beard. Dumbledore, Phi whispered. Fleur had heard of the man, doubted that there were very few in the wizarding world that had not. Not only had he defeated Grindelwald, bringing an end to his regime, he had contributed to studies in alchemy, transfiguration and as one of very few people known to have a phoenix for a familiar. Madame Maxime, he greeted the headmistress with a bow, we are truly honored to have yourself and your students joining us for this year. Please, head inside, I understand that it is colder here than you are accustomed to. Thank you, Dumbledore, the woman returned in accented English, ignoring the looks of wonderment from the Hogwarts students at her abnormally tall frame. After a final bow from the man, Fleur followed her fellow students and entered the castle, enjoying the warmth as it washed over her. They were guided into a large hall with 4 tables and they took seats at one of the 2 in the middle. What do you think? Marie asked. It's different, Fleur commented, it's nothing like Beauxbaton's. I like it, Phi interjected. It is rustic. Fleur rolled her eyes at the girl. I do not like it very much, Stefan grumbled. You don't like anything that doesn't have your family name on it, Phi returned. Stefan was the most unlikable boy at the school and complained about everything. It bothered Fleur that he was considered to be a brilliant duelist because of how cocky the reputation made him. He had no redeeming qualities other than the gold his family had accumulated. I could always give you my family name, he offered before shaking his head, but then again, we only handle quality goods. Marie had to hold the other girl in her seat to prevent her lashing out. It would not do well to make a scene so soon after they arrived. As such, Madame Maxime shot them a glare of warning as the hall began to fill up around them with both students from Hogwarts and Durmstrang who looked as though they had dressed for war. They are trying to intimidate the rest of us, Marie muttered. Fleur couldn't help but agree as those donned in red military jackets sat amongst those with green trimming on their black robes whilst the Beauxbatons were joined by students sporting blue. Immediately, she felt dozens of pairs of eyes on her and she shrunk into her seat as best she could. It was like this at her own school and had been since her 3rd year. Thankfully, Dumbledore began to address the room before she became too uncomfortable. I would like to begin by welcoming the staff and students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons and thank them for joining us here for the duration of the Triwizard Tournament. A gentle round of applause sounded before he held up his hands for silence once more. After the feast, there will be further announcements and the opportunity for our visitors to be taken on a tour of the castle so that you may become more familiar with it. Please, feel free to ask any students or staff questions you may have. I am certain they will be most happy to help. With a clap of his hands, the tables filled with platters of food and the man took his seat at the center of the head table. You wouldn't think that he defeated Grindelwald, Phi commented. He seems too nice to fight anyone. Fleur nodded her agreement, doing her best to ignore the stares of those around her. She always made a point to minimize her allure, particularly around strangers. Here, it seemed to help little. She helped herself to some of the French offerings on the table, the English food much heavier than what she was used to. What are you staring at, Boot? A male voice spoke, heard easily through the almost silent section of the table she was seated at. She glanced upwards and found a boy with dark hair staring at her dumbly as another frowned at him. The other boy's eyes widened as he realized she was looking, and he gaped in her direction. The frowning boy turned to her also, his emerald eyes questioning and widening slightly before the frown returned and he slapped his friend on the back of the head. Bloody hell, Terry, if a beautiful girl is making you dribble like an infant you really are in trouble. The boy now known as Terry shook himself and whispered to the other. She couldn't hear all what was said but the word, Vila, was used. The one with the penetrating green eyes looked at her once more and shrugged. Well, it's rude to stare and you're putting me off my food. It's not just me, Terry defended. The other boy looked at those around them unimpressively as he coughed loudly, none paying attention to the sound. With a muttered curse, he flicked his wand and several goblets around the table tipped, emptying their contents into the laps of those they had been placed in front of. Those on the receiving end shot to their feet in shock, garnering the attention of the teachers seated at the front of the hall. Fleur raised an eyebrow at the display of magic. The boy was clearly younger than herself but had demonstrated exceptional control in his casting. "Is there a problem over here?" a very small man asked as he approached. "Not at all, Professor," the green-eyed boy denied. "I think some of my housemates forgot themselves." The man frowned at the students as he nodded, his eyes finding her briefly as he gave an apologetic smile before he beckoned the boy to join him. "Who is that?" Fleur questioned a girl sitting close by who was seemingly making a sculpture out of potatoes. "Oh, that's Harry," she answered almost dreamily. "He's really nice, but you probably won't see him much." "No one does," she finished cryptically. "Why not?" "Harry D doesn't like people," Terry stuttered. "He keeps away most of the tea time." Harry returned with a scowl marring his features as he retook his seat. "Thanks, Terry," he said sarcastically, "because of you, I have to show this lot around," he added, jerking a thumb in the direction of the French students. "We do speak English, you know." Phi broke in. Harry shrugged uncaringly. "That's good. You'll probably need that here," he returned dryly. Phi flared her nostrils at the boy who was unfazed by the gesture and continued eating. Fleur watched him for a moment. He was quite a curious boy and seemed to be quite alert. His eyes darted around the room, often towards the staff table. He seemed rather uncomfortable in these surroundings, almost on edge. She followed his line of sight and could see that he was staring at the High Master of Durmstrang in disdain. Perhaps they knew each other and had an unpleasant history. It mattered not to her and she shrugged indifferently before finishing her own meal. Before long, the table was cleared, and Dumbledore stood once more. "Now that we have been suitably fed and watered, it is time to explain how this year will be spent," he began. "As for the Triwizard Tournament, only those of 17 years old or above may submit their names." A cacophony of disappointed groans could be heard at the revelation and the man waited for silence before he continued. "The selection of the champions will be done by an unbiased third party, that being the Goblet of Fire. Mr. Filch, if you please." Another, seemingly less pleasant man entered the hall pushing a large chest to the front and stepping away. With a wave of the headmaster's wand, it opened to reveal an intricate cup made of glass. With another gesture of his wand, the inside erupted with a blue flame and remained lit. To enter, you must write your name on a piece of parchment and place it in the goblet. Do so only if you have considered the implications. The tournament is not to be taken lightly. It is as dangerous as any wizarding competition, but to those that choose to, I wish you luck. Whispering broke out at the ominous warning the man gave, but he remained his cheerful self, smiling at the students as though he had not just revealed that 3 would be in mortal peril in the coming months. Champions will be drawn tomorrow evening. Before we press on, I would like to introduce the final 2 judges of the tournament. Along with myself, Madame Maxime and High Master Karkaroff, we Mr. Ludo Bagman, the head of the Department of Magical Sports and Games, and Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Cooperation. The men received a polite round of applause, the former more so than the latter. Bagman looked like an overgrown boy, his eyes alight with wonder. Crouch was the opposite. He did not appear at all happy to be here, his mustache twitching irritably as the clapping ensued. Now, moving on. Those of you visiting are welcome to attend any classes on offer here at Hogwarts. Timetables will be made available to you at breakfast in the morning, and as an additional event, we will be holding a dueling tournament for any student in 4th year and above. This will also take place throughout the year. Champions can also sign up for this. There will be more information to due course. And finally, for the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, you will be asked to remain behind when the other students have been dismissed. You are to be given a tour around the castle and the grounds. Cassius Warrington of Slytherin House will show the Durmstrang delegation around, and Harry Potter from Ravenclaw will do the same for those from Beauxbatons. Fleur turned sharply in the direction of the boy upon hearing his name. Even in France, the boy was famous, though he looked displeased by the sudden influx of attention he was receiving. Looking at him closely, she could see his scar just protruding through his hairline. Does he mean the Harry Potter? Phi whispered. His scar is there, Fleur replied. How many Harry Potters can there be? My name is exactly the same in French as it is in English, the boy pointed out irritably as the hall began to empty. So, it is you. Murdered parents with only a scar to show for that night. He bit back. Yeah, that's me. Phi's eyes widened as she stuttered an apology. Forget about it, Harry dismissed, you're not the first and you won't be the last. How about we get this over with? He stood and left the hall, gesturing for them to follow. I didn't mean to, Phi said weakly. He'll get over it, Marie comforted. They came upon him waiting impatiently just outside the hall. This is the entrance hall. There are the house point counters and the stairs over there lead to the dungeons, he explained pointing to the descending case. I will take you there at the end. No doubt Warrington will be down there with the others. Come on, it's a big castle, he urged as he walked towards a staircase to his left with the group following him quickly to keep up. On the first floor, we have the hospital wing, the defense against the dark arts classroom, the Muggle studies classroom and the history of magic room, Harry explained. Whatever you do, don't sneak around here. Moody will find you and if you startle him, you might well have need of the first room, he added as he led them towards a staircase that was moving of its own accord. Here on the second floor, you'll mostly find offices and disused classrooms. There is however, one of the best bathrooms Hogwarts has to offer. If anyone has need of the facilities, girls can go in here and boys just a little further down, he informed them, indicating the two doors he had spoken of. A few of the girls and boys peeled off to do so and Harry leaned up against the wall whilst he waited for them. Oh dear, he muttered. Didn't I mention the ghost in the girls? He almost looked amused as the screams started and he released a dramatic sigh. Wait here, he instructed them as he drew his and pushed the door open. Myrtle, we don't scare guests. Now that wasn't very nice, he chastised as the sound of sloshing water and wailing could be heard. The door opened shortly after and Harry emerged with a group of sodden and shaken girls. You have my apologies, ladies, he offered insincerely as he gave a wave of his wand, drying them off. Fleur fought the grin that threatened to form as the boy did so, clearly having planned this part of the tour and taking rather a lot of enjoyment from it. Are there any other ghosts we should be aware of, Ari? She asked. Several, the boy replied, none like Myrtle, but I would watch out for Peeves. He's a poltergeist and will do what he can to upset you. A poltergeist? Marie questioned. He turns up occasionally, Harry shrugged as he began walking towards another set of ascending stairs. You did that on purpose, Ari, Fleur whispered, narrowing her eyes at the boy, though she could not hide her amusement. Harry shrugged. Well, I wanted to get something out of this, he muttered. Why did it if you don't want to? She asked, folding her arms and raising an eyebrow at him. The boy who was supposed to couldn't keep his eyes off you. Would have been a bad tour if he kept walking into walls and drooling. Flitwick thought it was best I do it and he blackmailed me. He blackmailed you? Harry nodded. He said that if I give you lot the tour, he'll let me off homework for the year. A whole year. He said a month, but I haggled with him. Fleur snorted slightly. It was strange to meet a male so young able to keep his composure around her. She had never come across a teen that didn't turn into a drooling mess. Her mother had explained that hormonal boys were the worst and that they developed better resistance when they matured. From her own experience, she was correct. Men would often stare but not lose themselves from her passive allure the same way younger ones did. It was a nice change. What do you know about Vila? She asked curiously. Not much, he answered honestly, I know not to get on the wrong side of them. Angry bird ladies that throw fire around aren't an enemy I want, he finished with a smirk. Fleur was taken aback by his candid answer and she paused in her steps. If she did not see the glint in his eye, she may have even been offended. Then do not upset me, Ari, she returned sweetly, sticking her nose up in the air. He shook his head at her as he led them up another flight of stairs. Why are you flirting with him? Phi asked. I was not, Fleur denied hotly. He is young, closer to Gabrielle's age. He is good-looking, Marie broke in. Fleur frowned. She hadn't paid much attention to how he looked other than taking note of his eyes. He certainly wasn't bad-looking, but he was at least 2 years younger than herself. How old is he anyway? Phi pressed. 14, I think, Marie answered. Fleur ignored the pair as she continued to follow the boy who had come to a halt in the corridor just off the staircase. Up here, we have more disused classrooms on that side and the trophy room just here. On the other side is where you will find the charms classroom and Professor Flitwick's office, he informed them as he approached another one of the seemingly endless in number staircases. On this floor, we have the library and not much else. There are a few nice places you can study down there that stay quiet, he added, pointing to a row of windows. The rest of the tour continued in the same vein. He led them through the rest of the upper floors of the castle, explaining what classrooms were on each floor and any other places of interest. The inside portion of the tour ended in the dungeons that were as gloomy as one would expect from rooms that likely once held prisoners. With the tour of the castle complete, he led them onto the grounds and towards the carriage they would be staying in for the duration. You'll want to use warming charms when you are out here, he advised. Over there is the lake. There is a giant squid in there, but he's alright if you give him some food. The herbology greenhouses are a little bit at the back of your carriage and the forbidden forest is over there, he sighed, pointing to a mass of trees in the distance. Don't wander off into there. I don't think anyone knows all the creatures you could bump into, but there are acromantula and centaurs. Any questions? He finished as they reached the carriage. One of the girls raised her hand. Do you really live in a castle and hunt vampires? Fleur shook her head in disbelief. No, I was raised by muggles, Harry huffed. Believe me, vampires would have been preferable. Anyone else? How did you kill you-know-who? Stefan asked. And that is the end of the questions, Harry snapped irritably. I hope you enjoy your stay. With his final words said, he stalked away from them, muttering under his breath. Well done, idiot, Fi growled. Why would you mention that? Stefan grinned as he entered the carriage. Fleur could only shake her head at the boy. He was always unpleasant, but he shouldn't have asked that. She too entered the carriage and then her room. It had been a long day and she felt the fatigue starting to overcome her. Hogwarts wasn't as bad as she was expecting it to be. There was the staring, but it had been dealt with for this evening at the very least, thanks to Harry. He was a rather strange person from what she had observed. He didn't tolerate rudeness and he clearly did not like being around people very much. He had been polite himself, for the most part, and had not been fazed by her much at all. It had been a strange experience but a welcome one, nonetheless. Her thoughts turned towards the impending selection of the champions that would take place the very next evening. She would submit her name in the morning and hope for the best, hope that she was chosen above any other at her school. She would do well in the tournament, that she was sure of. She just needed to be given the opportunity to prove it. You're distracted, Tom broke into his thoughts. Harry nodded as he put down his carving tool and rubbed his eyes tiredly. He couldn't deny it and his experience of the French students had left him rather irritated. He understood people took an interest in him, but it was not something he'd had to deal with for some time. Those at Hogwarts just saw him as Harry, for the most part, the quiet boy that kept himself to himself. He simply had not expected the blunt questioning. It's that time of year, he replied. Halloween, Tom clarified. Well, forget about your runic work. You can't complete in when you are not focused. Why don't you ask Flitwick about going to Godric's Hollow? I'm sure he wouldn't begrudge you the opportunity. Harry checked his watch. Flitwick's office would still be open for another 15 minutes. He nodded as he stood, the need to get away from the castle for a while deciding his course of action. With a wave of his wand, he packed a few things into a bag and made his way through the tower, pointedly ignoring his housemates as he exited the common room. He arrived at the office of the charms professor and knocked. Come in, the man squeaked after a moment's pause. Harry pushed the door open to the familiar space. It was often he came here but he remembered it well enough. What can I do for you, Mr. Potter? I'm just letting you know, Professor, that I'm going to be away from the castle for the next day or so, Harry answered. Whatever for? Flitwick asked. I just need some time, the teen sighed. It's Halloween tomorrow and I want to go and visit my parents. I've never been before. Flitwick gave him a sad smile of understanding. I can't give you permission to leave, Harry. However, I can forget that this conversation happened. Do you have somewhere to stay for a couple of nights? I will stay at the Lakey Cauldron. I can get the night bus there and I will make sure I'm back first thing Wednesday morning. Very well. I believe you have a busy day ahead of you so it is unlikely I will see you before Wednesday. Harry gave the man a nod of gratitude as he took his leave, slipping his cloak on as he made his way up to the 5th floor. Reaching the statue of the one-eyed witch, he tapped it with his wand. "Descendium," he muttered. The opening formed and he worked his way through the tunnel until he reached the trapdoor. Concentrating, he thought of the arrival point of Diagon Alley, turned on the spot and vanished with a crack. "We will work on making it quieter," Tom assured him as they arrived. Harry nodded, ignoring the sickness that had overcome him in favor of the feeling of relief he felt at being away from the castle. Fleur entered the Great Hall the next morning with the rest of the Beauxbatons entourage, all of whom would be submitting their names for consideration to the Goblet of Fire. It ended up being a rather anticlimactic affair, with the cup merely acknowledging the name of each prospective champion with a burst of blue flames. With her name added into the mix, she took a seat at the same table she had the previous night for breakfast. "You should be used to ignoring them by now," Marie whispered a few minutes into the meal. Fleur shrugged in response. She was accustomed to the staring, but it always made her feel uncomfortable. Part of her wished Harry was here to spill juice on his housemates again. "He won't come," a voice broke into her thoughts. It was the same B*owned from the night before with the eerie voice. Instead of creating a sculpture from potatoes, she was arranging chunks of melon on her plate. Her tongue was stuck comically out of the corner of her mouth as she concentrated. "Excuse me?" Fleur questioned. "Harry. He won't come," the girl reiterated, "especially not today. He's with his parents." Fleur frowned in confusion as she shared a look with Marie and Phi, who shook their heads. "Aren't his parents?" "Oh, yes, but he's gone to them for the first time," the girl interrupted. "I'm glad. It might make him less sad," she finished as stood from the table and skipped from the hall. "What a strange girl," Fleur commented. "That's loony for you," an Asian girl interrupted, staring at the retreating girl's back with distaste. "Loony? We call her that because she's nuts. Not when Harry's here you don't," Terry snorted from further down the table. "I thought you lot would have learned from last year." "What happened last year?" Fleur asked as the Asian flushed. Terry turned bright red as the girl questioned him. Well, Harry caught them all picking on her in the common room. He put Davis over there in the hospital wing. "Twice," he explained. "The rest of the house don't mess with Luna anymore. Harry did that." Terry nodded. "He's quiet. I live with the guy and barely see him outside of class, but you don't want to get on the wrong side of him. In second year, we had a dueling club for a bit. Some sixth year at the time tried to get heavy with him and Harry put him in his place. If he enters the dueling this year, my galleons will be on him." "A fourth year," Phi interjected. "He's bloody good with his wand." Terry shrugged as he turned his attention back to his own breakfast. Fleur nodded thoughtfully. From what she had seen of him so far, she wouldn't disagree. The control he had demonstrated at the table and the silent, mass-drying charm would indicate truth in what Boot had said. "So, he doesn't spend time with people. What does he do?" Marie asked. Terry shrugged. "I get on with him, have done since first year, but he doesn't socialize with us. We call him the Lone Raven. Harry doesn't have friends for some reason. He talks to a few of us but that's it. None of us know what he gets up to." Fleur frowned at the explanation. "Maybe he has friends outside of here," Phi offered. "Or he thinks people only want to be his friend for his fame," Marie added. Fleur couldn't be certain, but Harry Potter was turning out to be quite the enigma. He certainly was not what she would have expected from the boy who lived in a far cry from the boy in the stories her sister enjoyed. He may be perhaps a little chivalrous, but he certainly didn't seem to live a life of luxury, not from the small amount that had been gleaned about him last night. She shook her head. If he wasn't around much, then she was unlikely to understand the mystery that was Harry Potter. She put the thoughts of the boy to the back of her mind. She needed to focus on the selection of the champions that would be taking place this evening. She deserved the opportunity. She had worked harder than any of her peers since she started school. Once again, she found herself hoping that the goblet would recognize this. She didn't know exactly how the artifact worked, but surely it must be able to make an accurate judgment of who deserves the spot. Harry looked up at the small cottage where he had spent the first part of his life, the words of the memorial left behind doing little to soothe his racing mind. It was here it had happened, here that Voldemort took it upon himself to end the lives of his parents and doom Harry to one of misery. Ignoring the memorial, He pushed open the gate and walked the same path the man had done that fateful night, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. The front door clicked open at his touch and he entered the home to find much of it in disrepair, partly from the violent confrontation, partly from being left to seemingly rot. Broken pieces of furniture were strewn across the floor, covered by a thick layer of dust. None had set foot here in many years, the last likely to be the Aurors that investigated what happened, or perhaps those that had taken the bodies of his parents. He swallowed deeply as he walked around the lower level, finding nothing salvageable nor worth holding on to. As he stepped through what was once a living room, something cracked underfoot, and he frowned as he retrieved a broken picture frame. Shaking away the broken glass, he found himself staring at an image of two people with their foreheads pressed together, each of their lips on the cheek of a baby. An unwitting tear broke free as he looked upon his parents for the first time, the resemblance between himself and the man similar in many ways, though he had clearly inherited the eyes of his mother. "It's okay to be upset, Harry," Tom comforted. Harry nodded as he wiped away another errant tear. It had always been easy to not think of them growing up. Petunia had forbidden any mention of them, and by the time he had gone to Hogwarts, he was used to not thinking of them, wondering what kind of people they were or what they looked like. For his whole life, he had been detached from what had happened to them, had likely become someone he shouldn't have been because of it. Now, he pondered the person he would be had they lived, had he been raised by the people he saw in that photo. It would be something he would have to lament. He was not what he imagined his parents would want in a son. He was cold, unlike the warmth they exuded. He wiped away a layer of dust from a mirror that had somehow survived the passing years and looked at himself. He could see shades of them both, the jawline and messy hair of his father, the more delicate nose of his mother, and her own eyes as his own. Hers, however, were filled with love and kindness, and his, devoid of it. His were as vibrant as hers but lacked that happiness, his were empty in comparison. Was he unhappy? In many ways, he knew that he was. His life had been one trying experience after another. There had been no chance to experience joy for him. He sighed as he pocketed the photo, trying to remember one thing about them other than the pleading of his mother as she begged for his life. That memory no longer frightened him as it once had, it provoked a different emotion entirely. He swept from the room and up the stairs to face the demon that had always taunted him, the laughter that had rung out in his dreams as his mother fell in front of her helpless son. The room he found himself staring into was the worst in the house. A cot he had once slept in lay in pieces on the floor and the ceiling, with a large hole punched all the way through, the evening sky visible from his place in the doorway. It was here that Voldemort had taken her life, and here he had tried to take his also. For whatever reason, he had failed, his own body having been destroyed instead. It was magic that made that happen. He didn't understand how or why, but he had no doubt. Magic had spared him that night. But why? Magic is something we will never truly understand. It works in ways that we cannot comprehend, Tom broke in. Harry could only nod. As he left the home, no longer wishing to be within the walls that now housed only misery and loss. He cast a warming charm on himself as the chill of night brushed against his cheeks. Winter was well and truly on its way, and he imagined these streets would be blanketed with snow in the coming months. He began walking slowly towards the church he had seen upon his arrival on the night bus. He had never been here before and did not want to apparate blindly into the unknown. The journey had been as unpleasant as the first, and he again vowed to never use it unless it was necessary. He pushed open the key-in gates as he passed a few revelers indulging in the festivities of the evening and walked through the churchyard and into where the residents of the village would eventually be laid to rest. It took him some time to locate the graves he sought, but he found them eventually, the final stop of his journey chilling him more than the October night. James and Lily Potter, he whispered. They were barely 21. He could only stare at the names of them, the sight of the grounds they rested in burning into his memory just as vividly as the green flash of light that had plagued him for as long as he could remember. He felt it once more, that stab of fury that had once been terror flowing through his veins, the icy fear now an inferno of rage. I want him dead, Tom. He will be. I promise. I don't just want him to die, I want him to suffer. Does that make me a bad person? He asked, unsure if it was himself he was questioning, Tom or the parents he stood before. No, Harry, it does not. It makes you human. You care about what happened to them. You care about what could have been, and you care about all you have endured because of it. Were you a lesser person, you would not have made it to where you are now. You are strong, Harry, stronger than anyone knows. Because I have to be, Harry whispered. To keep going I have to be, and for them, he added, nodding towards the resting place of his parents. For them, Tom agreed. He didn't know how long he stood there lost in his thoughts, but they were intruded upon by the sound of light footsteps approaching. Hello, Professor, Harry greeted the diminutive man. Harry, Flitwick returned. I hate to interrupt but I need you to return to the castle. Something rather serious has happened. Harry frowned as he turned to face him, his visage pale and grave. What's happened? The professor released a deep breath. There's no easy way of saying this, but your name has come out of the goblet of fire. You have been chosen as a champion. I didn't put my name in, Harry defended. I did not believe for 1 second you did, Flitwick responded. It has caused quite the stir and your presence is required. And there it is, the teen muttered. There what is? The part of my school, year where things go wrong, Harry replied before vanishing with a crack leaving behind a very bemused head of house. There is no way around it, Albus, the boy will have to compete, Crouch grumbled as he entered the antechamber with the 3 headmasters, Ludo Bagman and an assortment of Hogwarts staff members. Surely there is a way out. It was stipulated in the rules that no student underage could take part, Professor McGonagall retorted. A measure put in place for safety reasons. His name has been selected, he must compete, Crouch returned unwaveringly. I think it best we wait for him to arrive, Dumbledore sighed. It would be most out of character for him to enter himself. I agree, Headmaster. Potter is very unlike his father and would not do so. He would sooner leave this castle permanently, Professor Snape interjected. Fleur could only watch the back and forth between the organizers and staff in confusion, wondering what exactly they were discussing. I apologize for the delay, Dumbledore greeted the 3 chosen champions. There has been a rather unexpected development. What has happened? Cedric Diggory, the Hogwarts champion asked. Another name has been chosen by the goblet. We are waiting for his arrival as we speak. Potter. Diggory questioned, surprised by the revelation. It would appear so. The boy entered himself, Dumbledore. I want him punished for sabotaging the tournament, Karkaroff insisted. It was the laughter of Alistair Moody that met the demand. Punished? For what, Karkaroff? The boy clearly entered, himself, Madame Maxime broke in angrily. He is hoping that Hogwarts gets 2 chances to win. Ari is in the tournament. Fleur probed. Madame Maxime nodded severely. She found herself in a state of shock. The tournament was a dangerous thing to be a part of and she couldn't imagine it being something Harry would want to be included in, not from what she had learnt about him since she arrived. A strained silence fell amongst those within the room, all seemingly lost in their own thoughts. The only person that did not seem disturbed by the development was Crouch, who remained as grim as ever. Fleur didn't know what to think. A myriad of thoughts whirled through her mind whilst she waited for Harry to arrive and explain himself. Harry stalked towards the castle, his temper flaring at the latest transgression against him. He couldn't imagine experiencing anything worse than the murder scene of his parents, but he had been proven wrong. Yet again on Halloween, something had happened to throw his life in turmoil. Last year it had been the appearance of Sirius that had led to him combating a werewolf, the year before the chamber and the year before that, the troll incident that had culminated in a fight for his life with Voldemort. Be calm, Harry. We do not know the implications of this. It means that I will have to compete. Life isn't kind enough for it to be any other way. A gentle popping from behind him announced the arrival of Professor Flitwick, who hurried to catch him. Harry, I do not know what will happen, but I will support you as best I can, the man assured him. Harry offered him a nod of gratitude as he entered the grounds. I will take you to where the other champions are, Flitwick declared as he walked ahead, surprising Harry with the speed with which he moved. He followed the professor through the entrance hall and into the great hall where the eyes of the students within turned to him. Harry paid them no heed as he was escorted to the front of the room and through a door he had never seen. Inside, he found himself amongst a group consisting of the 3 heads of the schools, Crouch, Bagman, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, with Mad-Eye Moody completing the group. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted. Has Professor Flitwick explained to you what has transpired? He has, the teen confirmed. I must ask, did you put your name in the goblet? Harry shook his head. Of course, he is lying, Karkaroff huffed, throwing his arms in the air dramatically. Harry narrowed his eyes at him. Deal with him, Tom demanded. I will not be judged by a Death Eater, Harry hissed, and certainly not a cowardly one like you. The room froze at his unexpected outburst, the silence eventually broken by a barking laugh courtesy of Moody. Such a big man, Karkaroff, turning on your mates the first chance you get to save your own worthless life. Oh, I know all about you. You're nothing but a sniveling, bootlicking shit. Harry. Dumbledore chastised. Go ahead, Karkaroff, Harry continued, ignoring the headmaster. Let's see if you've got the balls to finish what your master couldn't do. Potter, stop this madness, McGonagall demanded. Harry snorted at the man. Pathetic, he mumbled before turning away. I did not enter my name. I left the castle last night and have just returned. If you don't want to believe me, then that's fine. I don't believe you entered yourself, Flitwick reiterated. No one here truly believes you did, Snape added. They would be foolish too. So, what now? You must compete, Crouch answered. It states clearly that any name drawn from the goblet must take part. But I didn't submit my name, Harry growled. No, but you must have written it on the piece of parchment, Dumbledore broke in as he held it out to the teen. Harry took it and recognized his handwriting immediately. Where it came from, he didn't know. He had written his name on dozens of pieces of parchment since he had enrolled at the school. And what if I refuse? Dumbledore sighed at the question. The penalty would be decided by the goblet as the creator and enforcer of the magical contract. It could range from a mild sickness to loss of your magic. Harry nodded his understanding. Fine, he conceded, unwilling to risk such a thing. Dumbledore gestured for Crouch to explain the details of the first task the champions would face. Your first challenge will take place on the 23rd of November. It has been designed to test your courage and response to an unknown danger. You will only be allowed your wand and any protective clothing you choose to wear. That is all, he finished lamely. Harry took his leave immediately, not wanting to spend any longer in such close proximity to Karkaroff lest he could no longer fight the urge to curse the man. What do we do, Tom? He whispered worriedly as he left the now empty Great Hall. We win, Harry. We do whatever it takes to emerge victorious as we always have. Harry nodded determinedly. First, we take a trip into the chamber and then to the alley. I have an idea that can only benefit you. It is one I believe is long overdue. Fleur watched the retreating form of the younger boy as he left the room, his furious outburst towards the Durmstrang High Master explaining the look of loathing he had given the man. Come, Fleur, Madame Maxime instructed. She followed the large woman from the room and out onto the grounds of the school. This changes things, Madame Maxime sighed. With another champion, it lessens your chance of winning. He is only 14, Fleur pointed out. Age means nothing, you silly girl, the woman snapped as she came to a stop. You cannot ignore that he survived a curse that has put an end to every other person that has encountered it, nor how confidently he stood up to Igor. One of his housemates said the same, Fleur muttered. Madame Maxime nodded thoughtfully. I will learn all I can of him. For now, it would be foolish to underestimate him. Fleur nodded her understanding. She didn't know what was going on or how Harry's name ended up being selected, but ultimately, it didn't matter. She didn't believe he had submitted it himself, and that concerned her. It meant that something else was afoot. She glanced back towards the castle, a sad smile gracing her lips. She was worried for him in a way. The tournament was not designed for someone as young as him, was as dangerous as anything one could face. She just hoped that he was as able as Terry had said. Although she would be competing against him, she didn't want him to get hurt. So, what do we do first? Harry questioned, having spent the night in the hidden room. He had returned to the Ravenclaw Tower only to retrieve his belongings and had taken leave immediately after. If he must compete in the tournament, he would do so as he saw fit, and dealing with his housemates was not something he had time for. The tournament needed absolute focus, and he had no intention of anything getting in the way of him winning. To the chamber. You will need the best protection available, and you will find what you need in there. Harry nodded as he readied himself for the day, left the room and headed towards the entrance on the second floor. It was early, and though he had donned his cloak, it proved unnecessary. The castle was bereft of any wandering its halls. Open, he hissed as he reached the sink. It gave way to the entrance it concealed, and Harry wasted no time in plunging into the abyss as he cast a cushioning charm on himself. It would not do to break a bone because of negligence. He reached the bottom of the slide with a gentle thump and cleaned away the small amount of grime that accumulated on his robes. Pressing forward, he was stopped by the voice of Tom only a short distance into the adjoining tunnel. "The skin, Harry. That is what we need. Perhaps a fresher sample is available." Harry continued and eventually reached the door adorned with locks resembling several snakes. "Open," he hissed once more and found himself within the Chamber of Secrets for the second time. The room was as it had been left. The floor was littered with debris from the conflict that had taken place and the carved wall that housed Serana still bearing scorch marks and chunks of missing stone. "It can be fixed, but not today." Harry agreed with the sentiment. The chamber should at the very least be preserved. It was of little use to him unless the other room was discovered. Here, it was damp, cold and housed a rather dangerous creature. Not the best place for one to abscond to. "The skin, Harry," Tom reminded him. "Ask Serana." Harry swallowed nervously as he approached the opening and cleared his throat. Although she had been rather welcoming to him previously, he couldn't be certain of the reception he would receive. "Serana," he called. A scraping of hard scales against stone could be heard as the large serpent seemingly rushed towards him hissing incoherently. "Tom," she hissed excitedly. "You came back. I knew you would. I missed you. I missed you," Harry replied with a smile, remembering how childlike she was. "How are you? Are you hungry? Are you comfortable?" "I have everything I need, Tom," she hissed contentedly. "Another of my kind would be nice, but I would only eat them if they bored me." Harry grimaced at the thought. There probably wasn't a creature alive she couldn't devour. "I'm pleased you're doing well," Harry offered sincerely. "I wanted to ask you for something, but you can say no if you don't like it." "I would never say no to you, Tom." Harry sighed guiltily, feeling that he was taking advantage of her. "Would you happen to have any skin you've recently shed? I need some to help keep me safe." "Safe from what? You do not need my skin, Tom. I will keep you safe." Harry snorted. He had no doubt that she could. "If only it were that simple. I would not have you harmed. If people found out about you, they would do all they could to kill you." "I can't allow that." "They could try," she hissed defiantly, "but I would not want to leave you. If some of my skin will help you, then it is yours." Once more, the sounds of the enormous snake moving could be heard as she slithered away from the opening. She returned a few moments later and deposited a large roll of dark green skin through the opening. "Is this enough?" she asked nervously. "I'm sorry if it isn't." "It is more than enough, girl," Harry assured her as he began rubbing her snout. She began to growl happily as she melted into his touch, reveling in the attention he gave her. "How is your fang? Is it still hurting?" "Another grows," Serana replied proudly, opening her mouth to show him the deadly teeth. Harry gave a genuine smile when he saw that another fang was indeed growing in place of the missing one. "That is amazing," he praised. "It will be the strongest of them all." Serana nodded as she butted her head against his hand, demanding more attention from the teen. Harry chuckled as he catered to her needs, rubbing her nose the way she enjoyed and giving her a final pat. "I must leave for now, but I will return again," he promised. "I know," Serana sighed. "I'll be waiting for you, Tom." Harry gathered the gifted skin and placed it in a trunk before shrinking and pocketing it. He smiled as he exited the chamber, the fearsome beast having grown on him even more. She truly was a fantastic creature to behold. "Where to now?" he asked. "To Nocturne Alley, Harry. Our day has only just begun." She ran the brush through her silver tresses, stifling a yawn as she prepared for the day. The previous evening should have been one of celebration. She had been chosen to represent her school above all others in the tournament, but the occasion had been soured by perplexity. With Harry chosen as a champion alongside the other three, the competition had already been thrown into disarray, had been tarnished by apparent sabotage. Truly, it didn't matter to her. She still planned on winning, but it was quite a worrisome development for the younger boy more than any other, though it could prove to be detrimental to them all. Only time would tell. She felt sorry for him, even pitied the position he had found himself in. Though any other would relish the opportunity, Harry was not. He had been rather displeased by his inclusion, going as far to almost come to blows with Igor Karkaroff. The confrontation between the two had been tense, and had Dumbledore not intervened, Fleur had no doubt that the situation would have escalated. She was not ashamed to admit that it had unsettled her. Harry, only at the age of 14, was quite something. He did not waver under the glare of Karkaroff, nor did he back down in the slightest. He himself was quite intimidating, a cold presence that reeked of confidence and assuredness. Just how one so young could be such a way made no sense to the girl. She shook her head of the thoughts as she failed to stifle another yawn. The sun had yet to rise and she was awake after very little sleep. What had transpired the night before had played on her mind, a mixture of excitement and nervousness making it very difficult to settle. She had already penned the letter she would send to her parents and sister to inform them of the news of her selection. She just needed to send it. She decided that there was no time like the present. Most students would still be asleep, which meant that she wouldn't have to deal with the vacant staring of the boys nor snide whispering of the girls as she went about her way. Exiting the carriage, she shivered courtesy of the morning chill as she walked towards the castle. Harry had shown them where the Ollery was the night they had and explained that some of the birds belonged to the school and could be used by anyone. Fleur just hoped there was one up to the long journey to the south of France and back. So lost in her thoughts, she crashed into a person walking the opposite way she didn't see as she rounded a corner and released a yelp of surprise. Merde. She looked up to find herself staring into what was becoming a pair of familiar emerald eyes, her own widening as she held her chest. "You almost gave me a heart attack," she chided. "I wasn't paying attention, sorry," Harry offered. She huffed as she shook her head. "I wasn't either. Where are you going so early?" "I have a few things to do," he replied cryptically, "a tournament to win." Fleur raised an eyebrow at him as he smirked. "As do I," she returned challengingly. "Then I wish you luck, Miss Delacour." "Fleur Delacour," she replied, tentatively offering her hand. He shook it unwaveringly and gave a nod in recognition. "Well, you already know who I am, but it's Harry," he returned. Fleur nodded. "I have to be going. I have to send a letter to my parents and sister," she explained. "It was nice seeing you, Harry." She had taken a few steps when his voice called for her attention. "There's a snowy owl up there. I've not had much for her to do lately, so she would really appreciate something to deliver. Her name is Hedwig. She's a good girl. Just tell her I sent you." Fleur nodded appreciatively as he began to turn away. "Harry," she called, pausing him. "I believe you. I don't think you entered yourself in the tournament." His lip curled slightly as he shook his head. "I appreciate it, but you'll be about the only one. Enjoy the rest of your day, Miss Delacour, and good luck with the tournament. You'll need it." Fleur narrowed her eyes at him amusedly as he walked away. He seemed to be taking what had happened in his stride, but that didn't stop her worrying for him. She had read all about the tournament and she could not help but think that Harry had no idea what was awaiting him. If he was smart, he would learn soon enough, and then perhaps he wouldn't be so smug. Meeting no other as she climbed the many staircases of the castle, she arrived at the Ollery and looked for an available bird. After only a few seconds of searching, she spotted a ruffle of white feathers that stood stark against the darkness of the room. "Edwig," she whispered loudly. The owl turned its head towards her lazily and blinked. "Could you take a letter to my Ari said you would like to." At the mention of the boy, the owl stood and swooped from where she roosted. Landing on her shoulder with a gentle thump, she barked loudly, eliciting a giggle from the girl. "You are a very clever owl, she questioned as she stroked Hedwig's feathers. "Your master will have to be as clever if he hopes to survive. Do you think he will be okay?" The owl barked in defiance and stood proudly in reply. "If you think so, then he must be," she agreed, petting her once more. She retrieved the letter from her pocket and added a further note before resealing it. She attached the envelope to the owl. "When you get there, Gabrielle will want to meet you. She is a little girl that looks like me," she informed the bird before sending her on her way. She watched Hedwig's flight until she could no longer be seen before heading out of the tower, wondering just what it'd be they would face in the first task. "Are you sure about this?" Harry asked from within his charmed hood. "The man will not say a word. If it was known he had such a material, he would be targeted by those who wished to possess it." Harry nodded as he pushed open the door to a shop Tom had directed him to in Nocturne Alley. The inside smelled worse than any apothecary he had visited, the dry skins that adorned the walls giving off a sweet, sickly odor. He ignored it as he approached the counter, an aged wizard behind eyeing him with suspicion. "How can help you?" "I wish for a protective suit made of a material I will provide. The payment for your work will be whatever remains. It must be completed within 2 weeks. Are you interested?" The man frowned at him before flicking his wand towards the front door, locking it with a series of clicks. That, my friend, depends on what the material is. Harry removed a small sample of skin he had painstakingly cut away from the hide from his pocket and placed it on the counter. The man picked it up, his eyes widening as he nodded. You have my attention, he muttered. How did you obtain such a thing? That is not of your concern. Can you work with it and have the job done in the time needed? The man placed a pair of rimless glasses on his nose and scrutinized the skin, humming and turning it to take in each angle. A material like this requires specialist equipment. Fortunately for you, I have it and will dedicate whatever time is necessary to finish on time. I simply need your measurements and the work will be done. Harry nodded and a tape measure shot from behind the counter and carried out the task in only a matter of seconds. It is a pleasure doing business with you, Harry said. Of course, this must be treated with complete confidentiality. The man snorted. I would be a fool to share this. Whatever is left of the skin will be out of the country within the month and my funds more than enough for myself and several generations to thrive on. For that, I can assure you both my silence and best work. Then I shall return in a fortnight, Harry replied before taking his leave, happy to breathe in fresh air once more. Very well handled, Harry. Now, there should be a menagerie about 8 doors down from Borgen's. What do we need in there? Snakes, Harry, as many as you can buy. It is something we should have done after your second year, but I did not think things could possibly continue to sour. How can lots of snakes help me? They will become your spy network, Harry. They will be able to navigate the castle without being seen and bring you important information. I feel that it is necessary. Harry nodded appreciatively at the idea. He certainly didn't have any allies to rely on for help, but the snakes could be quite the boon. Okay, then what? You should let Sirius know about what has happened. It will become news shortly anyway and it will be better coming from you. It may well prevent him from storming the school and being captured. Harry groaned at the realization that Sirius would likely do just that. That would be disastrous with his interview with Amelia Bones fast approaching. Shaking his head and not looking forward to the impending conversation with his godfather, he pushed open the door of the menagerie, his senses again assaulted with an overwhelming aroma, this time accompanied by the sounds of various animals. You are a stain on the honor of this family. Cavorting with mud bloods and filth, Walburga shrieked hysterically. Oh, shut up, you old bat, Sirius roared as he closed the curtains of the portrait with a flick of his wand. I see your mother is on fine form today, Remus chuckled as he entered the kitchen. She's losing her touch, Sirius shrugged. I haven't heard anything original from her in weeks now. It's quite disappointing really. Remus continued to laugh as he retrieved this morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. It had arrived later than usual and the reason for its tardiness became obvious as he unfolded it and read the headline. Oh dear, he sighed. What's happened? Sirius asked. Remus merely shook his head as he threw the paper to his friend. Sirius frowned as he fetched it, the blood draining from his face before turning red with fury. That's it, I'm going up to that school and putting a stop to this madness, he shouted. Calm down, Padfoot. Don't bloody well tell me to calm down. You going up to the school will only result in you being arrested and probably put back in Azkaban. It's a good job I came here to make sure that doesn't happen then, Harry commented from the doorway. What the hell is going on? Sirius demanded, waving the newspaper in front of the boy's face frantically. Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. Someone put my name in the goblet. I'll give you one guess who. Sirius slumped into one of the chairs at the table. It's all right, Sirius. I'm dealing with it, Harry assuaged. It's not all right, the man denied angrily. If he is behind this, then you are in danger, Harry. That is not all right, Harry shrugged. It's not something I haven't dealt with before, and as I said, I'm already working on it. What are you going to do? Remus pressed. I'm going to win the tournament for a start and handle whatever comes when it does. That idea doesn't fill me with confidence, the werewolf grumbled. Have you spoken to a solicitor or anything? It won't do any good, Harry sighed. If that was an option, Dumbledore or Flitwick would have mentioned it. The contract is clear, if a name comes out of the goblet, then that person must compete. I will not risk losing my magic for refusing. But you didn't submit your name. But it was my writing on the parchment, Harry huffed. We are just arguing semantics when I could be preparing for it. Sirius nodded reluctantly. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. This Skeeter woman already seems to have it out for you, he added, pointing to the discarded newspaper. Harry shrugged uncaringly. People have always made assumptions about me. This isn't anything new. The best thing I can do is win and rub it in their faces. Do you really think you can? Remus broke in. Harry nodded. I do. It will be quite the feather in my cap. I'll prove to whoever it was that entered my name that they made a mistake, and when I find out who it is, it will be them that will need to worry about what I will do to them, he finished coldly. Remus and Sirius shared a look of concern. Harry was a worry to the pair, both unwilling to see him thrust into the situations he often found himself in. Here, they had little to no control in what happened. Just, be careful, Remus pleaded. We are here for you, so use us if you need. I will, Harry vowed. Anyway, I'd better get back to school. Good luck with Bones and you with your furry little problem, he added to Remus as he left the room, the front door closing behind him a moment later. He worries me, Moony, Sirius sighed. One day, he will bite off more than he can chew. Remus nodded his agreement. Harry was a brilliant wizard for his age, but he was no match for Voldemort and likely never would be. James had barely lasted a few minutes against the man and he had been the best of them by miles. Let's hope not, Padfoot. I still think we should encourage him to leave. Being at Hogwarts has only put him in these situations. Maybe if he was away from there, it would help. I will bring it up with him, Sirius promised. He too did not believe that Harry being at the school was safe any longer. In truth, it had never been. Year after year, something had happened that almost resulted in him dying, and Sirius Black could not allow that to happen. He had promised Lily and James he would keep Harry safe and it was a promise he had no plan to break. It had been 5 days since she had been selected as one of the champions and 4 since she had written to her parents. If her calculations were right, she should receive a reply from them in the next 2. She frowned at a 7th-year boy sat further up the table from herself, Marie and Phi. Every meal since Halloween, the same boy had bemoaned Harry's taking part in the tournament, outright accusing him of cheating and being an attention seeker. Everything she had seen of him was the opposite. Since the morning she had bumped into him, she had not seen him again, nor had anyone else if the speculation of his whereabouts was to be believed. He's a cheater and a coward, the same boy dressed in the blue and bronze house colors declared to those that were willing to listen to him. Fleur shook her head. So much for school and house unity, she mumbled. He's a pig, Phi growled. Marie giggled as the girl made a rude gesture towards the boy under the table. Any further conversation was cut short by the arrival of the morning post. A sea of owls entered the hall through an opening in the rafters. Whose owl is that? Phi asked when Hedwig landed in front of Fleur, taking the girl by surprise. I did not expect you back so quickly, she said to the bird before offering her a large piece of bacon. She is, Ari's. Why do you have his owl? He said I could use her to write to home, she shrugged. I saw him the morning after the champions were chosen. Phi and Marie shared a look whilst Fleur relieved the owl of her missive. You didn't tell us. It wasn't important. We bumped into each other and he said I could use his owl. Phi narrowed her eyes suspiciously, unbeknownst to Fleur who unfolded her letter. To our beautiful daughter. Congratulations on being chosen to represent the school. Your father and I are very proud of you, although he insists he had no doubt. He danced across the kitchen, you know how he dances, like the old man he is becoming. Your grandmother was also here when we received your letter and asked me to pass on her best wishes. She is doing well and taking every chance to annoy your father that she can. He still becomes flustered around her after all these years. We will all be coming to watch each of the tasks and Gabrielle is more excited than either of us, especially now that she has met Harry Potter's owl. I was worried the poor thing would be unable to fly after all the treats she was given. What is the boy like? I imagine those taking care of him will be very worried by him being in the tournament. Anyway, Gabrielle will likely seek him out when she arrives no matter how many times I tell her not to bother him. We will see you soon. Love Maman. Fleur folded up the letter and put it inside her robes, smiling at the thought of Gabrielle overfeeding the poor owl. Clearly, Hedwig didn't mind as she continued chewing on the bacon she had given her. You know, she will come and find you now that you've fed her, a voice whispered in her ear causing her to jump. That is not funny, she huffed as she swatted Harry on the shoulder. You walked into me, it's only fair. You walked into me, Fleur countered, sticking her nose up in the air defiantly. Harry shook his head amusedly. You're going to get fat if you eat that. Excuse me, Fleur questioned, flushing red. I was talking to Hedwig, Harry sighed, not everything is about you, you know. Fleur raised an eyebrow at him as he began petting the bird who nuzzled against his hand affectionately. What is going on? Marie mumbled to Phi. The girl shook her head dumbly, watching the interaction between the pair. So, you decided to crawl out of your hole, Fleur commented before shoving a mouthful of bacon in her mouth and glaring at the boy challengingly. You'll get fat too, he replied, causing her to narrow her eyes, and yes, I think I need to have a conversation with one of my housemates. I hear that he has been quite slanderous, much more than anyone else. Fleur looked on in interest as Harry clapped a hand firmly on the boy's shoulder, shocking him by his appearance. He said something that could not be heard by any other and the boy paled before Harry gave him a look of warning and leaving him to finish to his breakfast. Come on, Hedwig, Harry called, offering the owl his arm. She jumped on and the two left the hall amidst the whispering of those they left in their wake. What was that? Marie asked. I don't know, but he looks like he might wet himself, Phi answered, nodding towards the boy Harry had spoken to. I didn't mean that, Marie sighed, I meant the flirting between her and Harry. We were not flirting, Fleur denied hotly. Phi shook her head to shut her friend up. It was not a good idea to rile Fleur up when it came to boys. What do you think he said to him? Fleur shook her head and shrugged. I have no idea, but he doesn't look happy. Well, maybe he will shut up now. I'm tired of hearing him moaning, Phi returned. Fleur could only agree. The boy was becoming rather irritating and she hoped what Harry had said would keep him quiet and maybe a few others also. Harry couldn't deny that Tom's idea of having a spy network of serpents working on his behalf was beneficial. At 3 sickles each, they had already proven to be money well spent. He knew that once again the focus of the school would be on him, that the fickle nature of the school would rear its head. Many were speculating as to how he had been entered in the tournament, the majority believing had indeed found a way to do it himself. Those who did not believe he was involved on his name coming out of the goblet were very few, the most of whom having been Roger Davies. Harry was used to the boy being a git, but he could not let the comments he was making slide. Thus, he had confronted the boy in the Great Hall and put a stop to it. Roger had been surprised by how much he knew of what he had said and offered no rebuttal. The boy had been told under no circumstances that he could continue with his vitriol or certain things Harry had discovered would become public knowledge. In all, the snakes had proven their worth, though they saw it as their personal mission to bring him all sorts of gossip he had no interest in nor wished to hear. What did he care what other students got up to inside some of the broom cupboards dotted around the castle? He shook his head of the thoughts of what one of the creatures had revealed to him, grimacing at the image that popped into his mind. What are you planning today, Harry? Tom asked. I thought I would study the tournament and get at least a background of the types of tasks I will be expected to complete. The tournament was one of the very few things he had encountered that Tom had very little knowledge on. When he had been at school, it was little more than a distant memory, a tradition that had not taken place for several centuries, so he'd had no reason to learn much of it. I believe that would be a good idea, Tom agreed. He spent the next few hours poring over what books he could find in the library regarding the tournament, as few as they were, and mapped out any similarities and glaring differences in information. When he was done, he'd put his quill down and rubbed his eyes tiredly. What did you discover? Tom questioned curiously. There is a wand weighing ceremony that I have to attend to ensure mine is in full working order before the first task. I will have to find out when that will be. That can only be a good thing, Harry. What of the tasks? The first task usually has a creature of some kind that a champion has to subdue or outmaneuver. It is always something dangerous. In the past, they've used griffins, manticores, chimeras and even a bloody cockatrice. That one went on a rampage and killed all 3 champions and some members of the crowd. Creatures we can deal with. I know a few spells that will put most down, Tom mused aloud. What else? The others seem to be a mixture of puzzles, retrievals and sometimes even a duel. I don't think they will bother with that one, not when they have the dueling running alongside it. Do you still plan to enter? Harry nodded. I don't see why that has to change. Winning both would likely open more doors to me. Well, I believe that you will win both, Tom offered sincerely. Harry smiled gratefully. If he didn't have Tom working with him, he could very well be in real trouble. Luck would not get him through the tournament nor the dueling portion. Both would rely on skill, and he found he was looking forward to seeing just how well he would perform in both despite not wishing to be included in the first place. He sighed as he shook his head, the words of Dumbledore back in June ringing in his ear. "Do you think I will ever have a normal school year?" Silence prevailed for a few moments before he received a response. "No, Harry, I do not. I believe that with what has happened this year, your safest place is anywhere away from the castle. I know it is not something you would like to hear, but I speak only my feelings. You are put in more dangerous positions as each year passes, and it is only a matter of time before fortune no longer favors you. Someone entered you in the tournament for a reason. Voldemort." "My thoughts exactly," Tom agreed. "As such, I think that it is prudent to begin preparing for his inevitable return, because it will happen sooner or later, and we do not want to be at a disadvantage when he does. So, where do we begin?" "We began 7 years ago, Harry. Now, however, your first priority is to find a place of safety. I would recommend a property away from England, somewhere known only to you." "I don't have the gold to do that," Harry pointed out. "Just a single vial of basilisk venom would bring you great wealth. Serana will provide it, and then you need only take it to one of the most connected people who will charge a nominal fee for his services." "Borgin. Indeed. He may be an odious man, but one we can put to good use. How much would a vial get me?" "I do not know exactly, but I would hazard a guess at 500,000 galleons at the very least." Harry's eyes bulged at the astronomical figure. "That would certainly buy him anything he needed several times over. That will be something we will get to very shortly, but now, I need you to fetch some more parchment, ink and a quill. It is time you learned the vital information you need to not only survive but win also, Harry." For 2 days, Harry's head had spun courtesy of the plethora of things he had learned about how Voldemort came to be, the steps he had taken to ensure his immortality, and what protections he had put in place to keep safe what needed to be preserved. Had Tom not told him, he didn't think he would ever have figured out the extent of Voldemort's actions. There were many concerning revelations, but none he could do anything about for the time being. As things stood, he had to survive the tournament before even considering confronting the mess that was Voldemort. Tom had been oddly quiet since they had spoken, the memories of the atrocities caused by what he had become haunting him considerably. Perhaps there was a small part of him that felt he was betraying another part of himself. Harry could not be sure. Tom and Voldemort were a very complex and unique magical occurrence that he would not even pretend to understand. "Remember, Harry, do not bow down to the man. He will do all he can to ensure he gets a better deal than yourself." Harry nodded and pushed the door open to perhaps the most curious shop in Nocturne Alley. It took only a moment after the bell had sounded for the shuffling of feet to be heard and the appearance of the hunched, unkempt man. "What can I do for you?" Borgin asked, in what Harry imagined he deemed to be a charming greeting. "I wish to acquire your services as broker between myself and any interested party you can find," Harry replied. Borgin nodded thoughtfully. "And what is the item you wish for me to broker a deal for?" Harry said nothing as he removed a small, enchanted vial from within his robes and placed it on the counter. Borgin frowned as he picked it up and inspected the contents, coughing in surprise when he realized what he held. "Merlin," he whispered as he locked the door to the shop with a flick of his wand. "I have dealt with many things in my years, objects you would not believe existed unless you were to see them yourself, but this is something else entirely. There is only one type of person that could hope to harvest this, and the last has been dead for some 13 years. How did this come into your possession?" he asked worriedly, his tongue wetting his dry lips. "Let us just say that I am very much connected to the person in which you speak of," Harry offered cryptically. Borgin swallowed audibly as his hands trembled. "I do not want any trouble. And you will get none unless you give me a reason to visit you on less pleasant terms." Borgin nodded frantically. "You will speak of our business to no other, and you will never mention that you know of my existence, or I will return." "Borgin," Harry finished with a hiss. The man trembled as he continued to nod. How much do you have?" "1 full vial," Harry confirmed. "You will receive 2% of whatever is made. That should be quite the sum." It appeared as though the man would attempt to negotiate, but thought better of it as he sighed his acceptance. "It will take some tea time." "I understand. I will return in a month, Borgin." Borgin merely offered another nod in reply as he unlocked the door so that Harry could take his leave. He waited until he had put considerable distance between himself and the shop before removing his charmed hood. Well, that went better than I hoped. I expected much more resistance. I believe that the reputation of Voldemort served you well. Although you needed to do little to get the best deal, what you did was excellent. You took advantage of his unease and will benefit significantly, and you have the added boon of knowing he will not do anything to undermine you. Let's hope so, Harry muttered as he disappeared with a crack. Fleur was readying herself for bed when she was disturbed by a knock on her door. With a slight front, she crossed the short distance and opened to find herself facing the large torso of Madame Maxime. Without waiting to be admitted, the woman ducked down and entered the room before closing the door behind her. I have some news for you, she began as she gestured for the girl to take a seat. I have been listening out for any information I could get on the other champions. Diggory is a gifted student, better than one should be for his age, and excels most in transfiguration. Fleur nodded thoughtfully. It wasn't her best subject, but she wasn't concerned. The branch took many years to master, so he could not possibly be better in it than she was in charms. Krum is well versed in curses and, under Igor, I would imagine other types of dark magic. He is quite powerful too, though not very bright. Any real threat would come from Karkaroff. He is a very intelligent and dangerous man. One does not become High Master of Durmstrang without being so. He is not very pleasant, Fleur commented. No, he is not, Maxime warned. It is Harry Potter that could prove to be the biggest surprise, however. Harry. Madame Maxime nodded severely. There are rumors about him. Whether they are true or not is unimportant. He has a reputation one should not have at his age. What rumors? From what I have been told by a credible source, he is excellent in charms and transfiguration, supposedly the best to come through the school since Dumbledore himself in the latter. He has already completed his owls in both. Fleur's eyes widened at the revelation, though she found it very hard to believe. He would have had to complete them the year before at the very latest. There is also a rumor that he subdued a fully transformed werewolf at the end of his third year. Not something beyond the realms of possibility, but quite the feat, yes. Fleur released a deep breath. A werewolf attack was not something many could survive, especially without being bitten. Is he? No, he is not. It would have to have been disclosed to me before we arrived. Fleur sighed in relief. That is not all, Maxime said seriously. I have it on good authority that he is a Parselmouth. That is not a magic we know enough about to counter. They are very, very rare and are secretive of the branch. The last one in Europe was Voldemort, so he is the first since and likely the only one left, which could mean he does not know much about the magic. I would, however, recommend caution when dealing with the boy. Their reputation is not a good one. He is not bad, Fleur denied. Madame Maxime raised a questioning eyebrow at her. When we first arrived, he stopped all his housemates from staring at me and he let me use his L to write to Maman. It was the rest of our students that were rude to him, asking him about the night his parents were murdered. Maxime shook her head. I do not know the boy, Fleur, and I would not judge him as you think I am. You and I both know that encompassing reputations count for little when it comes to the individual. If our reputations were to be believed, I would be a bloodthirsty monster that lives in a cave and eat humans, and you would be a promiscuous girl using your powers to seduce any man you could get your claws into. No, I am only urging caution. Fleur nodded her understanding. Is there anything else? For now, no, but I have been invited to see something rather special tomorrow evening that I think has to do with the first task. I will keep you informed, the woman promised before taking her leave. Fleur rubbed her eyes tiredly as she climbed into bed and extinguished the lighting with a flick of her wand. Harry was proving to be even more of an enigma than she had first thought, judging by the rumors surrounding him. She couldn't be certain if they were true, not with how many rumors she had heard about how he had been raised. He had put those to rest in only a single sentence. He was raised by his Muggle relatives and not in a castle as her sister had been told whilst her mother read her stories about the boy who lived. She didn't know what to believe anymore, nor what to expect from him, not that any of what she had been told truly mattered. Although the tournament was a competition between the champions, it was traditionally judged on individual performance. All she could do was focus on herself and her approach to the tasks. What the others, including Harry, did was no concern of hers. Harry found himself in a room with the 5 judges, 3 other champions, Mr. Ollivander, a journalist and her cameraman. He stood off to one side to avoid the predatory glare of the woman with her green quill and had no intention of speaking to her, even if Dumbledore insisted. It was she that had written the article speculating as to how he had found himself in the tournament, even going as far to mention his mother and father in her drivel. "Be calm, Harry," Tom advised. He took a deep breath as Dumbledore situated himself in the center and addressed them. "I would like to welcome you all to the weighing of the wands ceremony. Here, your wands will be checked and tested by our resident expert, Mr. Ollivander, to ensure they are in full working order. From then, you will be asked to take a few photos and maybe even give a short interview to Miss Skeeter, who will be covering the duration of the tournament. Without further ado, Mr. Ollivander." "Miss Delacour, if you please," the man requested. Fleur stepped forward and presented her wand to the man and watched as he turned it about his hands and even listened to it. 9.5 inches, rosewood, and dear me, the hair of Avila. One of my grandmothers, the girl confirmed proudly. Indeed. Not something I myself have used. A very volatile core, but if it works for you," he shrugged. "Orchideus." He gave a nod of satisfaction as he handed the girl the flowers he had conjured along with her wand. "Mr. Crumb," he called next. Crumb slouched forward and thrust his wand towards the old man, the surly scowl remaining in place. "Well, I know Grigorovich's work when I see it. A fine wandmaker indeed. 10 1/4 of an inch, unyielding hornbeam and with a dragon heartstring core. An excellent example of wand crafting." With a flick of the wand, he released a sound comparable to a gunshot and a flock of doves flew from amongst the smoke. With a nod, he handed it back to the owner, who stalked back towards his headmaster. "Mr. Diggory, please." Cedric removed his wand from his sleeve and handed it gently to the wandmaker. "Ah, one of my very own. 12 1/4 of an inch, ashen with the hair of a very fine specimen of a male unicorn. You have taken care of it well, my boy. I polished it last night," Cedric announced happily. "Very good," Ollivander replied as he gave it a wand and produced a fountain of colorful sparks before returning. "And finally, Mr. Potter." Harry slid his from the holster and handed it to the wandmaker, a sense of nervousness coming over him. He hoped there was nothing wrong with it, he had become very fond of his wand. He watched as the man inspected his own craft and placed it by his ear for several moments before a ghost of a grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. "I remember this very well," he said in just above a whisper. "You proved to be quite the challenge, Mr. Potter." All within the room listened intently to the man, even the green quill of Skeeter's having ceased its scratching. 11 3/4 inches, a combination of yew and holly with the cores of a phoenix feather and a dragon heartstring, he announced before waving his wand and producing a fountain of wine. "It is in fine working order, Mr. Potter. I see that it is serving you well." Harry accepted his wand back, ignoring the questioning looks of some of the other occupants. Dumbledore in particular appeared pensive and the other 2 heads stared at him thoughtfully. "And that concludes the ceremony," Dumbledore announced, shaking himself from his reverie. "Photos, Dumbledore," Rita reminded him. Of course," he replied dismissively. For the next 15 minutes, Harry and the other champions were shifted into various positions around the room so the cameraman could take his snaps for Rita's impending article. When they had finished, Harry approached the door with the intent of leaving when his elbow was gripped tightly, and he was turned around to face the woman he was trying to avoid. "Our readers would love an interview with you, Harry," she breathed. Harry pulled free from her grasp as he glared at her. "I wouldn't give you an interview if my life depended on it. Do you really think that you can drag my family name through the mud, and I will do you any favors?" Rita smiled tightly at him. "Then I shall have to simply write what I believe to be the truth," she sighed. "Then I will have to tell Dumbledore that someone who shouldn't be on the grounds is buzzing around," he returned. "I do not know what you mean," Rita denied. "Of course, you don't," Harry replied with a grin. "Perhaps I will go and have a word with him now and then, maybe Madame Bones. I'm sure she would take me more seriously than you appear to be." "You have proof of nothing," she ground out. "It's an easy enough spell, is it not?" Harry questioned as he slid his wand into his hand. "I don't think it would do you any good were I to make a lot of noise about what I know. According to a very reliable source of mine, you make a rather fine beetle," he finished with a whisper. Rita paled and swallowed nervously, her eyes darting around to ensure no one had heard. You will do nothing but print about the tournament. If you mention one personal thing about myself, including your toxic speculation, I will see to it personally that your career is over, and your name left in utter disgrace. Do we have an understanding? Rita flared her nostrils as she nodded. It appears that you have me at a disadvantage, for now, she huffed before turning sharply away from him. Harry shot her a scathing glare and left the room, his network of snakes proving once more to be an indispensable acquisition. He had spotted her on the map several times and sent one of his spies to keep an eye on her. It had been quite the revelation that she was an animagus. A quick conversation with McGonagall confirmed that she was not registered, the professor having been the only one in the past 45 years. He grinned at the thought of outwitting the woman. Harry, a voice called from behind him. He waited for the redhead to catch up and to catch his breath. How's it going, Ron? He asked. I've been looking everywhere for you for days, he panted. There's something you need to know, he whispered and took Harry by the arm. Pulling him into a nearby classroom, he closed the door behind them. I've had a letter from my brother, Charlie, the one that works at the Dragon Sanctuary in Romania, he reminded the other boy. Okay. He says that he will be here for the first task of the tournament. I don't know if it means anything else, but I thought you should know. Harry felt his stomach sinking at the thought. It could be nothing, Harry. The tournament will attract many. Perhaps his brother is merely spectating. Did he say anything else? Ron shook his head. It makes sense though. Him and my brother Bill both knew about the tournament during the summer, before it became public knowledge. Thanks, Ron, Harry returned gratefully. Ron waved him off dismissively. You saved Ginny and then me from that werewolf last year. Besides, I want you to win. Diggory is an idiot, he declared before leaving the room with a final smile. Bloody hell, Harry groaned. If dragons were indeed involved in the upcoming task, then it certainly would not be an easy one. If there are dragons, the only place that they could be kept is in the forest. You should venture in under the cloak and take a look, Tom suggested. Harry shook his head. It's probably guarded, and I don't want to risk getting injured in there. I will send a couple of the snakes. A good plan, Tom agreed. It was strange to see him at all, let alone outside the castle, but it was undeniably him sat on a large rock by the lake. All night she had been debating with herself what she should do with what she had learnt from Madame Maxime. The competitor within her wanted to hoard the information to herself, use the time to formulate as good a plan as she could to deal with what she faced, but there was something within her that wouldn't settle, that wouldn't allow her to do such a thing, not when someone who hadn't signed up for this could be hurt. She wanted to win but not at the expense of the younger boy. She had eventually fallen into a fitful sleep as she pondered her predicament, her dreams disturbed by visions of flying behemoths raining fire from the sky. Unable to get comfortable, she rose early and dressed to ready herself to find him. It was sheer luck that he happened to be only a short distance away, seemingly lost in thought as he stared across the expanse of water. Hoping she wouldn't regret her decision, she pushed open the door to the carriage and made her way towards him. Harry petted the snake on the head and sent it on its way for a well-earned rest. The creature had confirmed that Weasley had been onto something when his brother had informed him of his presence. With a sigh, he shook his head morosely. He had expected a creature of sorts, but not a dragon. How was he expected to deal with one of those? Forget about the dragon, Harry. No one would expect you to defeat one in combat. Well, it's kind of hard not to, Tom, Harry snarked. Massive creature that shoots fire. Not the easiest thing to forget. I know, but the task must be something other than dealing with the dragon itself. If they are indeed nesting mothers, I would be inclined to think you would need to successfully retrieve something from within the clutch of eggs. I'd still have to face the dragon, Harry pointed out. Yes, but if we take it out of the equation, what else will be present? The eggs, maybe some materials that can be transfigured. I was referring to the crowd, Harry. The event will be spectated, and measures will need to be in place to protect them. Wards, Harry murmured. Yes, Harry. Think more about what you can use to your advantage rather than what is against you. Harry nodded thoughtfully as an idea began to form. Ari. A familiar broke into his thoughts. Harry turned and shook the invasive magic of the girl away as he made eye contact with her. It never failed brush against his own and for him to lose control around the girl for a moment. It was not something she could help, so he certainly wouldn't hold it against her. Miss Delacour, he greeted cordially. The girl worried her lip as she stared at him for a moment, her bright blue eyes showing considerable concern. Ari, I found something out last night and I need to tell you about it. You didn't ask for this, so it is only right that you know. Know what? Fleur looked around to ensure they were not being watched or eavesdropped on. The first task, it has something to do with dragons, Harry sighed, causing the girl's mouth to open in surprise. I might not have Madame Maxime on my side, but I have my sources. Oh, well, how do you feel about it? Not great, to be honest, but then again, I don't like the idea of any creature that can burn me coming after me, he replied with a grin. And as I said, you need not worry if you don't make me angry. Harry snorted as he shook his head in amusement. Thank you. I appreciate that you would have told me. I doubt anyone else would have. I suppose I did owe you one, Fleur returned airily. You did let me borrow, Edwig. If anything, you did me a favor. She doesn't get as much exercise as she'd like. Fleur frowned as she took a seat next to him on the large rock. Do you not have other friends or family to write to? The only family I have are my Muggle relatives and I haven't seen them for more than 2 years now, he explained. I don't really have friends. I wasn't allowed them growing up and got used to being alone. Fleur felt her chest tighten. He didn't seem sad that he had no friends, just matter of fact. So, who looks after you? Who do you live with when you are not here? Harry chuckled at the questions. I've looked after myself since I was 7 and spend my time away from here in hotels usually. Ari, you can't be doing that. Surely Dumbledore would not allow it. Dumbledore washed his hands of me the night he left me with them, Harry bit back. It's better this way. I get to live my life and people leave me alone. There were many things Fleur wanted to say to him, things that could comfort him or make it all seem less bleak, but she couldn't. It was not her place. Well, I will be very offended if you do not write to me when this is all over. I'm sure Hedwig would enjoy the journey. And I would quite like getting letters from the famous Harry Potter, Fleur added. Harry narrowed his eyes at her as she smiled at him innocently. I'll let that one slide because you did try to help me, he allowed. Twice, Fleur corrected. I helped you with Edwig and now with this. You still owe me a favor. Fine, Harry agreed. If there is anything that I can do for you, then just name it. I will remember it, Fleur promised as stood. Be careful, Ari. It is not my wish to see you get burned alive unless it is me doing it. Harry chuckled at the girl. That's assuming you can. I've dealt with worse creatures than an angry bird that can throw fire. Not this angry bird, she returned as she stomped away in faux rage as a smile formed across her face. It was refreshing to speak to someone who did not drool at her or lose themselves the way most others did. It certainly didn't hurt that he was quite witty in his own way and gave as good as he got when they had their back and forth moments. It saddened her to think of the life he must have led to this point. She didn't know the specific details, but one did not become as lonely as Harry Potter had without suffering and neglect. No boy of his age should have to be alone and take care of himself. There was little else she could do to help him for the time being. Her father would be the best to speak to, but she did not want to overstep the mark and make him think she was going behind his back. It was his life to live, and though she did not agree, he should be able to live it the way he chose. Even if others were seemingly not content with this. His nose wrinkled as he entered the shop, the unwelcome smell of drying skin and chemicals assaulting his senses. Today was the day he would see the work completed with the basilisk skin he had provided to the man in Nocturne Alley with just over a week left until the first task. He didn't expect that it would protect him from dragon fire, but it wouldn't hurt having such protection for when he needed it, which had proven to be much more often than he would like. Ah, I was wondering when you would arrive, the man greeted him, wiping his hands on a rag as he emerged from the back room. The past 2 weeks have been very challenging, but equally rewarding. I'm certain you will be pleased with the work I have done. He locked the door to the shop and beckoned Harry to follow him. He did so, and found himself in a workroom of sorts, the walls adorned with various types of tools and different machines the man used to complete his craft. The skin proved to be very difficult to cut and shape, even with the needed tools, he explained as he retrieved a trunk from under a bench. It will be resistant to many spells and will also stretch to fit as you grow, unless you are merely a man of smaller stature, he added with a frown. He opened the trunk to reveal the dark green garments complete with a pair of boots and gloves. They're light, Harry commented as he picked up the trousers. I managed to incorporate a few useful enchantments, the man revealed proudly. Had I not, it would have been quite cumbersome. I managed to lighten it by half and reduce the thickness without losing any protective qualities. I have also made it so that it is flexible. Your movement should not be hindered when it is worn. Harry nodded appreciatively. Not only had he crafted the armor, he had also retained the beauty of the basilisk scales. It is fine work, he praised. Was there much left over? Enough to fetch me quite the sum, the man confirmed. I may very well retire early with how much gold it will bring. You've earned it, Harry replied sincerely. The man may very well have already saved his life with what he had created. Well, I am certainly grateful, and not a word will be spoken of this to any, he assured the teen as he closed the trunk, sealed it and handed it over. Thank you, young man, he finished, offering his hand. Harry shook and gave him a nod before taking his leave, their business concluded satisfactorily. You should check on Borgin whilst we are here, Tom urged. Harry nodded and entered the shop only a short distance away. Borgin was seemingly taking stock of what he currently held and almost dropped a pile of books when he took note of who had arrived. How goes your search for a buyer? Harry questioned. I'm meeting an interested party within the week. He has the funds available, you can be assured of that, the man answered. Very good. I shall return at the end of the month, Mr. Borgin. With his parting promise, he left the shop and headed towards the apparition point. There was no other business to attend to, and he was very keen to experiment with his new armor and see just how well it could serve him. For the first time since the night of the champions selection, the conversation at breakfast was not focused on that of the tournament but a different subject entirely. Fleur listened into the conversations around her, hoping to learn more about why the exoneration of a prisoner was such a topic of interest to the students of Hogwarts. Innocent. He broke in here last year and attacked the fat lady, one boy nearby muttered disbelievingly. Well, he's been proven not guilty of murdering those muggles, another pointed out. I don't know, the first sighed. Is there a way that Veritaserum can be tricked? Fleur frowned as she read the article, as difficult as it was. She could speak English well, but reading it was more of a challenge. Sirius Black, not guilty. By Rita Skeeter. That's right, readers. According to a reliable source, Sirius Black, once thought to be the murderer of a dozen muggles and a fellow wizard, has been proven to be innocent of all charges. Black, as you well know, gained notoriety just last year when he successfully escaped from Azkaban, the first to do so in history, and spent more than a year on the run from ministry officials. Little was heard of him during the following months until he wrote to this very paper protesting his innocence. In a shocking twist, it was none other than Harry Potter who publicly demanded the man submit himself for questioning to prove his claims. For those of you that don't know, it was rumored that Black was complicit in the murder of Potter's parents, James and Lily, in 1981, an accusation the man strongly denies. It has been revealed to me that Black submitted himself to the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, just a few days ago and was questioned by her, Albus Dumbledore as Chief Warlock, Cornelius Fudge and 2 senior Aurors under Veritaserum. Having learned this, I spoke to the woman herself who had this to say. Sirius Black has been questioned and released without charge. The majority and I who were present are satisfied that he was wrongfully imprisoned, without trial, for crimes he did not commit. Our investigation into these crimes are now once more ongoing. Now that Black has been proven innocent, I for one am interested in what Potter has to say on the matter. I will look to gain his thoughts on this as soon as possible. In the meantime, the question begs, just who was responsible for the murder of these muggles and what happened to Peter Pettigrew? Watch this space for further updates as this story develops. Fleur placed the paper back on the table and shook her head. Harry had likely spent years believing Black was somewhat responsible for the murder of his parents, only now to face the reality that he was innocent. Was nothing ever straightforward for the boy? At least he shut up, Fi muttered, nodding towards Roger Davies. Fleur smirked. Since Harry had accosted him, Davies had been very quiet, though he continued to stare at her lecherously. She had been tempted to hex him several times already, and it had only been just over 2 weeks since they had arrived. Fleur, Marie interrupted her thoughts by shaking her on the shoulder. The girl said nothing but pointed towards the door. Fleur's eyes widened as she spotted Madame Maxime walking in with her mother and sister. Without thinking about it, she cleared the length of the room in a matter of seconds and threw her arms around the older of the two. Maman, what are you doing here? The task isn't for another 2 days. I know, but I wanted to come early. Madame Maxime said that it would be okay. She spoke to Dumbledore. Besides, this little one was getting very tetchy with waiting. I thought it would be nice for us to spend a little more time together. Fleur smiled as she turned her attention to her sister, who looked back at her with wide, innocent eyes, very similar to her own. That look does not work with me, Gabrielle, she chuckled. You may have Maman and Papa fooled, but I know exactly what you are like. The girl pouted as she was swept into her older sister's arms for an embrace. It's good to see you. I think we should maybe go for a walk, her mother interrupted. It seems we are causing quite a scene. Fleur turned to find most of the students in the vicinity staring at them, the males with glazed-over eyes and gaping. With a sigh, she nodded and led them out of the castle whilst her mother laughed. Idiots, she grumbled. Oh, Fleur, all teenage boys are idiots. I thought you would have learned that by now. Harry Potter isn't an idiot, Gabrielle butt in. Apolline shook her head. She has not shut up about him, she sighed. You used his owl to send your letter, right? What is he like? Fleur shrugged uncertainly. He is not what you would expect. He is lonely, Maman. He lives alone and doesn't have any friends. The woman frowned deeply. He lives alone. Fleur nodded. He said he lived with his Muggle relatives but left 2 years ago. He doesn't spend time with other people. It is sad, but he seems nice. Being famous for what he is cannot be easy, Apolline offered sympathetically. No, Fleur agreed, and now he is forced to compete in the tournament. I'm sure Dumbledore won't let anything happen to him. Maybe, Fleur replied, not convinced by the statement. Oh, there he is now. Entering the front gate only a short distance away was the boy of their discussion, his hands in his pockets as he walked towards the castle. Is that really him? Gabrielle asked excitedly. Fleur nodded and the girl took off running towards the unsuspecting boy. Gabby, no. Fleur chastised as she chased the girl, her mother laughing as she followed at a more sedate pace. She came upon a very bemused Harry and her sister, rambling at him in a string of French he clearly didn't understand. I'm sorry, Ari, I tried to stop her. Harry looked to be overwhelmed by the sudden onslaught from the younger girl, his surprise turning into a grimace as her mother arrived. He appeared to struggle for a moment before shaking his head and releasing a deep breath. It's really hard to push away when there's 3 of you, he grunted. Apolline nodded approvingly at the amount of control he was showing. Even fully grown men struggled with 1, let alone 3 Veela so close to them. Should I assume that this is your sister and mother? Harry questioned. Fleur nodded happily, a smile he had yet to see forming. This is my mother, Apolline, and my sister, Gabrielle, she introduced the two. You're Harry Potter, Gabby said in very broken English. I am, Harry clarified uneasily. It is nice to meet you and you Mrs. Delacour, he offered politely. I am sorry, Ari, Gabby should know better than to approach people like that. It is rude, she added to her sister with a glare. It's all right, Harry dismissed, smirking as the younger girl stuck her tongue out petulantly. I could always give her the same tour I gave you lot, he offered. The second-floor bathroom is very nice. Fleur snorted and shook her head. Non, I do not think she would like that very much, and you don't want to be on her bad side. I'm sure she wouldn't threaten to burn me alive, Harry returned pointedly. Fleur, I do, hope you have not, Apolline interjected. No. Fleur denied heatedly. It was you that said I was an angry bird that could throw fire, she accused. Apolline giggled as she shook her head. I think my US band would like you, Ari. Has spent many years trying to handle us on his own, but I do resent the angry bird remark. We do not want my little flower going through a change, Harry shrugged. We could always put her in the Ollery, he suggested. Hedwig could use a friend. Fleur growled as her mother laughed once more. I'm joking, he consoled. I have no intention of being burned. Well, not until the dragon tries at least. Dragon. Ah, she hasn't told you. Well, I suppose I should leave you to that. It was nice meeting you, Mrs. Delacour, and you Gabrielle, he added. Bye, Ari, Gabrielle replied, throwing her arms around the boy. Harry stiffened at the contact, a reaction that did not go unnoticed by her mother or sister. Gabby. Let him go, Apolline instructed firmly, offering an apologetic smile as he walked away quickly. But he is nice, Maman, Gabrielle groaned. Gabby, I do not think he is used to being touched. You must respect his boundaries. The girl nodded sullenly. Oh, my little flower. I think you are quite right about him. He is lonely, but not sad. For some reason, I think he likes it. It's not right, Fleur sighed. I know what it is like to be lonely, Maman. I have you and Papa, but he has no one. If he has had a poor life, then it is all he knows. Do not worry, Fleur. Maybe one day he will meet someone that will make it less so. Fleur could only nod as she watched him enter the castle. Now, tell me what he meant by dragons, Apolline demanded. How does it feel? Tom asked. Harry did a few stretches, testing the elasticity of the armor before completing a few movements one might make in a duel, nodding in satisfaction when he was done. It feels good, he responded happily. I suppose there's only one way to find out how well it will do. With a flick of his wand, one of the training dummies sprung into action and fired a bone breaker at him, hitting him in the shoulder. The bone didn't break as intended, but it was not a pleasant experience by any means. Bloody hell, he cursed as he rubbed the area. Perhaps that was not the best move, Harry, Tom said sagely. No, the teen agreed, at least we know now it will lessen the effects of spells. Still hurts though. Maybe you should wait until after you face the dragon before testing it further, Tom suggested. You don't want to be injured going into the task. You might be right, Harry sighed, not looking forward to his time with the enormous beast that was fast approaching. You will be fine. You know what you are doing. Doesn't mean I can't be scared. Only a fool wouldn't be. Harry shook his head. With only a couple of days left before the task, he felt as ready as he could be in the short amount of time he had to prepare. He'd been practicing tirelessly under the tutelage of Tom, who was certain he would be able to pull it off, though he was not so. The branch of magic was not one he was most confident in, even if he had practiced certain parts of it beyond his years. He had no doubt that if it wasn't for his mentor, he would never have reached the level needed to be successful in this endeavor. Only time would truly tell if it was indeed sufficient enough to keep him alive. Fleur paced around the champion's tent nervously, the reality of facing a dragon only truly having sunk in when she had entered. What were the judges thinking? It was madness to go up against such a thing. She shook her head as she took in the three others, each preparing for the task their own way. Crumb was in a similar state to herself, though he was muttering under his breath and practicing wand movements with an empty hand as he walked back and forth. Diggory appeared to be the worst of the three. He stared at one of the walls of the tent, his skin pale as he shook. Fleur could not even be certain he knew what awaited them in the upcoming test of their abilities. She frowned at the youngest of the four. Harry was seated with his eyes closed and legs crossed, his visage almost one of bliss as he seemingly meditated, his lips moving soundlessly. She couldn't understand how he could appear to be so calm, but if any of the rumors Madame Maxime had revealed to her were true, this wasn't his first time confronting a situation like this. What did puzzle her more, however, was his attire. It was made of a green skin of sorts, not a material she had ever come across. What is that made out of, Ari? She asked curiously. The boy opened his eyes slowly, the green of them brighter than his ensemble. Basilisk skin, he answered with a shrug. Both Crumb and Diggory turned sharply towards him as her own mouth fell agape before she composed herself with a laugh. Very funny, Ari. He grinned in response. Where did you get the skin? Crumb asked curiously in a rare moment that he wasn't scowling. From a basilisk, of course, Mr. Crumb. Being a parselmouth has its uses. Where did you come across a basilisk? Diggory asked almost angrily. They're around if you know where to look, Harry answered, undeterred by his demeanor. I certainly wouldn't risk going out there in just a pair of robes, and although your plan to use a conjunctivitis curse is admirable, Crumb, I would advise caution. It will only serve to send the dragon into a rage. Crumb's scowl returned as Diggory began sputtering incoherently. Dragon, he managed articulate. How did you find out? You all bloody know, don't you? He demanded, seeing the lack of surprise from both Fleur and the Bulgarian. Cheating is a part of the tradition of the tournament, Diggory, Harry pointed out. If you weren't smart enough to realize that, you entered the wrong competition. Cedric slumped into a nearby seat as he shook his head in dismay. How the hell do you take down a dragon? He moaned. Well, I wouldn't personally, Harry replied as the tent flap opened, admitting the 5 judges. Dumbledore immediately took in Harry's appearance and acknowledged the suitability of his attire with a respectful nod. "All right, gather round," Bagman instructed giddily. Fleur joined the other 3, her mind distracted by Harry's explanation of his wear until a small velvet bag was waved under her nose. "Ladies first," Bagman offered. Fleur put her hand in and retrieved a miniature model of a green, moving dragon with the number 2 on it. "The common Welsh green," Crouch announced as Bagman handed the bag to Cedric. "The Swedish short snout, Mr. Crumb," Bagman prompted. "The Chinese fireball," Crouch confirmed as Crumb frowned at the replica he held. "And finally, Mr. Potter." Harry retrieved the final dragon, his looking much more dangerous than the other 3 that had been drawn. It had fiery amber eyes and its body was riddled with vicious spikes. He certainly didn't want to be on the receiving end of those. "The Hungarian horntail, excellent," Bagman declared cheerily. "Your task is to retrieve the golden egg hidden amongst the dragon's own in her nest. You will go in the order depicted on the dragons you hold. So, Mr. Diggory will be first, followed by Miss Delacour, then Mr. Crumb, and Mr. Potter last." "I was right," Tom gloated. Him being right did not make the task any less daunting for Harry. Dragons were unfriendly enough, but a mother protecting her eggs could only prove to be considerably more so. "Mr. Diggory, your task will begin when you hear the klaxon," Crouch informed him as the judges left. "It could be worse," Harry chuckled. "How could this be worse?" Diggory huffed. "They could always throw some dementors in for good measure." Cedric's eyes widened as the klaxon sounded and he exited the tent on shaky legs. "How are you so calm about this?" Fleur questioned the still grinning boy. Harry snorted. "Believe me, I'm not. I can think of a million other things I would rather do than go out there. You signed up for this, remember?" "I bloody well didn't." Crumb nodded his agreement as the trio that remained fell silent, listening to the sounds of the crowd in the distance. It took around 25 minutes for Diggory to complete the task and the spectators erupted in applause, indicating his eventual success. Fleur positioned herself close to the door as she began to shake uncontrollably, waiting to be called forward for her own turn. After what seemed to be an eternity, the klaxon sounded once more. "Good luck, Miss Delacour," Harry offered. Fleur managed a tight smile before exiting the tent and making her way through tunnels situated just outside. The noise of the crowd grew louder the closer she got, and she had to steady herself from falling when she laid eyes on the dragon waiting for her in the arena. "Here goes nothing," she muttered as she drew her wand and took a deep breath. "You are not like the rest of us. You do not enjoy the fame," Crumb mumbled when it was just Harry and himself in the room. "No, I don't. If I could, I would live alone in the woods and never see another person again," Harry replied honestly. Surprisingly, Crumb laughed, an alien gesture coming courtesy of surly Bulgarian. "It is different for me, I enjoy it. I grew up in a city very poor. Having money was my dream, then I had it, I wanted fame also. I enjoy the love of the people, and that is why I will win." Harry raised an eyebrow at him. "To be honest, Crumb, I couldn't care less. I'd never even heard of you until you arrived here, and people queued up to key your ass. You won't get that from me." Crumb laughed heartily. "I like you, Potter. You've got guts and I respect that. You did not even back down. From Karkaroff, and he is a dangerous man." Before Harry could respond, the klaxon sounded once more, and Crumb headed towards the door. "I wish you luck," he said as he left. Harry watched him leave, unsure of what to make of him. What a strange guy. Fame affects people differently, Harry. You are merely on opposite ends of the spectrum. Now, forget about him, you must be focused on what is to come. Harry took a deep breath and closed his eyes, his thoughts broken an inordinate amount of time later when he heard the klaxon indicating that he was up. With a final breath, he left the tent, the last to do so and to face his challenge. He entered the stadium via the tunnel to an almost silent crowd. Ignoring them, he took in the sight of the dragon and felt his stomach sink. He was in no way relishing the monumental expectation to relieve it of anything. The amber eyes burned into him challengingly, daring him to step closer so that its wrath could be exercised upon him. For good measure, the beast roared, making the ground beneath his feet tremble. Calmly, Tom soothed. "You know what it is you must do. Forget about her." Harry took a steadying breath as he turned his attention to the job at hand and held his wand aloft. Focusing, he felt for the wards he and the dragon were confined in and carefully began casting. One wrong move could prove to be fatal if he were to make even the slightest of error. When he was happy he had control, he cast his first spell, making them visible. A dome of brilliant, purple light appeared around the area the task was to be completed in, various colors streaking across the translucent surface indicating each protective measure that had been put in place. That is quite the ward scheme, Tom offered thoughtfully. Harry nodded as he took aim to cast his second spell, another roar of the dragon sounding as a barrier appeared around her eggs. She threw her head from side to side irritably before pawing at it, trying to remove it from her developing young. Good, Harry. Now the hard work begins. With the eggs protected and the wards ready, he began looping his wand in large circles over his head in a similar fashion to a cowboy readying a lasso and began muttering under his breath. The spell was one he had practiced in the room, was one that was visually impressive but not one that was too taxing. It was not one he would use often in any circumstance, but here, it would make his task that little easier and would take the dragon's mind off him. After a moment of chanting, the effects began to show as the first pieces of hail started to fall, quickly followed by a powerful wind that began buffeting against himself and the dragon who was doing all she could to resist the sudden chill. Harry redoubled his efforts, the pieces of ice now falling the size of a fist and the wind roaring so loudly that the dragon's reply was lost to it. Now, Tom instructed. Content that his blizzard was raging and keeping his foe occupied, he turned his attention to the wards once more. Fleur left the medical tent, aghast that her dress had been burned by her slumbering dragon. Other than that minor flaw, she felt that she had completed her task to a very high standard. There were very few that would be capable of the level of charms work she had demonstrated. Ultimately, the mishap at the very end had cost her a point deduction of 11, though Karkaroff had been very harsh in his scoring. Ignoring the irritation she felt towards the man, she located her parents and sister who were sat amongst the Beauxbatons delegation. "I'm so very proud of you, my little flower," her father declared, pulling her into his arms. She smiled against his chest, enjoying the warmth the man provided. "Thank you, Papa," she returned happily. "You did very well, Fleur," her mother added. "You were magnificent." She blushed under the praise of her parents as she turned towards the arena to see a red dragon being coerced from the arena. "How did Crumb do?" she asked. Her mother tutted disapprovingly. "The idiot used a conjunctivitis curse. His dragon crushed half of her eggs." Fleur laughed and shook her head. "Ari told him not to do it," she explained her mirth. "Ari," her mother pressed. "He said that it would make it angry and that it was a stupid idea." "He was right." Apolline nodded as her husband frowned at his daughter slightly. "Well, we will see how he does next," he said with a nod towards the arena. Fleur watched as the final dragon was led into the arena and gasped. "He got the worst of the bunch," her father sighed. Fleur nodded her agreement. The dragon that Harry would face was much bigger than her own and more intimidating to boot. Hers had been quite frightening, but the sheer size and spikes that adorned the length of the back and tail made for a terrifying sight. "Oh, Papa, he will be killed," Gabrielle cried. "I'm sure he will be fine," the man replied uncertainly as the teen entered the stadium. "What? His schoolmates do not cheer for him. You would not get such a thing in France," he declared disapprovingly. "Calm down, Sebastian," her mother chuckled. Her husband was a righteous man and held loyalty close to his heart. Seeing the students of Hogwarts offering no support to one of their own was something that would certainly irk him. "What is he doing?" Fleur questioned, noticing that Harry was standing still with his eyes closed. "It looks as though he is going to manipulate the wards," her father answered, a frown marring his features as the purple dome shimmered into view. "Is that not dangerous?" Apolline asked. "Very," Sebastian returned interestedly. The man watched curiously as the 14-year-old cast his own protective ward over the eggs, earning a nod of approval from the man. His eyes, however, bulged when the storm within wards started. To say he was surprised would be an understatement. "Merde," he breathed as he leaned closer, "that is elemental magic." "Elemental magic," Fleur whispered, in awe at what she was seeing. It was something that she had been warned off from her charms mistress. Many people had died attempting to manipulate them, and the practice had been banned from her school for centuries due to the danger they possessed to the user and those around them. How would a boy so young know of this, let alone how to use it? The control it takes is incredible. Where would he learn it? Her father continued questioning. Fleur could only shake her head in disbelief. She knew Harry had at least a reasonable control of his magic, but she had not expected this. It would be a sight to behold from any witch or wizard, and the fact he was only 14 made it that much more impressive. For the first time in her life, she felt out of her depth. If he was capable of this, what else could he do? What is he doing now? Her mother inquired as a loud groan could be heard from within the stadium. Sebastian could only shake his head as the wards began to shrink, slowly closing in on the dragon and trapping it within amongst the still raging storm that was confined inside the protections. He laughed as the sodden boy approached the eggs and cleared his own ward with a wave of his wand. Giving the dragon a final look, he picked up the golden egg he had been tasked to retrieve and made his way to the exit, undoing the impressive spell work as he went. With the storm gone and the wards returned, the dragon roared and checked on her clutch, laying over them protectively. Silence reigned for a few seconds before the crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheering and clapping, he too adding a polite round of applause of respect for a job well done. That was spectacular. I'm sorry my little flower, but I think he may have got you this time, Sebastian sighed. Fleur nodded, dumbstruck by what she had witnessed. There is no shame in losing to that, but I will get him next time, she replied determinedly. Sebastian nodded his approval. His daughter was annoyed, that he could tell, but she was humble in defeat. The judges will adjourn to deliberate before we give our final score, Bagman announced. Well, that was quite the show, Apolline declared. It was, Sebastian agreed. I'm going to speak to him. I want to know how he learned that, Fleur declared. We will join you. I am rather intrigued to meet him myself, Sebastian mused aloud as he led his family towards the medical tent, though he doubted Potter had any need for it after his exemplary performance. Albus Dumbledore cast a silencing charm around the judges' table, astounded by what he had seen by the youngest champion. He was aware that Harry was far beyond his age in magical skill and ability, but he hadn't realized the extent until now. In the few moments he had been in the arena completing the task, the man had quite the epiphany about the boy and how his approach to dealing with Voldemort would have to change. He wasn't there yet, far from it still, but there was the potential within Harry to defeat the Dark Lord. That was impressive, Bagman stated dumbly, opening the proceedings. It is hard to disagree, Crouch added, what Potter did was exceptionally more advanced and effective than the others. Karkaroff shot the man a filthy look as Madame Maxime nodded reluctantly. What was it, he did exactly? She asked. I believe that question would be better posed to Professor Babbling. She did create the ward scheme, Dumbledore pointed out. Then send for her, Crouch snapped irritably. With a flick of his wand, the woman was sent for. Was that true elemental magic? Maxime probed. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. A very impressive display of it. No, Karkaroff denied vehemently. It must have been something else. Igor, the boy did it in front of everyone. If not that, then what? Maxime questioned. Karkaroff clenched his teeth but said nothing. Albus, you are quite versed in archaic magic. Could you explain what it was Mr. Potter did? Bagman interjected. Well, the spell itself requires little power to cast correctly, but an exceptional level beyond the norm of control is. For one of his age, it is quite the feat, the headmaster chuckled. It is, as you've guessed, very old magic. It gathers ambient energy from the surroundings and forms, as you saw, a rather strong blizzard. I can only assume that he used the magic of the wards and from the dragon itself to fuel it to such a degree, but perhaps you can tell us more, Professor Babbling. The woman released a deep breath as she shook her head. His work with the wards was exceptional and certainly not something I would expect him, let alone any student, to be capable of. He wrestled control of them from me and manipulated them to his advantage. The protective ward he placed over the eggs would get him an outstanding in his elves alone. The work with the wards is beyond what he will learn here. How would he know how to shrink them safely? Maxime pressed. Babbling shrugged. It is not something I have covered in my lessons with him, but the information is not difficult to come by. To do it, however, is something else entirely. It takes a skilled and confident practitioner of runes to concentrate them like that. It is very risky and potentially fatal if mistakes are made, so, he would have had to be aware of the risks before trying. The professor nodded. He would. He is very much aware of the danger that wards can present. It is the very first thing they learn when we study them. Potter has proven to be adept in the subject and not foolish. He would not take risks he didn't know the possible consequences of. Thank you, Bathsheba, that will be all, Dumbledore said, dismissing the woman with a smile. She exited the silenced area, leaving the judges to their discussion. He must have cheated, Karkaroff snarled. There is no conceivable way the boy could have done that without help. Dumbledore sighed. Igor, Harry has already proven to be an exceptional young man throughout his years here. He already has outstanding achievements in charms and transfiguration and will now likely have newts at the end of this year in at least 3 subjects. It is to my detriment that I didn't realize how far he had come. You may not like him personally, but he is not a cheater. I would put my reputation on the line to vouch for him. Karkaroff spat on the ground and leered at Dumbledore. I would remind you, that you are here at my invitation. If you give me cause to have you removed from this school, rest assured that it will be done and Mr. Krum will face the rest of the tournament alone, Dumbledore warned, his usually calm demeanor becoming difficult to hold on to. Karkaroff heeded the warning and took his seat. Let us give our scores then, he said, his brown teeth showing through curved lips. Does anybody have anything to add? Crouch demanded. When none did, Dumbledore removed the silencing charm and waited for Ludo to address the crowd. Harry exited the stadium with his newly acquired golden egg under his arm and cast a warming charm on himself. November in Scotland was cold already, but willingly creating an additional blizzard on top was not something he planned to do again. He sighed as he headed towards the medical tent. Physically, he felt tired, so a pepper-up potion was likely to see him through the remainder of the day. That was amazing, a voice pulled him from his thoughts. Harry turned to find Remus Lupin and a large black dog seemingly waiting for him, the dog wagging its tail excitedly. Thanks, Harry replied. Do you think it is wise both of you being here? Known werewolf and only recently exonerated murderer. That is why we are here, Lupin responded. We snuck in to watch you and now we are leaving. I just wanted to say well done. Your parents would be incredibly proud of you, Harry. The dog barked in agreement before it jumped up and licked Lupin's face. The words of the man warmed him more than any charm could, and he nodded appreciatively. I'll come and see you both soon, Harry promised. Keep your mother away. Next time, I will remove her by any means necessary. Sirius barked supportively. Only once had Harry encountered the portrait of Walburga Black and it had almost ended in disaster for her. She had called his mother a filthy mudblood and it had taken both Remus and Sirius to stop him ripping her painting down with his bare hands, the latter of the two only half-heartedly. Be sure that you do, Remus said before he led the dog away, chastising it for licking him. Who was that? Another familiar voice broke in. His name is Remus Lupin, he was our defense professor last year, Harry answered, his eyes shifting to the French girl, her sister and parents. Why isn't he anymore? People don't want their kids being taught by werewolves, Harry explained. Is that the one that attacked you? Harry frowned at the older girl. Who told you that? Madame Maxime, Fleur replied honestly. She asked around about you. Krum and Diggory. Makes sense, Harry conceded. Yeah, that was him. It wasn't his fault though. People here are prejudiced against anything considered dark. Even me because I'm a Parselmouth. They made a hell of a racket about it when I was in second year. We know all about prejudice, Mr. Potter, Appeline broke in gently. Harry nodded. I suppose you would. Is it worse in France than here? For Vila, it is bad everywhere, the woman said candidly. It is hard for us to make friends or even find a US band either because people think we are using our magic on them or they are jealous. People are idiots, Harry returned, eliciting a smile from the woman and elder daughter. That is very true, the man agreed. Hello, Ari, I am Sebastien Delacour, Fleur and Gabrielle's father, he introduced himself, offering his hand. It is nice to meet you, Harry replied as he shook the proffered limb. I must say, I am very impressed with what I saw. You are quite a wizard. If you ever get tired of England, France will gladly take someone with your skill. I will bear that in mind, Harry chuckled. How is it you become so skilled so young? Harry shrugged. I just want to be the best that I can. When I finish here, I want to have as many options open to me as possible. You will certainly avenue them, Sebastien assured him. That is if I survive long enough. Fleur looks like she wants to do what the dragon failed to and leave me with a few burns. Sebastian chuckled as Fleur raised an eyebrow at him. Not this time, she denied, but I will win. You did very well, Ari, better than the rest of us. I did tell you I would. It's your own fault really for not believing me. How did you get past yours anyway? I didn't see. I put the dragon to sleep, she answered simply. Harry frowned as he pondered her approach. Well, I don't know any charm that would do that, so I can only assume you enchanted it, he deduced. The hypnosis charm wouldn't be powerful enough, but if you did enchant it, that is brilliant. Oui, Fleur confirmed, flicking her dramatically over her shoulder. You both did very well, Sebastian praised. Come, I believe the judges will be giving your score soon. Harry followed the group, bemoaning the fact that he didn't get his pepper-up potion. The fatigue was starting to set in, and he vowed to get one as soon as possible. They entered the stadium via the crowd entrance and Sebastian led them to where the French students were seated, their arrival causing a large amount of pointing and whispering that made him feel rather uncomfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, the voice of Bagman sounded a few moments later. After careful deliberation, we are ready to provide our scores for Mr. Potter. For those of you unaware, he used an excellent combination of elemental and runic magic to retrieve his golden egg, avoiding injury to himself and damage to the rest of the nest. His scores are as follows. Harry looked on as Dumbledore began by scoring him a 10, followed by Bagman who followed suit. Madame Maxime gave him full marks along with Barty Crouch, and Karkaroff gave him a 6, much to the disgust of most who had witnessed his trial, including the judges. He is a pig, Fleur declared amongst the jeering aimed towards the man. There was nothing he could take points from you for. I wouldn't expect anything less from him, Harry sighed. I don't suppose I helped myself the night my name came out of the goblet. He should be impartial. His personal feelings should not come into it, Sebastian growled. Champions, please reconvene within the tent for your next instructions, Bagman instructed once the noise had subsided. Come, Ari, we should go. Harry nodded and followed her back to the tent where the day had begun. Crumb and Diggory were already within, the Hogwarts champion no longer as pale and grinning although he had suffered what seemed to be quite significant burns to his face. Crumb remained scowling, showing no sign that he was either happy or disappointed with his own performance. Before the judges arrived, Madame Pomfrey entered the tent and stalked towards Harry, giving him a chiding glare. You should have come to me immediately after your task was complete. I do not expect to have to come looking for you, Potter, she huffed. Now, are you injured? Harry shook his head. No, but a pepper-up would help. I do not see why I should, but I will take pity on you this once. See that it does not happen again, she finished, pressing a vial into his hand. Harry uncorked the little bottle and downed the contents, sighing at the influx of energy he received, no matter how temporary it would be. It wasn't long before the judges entered, and Harry had to fight the urge to curse the smug Durmstrang High Master for the smug grin he wore as though he'd achieved a victory over him. Very well done to you all, Bagman addressed them. Now, your next clue is the very egg you retrieved. You will find it within, not here, Mr. Crumb. The second task will take place on February 24th. You have until then to solve your clue. Again, congratulations to you all. The judges took their leave and Harry followed soon after with Fleur trailing behind him. Evidently, her parents were waiting for her outside the tent and Harry turned to head back towards the castle. Ari. He was called by the man. Sighing internally, he approached the Delacours once more. I was perhaps wondering if you would like to join us for dinner this evening. As a congratulations for a job well done, he added. Harry tried to find an excuse not to go when his thoughts were interrupted. Having contacts like the Delacours could prove to be beneficial to yourself one day, Harry. I would like that, he accepted reticently. The man offered him a warm smile. Say 7, you can meet us at the carriage. I know a very nice place in Diagon Alley, very quiet, he assured him. I will see you then, Harry confirmed before bidding farewell to the others. It was an odd experience to receive an invitation to dinner from anyone, let alone a man he had just met only an hour or so before. He couldn't help but think there was a hidden agenda. I believe the man is intrigued by you, Harry, and likely grateful. His eldest daughter is here alone, and you have made quite the impression on her and her family by extension. You heard them, they too experience prejudice for what they are. I don't suppose it is often they meet someone like you who hold no such thoughts about them. Harry nodded at the logic. I suppose it could be that, he muttered. Would you care to explain to me just why you invited Ari this evening? Apolline questioned her husband as she took in her reflection in the mirror. Sebastian released a deep sigh, having expected the question. For two reasons. Firstly, I am intrigued by him. He is a very interesting young man and one not without talent. And the other, because he did something extraordinary today and not one person came to congratulate him. He should be able to celebrate his achievement. Apolline gave her husband a loving smile as she wrapped her arms around him. You are a very sweet man, Sebastian Delacour. I do not like seeing people treated poorly. I would think he has had enough of that. What makes you say that? He avoids eye contact. You said how he reacted when Gabrielle cuddled him. It smells of abuse to me, neglect at the very least. Whatever it is he has endured has left its mark. No child should be the way he is. Apolline shook her head. He is very closed off. Fleur says he has no friends and doesn't spend time with anyone, but he has been nice to her. Did she tell you what he did to his housemates the first night she arrived? No, she did not. You can imagine the reaction of the boys who had never been around a villa. Well, Ari took exception to that and poured juice in their laps to cool them down. Sebastian chuckled before he frowned lightly. He does seem to have remarkable tolerance to the allure. I only noticed him having to resist it when the three of you were there. Apolline nodded. I do not understand it. Any other boy of his age would go to pieces. Do you think he is not interested in girls? Sebastian shrugged. I do not think it is that. It would not even register with him if that were true. It could be a natural resistance, or he may practice the mind arts, though that would not explain his level of tolerance. It is one of those mysteries, I suppose. One that has been positive for Fleur. Having someone else to speak to has been good. Even for me, it is nice to have a conversation with a young man without the drooling. That has nothing to do with being a villa. It is your beauty that makes us mere mortals drool, Sebastian quipped. Apolline swatted his shoulder as she blushed. You stop that, you silly man. We must leave soon. Sebastian pouted as he fetched his jacket. He had a feeling that tonight would prove to be quite interesting. Having showered and dressed in something he deemed appropriate for an event he had never attended, Harry arrived at the carriage at the appointed time, the door opening before he got the chance to knock and the Delacours exited. Ah, Ari, you are right on time, Sebastian greeted him cheerily. How are you feeling after today? Tired? No. I'm okay now, Harry replied honestly. A 30-minute nap and the benefits of one of his rituals saw to that. I am pleased, Sebastian returned, and again, you did a very good job. Thank you. Hello, Ari, Gabrielle said shyly, blushing slightly. Gabby, the little innocent act will not work on. I am now, Apolline sighed. Has already seen your rambunctious nature. Has seen nothing yet, Fleur snorted as the younger girl frowned at her mother. Harry failed to hide his grin. The little villa had caught him off guard when they had first met. The allure of the three of them had been difficult enough to handle, let alone when she had thrown her arms around him. He had vowed to keep a close eye on her. I know trouble when I see it, he commented, looking pointedly at the girl who offered him a sweet smile. You need to be aware of it around them, Ari. They will claim to be innocent and charming and then you get a fireball thrown at you. Fleur narrowed her eyes at her father whilst Gabrielle giggled. That happened only once, Sebastian, Apolline huffed. You missed our anniversary and I was very hormonal. I was pregnant with tis one. You cannot hold it against me forever. Ah, my beautiful wife, it is the only thing I avenue on you. After 20 years of marriage you have been perfect other than that one feathery incident. I forgave you for it immediately. Apolline raised a brow at the man as he grinned. Shut up, Sebastian, she mumbled, her cheeks flushing. I will pay for that later, Ari. My wife is very much like my daughters. You will never get the last word, he whispered. Apolline glared at her husband as they exited the gates. Where is it we are going? Harry asked. It is a little place called Ernesto's. They do fantastic Italian food, Sebastian answered. The one by Florine's. Sebastian nodded and then shook his head as the boy vanished with a gentle pop. Did he just apparate? Fleur questioned. I believe so, her father sighed as he took hold of his younger daughter and vanished, followed by Fleur and his wife shortly after. They arrived a short distance away from Harry who, from what he could see, was intact. I should not be surprised that you can do that already. Are you not worried you will get a fine? They can't really track it, or they don't bother trying, Harry replied with a shrug. No, from what Avenue's seen so far, there seems to be a lot of laxity, air. Without commenting on it further, he led them into the restaurant where they were greeted by a host wearing a muggle suit. The effect of the three vila on him was immediate as he gaped dumbly, causing Sebastian to click his fingers in front of his eyes to snap him out of his stupor. Could you fetch Ernesto, please? He requested politely. The man nodded as he walked away, bumping into several guests as he did so. That must get really annoying, Harry broke in. Strangely, you get used to it, Sebastian replied. Being married to a vila is a wonderful thing, Ari, but you do, Avenue to make exceptions and adjustments. Each one of them worth it, he added to his wife, who gave him an appreciative smile. Ah, Sebastian, it is good to see you, my friend, an older gentleman greeted him flamboyantly, before keying both his cheeks. Your room is ready, I will take you now. Thank you, Ernesto. How is your wife? Very fat and a pain in my side, Sebastian. I should never have married her after I met her mother. She was fat too and also a pain in my side. We cannot all be as lucky as you. Sebastian laughed as he took an offered chair in the private room they had been allocated. I apologize for the more intimate setting, Ari. The three of them in there would cause quite the stir. Apolline almost seemed embarrassed, but Harry waved it off easily. It's not a problem. I prefer the quiet, and if people can't control themselves, it's their problem. I agree, Sebastian declared as he opened his menu with one hand and squeezed his wife's hand with the other. How is it that you are not so affected by them, Ari? He questioned curiously. I didn't know what it was at first when I was first around Fleur. I just pushed it away. It's harder to do it with all three, but I manage. That is quite exceptional, Sebastian praised. Have you never encountered a vila before? Harry shook his head. I didn't know I was a wizard until I was 7 and lived in the Muggle world until I went to Hogwarts for my first year. I don't even know if we have any here. Sebastian was surprised by the answer. So, you did not know you were a wizard. How did you find out? Did your family tell you? Harry's expression darkened briefly before changing back, something that did not go unnoticed by the man. I found out I was a wizard when I apparated out of trouble, he answered cryptically. As much as he wanted to, Sebastian did not press the matter. It was clearly not a happy memory for the boy. And then you come to Hogwarts and work hard. Harry nodded. As boring as it is, that's pretty much it, he answered as he perused his own menu. Sebastian nodded, though he was not entirely convinced. Not that he shouldn't be, but Harry was cautious and protective whatever secrets he held. Ernesto, I will take the ravioli, he announced. For me too, Fleur added. I will take a risotto, Apolline requested. Gabrielle, I want pizza. And for you, young man? Ernesto asked Harry. A lasagna, please, Harry confirmed after a brief pause. Excellent, it will be with you all shortly, he informed them before taking his leave. So, Ari, what do you plan on doing after you finish at Hogwarts? Sebastian asked. I'm thinking about maybe dueling for a while, but I'm not sure yet. Maybe some work as a hit wizard. Respectable professions, Sebastian mused aloud. What about you, Fleur? Harry questioned. I would like to maybe be a curse breaker or an enchantress, she answered. Harry nodded. Both were difficult positions to attain, but she had already proven her ability in enchanting. You shouldn't have any problems doing either. Thank you, Ari, the girl responded with a smile. Are you planning on going into politics? Sebastian continued questioning. The Potter family is quite influential. No. I don't know, Harry answered honestly. I don't know anything about my family history. I'm the last of us and my parents were gone before I could learn anything. Forgive me, I thought your other relatives would, Avenue told you, or someone close to your family at least. The only person who might know is Sirius, I suppose. I'll have to ask him. Sirius Black. Fleur broke in. The man who? He's my godfather, apparently, Harry interrupted. So, it was not, I am. Harry shook his head. No, but I know who it was. I'll catch up to him one of these days. Fortunately, before the subject could be discussed any further, Ernesto arrived with their meals and a jug of water. The group ate silently for a few moments before Gabrielle piped up. Do you not live in a castle then, Ari? Harry laughed as he shook his head. No, I don't even have my own house at the moment. E lives in hotels when E is not at school, Fleur added disapprovingly. Not for much longer. I'm going to be looking for one over Christmas, Harry returned. Hopefully, I can find one and have it ready for the summer. Good. It is not safe living like that. Sebastian hid a smirk as he watched his daughter. It was nice to see her conversing with someone close to her own age, something that seldom happened for the girl. Being Avila truly was difficult during the formative years. He hadn't understood it until Fleur had returned for Christmas during her 3rd year. Seeing his daughter so distraught had made him feel helpless. So, you did not hunt vampires? Gabrielle asked sadly. Harry took pity on her and gave her a smile. Not vampires, but werewolves, dragons and dementors do not stand a chance. Dementors. Very horrible creatures that guard Azkaban, Harry explained. They can beat your soul out. Gabrielle's eyes widened fearfully. Can you cast a Patronus? Fleur butted in excitedly. Can you show me? Almost, Harry answered as he flicked his wand into his hands. Expecto Patronum, he whispered. A blinding light erupted from his wand, causing those within the room to shield their eyes. He ended the spell after a moment and gave a shrug. Even a shield like that is excellent, Fleur praised. I haven't not started practicing yet, but I will after the tournament. But if you can't cast one properly, how do you fight Dementors? I have a different spell. I won't cast it here because it is not very nice. It replicates the feeling a Dementor can give you and work as a blocker of sorts. Fleur frowned as Sebastian shook his head. A Patronus takes utter joy and happiness to create, something Harry clearly lacked. What he described would need to be fueled by anguish and misery, both in abundance. I would like to thank you for joining us, Ari, and again, congratulations for today. You both were excellent. What is bothering you, Sebastian? You have been tossing and turning for hours. I'll give you one guess, the man grumbled. Apolline sighed. I do not think he wants to be helped. In his own way, he is happy, or he at least thinks he is. I can't let it go. That spell he described. I know, Apolline comforted. To cast such a thing would need so much negativity. How on earth did the boy end up like that? Surely with Black in prison there could have been someone else to take him in. Well, he was placed with his relatives. What else could be done? He should have been checked on. Any idiot can see that he has not had a happy life. He is not you, Sebastian. You went through what you did, but it is different with him. He managed to save himself, somehow. I know, but I still don't like it. What the hell did they do to him? Apolline huffed. He will not thank you for interfering. No, he won't, Sebastian sighed. I will respect his privacy. Good. Despite all of it, he is a nice boy. I am grateful Fleur has someone to talk to whilst she is here. She has already told him she will write to him when this is all over. I'm pleased for her. It's been too long that she hasn't had anyone her own age not in the family to talk to. No, but that is the curse of being one of us. Harry and Fleur are as lonely as each other. Sebastian could only nod, ignoring the urge to investigate the circumstances of the boy further. Harry found himself seated at the Ravenclaw table amongst the rest of the students from Hogwarts, Durmstrang and Beauxbaton spread throughout the hall in anticipation of an announcement his presence had been requested for. Excited whispering could be heard as those around him speculated just what announcement would be made, though Harry was certain it merely pertained to the dueling competition that had been announced the night the other schools had arrived, something that had seemingly been forgotten by most with the tournament being the sole focus. Harry had not forgotten and was relishing the opportunity to put his skills to the test against the students from each of the 3 schools. This was something he would relish and was much more confident in than participating in the tasks. Though he had put in a good showing in the first, and even led in the standings, dueling is where he felt his confidence rocket. It was unlikely that anyone in the room had invested so much into the practice as him and none likely as skilled with a wand. He was aware that he would sound arrogant were he to voice his thoughts, but he was merely being honest. Since he had entered the magical world, much of his time had been dedicated to the art of combat. It was undoubtedly the one thing he would need in the future were he to survive what was coming for him, and this would be his first true test. For the time being, he wanted the distraction from the tournament also. It had been a week since he had managed to retrieve his egg from the dragon and the golden construct was giving him a headache, both physically and mentally. The first time he had opened it and had become subject to the wailing had been unpleasant, and it was a sound he didn't think he would ever get used to. Tom had found the whole thing amusing, much to his irritation, and had thus far refused to help him with the clue. He had merely expressed his confidence in Harry's ability to solve it of his own accord, but promised to step in if necessary. To his chagrin, Tom had remained steadfast in his belief and had offered no assistance. It was frustrating, but Harry did understand. He needed to be able to use his own analytical skills and couldn't always rely on his other self to do the work for him. "What do you think this is all about?" The voice of Terry broke into his thoughts. "Probably the dueling," Harry answered. Terry nodded thoughtfully. "If I thought I stood a chance, I might have given it a go. It can't hurt to see where I need to improve on in my wand subjects." "Then enter," Harry urged. Terry snorted amusedly. "I'd rather not get my ass kicked by you in front of everyone. If the Weasleys are running a bet, my money will be on you," he added supportively. Harry shook his head. "Come off it, Boot. Just because you might not win doesn't mean you shouldn't try. I've seen how good you are with some of your stuff. I think you'll surprise yourself." Terry smiled at the rare compliment paid to him from the other boy. "All right, I think I will. Just don't kill me if I end up facing you," he chuckled. Harry grinned. "Out of all the people I've met here in the past 4 years, you're the one I want to hurt the least, Terry." "Thanks, I think," Terry replied, frowning slightly, though he smiled all the same. That was as close to getting Harry to admit he liked him somewhat he would likely ever get. "Are you going for it?" "I am," Harry confirmed. "There's a few people here I wouldn't mind getting the chance to have a crack at." "I hope you get Malfoy," Terry muttered. "He's always been a git, but he's even worse this year. He put Granger in the hospital wing a few weeks ago." Harry frowned. He'd had little to do with the B***own since they had met on the train during their first ride to the school. "Why?" Terry shrugged. "He's always spouting about pureblood supremacy. He said she needed to learn her place and cursed her in the dungeons. He's always picking on the Muggleborns, Harry, calling them mudbloods. Even the first years aren't safe from him." Harry hated that word. Ever since he had heard it from Walburga Black, it never failed to provoke his ire. Why aren't any of the teachers doing anything about it? His father is a school governor and probably got the rest of them in his pocket. He could make life pretty difficult for teachers here if he wanted to. Harry hummed in displeasure. "Then let's hope he come up against me. I'll show him what someone with a mudblood mother can do," he ground out. "Bloody hell, I shouldn't have said anything," Terry muttered, seeing the glint of anger in Harry's eyes. "No, Terry, you should have said something to me before," Harry corrected. "I hate bigots. They are the reason that Voldemort gained so much power and why my parents ended up dead." "Just don't kill him," Terry sighed. "He's a git but mostly all talk." "I won't kill him," Harry huffed. "Bloody hell, Terry, I'm not some deranged killer." "I know," Terry chuckled, "but I bet you could if you wanted to." "It's not difficult with a wand," Harry agreed as Dumbledore stood at the front of the room and gestured for silence with the raising of his arms. "Good evening. Before we enjoy some of the splendid food on offer here at Hogwarts, I have a couple of announcements to make," he began. "Firstly, is the commencement of the dueling competition that will run throughout the course of the remainder of the year. Those who wish to compete will need to add their name to this piece of parchment that will be up for the duration of this evening. This is for students 4th year and above only." Groans of disappointment could be heard by those in their younger years, and Dumbledore waited for the sound to subside before continuing. "I must further recommend that those that intend to enter, do so knowing that dueling can be quite the dangerous undertaking, and though there are rules in place, the risk of injury is high." He allowed another pause for the ensuing murmuring to pass. "The next announcement pertains to the Yule Ball that has stood as a tradition of the tournament since it was first introduced. Again, this is only for students 4th year and above. Champions will be expected to attend and open the ball with their chosen partner in a dance." Harry's head fell against the table in dismay. "Hard luck, mate," Terry offered, amused by his newfound plight. "This will take place on Christmas evening within the hall. If there are any volunteers to assist with the decorating, please speak to Professor Flitwick." The man took his seat once more, his eyes twinkling merrily as the students lost themselves in the excitement of the two events. "Bollocks," Harry groaned. He would sooner face off with the dragon again without his wand than have to go to the ball, let alone find a date. "Who are you going to take?" Terry asked. I'm not going. If they want to disqualify me, then good. I'm not making a fool of myself in front of anyone. Come off it. The girls here will be queuing up to go with you, Terry retorted. If the looks he was receiving from some were anything to go by, Terry was onto something. Still, he would not be attending. He could think of nothing worse. Shut up, Terry, he mumbled, his eyes firmly fixed on the table to avoid the staring. You should really consider going, Tom broke in. You can't avoid these situations forever, Harry. Bugger off. I didn't say anything else, Terry huffed. It was coming, Harry returned, covering his slip up. Anyway, I've lost my appetite. I'm going to sign up for the dueling and get out of here. The sound of Terry laughing followed him as he left the Ravenclaw table and headed towards the front of the hall. Already there was a plethora of students from each of the schools signing the parchment to enter themselves. Ah, Harry, Dumbledore greeted him merrily. I see that you two are submitting yourself for other competition. If I had my way, it would be the only one I am competing, he replied honestly. Dumbledore nodded his understanding. You have done very well so far, much better than most were expecting. Harry shrugged. He didn't care about what anyone expected from him. Are you looking forward to the ball? Harry snorted derisively. I'm not going, he answered simply, causing the old man to frown. The ball is tradition, Harry. As is there only being 3 champions competing, but here we are. Tradition has gone out of the window with this tournament, so why not continue doing so? He questioned as he added his name to the exhaustive list of prospective duelists. Dumbledore sighed. I do hope you will change your mind. It would be a shame for you to miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime event like this. With his disappointment voiced, the headmaster took his leave and Harry followed suit, ignoring the stares of those following him. Reaching the door to the Great Hall, he turned as he heard a commotion and shook his head irritably. I would think you would be happy about a ball. You have one at your home every year, Maurice said, spotting the frown that adorned Fleur's features. That is different. When I am at home, my mother chooses the guests and I am not forced to dance with anybody. You're worried about finding a date, Fi stated. I do not want to date anyone here, Fleur muttered, doing her best to ignore the lecherous looks from many of the boys in the room, and they do not want to date me. They want a villa on their arms. Then don't go with anyone, Fi suggested. I will look silly if I am alone. If I wasn't a champion, it wouldn't matter. It's a no-win situation, Marie agreed. Fleur released a deep sigh as she shook her head. For now, she would forget the ball and sign up for the dueling tournament. She left the table to do just that when she felt a hand close around her wrist. I'll take you to the ball, Roger Davies offered with a waggle of his eyebrows. Fleur snorted in disgust as she ripped her arm from his grip. I would sooner go with one of the dragons from the first task than with a pig like you, she replied haughtily. Those around them laughed at the remark and Davies flushed with anger as he snorted. Like I would really take a whore like you, he spat. I am worth more than one of your lot. A collective breath was taken by those close by as they waited to see how she would react. Fleur recoiled as though she had been slapped before she felt her own anger flare. She was about to offer a rebuttal when she was cut off by a cold, familiar voice. You just don't learn, do you, Davies? I always knew you were a shit, but to disrespect a guest like that is something I didn't think even you would do. Does your mother know how you speak to females? Then again, she raised you with your sloppy manners. Don't you dare mention my mother, Davies seethed as he stood. Do something about it then, Harry urged, and if Philpott moves any closer to his wand, you'll both be spending a lot of time in the hospital wing. Davies' lackey froze and looked towards the other boy questioningly, who shook his head. Now, apologize, Harry instructed. Roger glared at him and then Fleur. Sorry, he forced out. Harry nodded and turned to leave. A scream sounded a few seconds later, springing him into action. He dodged the spell sent his way and returned fire. Roger caught his rebuttal full in the chest and was sent skidding along the top of the table, taking plates, food and cutlery with him. He was deposited onto the floor with a thump as Harry stalked towards him. Potter, that is enough, Professor Snape demanded, approaching the scene with a look of irritation. What is going on? Davies tried to curse me in the back, and he missed. I didn't, Harry responded. He's lucky I only returned a bludgeoning curse and not something a little more permanent. Snape ignored the implied threat of further action. You too, get him to the hospital wing and that will be 20 points from Ravenclaw for using magic in the Great Hall. If it happens again, you will serve detention for a month with me. Is that understood? Philpott and another boy pulled Roger to his feet as he wheezed and began leading him from the room. Understood, Professor, Harry returned. Snape nodded before walking away and Harry turned to do the same. He reached the entrance hall when an irritated voice halted his steps. I can take care of myself, Ari. I do not need you to fight my battles. I never said you couldn't, Harry replied. I didn't do what I did in there for you, it was so that the rest of my house stays in line. If people like Davies aren't dealt with, they all decide to get brave and people like Luna suffer. As I said to you before, not everything is about you, Miss Delacour. Fleur growled as he walked away, strangely annoyed by his reasoning for stepping in. She deflated a moment later and headed back towards the carriage. She shouldn't have taken her anger out on him, and now she felt guilty. Even if he had stuck up for her, why would that be a problem? It's not like he hadn't done it before. Then again, no one had ever stuck up for her anyway, so she didn't know how to take it. Throughout her school life, she had dealt with boys like Roger Davies and there had been none to dissuade them from accosting her or being abhorrently rude when she declined their advances. That was rude, don't you think? Fi questioned as she caught up to her. You always moan that you are alone, and he has been nothing but nice to you since we got here. Even when he didn't know you at all, he stopped them all perving on you. I know, Fleur sighed. I will apologize when I see him. You should. He's quite grumpy but he's the only one here and at our school that doesn't drool all over you. You always say how nice he is to you. I do not, Fleur denied. Fi laughed. He's the only person here, other than us that you have spoken to. You speak about him more than you think. It's understandable, she continued, you don't have many friends and he can deal with your magic. Fleur nodded. I always knew it would be hard to make friends. I didn't expect to meet anyone who could handle the allure or be mature enough to understand I'm not trying to steal their boyfriend until I was older, but I'm not some damsel that needs rescuing. We know that, Fi chuckled. Fleur sighed. I will apologize. I didn't give him a chance to explain. I got angry and assumed the worst. He said it wasn't about me but school politics why he did it. Fi smiled encouragingly. Did you see how fast he was? I thought for sure he was going down. If it wasn't for you screaming, he might not have even known before it was too late. I did not scream, Fleur denied. Did I? Fi nodded and Fleur frowned. She didn't remember screaming but it was a good thing she had. Harry had reacted quickly, but would he have managed to without it? She couldn't be certain, but again noted how adept his wand work was. He had not uttered a single syllable as he took down the older boy. Ah, Severus, thank you for joining me, Dumbledore greeted as the potions master entered his office. Sherbet. Snape shook his head as he took a seat. He had never accepted one of the ghastly sweets and never would. That didn't deter the old man from asking, however. I can only assume that you asking me here means you have something important to discuss. Indeed. Dumbledore confirmed with a nod. I wanted to discuss the incident in the Great Hall today between Mr. Davies and Mr. Potter. Snape shook his head. Potter had been foolish to confront the boy there. It appears that Mr. Davies was rather rude to the Beauxbatons champion and Mr. Potter took exception to it. It was nothing more than house politics, headmaster. Davies made a poor showing, and Potter dealt with it. Not in the best way, mind. No, he did not, Dumbledore agreed. He is beginning to show some rather concerning traits. We have had this conversation several times, headmaster, Snape interjected before the man could go off on a tangent. Potter is not like him. They share many similarities but none of the worrying ones. Potter does not take pleasure in the pain and humiliation of others, but he is very much like his mother. He tends to stand up for what he believes is right. He does not seek power, nor does he exert his will over others. It is hard for me not to compare Harry to him when he walked these halls. Alone, powerful, both orphans and exceedingly gifted. I suppose I fear that Harry could perhaps become him. I do not share that fear, Snape replied. He has his moments of brashness, but he has proven you wrong on several occasions. He is but a boy that has suffered and does what he can to ensure it no longer happens to him or any other. Then he is very much like yourself in that regard, Severus. Snape's lip curled in distaste at being compared to anyone with the name Potter. If that is all, headmaster, I must take my leave. I have potions that need tending too. Dumbledore offered the man a tilt of his head. And what of Alistair? Have you noticed anything odd about him? Moody is and always has been a paranoid lunatic. Perhaps it has only increased in his later years. Dumbledore nodded uncertainly. Admittedly, he had not seen Alistair much over the past decade, but they had been close once. It just seemed that he had become more paranoid than he remembered. Understandable really. He had experienced and endured much during his career as an Auror. Thank you, Severus, he offered. The potions master took his leave as the mystery of who entered Harry into the tournament plagued him. It wasn't a matter of who, but how and why. Someone had breached the security of the school to go through the trouble of putting his name in the goblet when they could simply have waited to ambush him. No, there was a specific reason he was wanted in the tournament, and the headmaster was determined to find out exactly what that was. On the day the dueling tournament was due to begin, the students and staff of each school had been gathered within the Quidditch Stadium, the only place large enough to house the duels themselves and the crowd that would undoubtedly wish to spectate the proceedings. Harry sat amongst his housemates in the stand that had been allocated to them, waiting for Dumbledore to address them and explain how the format of the competition would work. From what he had heard over the past week since he had signed up, it had proven to be very popular, with many eligible people putting parchment to quill to be included. Ladies and gentlemen, Dumbledore greeted in an amplified voice, today we begin the process of narrowing down all those wishing to compete in the dueling competition. There have been many entrants, thus the format will be as follows. Each competitor will duel twice over the coming days with an opponent selected at random. Those that are successful will be placed in groups of 4. You will duel each person in that group once. You will be given 3 points for a victory, 1 for a draw and no points for a loss. When the first group stage is complete, the top 2 from each will move on to the next stage until we reach the quarter-finals. From there, each single duel will determine WHO moves on and WHO is eliminated. The duels will consist of 1 round and be officiated by myself, Madame Maxime, Professors Karkaroff, Flitwick and Snape. In the interest of fairness, 2 referees will be present for each duel. The rules are simple. There will be no immediately fatal curses permitted, that includes cutting curses aimed towards the chest or head and neck. Any other spells deemed unseemly will see you immediately disqualified. Many of the Durmstrang students did not seem happy about that, but none voiced their thoughts. Each student will be subject to testing for illegal substances, so no potions that will give you an edge are permitted. Are there any questions? When no one spoke, he removed the sorting hat from within his robes. Each name will drawn from the hat. Although you are representing your school, this is an individual competition. You may face one of your peers or someone you have never spoken to before. Let us keep it in the intended spirit of building lasting and positive relationships between ourselves. Without further ado, the first name please. A piece of parchment was ejected by the hat and Dumbledore snatched it from the air nimbly. Our first competitor is Blaise Zabini of Hogwarts. Slytherin House erupted in cheers for their housemate as he left the stands to take up his place on one of the 5 platforms. He will be taking on George Weasley, also of Hogwarts. This time, the House of the Lions cheered for one of their own, their sound drowning out the jeering snakes on the opposite side of the stadium. Next, Victor Krum of Durmstrang. Much of the stadium cheered and applauded the Quidditch star as he slouched towards the platform. Mr. Krum will be taking on Susan Bones of Hogwarts. A red-faced Susan took up her position opposite the older and likely more experienced Bulgarian. Miss Angelina Johnson of Hogwarts will face off with Lars Uhlrich of Durmstrang. It could take a while before we get a duel, Terry muttered. Harry nodded his agreement. Were he not so keen to participate, he would forget the whole thing and be in his room working on his magic. However, he would not miss this opportunity, nor the chance to watch any of his potential opponents. Over the period of a few hours, only a couple of people had caught his eye for their ability in the art. One of Fleur's friends had been very good with transfiguration and had caught a Durmstrang student off guard with apparent ease, and a student from the latter school seemed to be rather competent with borderline curses. Harry would watch him closely. Next up, Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons will take on Theodore Knott of Hogwarts. This one will be interesting, Terry mused aloud. The Knotts are well known for their dueling prowess. Harry leaned forward interestedly. He had never spoken to the boy, but he always seemed to be rather quiet and observant. If he has been trained by his father, he will be a difficult opponent to defeat. Fleur took her place on one side of the dueling platform and waited for Igor Karkaroff to start the bout. The man was truly repugnant, from his suspicious eyes to his stained teeth, rotten to the core. "Begin," he commanded. She found herself shielding from an immediate onslaught from the Hogwarts boy trimmed in green. His wand work was efficient, and his spells flowed together seamlessly, but he was slow, his casting textbook and deliberate. Against less experienced people than her, he may pose a threat, but she was no slouch. She had been learning this craft since the day her wand was placed in her hands. Her father had insisted on her being able to look after herself. The curses he used were questionable at best, but a look from Karkaroff told her he had no intention of intervening. Were she to be injured, what did he care? It would just mean his champion would be in a better position to win the tournament. Looking for an opening or pattern she could exploit, she maintained her shield, something she was loath to do. Shielding was never the best option in a duel, not when one could dodge. Taking the initiative, she dropped her defense and turned elegantly to avoid the next spell before returning fire with a chain of her own. Not did well to avoid the first two and shield the third. The fourth, however, shattered his construct and caught him on the arm, eliciting a yelp of discomfort as it lacerated the flesh deeply. The boy was undeterred and responded instantly, needing Fleur to spin away from whatever curse had been sent her way. With a growl, she sent a stunning spell at the boy, followed immediately by a banishing charm. He shielded the first as expected, but the second broke through and sent him sprawling across the platform. Continuing her attack, she transfigured his end of the platform into a giant pair of jaws that engulfed boy where he had landed. Releasing a breath of relief, she waited for Karkaroff to call an end to the duel, but before he could, the wooden jaws exploded outwards to reveal an irate Theodore Knott. Thinking quickly, he banished several slithers of wood towards her and she was forced to throw herself to the ground to avoid them. Pushing herself back to her feet and avoiding an acid green spell sent her way, she began firing several charms and hexes at the boy so that he had no choice but to shield. This was where his inexperience showed. Instead of finding a way to improve his position, he remained content to wait out the storm, likely assuming she would tire. Fleur, however, was full of energy and knew just how to handle a situation such as this. In amongst her chains, she fired a shield breaker, useful for low-level creations like the one she faced, and added a disarming charm for good measure. Her efforts paid off and his shield was destroyed by her spell and he was sent careening off the end of the broken platform, bereft of his wand. "Winner, Delacour," Karkaroff announced reluctantly. Knott stood and retrieved his wand, offering her a respectful bow as he did so. Fleur released a deep breath. At the age of 14, he was very good and would likely be an excellent duelist when he was older and had more practiced. He had performed well and should certainly be proud of taking her as far as he did. With her first contest over, she stepped from the platform and returned to where the rest of the Beauxbatons delegation were seated and offering her a round of polite applause. "Not bad," Harry praised, having enjoyed the fight both had put up. They were good. Knott had a lot of potential and Fleur had been reticent in her attack. She could have ended it sooner had she paid more attention to the finer details of combat. Knott tended to overexert himself with his casting, his movements in body and wand more exaggerated than necessary. A well-versed combatant would have recognized it immediately and forced a mistake. Why Fleur hadn't, he didn't know. "Next up is Draco Malfoy of Hogwarts," Karkaroff announced. "He will be facing Seamus Finnegan of Hogwarts." "Finnegan will lose," Terry sighed. "Why couldn't Malfoy get someone that would bury the idiot?" "You really do dislike him," Harry chuckled. "It's hard to find anything decent about him," Terry replied with a shrug. Terry was proven right only a few moments later when the Gryffindor was hit with a curse that made him vomit blood, another borderline but not illegal spell. "Terry Boot of Hogwarts," Karkaroff called. "Good luck," Harry offered as Terry approached his spot. "Gregory Goyle of Hogwarts." Harry again watched in interest as Terry took on the much whiter boy, not the best physical trait to possess when dueling. "I would not expect much from Goyle," Tom broke in. "If the apple hasn't fallen far from the tree, of course." The contest lasted less than 30 seconds with the Slytherin being felled by a tripping Jinx and bound by conjured ropes, likely bringing an end to his run in the competition. "Well done, Terry, you successfully defeated a troll," Harry chuckled when the boy returned. Terry shrugged. I'm not going to complain about getting an easier start than most. No, I wouldn't either. Several more rounds of duels took place with very few people piquing his curiosity. What was on display consisted mostly of the simplest of spells and most basic of dueling techniques. What did become apparent, however, was that those of Durmstrang were considerably more advanced than their counterparts. Every student from the school had won their duels with little difficulty and would be the ones likely to advance the furthest. It mattered not to Harry. He had every intention of winning regardless who he was pitted against. Alexei Volkov of Durmstrang, Madame Maxime called. He will face off with Harry Potter of Hogwarts. I won't even wish you luck, Terry snorted. Harry ignored the remark and stepped up onto the platform. His opponent was much larger than he, his most prominent feature being the thick eyebrow that rests on his head like a slug on a slab of pavement. There is no need for pomp, Harry. Finish him quickly and be done with it. Harry nodded as he took his stance, the other boy staring at him almost carelessly, his first mistake. His wand hung limply by his side as a gesture of his cockiness, mistake number 2. However, when the command was given to begin, he sprung into action and fired a blood-boiling curse towards Harry, who batted it aside, his eyes narrowing. That was a dangerous piece of magic to throw around, and he acknowledged it with a nod of his head before returning with one of his own. His curse splashed harmlessly against a hastily conjured shield, and Volkov offered a rebuttal in the form of a bone-splintering curse and a tendon shredder aimed at his knee. Again, Harry flicked them aside, eliciting a deep frown from his opponent, who lost much of what little composure he'd demonstrated thus far. With a growl, he sent forth a dangerous combination, a concussion hex and a skull crusher that rung out like a gong against Harry's shield. Warning, Volkov, Maxime announced, unhappy with his choice of spells. Harry's nostrils flared as the boy leered, his sporting nature all but gone after the latest offering. He fired 2 spells into the air whilst avoiding a pain curse and whipped his wand in an upwards motion. The platform between groaned as it split down the middle and formed into a pair of serpents that lunged for the Durmstrang boy, who quickly conjured a wall of black fire to block their path. With a smirk tugging at his lips, Harry began to count down in his mind as his snakes were reduced to ash, and Volkov sent a desperate response, his clothing and hair singed from his own flame. As the spell left his wand, Harry fired off his own, a black ball of energy that, to the surprise of the crowd and boy he faced, opened up in the shape of a reptilian moor and engulfed Volkov's effort before smashing into the chest of the gaping boy. He staggered backwards, his eyes wide and skin pale before a black ooze began leaking from his mouth. Knowing that his count was near an end, Harry fired one last spell which met no resistance. That did not surprise home, considering it was not a spell as such, but an intention of magic that showed no sign of anything being cast. Volkov appeared to be confused for a few seconds before he was seemingly seized from behind and pulled violently from the platform just in time to avoid the spells Harry had sent into the air. An ominous whistling was all the warning those within the stadium received before the platform where the boy had stood detonated under the spells that rained upon it. Volkov coughed, his eyes wide with fear as he looked at the composed figure of Harry Potter, who merely offered him a nod as he left his unblemished part of the wooden construct. Winner, Potter, Maxime declared, eyeing the boy warily. Not a sound could be heard within the stadium as Harry took his seat, the crowd in awe as they looked upon the devastation he had wrought. Is it too early to quit? Terry questioned. Bloody hell, what was that? A warning, Harry replied coldly, to anyone that is thinking about using lethal spells against me again. Yeah, I think we got that, Terry muttered, watching the smoke rise from what remained of the section of platform. Hey, if by some horrible chance I end up facing you next, don't kill me. Harry chuckled. You'd be near the bottom of my list of people to kill, Boot. There's a lot more before you. I don't know if I should be relieved or not. Why would I be on that list anyway? Because it is annoying how little you annoy me, Harry quipped. You should take that as a compliment. If that's a compliment, I don't want to be insulted. Harry snorted as he shook his head. Terry was one of the very few tolerable people he had ever come across, likable even. He got on as well with him as he had with the French champion, though that budding association had seemingly come to an end. Why she had taken his dealing with Davies so personally, he did not know, nor did he care. The girl could be quite self-absorbed from what he had seen, which didn't bother him as he was very much the same. What did bother him was how she assumed he had done it for her, which he partly had, but that wasn't the point. He certainly wouldn't be involving himself with her problems anymore. Did you see that? Marie asked, her eyes wide in shock. Fleur nodded as Phi groaned. Well, there goes any chance I have at winning. Don't be silly, Fleur huffed, you could still win. Phi raised an eyebrow at her cousin. He was barely trying, and he still demolished him. What kind of magic was that? It ate his spell. Fleur frowned, wondering how someone so young could have so much skill with a wand. Yes, some of what he did were things she'd never seen. That happened in most duels, but it was the ease with how effortlessly he defended himself. Batting spells aside in such a way was a very advanced dueling technique, one that took years to perfect. She herself had only just started practicing it and Harry made it look easy. It's only one duel, she pointed out. The other boy was too sure of himself. Both Phi and Marie looked at her uncertainly. Then I hope you get to face him instead of me, the former declared. Fleur shrugged. She had no problem facing off against the younger boy. She could defeat him and then apologize for how she had snapped at him. If they were selected to face one another in the next round. Or, she would simply swallow her pride and apologize first and then defeat him. It mattered not either way. I told you not to disturb me unless it was a matter of urgency. I understand, my lord, and would not unless I felt it so. I have been watching him, my lord. He could prove to be difficult. Then change your plans as necessary. He must be present. Yes, my lord. I will make the needed adjustments. Remember, Dumbledore must not become aware of your presence. Our efforts will be for nothing should he. Of course, my lord. He does not suspect me. What would you have me do with Karkaroff? Karkaroff is of no consequence. His time will come. Now leave. You risk much by being here. Harry awoke in a cold sweat and panting. What the hell was that? It had been a dream, of that he was certain, but it felt much more real than most others. It was as though he was looking through the eyes of one of the conversing men. I believe that was Voldemort, Harry, Tom answered. My presence seems to have forged a connection between the two of you. How is this the first time it has happened? He is becoming stronger. For this connection to exist, he must have acquired a body of sorts. It was not something I had considered, though it makes sense. I was once a part of him, and I suppose still am in a way. Fear not, Harry. I can keep the connection closed this end. Harry nodded gratefully. He had no desire to share anything with the man. If he could see him then it was likely the connection could be reversed. I will not allow that to happen, but we must be very careful. It is now clear that an enemy remains within these walls. You must be vigilant. Harry released a deep breath. If he were to bet any number of galleons on it, he would have picked Karkaroff. It turns out that Voldemort was as unforgiving as Tom believed and the High Master too was on a list that none would wish to find themselves on. He watched as Fleur put down Cassius Warrington in a much more urgent fashion than she had with not the previous day, any reticence she had shown in that duel all but absent in this. Warrington could not even leave the platform of his own volition, needing 3 of his housemates to levitate him due to a broken leg and arm at the very least. She was viscous this time, Terry commented as he clapped appreciatively. Harry nodded. The French champion was certainly more capable than he believed. She proved to pose much more of a threat than anyone else he had seen. He caught her eye as she passed by and flicked her long hair over her shoulder almost challengingly. He grinned at the gesture and offered a respectful nod. If she was going to try and outdo him, it was his turn to respond. Terry Boot of Hogwarts, Karkaroff announced, will face Marie Dupont of Leclerc of Beauxbatons. Seeing Fleur give her friend some last-minute advice and grinning smugly at him, Harry held Terry back and whispered in his ear. Really? The boy asked when he was done. Just like that. Harry nodded. Trust me. Terry frowned but nodded and Harry returned the grin towards the silver-haired girl who narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Begin, Karkaroff instructed in a bored tone. Marie started off by launching 2 bludgeoners, one high and one low towards the Ravenclaw. In a surprising show of athleticism, Terry dived between the 2 whilst transfiguring the platform below her feet into a simple rug. The distraction worked as planned and Marie looked down in confusion. Seizing the opportunity, Terry cast a summoning charm that ripped the fabric from beneath her feet and sent her flying and landing backside first on the grass of the stadium as Terry landed heavily on the wood. Winner, Boot, Karkaroff snarled irritably. Terry stood and approached the surprised girl. Sorry, he offered as he rubbed the back of his head. Marie raised an eyebrow at him and held out her hand to be helped to her feet. "Do not apologize for winning," she replied. "I think we're both used like idiots." "Did Ari tell you to do that?" Terry nodded sheepishly. "Then I suppose, E wins this one," she giggled. "Fleur will be furious." Terry chanced a glance over her shoulder and saw that the Beauxbatons champion did indeed look very unimpressed as she glared at Harry. "What is going on between them?" he asked. Marie shrugged. "I do not know. One minute they are getting along and then Fleur is determined to beat I am at everything." Terry snorted. "Good luck with that. I would put every galleon in my family vault on Harry to win this and the tournament." "E is that good?" Terry nodded. "From our first day of classes he was miles ahead of everyone. Merlin knows where he is now. I think I will keep that to myself. Fleur could probably do with a reality check. She's never been challenged at anything, so it will be good for her." "Thank you," she finished with curtsy before she took her leave. "What was that all about?" Harry asked. "Nothing," Terry denied. "Just helping her up." Harry did not believe the boy for a moment. Terry was a poor liar and he was certainly keeping something from him at the very least. "I told you it would work." Terry nodded. "I could have saved it for later on though." "You could, but then you wouldn't be treated to the glare of an irritated Vila," Harry replied. Terry was pleased that the glare in question was not aimed at him, but his classmate. Delacour looked as though she was trying to burn him with her eyes. Harry chuckled and offered a wave. The girl flushed before turning sharply away. "Rather you than me, mate," Terry muttered. "I don't plan on pissing her off. She just doesn't like losing at anything," Harry said dismissively. "Anyway, our friend Malfoy is back up," Terry informed him. "Draco Malfoy will face off with Vincent Crabbe of Hogwarts." "Crabbe won't even fire a spell," Terry grumbled unhappily. As predicted, Malfoy hit his lackey with a disarming charm and the boy did nothing that remotely resembled defending himself. Still, the B***owned bowed as though he had won an amazing victory. "Why does he get so lucky?" "Gets like that always do," Harry answered. "Next up is Phi DuPont of Beauxbatons," Professor Snape barked. "She will face Harry Potter of Hogwarts." Harry grinned as he stood, holding in the laughter as he took in the shock on his opponent's face. She did smile, however, and took her position whilst Fleur seemed to be humming in annoyance. Harry ignored her as he turned his focus to the duel at hand. "Begin." Harry waited for her to make a move, which came almost immediately in the form of a pair of conjured leopards charging towards him. He had expected transfiguration, having seen her previous contest, but she was clearly pulling no punches. With a flick of his wand, the leopards froze and about turned, baring their fangs at the girl. Her eyes widened fearfully. It took considerable ability to turn a creation against the one that conjured them. She briefly questioned had she gotten something wrong but found herself needing to defend as they leapt at her. With a wave of her wand, they changed into a pair of rabbits before they could cause her any harm, though a low snarling caught her short. She looked up to find 6 wolves staring at her, their yellow eyes shining malevolently, Potter having demonstrated a higher level of skill in the branch than she. Hastily, she tore up a section of the platform and turned it into an equal number of wooden javelins. Taking aim, she banished them towards the prowling canines, her heart leaping as her aim appeared to be true, only for it to sink as they paused, converted into metal, and headed back towards her. Another section of the platform prevented her from being skewered by the projectiles and she released a staggered breath of relief as she threw the piece of wood aside and screamed as the wolves began charging in 2 rows of 3. She could only look on in fascination as the 3 leading blended together to form one enormous wolf, the others following suit as they leapt. A wall of flame halted them, loud yelping and the smell of scorched fur and flesh assaulting her senses. She took a moment behind the safety of her fire to ponder what more she could do. Transfiguration was proving to be fruitless and she was certain he would outdo her in any other branch. Her thoughts were interrupted as the heat of her fire intensified and began to warp. Instead of a wall in front of her, it now surrounded her and was uncomfortably hot. Before she could be horribly burned, she cast a powerful jet of water and extinguished the flames in front of her, continuing with her spell so that the stream headed towards her opponent. It broke off to one side as though it had hit a wall and circled behind her. Panicking, she could only cover her face as the head of a snake formed and swallowed her. Once he was content that the girl was trapped, Harry twirled his wand and the water formed into a spinning globe and a further flick lifted it in the air. Within, his opponent could be seen being churned around helplessly, and he deposited her on the grass. His spell collapsed and the sodden girl coughed and spluttered as she fought for eye. Harry simply summoned her dropped wand. "Winner, Potter," Snape declared, and though his voice could be heard throughout the stadium, it was said in little more than a whisper. "You could, Avenue killed, you idiot," an irate voice sounded as Fleur stalked towards him. Harry raised an eyebrow at her as he shook his head. "Non." Fi heaved from where she remained on her hands and knees. Got me fair. It was my fault for making a silly move. Do not defend, I am," Fleur growled, "that was reckless." Feeling his ire being provoked, Harry snorted. "If I wanted her dead, I could have done it 2 other times before then. When I turned her spears against her, I could have destroyed that wooden shield she had before they reached her. Instead of surrounding her with fire, I could have forced it into her instead of around her. And if I wanted her dead," he continued as he stepped but an inch from her, "I could have fired a bolt of lightning into that water and she would be dead. Clearly you know less about magic than you think." With his point made, he stalked away and exited the stadium, his dueling finished until the competition would resume after Christmas. Is right," Fi sighed. "I was careless and outmatched. Eastcote Avenue hurt me much more. I was lucky, did not." Fleur calmed herself and shook her head, feeling rather stupid for her outburst. She had reacted in the heat of the moment, having seen one of her friends in potential trouble, and it had been the wrong thing to do. She knew the possible consequences of dueling, especially against someone like Harry. Perhaps she was more frustrated that it wasn't her that had been given the chance to face him, though after what she had seen, she began to doubt if she could win. What he could do was simply spectacular for someone his age. "I suppose I have 2 apologies to make now." Fi laughed as she stood and nodded. "You do, and you better make them good. He was not happy with how you spoke to him. Would you care to repeat that, Mr. Borgin?" The man was nervous, his top lip perspiring as he nodded and stared towards a face he could not see. "The best offer I could get was 800,000 galleons, he stammered. Harry nodded thoughtfully, his insides dancing at the fortune the man had amassed on his behalf. "Then you have done very well. I did not expect you to be so resourceful," he finished with a gentle hiss. Borgin deflated, releasing a deep breath. How much are my services worth?" he asked. "For a job well done and for your discretion, I believe you have earned 3,000 galleons. That is fair, don't you think?" "It is fair remuneration," he readily agreed. "Excellent, then our work together for now has come to an end," Harry declared. He spent the next few moments carefully counting out the man's cut of the deal, a job made quicker as the gold had been sorted into rolls of 50 galleons. "I may very well have further use of you, Borgin," Harry said ominously before he exited the shop, considerably wealthier than he had entered it. "He managed to get much more than I anticipated," Tom commented. Harry nodded. From a single vial of venom, he had all but secured his future, though it was likely that quite the sum of what he had would be spent on a suitable property, furnishings and security. He needed a home to begin with, having grown tired of sleeping in hotels for the past 2 years, and it needed to be somewhere isolated. He had no intention of having neighbors. "Perhaps somewhere warm," Tom suggested. "I think that would be best," Harry agreed. "Better," Tom praised. Since he had started to become competent in the mind arts, he had worked on conversing with Tom non-verbally, which had proven to be one of his most difficult and frustrating tasks to date. Tom couldn't simply read his thoughts unless he projected them in a certain way, and it took exemplary control to be able to do so coherently. It was something that had likely never been done before, perhaps even a development in occlumency. Slowly, but surely, he was getting better at it, though often Tom would laugh at him for the garbled words. "Any ideas where we should go?" "There are many beautiful places out there, Harry. Why not keep an open mind and look more at properties than places? I do think a bit of sun wouldn't go amiss for you, however." Harry didn't dislike England, far from it, but he'd spent much of his life cold. Whether it was his months spent in the castle or living in the drafty cupboard, the coldness had seemingly gone hand in hand with his isolation. He was content with the latter, but the Dementors had made him crave sunnier climes and the British weather could become irksome. It would be nice to have somewhere to escape where it would no longer be a problem. He arrived at his next destination and began perusing the offerings on display in the window. He knew nothing of purchasing a property, but he doubted it would be as easy of handing over his gold and it being signed over to him. There was likely an arduous process involved, and he was keen to begin right away. Seeing a few potential houses, he stepped into an alley a short walk away and removed his hood. Drawing his wand, he began transfiguring his features so that he would not be recognizable. Once he was satisfied, he downed the aging potion he had concocted a few days prior and conjured a mirror to take in his work. The changes he'd made were subtle. He'd lightened his hair and changed his eyes from green to blue. He certainly did not recognize himself, so it was unlikely that any other would. The aging potion had made him appear as though he was in his mid-20s rather than the 14 years he had lived. Nodding satisfactorily, he stepped out of the alley and into the estate agency to make his inquiries. "Good morning, sir," a paunchy redhead greeted him jovially. "What can I do for you today? I'm looking to invest in overseas property. I see that you have a few options available and was hoping for some more information." Of course, the man replied with a series of nods, rubbing his hands together in hope of a profitable discussion. "Are there any that have taken your fancy? The Sicilian villa, maybe. Ah, quite the home. It has only been on the market for a few days. Would you be interested in viewing it?" "I would," Harry confirmed. "Are you available to do so now? I have a portkey that can take us." Harry nodded, seeing no reason not to. "Fantastic. I just need a few moments to lock the shop and we can be off." Harry watched in fascination as the man waved his wand and muttered under his breath to bring the wards to life. He could feel the magic humming around the room. It must be quite the scheme to have such an effect. Security is a must in this business. It is as lucrative as it is attractive to the unsavory, the man explained. "Here, we house international portkeys. They don't just hand them out to anyone, and sufficient measures must be in place to ensure they are not stolen." Harry nodded his understanding as the man removed a trunk from his pocket and enlarged it. The lid popped open after another series of charms had been cast and a drop of blood was placed on the lock. "Quite the ingenious creation," the man commented, noticing his interest. "This can only be opened if the blood is drawn from a willing person keyed into the magic of the box. Since I am the only one, only I can open it." "That is quite a piece of magic," Harry agreed. The man smiled. "It was an invention by my grandfather, rest him. It has been a part of our business for decades now. He must have been quite the wizard." The man nodded. "That he was, but we are not here to discuss him. Take hold," he requested, offering one end of a large key he had removed from the trunk. Harry did so and felt as though he had been hooked through the navel as he was transported from the shop. "Bloody hell," he huffed when he felt his feet land on solid ground once more. "No, portkey travel is not my preferred method of travel either," the man chuckled. It took a moment for Harry's stomach to settle before he took in where he had landed. The first thing he noticed was the pleasant climate. It was warm here, likely more so outside, but not overwhelmingly. The house he found himself inside was sizable, as most secluded ones were. The floor was constructed from mahogany and the walls the exposed bricks used to build the home. It was bereft of any furniture, but there was potential for it to be homely. There are 2 reception rooms, 6 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. There is a basement that was once a wine cellar but can be used for whatever purpose you see fit, the man explained as he began leading him through the house. You have an ocean view from the terrace and the property stretches to the sea in this direction and to the forest in the other. It is, however, far from any local amenities, with the nearest village some 8 miles away. Not that it is much of an issue, of course. And what about warding? The original stones are still here from when the house was built and are ready to use. The existing wards can be transferred but are a little outdated. That would certainly save him some gold. Ward stones were rather costly. He gave a final glance around, trying to imagine the rooms he had seen furnished. There were more than he would ever need, but he could find uses for them. I suppose the only thing left to ask is how much. You must understand, a property of this quality will seldom become available, not with this level of privacy. Seeing that Harry was waiting for an answer, the man sighed. It is currently priced at 120,000 galleons. It was a sizable price, but around what he was expecting to pay, and certainly not too much for something that could keep him safe when Voldemort eventually returned. And how long would it take to process everything? Once payment has been received, it can be yours within a week, the man informed him. Harry nodded, surprised it would be such a short wait. And can this be done discreetly? It can, the man confirmed. People don't get hung up on who is buying so long as the money is good. Many clients from both sides opt for discretion, that is why they pay me to carry out the transactions. The benefit of buying abroad is that you do not need to register it with the British Ministry either. The only possible trail is via bank statements, and I can assure you, that is not something I tend to share with others. All right, I'll take it. I will pay you in gold so that my name need not appear on anything. Only the deed, the man corrected, and that shall remain in your possession without the need of the seller seeing it once the gold is received. Which I will collect from yourself in 7 days' time, Harry insisted. If that is everything, we have a deal. The man practically ripped his arm off as he shook his hand with a bright smile, the commission he would make being rather generous. With the preliminary rounds of dueling over and her position in the next round secured, she could no longer ignore the fact that the ball was fast approaching and that she did not have a date. Not for lack of potential suitors, there had been many of those that had accosted her in the corridors and even during mealtimes, much to her embarrassment and consternation. It was the same every time. A boy would approach, their eyes glazed over, and they would stutter out a barely coherent offer to escort her to the ball, resulting in each being denied, not out of shallow reasoning, but for her own sake. She did not want to be taken to a ball by someone who had no real interest in her, that had only asked because of what she was so that they could posture around the hall smugly with her hanging off their arm as little more than an afterthought. She was worth more than that, more than being a trophy to show off or a conquest to be had from those that would be brazen enough to try their luck. She could never be what they wanted her to be. What will you do? Marie asked. She had already secured a date in the form of a 7th-year Hufflepuff boy who had stopped them a few days prior to ask. It had been rather sweet really. He had even brought her a flower that the girl had taken to wearing in her hair. If I didn't have to, I wouldn't go, Fleur answered honestly. Well, Ari is not going, Marie pointed out. Well, Ari doesn't care if he gets in trouble. Madame Maxime would not allow me to miss it. You know that. No, she would not, Marie agreed. Fleur huffed frustratedly. This was one of the few instances that she wished people had better control around her, or at worst, she could rein her magic in enough so that it would not cause these kinds of problems. Her magic, however, was always ambient about her, a constant, yet passive part of her. I do not know what to do. It would be easier if I could just not go. How does Ari get away with it? After what I've seen, I wouldn't try and tell him what to do. Have you apologized to him yet? Fleur shook her head. I haven't seen him since the duels. That was more than a week ago. Marie giggled. You don't seem happy about it. Fleur huffed. I just don't like these things hanging over me, she replied somewhat heatedly. And he's the only person you've met close to our age that can talk to you without stammering. Fleur rolled her eyes. It has nothing to do with that. He's different, yes, but not because of that. There's something about him that I can't quite work out. I think there are lots of things about him that none of us can work out. Fleur could only nod her agreement. It was a chilly morning, but Harry had wrapped up well for a trip into the forest with little more than a bag and a collection of vials as Tom had instructed. In more than 3 years being at the school, he had yet to visit, though Tom had been quick to point out that it is forbidden for a reason. According to him, an assortment of rather dangerous creatures resided within the trees and it was not a place to tread lightly. Today, however, was an exception. The trip was to gather parts of magical creatures that would assist him with his winter solstice ritual, something that Tom had not explained to him thus far. All that had been mentioned was that it was dangerous, but the benefits that would be reaped would be worthwhile. So, what am I looking for? Just search for anything that would have come from a creature. Fur, horns, teeth and anything similar. Check any bushes you come across. Things often get snagged on them but stay alert at all times. It was certainly an odd thing to do. Nonetheless, he began walking a path through the trees, checking for any sign of any beasts that may have passed through. He found several footprints but little else. He was becoming frustrated until he came upon a large clearing where some of the surrounding trees had been scorched black. Dragons, he exclaimed. The dragons used during the tournament must have been kept here, which seemed to be a foolish idea when he pondered it. What was to stop them burning down the entire forest in a fit of rage? Checking the area carefully, He found a familiar bronze scale under some browned leaves that had once been part of the armor of the dragon he had faced. Ignoring the memory of facing it, he placed the scale in a vial and finished searching, finding a green and red to match. They will be excellent for the ritual. Especially the horntail one. Why? Because you defeated it. Magic does not forget such things. You speak as though it is alive. Is it not? Harry paused as he considered an answer. It embodies everything in our world, so I suppose it would be. My thoughts exactly. Magic is not something that can be separated and studied nor truly understood. It exists, it is wondrous, and we would not be without it. To me, it was always the closest thing to anything resembling a god. Harry nodded. What Tom had said made sense. From the very beginning, he had been taught to nurture it, to appreciate it and to never take it for granted. It was a gift to possess it and one that should not be squandered. Perhaps moving deeper into the forest would be best. Harry did so and came across a few strands of silvery fiber caught on a protruding branch after a few minutes of searching. Vila hair? He questioned. Tom laughed within his mind, causing him to frown. Unicorn tail hair, Harry, he corrected. A rather valuable find and magically powerful. Diggory's wand is made with it. Indeed. Harry continued foraging as he made his way further into the trees, finding nothing more than a few rodent skulls, and had just about given up after another 2 hours when the silence was interrupted by the sound of pounding hooves. What the hell is that? Harry questioned as they drew closer and seemingly came from all around him. Wand down, Harry. They will not harm you unless they feel threatened. Before he could press the issue, a large horse-like creature burst through the thicket, followed by several others who ran in circles around him clutching bows. Slowly, they came to a stop and stared at him speculatively, their demeanor unnerving him. Harry Potter, a large dappled gray, greeted him in a deep voice. Seeing them stilled, Harry could see that they were in fact half man and half horse, the torso being the former. How do you know my name? He asked. The stars tell all, the centaur answered cryptically. They have had much to say of you. Harry frowned in response, not liking that they knew of him when they lived in a forest that he had never set foot in until this very morning. What do you want with me? There is nothing that one of your kind can do for us, but the stars have led us to you. It does not happen often, only when a threat is present against our world. You, Harry Potter, have an important part to play. Your path, however, is not set. Mars is exceptionally bright. What does that mean? Another centaur stepped forward, this one appearing to be younger than the first. War, Mr. Potter, he whispered. It will come soon, and you must be ready, for if you are not, the world you know will cease to be. The first centaur gave the other a chiding stare. Firenze speaks out of turn, but he speaks truth. Your task will be a difficult one, and the ending, uncertain. Currently, it does not favor you, but you are already taking necessary steps. It is this that we have been sent to aid you with. How can you help me? Harry asked, ignoring the rather bleak words of the creature. You seek betterment, you seek to reap what you have sown, and we have what you need. And what do you want in return for it? Nothing. We do as the stars will us, and they brought us here to give you these, the elder replied as he removed a cloth sack from his shoulder and handed it to Harry. Within the sack are items you have been seeking and many you would not have found. The forest has its secrets and it is best kept that way. May the stars favor you, Harry Potter. The fate of many rests upon your shoulders. With that, they vanished, leaving behind a very perplexed teen in their wake. What the hell was that about? He grumbled. The centaurs are mysterious creatures, Harry. Their words are not given to wizards without cause. I would remember them well. Harry simply shook his head as he began the return journey, the mutterings of the creatures making little sense to him, though their predictions were quite foreboding. Thankfully, it didn't take long to find himself free of the tress, not having to stop to forage sped him up considerably. He entered the castle to find that lunch was in full swing, so opted to head back towards his room. It would do you well to see what they have gifted you, Tom advised. Harry too was curious to see what he had been given. The sack, though small, had quite a weight to it. He entered the room he had created as his bedroom and placed it on the desk, moving some books he had been reading from the Black Library to one side to make space before taking out the items one at a time. The first thing he removed was a chunk of horn. It was white and unyielding, the bottom part jagged where it had broken off. I believe that is unicorn horn, Tom broke into his thoughts. Perhaps a text for reference might be useful. I know how to defend myself from creatures but am no expert in the physiology. Harry asked the room for a comprehensive guide to magical beasts and was provided with a sizable compendium that appeared on one of the bookshelves with a gentle thumb. He retrieved and thumbed through it until he came to the section regarding unicorns. It looks like it, he agreed, comparing what he held in his hand to the horn of the creature sketched. He set it aside and reached into the sack, pulling out a long, gray feather. It took a little longer to find what it had once belonged to, but he decided it could only have been a hippogriff. Griffins and other magical birds were usually brightly colored, the latter having smaller feathers also, so it was unlikely to be either. Griffins were also very rare and inhabited mountainous places in warmer parts of the world. Harry had never seen a hippogriff but remembered Hermione mentioning having studied them in care of magical creatures and one being put to death because of Draco. He set it next to the unicorn horn and removed another item from the bag, this time a clump of thick yet soft fur. Bloody hell, they have this roaming around in there. He questioned himself as he stared at the almost demonic feline hybrid in the picture. What he had was undoubtedly a piece of mane taken from a chimera. It may well have come from a regular lion, but lions did not roam the lands of Great Britain and never had. Shaking his head and pleased he had not encountered it, he placed it with the horn and feather and dived into the bag once more and withdrew a large fang. That comes from an acromantula, Tom informed him confidently. I have come across them. Harry nodded as he set it down with the other items. It couldn't be anything other than the fang of a large spider, perhaps even a mandible. He found that only 2 pieces remained when put his hand in the bag and removed both, one a completely, milky, white eye and the other a large claw. The eye, he learnt, came from a thestral, another horse-like creature, though this was rather skeletal, dark and had wings like a bat. The claw had in fact come from a griffin and he found himself wondering if there was a herd living within the forest or merely a lone beast. It was something he was never likely to find out, however. He had no intention of going back in unless necessary, having discovered just what dangers lurked there. He had no desire to face off with a chimera or any other creature for that matter. He'd leave that to the experts to deal with. What you have is ample for what it is needed for, Tom spoke once again. Even more so that it was gifted willingly by another creature. It will only add credence to the request you will make of magic itself. What request? The time is not right, not yet. You will know when we begin the preparation. Harry huffed as he stood and removed the vials he had gathered himself and placed the scales and unicorn hair on his desk before withdrawing his map. They're in there again, he groaned, noting the dots of the Weasley twins in the kitchens. He had taken to eating his meals in there as much as possible since Halloween, not wanting to deal with the general population of the school and the staring and whispers. Recently, however, the red-headed twins had been there, and he would rather deal with the former than those two. He didn't dislike them, but he had little tolerance for their dramatics at times, especially when he had other things to focus on. As far as he was concerned, Fred and George were okay in small doses, just not anywhere near food. They seemed to be in the process of testing some pranking items and he would not trust them to not make an attempt on him. A 7th-year Slytherin had fallen victim to their work, according to one of his Serpentine spies, and had spent several days in the hospital wing vomiting. He shook his head as he left the room and headed towards the Great Hall. He was hungry and would need to eat before beginning his training for the day. He was grateful that he caught the back end of the lunchtime rush, most tables now only sporting a few students that had decided to eat later. Taking his seat at the Ravenclaw table, he piled his plate with some chicken and vegetables and settled in to eat. It was when he had finished his meal and was exiting the hall that he was stopped by a hand resting on his shoulder, tensing him. He had been working through what drills he would complete and had been caught off guard, though he certainly didn't appreciate anyone putting their hands on him at the best of times. Are you okay? You look as though you were not, Fleur spoke. Shaking away the attempted invasion of her magic, he nodded. I'm fine, I was just thinking, he replied, stepping out of arm's reach of the girl. Her magic was much stronger when she made physical contact, and though it was quite warm and strangely comforting, it didn't sit well with him. Oh, well, I was just wondering if we could speak. I've not seen you around for a while. I've been busy, Harry responded with a shrug. I can't be living in hotels forever, can I? So, you took my advice? She questioned smugly. It needed to be done either way, Harry pointed out, his lips forming into an amused grin. Fleur raised an eyebrow at him and shook her head. I just wanted to apologize for what I said to you at the duels, when I thought you were trying to, she reminded him. I overreacted and I'm sorry, and for snapping at you when that pig insulted me. Harry waved it off. It's fine, he assured her. We all have our pride and looking out for your friend is admirable. I didn't aim to hurt her. She was good and I had to up my game a little. Fleur offered him a grateful smile and he noticed how worn she looked. You look tired, he commented. The egg giving you problems. Fleur shook her head as she sighed. Non, just an Edish. It is the ball. It can't be that bad. I've seen at least 4 people ask you and I'm not even around. Fleur snorted. Non, Ari, it is not me they want to go with. How can they when none of them, Avenue ever spoken to me? They see only a pretty face and think it is all I am, and then the allure gets them, and they all act the same. Harry nodded his understanding. Like Davies. Fleur nodded. Not as bad, but yes. You could always not go, I'm not. Madame Maxime would not allow it and I do want to go. It is a big part of the tournament and I don't want to miss it. If I didn't, Avenue to dance, I would go alone. Unless you would go with me. She asked, her eyes widening at the thought. You can control yourself and you are not going with anyone else. Harry shook his head frantically. No, definitely not. I couldn't think of anything worse than going. Fleur looked stricken by his words. Not because I wouldn't want to go with you, he added. Anyone would be lucky too, but I've never been to anything like that before. I've never even danced. Oh, that is easy, Ari, you, Avenue good footwork when you duel. I can teach you. Please, it is the only way I can think of where I could go and, Avenue a good time. Despite her plea, Harry shook his head and was ready to deny her when Tom intervened. You should do it, Harry, not for you but for a girl who has spent her life shunned by her peers for what she is. You could do something nice for her, give her the good memories of the tournament that you will unlikely have. It is not something she will ever get the chance to do again. If you can look her in the eyes and say no, I will not mention it again. To his detriment, he did and could see much of the same sadness he felt reflected in them along with an unwanted loneliness. He would look a fool but for the right reasons. He could live with that and give the girl something he had been denied his entire life. With a labored sigh, he nodded. Okay, he agreed. Her mouth opened in surprise and she brightened as she squealed. Thank you, she exclaimed as she threw her arms around him and pressed her lips to his cheek. Realizing her mistake, she stepped away mortified by her actions. I'm so sorry, Ari, I didn't mean to. A blushing Harry waved her off. It's fine, he stammered. You got caught up in the moment, let's leave it at that. Fleur nodded. Thank you, Ari, she said more reservedly. I will meet you, tomorrow after dinner and we can't start your dance lessons. The girl left the castle with a spring in her step and Harry could only walk away, his head shaking and cheeks still red. What the hell have I got myself into? Nothing you can't handle, Tom assured him. You never know, you might enjoy it and you even got your first key, albeit not a proper one. Shut up, Harry growled, feeling himself flush once more. The sudden intrusion of her magic from the gesture had overwhelmed him, had made him lose himself for a moment in the warmth that spread throughout him. He couldn't help but think he had made a mistake in accepting her proposal. He couldn't dance and he clearly didn't have as much control around her as he had thought. Okay, you need to explain how that happened, Marie demanded. Fi nodded her agreement as Fleur sighed. It just kind of happened. I apologized and we ended up speaking about the ball. The next thing I knew, I was practically begging him to take me. Marie giggled and Fi raised a single brow at her cousin. And he agreed, just like that. Fleur shook her head. Non, he did not want to go. I think he just feels sorry for me and now I feel stupid. How pathetic am I? I think it is nice, Mare replied. You get to go the ball and enjoy it without having some fool posturing around all night. I feel like I forced him, Fleur responded with a shrug. He does not like things like this and he said yes. I feel like I didn't give him much of a choice. She groaned as she threw herself back onto her bed. He doesn't seem the type to go because he felt sorry for you, Fi offered. He wouldn't do something he didn't want to. Maybe he did feel a little bad, Marie broke in, but that wouldn't be enough to make him do it. Why don't you just ask him? Fleur snorted. And say what? So, Ari, why did you agree to go with me? Is it because I put you on the spot or because you feel bad for me? He probably thinks I'm pathetic enough already. Now you're being stupid, Fi chided. If you do not ask him, you won't know. Maybe he didn't want to go because he didn't think anyone would want to with him. I doubt that, Marie giggled. Everywhere I go I hear people asking about who is Ari Potter's date. Imagine their faces when they see it is you. They will think I ensnared him. No, it's obvious to everyone he isn't affected by you like the others. What a mess, Fleur sighed. I think I should just tell him it is a bad idea. Then he will think you are stupid, Fi huffed. Just for once, forget about everyone else and what they will say and think. You spent the whole of school doing what you could to hide away and not be noticed, and now you are a champion. Enjoy it because it won't happen again. When June comes, you will never have to see any of these idiots again. Fleur gave the girl a smile of gratitude. I'll try. I will speak to Ari and see what he says too. I have to know he doesn't feel forced. And you will have to tell Madame Maxime, Marie pointed out. I do not think she will like that you are cavorting with another champion. Fleur nodded. She doubted she would, but it was either this or go alone. I should probably write to Maman to tell her too. She wouldn't like to find out from a newspaper. She didn't mention that she had keyed Harry on the cheek nor practically threw herself into his arms. They certainly didn't need to know those details and jump to the wrong conclusion. That is very good, Ari, she praised, surprised at how quickly he was picking up the steps. She allowed him to guide her around the classroom they had commandeered for his dance lessons. It had only taken him half an hour to get to this stage, following along as she counted aloud and explained where his feet needed to be. By the time they would finish, he should be comfortable enough to get them both through the dance in front of the 3 schools. Yeah, right, he muttered. She stopped mid-turn, his eyes finding her own questioningly. It was one thing to be under his gaze from a distance, but up close like this, it was easy to see the intensity within them. She couldn't deny that it was as mesmerizing as it was unnerving. She had never taken notice of him aesthetically, at least not in a personal way. Fi and Marie had made comments about him being cute on occasion, but they were wrong. Cute would suggest that he appeared as a young boy, someone that was little more than endearing or had a youthful, even cheeky twinkle in his eyes. That wasn't Harry. The smoldering stare of his was rather alluring, like her own magic in a way. There would be no shame in any admitting they could drown in those depths. She coughed as she released him, shaking herself from those unexpected thoughts. Sorry, she offered. I know this is hard for you, but you are the first boy Avenue danced with other than Papa. I could use a break, my feet are throbbing, Harry moaned in response. A somewhat awkward silence fell between them, and the conversation of the previous day she had shared with her cousins surfaced. She had written to her mother to explain what had happened, again leaving out the part where she had spontaneously hugged and keyed him on the cheek. She would at least get a reprieve of a few days before she received a response. Madame Maxime, as expected, had not been best pleased with her choice of date, though she understood her reasoning. She too was rather perplexed by the level of control Harry could exercise around her. Ari, why did you agree to go to the ball with me? She blurted. He frowned at her and shrugged. It was bothering you that you didn't have anyone to go with, and it is something you wanted to do. It would have been pretty poor of me to say no when I could change that for you. So, it wasn't because you pitied me. He chuckled and shook his head. No, he denied. Look, I'm not the friendliest of people. Life has taught me that most will only ever look out for their own interests, that they will use you as a stepping stone to get what they want and will manipulate you to benefit them. I didn't see any of that from you. If anything, over the years, I like to think that I have become a good judge of character, and you didn't ask me because there was something else you wanted other than to go to the ball and remember it fondly. She nodded, his words warming her more than she expected any response would. They weren't chosen carefully or spoken to woo her, but truthfully, a seldom act from a boy to one of her kind. What did you see then? She asked curiously. He shook his head firmly. That's not something we want to go into. Please, she requested, taking hold of his forearm. She didn't know why she wanted to know what he believed he saw. Perhaps it was curiosity, or perhaps she wanted to know how others saw her. Maybe it was that as he denied her request, she caught a glimpse of the pity he had denied feeling. His head dropped as he released a deep breath. I saw that you need a good memory of your teenage years that did not involve your mother, father, sister or those 2 girls you spent time with. You're lonely, more than you let on, and you try to hide it behind a mask of confidence or by being quite haughty with others. Every comment and every stare over the years has chipped away at you, and instead of hiding from them, you confront them with that mask in place, pretending that it doesn't get to you, but it does. And what about you? She returned heatedly, not liking how accurate he had been. It made her feel vulnerable and exposed in a way she hadn't before. I said I didn't want to talk about this, he reminded her. Because you have no idea what it is like to be me, she bit back. You do not know what it is like to be Avila, to be judged like I, Avenue, and aided for what you are. You're right, I don't. I'm not Avila, but I am Harry Potter, the boy who killed a Dark Lord before I could walk properly, famous for something I couldn't remember. I came into the wizarding world at 11 with people throwing themselves at my feet, trying to earn my favor, and with all these expectations of me because of exactly what I am. It was long before then that my view of the world became jaded, when my own family locked me in a cupboard for almost 6 years before I broke free of my own accord. By then, it was already too late. You're right, I do not know what being Avila is like, and I didn't claim to, but I know what loneliness is better than anyone. I know what it is like to have no one to turn to only have yourself to rely on. I'd hazard a guess and say that I know that better than even you. Fleur was shocked by the vitriol and calmed herself. It was the most he had ever said, and it appeared that she had struck quite a raw nerve to provoke it. I'm sorry, Ari, she offered sincerely. I just didn't want you to feel like you were forced to coming with me because you felt sorry for me. He took a deep breath and shook his head once more. I do feel sorry for you, but not for those reasons. I feel sorry that you have to put up with the crap that you do just because of what you are. People are too stupid to even consider that there is more to you than that bloody allure, or too jealous to look past it. That is what I feel sorry for, not what you are, but what it does to you. People will always be like that, Ari. People are idiots. She giggled as she nodded. Not you though. Maybe it is because you can understand what it is like, she mused aloud. And I am sorry for you, she added, for all the stupid people who don't get to see how brilliant you turned out despite all of what you went through. I bet your parents would be proud of you. Harry shook his head as he removed the photo he kept of them, always, from his inside pocket. From what Sirius has said, they would hate what I am. Neither of them was like me. Fleur looked at the photo of the young man and woman and the babe between them. He looked just like them both, but had gotten his mother's eyes and father's dark, messy hair. They look happy. He nodded. They were and both brilliant at what they did. My father was excellent at transfiguration and my mother at charms. McGonagall told me she hoped he would take her place one day when she decided to retire. He placed the picture back in his pocket, a wave of her magic pulling him from his thoughts. Anyway, maybe we should pick this up tomorrow night. Fleur agreed. What color dress robes do you, Avenue? None at the moment, Harry replied. I should probably get some. Well, my dress will either be silver or blue. What do you think? The blue will match your eyes, he answered after a moment of thinking. I'll go and get some robes tomorrow. Blue. Fleur nodded as she smiled, and Harry took his leave, bidding her farewell with a wave. It had been a strange evening, one where she had gotten more than she bargained for. It was easy to dismiss him at times as rude or brash even, but it is what he'd had to become to survive. The comment about him being locked in a cupboard had angered her, though it seemed that it was something he had dealt with and likely not the worst. He was hardened because he needed to be, but he was kind underneath it all, and one that did not take suffering like his own lightly. It had taken a few moments to understand, but he hadn't agreed to go with her out of pity, but out of understanding, out of a need to prevent her feeling the way he probably had his whole life. More than anything, what she had learned was that Harry Potter was a better person than what he should be after all he had experienced, likely the best she would ever meet. How is she doing? Sebastian questioned as he skimmed over the morning paper and sipped on his coffee. His wife smirked at him as she handed him the letter they had received before turning and feeding a treat to the snow owl that had brought it. She is going with Ari. Apolline nodded. Well, that is unexpected. Non, his wife denied. It makes sense. He can handle the allure and won't do anything that would make her uncomfortable. He wouldn't, the man agreed. Though he had only met him briefly, he had presented himself well despite his seeming lack of social skills. Sebastian had found him to be a good boy and not one that would upset his daughter. I'm pleased for her. She has met someone who has proven that not all people are prejudiced against her. And she only had to go to Britain to do it, Sebastian grumbled. But she has, and that is all that matters. Sebastian nodded. It is good for her, and for him, he added. For now, at least. What do you mean? His wife asked, a frown marring her features. Fleur will be home in June and Ari in England. It is not likely they will meet again. Oh, my dear husband, I think they might surprise you, she laughed as she keyed him chastely. Do you think it is likely that our little flower would allow him to just ignore her? Sebastian grinned as he shook his head. Poor Ari, he should never have gotten involved. He has no idea what he has done. The thought amused him greatly. His daughter would not simply walk away from someone she saw as a friend. It was not in her nature. She would insist on staying in touch, and if he ignored it, she would traipse across the continent to give him a piece of her mind. Sometimes, she was far too much like her mother for her own good, though he was pleased she was. Apolline was the calm one in the marriage, but when something irked her, it never ended well for someone. She was a force to be reckoned with, a trait she had gotten from her own mother. He shuddered at the thought of the older Vila. He loved the woman dearly, but she knew how to get under his skin and took every opportunity to do so. No, Ari, you should have stayed away, he laughed. Harry could only stare at the runes he had painstakingly carved into the floor over the past 3 days, the items he had foraged from the forest and the ones gifted scattered around them sporadically. For good measure, he had added some venom from Serana also and nodded in satisfaction. His work was as perfect as could be, and he was finally ready. Every ritual he had completed up until now had led to this moment, though he was still none the wiser to what exactly that was. This was the final ritual I completed before I went a step too far, Tom spoke, before Voldemort was born, from my own foolish meddling with magic I could not comprehend. The Horcruxes. Yes, Harry, the Horcruxes. Harry nodded. His creations were a sore point for Tom to discuss, his folly and ultimate failing in life. It was where he had faded, and Voldemort surfaced. So, what is this? This is a ritual aptly named the Final Judgment, one seldom used throughout history from fear of being found lacking by magic itself. That doesn't sound good. It is not for those that have been lax or negligent of their practices. You, Harry, are neither. Your final ritual will have you surrendering yourself for judgment. If magic deems you worthy, it will bestow what it sees fit upon you. And if it finds me lacking, your magic will be forfeit, Tom answered simply. You, however, have nothing to fear. Your work, dedication and progress has been incredible to witness. I myself was not close to your ability or potential at your age. I have every faith magic will deem you as such also. Harry released a deep breath as he shook his head. Why all the creature parts? They are also magic manifested, as is the castle you find yourself in. The more different types of magic you can be surrounded by, the more open you are to the judgment. Makes sense, I suppose. He huffed as he shook his head. Are you sure about this? Completely. Harry looked upon what surrounded him with trepidation. As he wouldn't be able to defeat Voldemort, and even with the rituals, the man had decades of experience on him. This was truly the only way available to him to even begin to bridge the large gap between them, that or spend his life in hiding, something he was not willing to do. All right, let's do it, he decided, his mind firmly on what the man had done to his mother and father, and what he would try to do to Harry when his inevitable return occurred. Is there anything else? No, Harry. Proceed when you're ready. He took another breath as he approached the rune that would activate the scheme, hesitating briefly before pressing the tip of his hand against it. He was blinded by a bright flash of white light and fell to his knees as he heard several creatures screeching, roaring and hissing. The influx of magic he felt was incredible, overwhelming him to the point that he fell limp as the darkness took him. He woke some time later, trembling on the cold, stone floor, and after managing to catch his breath, he stood, relieved that there was no nausea this time, though he didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. How are you feeling? Harry pondered the question. He felt good, though not noticeably different than he had before, other than the tingling feeling his body was positively humming from. Tingly, he answered. Close your eyes and feel around you with your magic. He frowned as he did so, his eye opening immediately. I can feel the magic. Around me, really feel it. I can feel mine and others I'm not familiar with. That is quite a boon, Harry. Feeling magic is a large part of identifying it. With this, you can learn how to feel for curses and identify what they are. You will even be able to sense approaching spells. It will be easier with magic you have previously encountered first of all. It was strange having so much awareness of the magic around him, almost as though several things were bouncing off his defenses all at once. He slid his wand into his hand but was stopped from casting anything. You must allow your magic to settle for a few days. There will be plenty of time to experiment with it, but your body needs to adjust to the changes. I learnt that the hard way. He frowned but slid his wand back into the holster. The more he considered what he'd done, the better he felt, the more alert of the magic he became. He felt as though there was little he couldn't do, that magic had gifted him beyond any expectation he could have had. Bloody hell. I look like a prat, Harry huffed as he took in his appearance. He had been assured that the robes he had purchased were the height of fashion, stylish and flattering. He felt as though he had been transported here from the 19th century. As far as robes went, these weren't as bad as some others he had seen in the store. At least this one didn't come with ruffled collar and sleeves. You look fine, Harry. Now, don't forget the flower and to compliment her on how she looks. Shut up, Harry groaned. The days leading up to the ball had been spent receiving advice from Tom about how he should act and what he should and shouldn't do. What the hell do you know about girls anyway? I didn't think that was a requirement of a would-be Dark Lord. Tom laughed. I'll have you know that I too dated girls in my youth, though admittedly not so much later on. I don't want to know, Harry cut in, and this is not a date. You should treat it as it is, Tom advised. One day, you might want to go on a date. Why put all the effort in to restore your family wealth if not to pass it on to children of your own? I have more pressing things to think about before any of that, Harry reminded him. Having a murderous nutter after you doesn't exactly make you want to bring a child into the world. Look what happened to me. I will not leave a child of mine to that fate. I'm sorry, I spoke without thinking. Harry waved him off as he snatched up the rose he had purchased at Tom's urging from the desk. He felt ridiculous and knew he would feel even more so as the night progressed. He was not relishing the idea of dancing in front of so many people, despite the fact he and Fleur had practiced a lot over the past week. Shaking his head, he left his room and headed to the entrance hall where he would be meeting the girl. He arrived to find the area swamped with students and realized he at least wouldn't look so ridiculous after all. His robes were rather flattering compared to some on display. He ignored the stares, the whispering and pointing of those around him, the other students evidently surprised to see him in attendance and likely speculating on who it was he was waiting for. I didn't think you were coming, an amused voice broke into his thoughts. He turned to find himself facing a grinning Terry with Sully looped onto one of his arms. You look ridiculous, Harry replied, nodding to the robes the boy was clad in. He didn't not really, but it was the best rebuttal he had. He does not, Sue defended. I think he looks rather dashing. Terry blushed as he gave Harry a challenging look. Yeah, if you think a spaniel in your nan's curtain is a good look. Terry laughed and shoved him playfully. You won't ruin this for me, Harry. Our robes aren't so different. Damn, he grumbled seeing that he spoke true. Their robes were of a similar cut, his blue and Terry's of forest green. Who are you waiting for then? Terry asked, nodding towards the rose he held. There was no need to answer as Harry felt her presence drawing closer and could see the heads turning as Fleur entered, her long, form-fitting dress matching his robes and her hair done up in an elaborate plaited bun. She gave him a warm smile as she reached him, and he held out the flower with no need to think of a compliment as Tom had advised. You look beautiful, he offered sincerely. She took the rose and smiled almost shyly, likely not having expected him to be so forthcoming with such things. Thank you. You look very, and some, Ari. You too. Terry interjected with a laugh. Oh, I can already see people having a fit about that. Shut up, Terry, Harry returned, again ignoring the stares that both he and Fleur were receiving. Mr. Potter, Miss Delacour, the other champions and their partners are waiting, Professor McGonagall interrupted. Where are yours? Terry practically guffawed, earning a look of disapproval from the stern woman. Undeterred, he spoke. As hard as it is to believe, Professor, those two came together, he explained, pointing at the pair before shaking his head. All jokes aside, I think it's a good idea. Well, You are to come with me so that you can be announced as honored guests, McGonagall explained, fighting the shock that seemed to have come over her. And you, Mr. Boot, move along. You do not want a detention, do you? Terry shook his head and smirked. I look forward to seeing you dance, he said, offering the pair a bow before walking away. I'll get him, Harry vowed. That will have to wait. Now, come along, Professor McGonagall instructed. Fleur hooked her arm within his as they were led away and towards the antechamber they had been in on Halloween night. As the woman had said, Krum and Diggory were both inside with their dates, the latter with Chong and the former with another familiar face. Hi Harry, Hermione greeted him enthusiastically with a wave. I never thought I would have seen the day that you wore a dress, he replied, genuinely surprised by her presence. And with the charming Bulgarian of all people. Krum scowled at him as Hermione giggled uncharacteristically. Victor and I have been spending time in the library together and he asked me here. Now Granger, you're not working with the enemy to bring me down, are you? Hermione huffed and placed her hands on her hips. Victor is not your enemy, and you're one to talk. You brought one of them as your date. You two came together. Diggory piped up. Fleur was about to respond when Harry placed his free hand on her forearm. Diggory must think he has been left out again. First the dragons and now this. Maybe he wanted us to consult with him and then he could have been Krum's date. No offense, but Hermione certainly looks better in a dress than you ever would. The Hufflepuff laughed. No, you're right there, he conceded. It just took me by surprise, that's all. Me too, Victor added, his usual scowl in place. Harry simply shook his head. He didn't know what the boy had to be so glum about all the time, but he always looked as though he wanted to throttle someone. Champions, if you please, McGonagall requested, her head poking around the door. Harry led Fleur from the room and joined the professor who waited for them to reach her. You will enter when your names are called, starting with Mr. Diggory and Miss Chong. Mr. Krum and Miss Granger will follow and Mr. Potter and Miss Delacour last. You will share the table at the front of the hall with the judges. Once the meal is over, you will be instructed to take to the dance floor to open the festivities for the rest of the evening. Any questions? When none came, she entered the hall, leaving the doors open. Professor Flitwick had truly outdone himself with the charms work on display. The Christmas trees had been lavishly decorated along with an array of enchanted decorations that glided above the room in the form of various magical creatures. Each table had an ice sculpture as the centerpiece and were draped with tablecloths of various, shimmering colors. It was a veritable winter wonderland and was quite the sight to behold. It is magnificent, Fleur whispered. Harry nodded as Cedric and Cho were announced, followed by Hermione and Krum next. Are you ready? Fleur asked nervously. Not really, Harry answered honestly. You. Fleur shook her head as they were called forward. Harry led her gently down the walkway and towards the designated table where the other champions were already seated with the judges. He paid no mind to the stares they were subject to nor the whispering he could hear. He hadn't come for them but for the girl he had on his arm, no matter how out of place he felt. After what seemed much longer than it likely was, they reached their seats and Harry held out a chair for her before taking his own next to Dumbledore who had Cedric on his other side. Next to Fleur sat Madame Maxime who shot him an appraising look. I'm pleased that you changed your mind about attending, Harry, Dumbledore said with a smile, and that you found yourself the most radiant of companions. You were not going to attend? Maxime questioned. There's nothing in the contract that says I have to, Harry replied with a shrug. As I said from the start, I'd much rather not have anything to do with this tournament, other than the dueling. Maxime hummed. I was very impressed with your skill. Mademoiselle Dupont is one of the best we have at Beauxbatons. She is very good, Harry agreed amicably. She is a testament to your school. As you are to yours. Your showing in the first task is not something I expected. You are a very gifted young man, Monsieur Potter. Do ensure that such talent does not go to waste in the future. With her advice given, she turned away and began conversing with Ludo Bagman. That is quite the compliment to receive, Harry, Dumbledore spoke sincerely. Madame Maxime herself is a very accomplished witch and does not pay them lightly. I believe we were acquainted some years before I received any such praise. Ah, it appears that the food is ready, he announced. Pork chops. The plate in front of him filled with the requested food and Harry perused the menu in front of him, unsure of some of the offerings. Try the buff bourguignon, Fleur advised, it is a very good dish. I have no idea what it is, let alone how to say it, he snorted. Fleur grinned as she took his menu. Boeuf bourguignon, she said slowly in her native tongue. The food appeared on his plate and her smile widened. Just because you say it slowly, doesn't mean it helps, he muttered. Learning other languages is good, Fleur returned. I can already speak Parseltongue, he countered. She tutted. Languages other people can understand, Ari. I am learning another language. Italian isn't as easy as you'd think. The word pizza won't get you very far. Italian, she asked curiously. What is wrong with French? I don't own a house in France, he whispered, so not to be overheard. Fleur's eyes widened. You got one. Harry nodded and checked that Dumbledore wasn't listening. I brought it a few weeks ago. I need to get some furniture and erect some wards, but it's nice. Quiet. She smiled. Brightly, seemingly truly happy he had gotten himself a home. I'm pleased for you, Ari. It is not good living as you, Avenue been. He doubted the way he lived would change much. He would still be visiting the hag, and spending time in Nocturne Alley. He didn't want his presence in Sicily known to any, so would likely avoid appearing in public unless in disguise to explore the area or purchase food if needed. He did, however, have to agree that whatever food Fleur had ordered was very good. It was often he ate beef, preferring to stick to leaner meat, but this was proving to be exceptional. So much so, he finished the dish and treated himself to some treacle tart. Fleur shook her head at him. You eat a delicious French meal and then turn to that English slop, she mocked, turning her nose up in the air at his dessert. Watch it. You can insult anything you like about my country but not the treacle tart. Have you even tried it? Non. Then don't judge until you have. You made me eat whatever that was, so now you have to try this, he demanded, sliding his bowl in front of her. Fleur looked affronted by the notion but accepted the challenge with narrowed eyes. She took a spoonful of the tart with custard and slowly put it in her mouth before chewing. Well, it is not bad, she conceded, but a little too sweet. Harry shrugged as he took his bowl back and shoved a large piece of the dessert in his mouth. When the food had been consumed and the plates cleared, Dumbledore stood and gestured for silence. Now that we have been fed, I believe that it is time for our champions to take to the floor for the traditional opening of the ball. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.